Ding. Congratulations, your tycoon system has been bound. Now go enjoy your splendid life. Change your position. Turn around. Jiang Yan spoke with a commanding tone. The woman in front let out a soft, compliant moan. Without hesitation, she obediently turned around as instructed. Facing away from Jiang Yan, she braced her hands against the headboard. She even deliberately glanced back, giving him a seductive, pleading look, as if afraid she might displease the top-tier rich young master who casually booked the presidential suite. In the capital of China, inside the presidential suite at the top floor of a luxury five-star hotel, a decadent and languid atmosphere filled the air. Jiang Yan leaned lazily against the headboard, his muscular upper body bare. He looked thoroughly satisfied, but there was none of the panic or naivety of a first-timer. He hardly seemed like an 18-year-old youth, let alone a newcomer stepping into such a scene for the first time. His eyes held both the weariness of times past and the cold insight of a man who had seen through the world in a former life. Beside him, the young flight attendant who had been elegant and graceful in first class was now straddling his body. With emotion, her stunning curves were fully displayed before Jiang Yan. Her originally neat uniform lay crumpled on the carpet. Her alluring black stockings had already been torn open with a wild rip. Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged, his breathing steady. After the woman changed positions, Jiang Yan paid little attention to her vigorous performance. He picked up the latest smartphone from the bedside table with his other hand. The screen lit up facial recognition, instantly unlocking it. He casually opened the banking app on the phone. A moment later, a string of numbers long enough to make an ordinary person's scalp tingle appeared. Balance 101700000000 Hua Yuan. Ones, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, millions, 10 millions, 100 millions, billions. A full 10 billion, 170 million. Jiang Yan stared at the numbers and suddenly burst out laughing. The smile carried mockery, relief, and a deep, profound sorrow. He closed his eyes and a scene suddenly surfaced in his mind. His past self, a poor researcher who for a 3 million mortgage and to rise above others crawled like a dog over cold experimental benches day and night, ultimately working himself to death. The image reversed like a silent black and white film, yanking his thoughts back to an unforgettable past. In a previous life in the capital of China, a key laboratory at a physics research institute. The electronic clock on the wall showed the cold time, 3:15 a.m. The data finally matches. Jiang Yan sat in front of the computer, eyes bloodshot. Groups of material physics experimental data scrolled rapidly on the screen. His fingers moved stiffly over the keyboard until the last set of data was uploaded into the model. The curves closed, the error returned to zero, the model was validated. Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair as if all strength had been drained from him. This was the fourth time he had verified the key data for this material physics experiment. Once this project was completed, it would be enough to open doors for him in the academic world. Publication of the paper would bring promotions, bonuses, and resources. More importantly, he could finally give his father a reason to be proud. Finally, he could let the man who had carried bricks all his life at construction sites stop saving every single dollar for the mortgage. With trembling hands, he took out his old phone with a cracked screen and sent a long message to his supervisor reporting the exciting news that would shock the entire institute. 5 minutes passed. 10 minutes passed. Dead silence in the chat box. No reply. Jiang Yan laughed bitterly at himself. The supervisor was probably sound asleep in his luxury apartment in the third ring of the capital, holding his wife. How could he possibly care about a poor student's late-night disturbance? He stood up, walked to the sink in the corner of the laboratory, turned on the tap, and cupped his hands to splash icy cold tap water on his face. When he looked up at the water-stained mirror on the wall, he froze. The person in the mirror had a sallow complexion, dark circles so deep they looked like someone had punched him, and cheeks hollowed from chronic sleep deprivation and malnutrition. His hair was a tangled mess, and his hairline had clearly started receding. It was a face that was only 28 years old, yet it looked weathered and haggard like a middle-aged man crushed by. Jiang Yan smiled wryly and wiped the water drops from his face. He walked back to his desk where a photo frame stood at the corner containing a family photo. The woman in the photo had a gentle smile, but her eyes carried an indelible weariness. That was his mother. During the year he was admitted to the master's program in physics at Tsinghua University, his disabled mother, who had been in a wheelchair for years and endured pain just to save a few bucks on medicine, finally couldn't make it through that cold winter and passed away. His phone suddenly vibrated. It wasn't a reply from the supervisor, it was a WeChat message from his father. Son, Dad earned an extra 30 from the foreman at the construction site today, 300 total. Dad transferred the money to you. You never treat yourself, well, don't push yourself too hard. Dad's body is still strong, I can still save money for your wedding. Looking at the transfer record of 300 yuan on the screen and the simple words that brought tears to his eyes, Jiang Yan's eyes instantly reddened. He clenched his teeth, forcing back the bitterness. 300 yuan. That was money his father earned by bending his back all day, sweating all day. Yet when his father sent it, his tone sounded as light as if he had won a lottery. That was the love and hope with which the previous Jiang Yan crawled forward in the capital city that devoured people. He crawled until his hands were bloody. He crawled until there was no retreat. The gear of memory mercilessly rolled on. After graduating with a master's degree relying on his Tsinghua degree and relentless drive, Jiang Yan entered a National Key Research Institute in the capital. In this research circle full of overseas doctors and connections, he, a poor boy with no background, had only his life as his capital. He worked like a dog, took on project after project, spent days and nights in the lab, all for a very ordinary dream to stay in the capital and buy a small house of his own. With his master's degree in physics from Tsinghua and his salary at the institute, if he saved and scrimped for 4 or 5 years, he could barely scrape together the down payment and mortgage for a small 10-square-meter apartment. At the same time, to take care of his aging father, he moved him from their hometown to the capital. The old man, who had done hard labor all his life with calloused hands, moved into the 80-square-meter 2-bedroom apartment that Jiang Yan had bought with a mortgage. The old man's greatest daily hope was to help his son pay off the mortgage faster, and to cook him a warm meal, then sit at the dining table waiting for his son to come home from work. Coming home at 2 or 3 in the morning was the norm. Every time he pushed open the door, he saw his father asleep at the table. Food lay on the table, reheated and cooled and reheated. When he ate it, he couldn't tell whether the food was bitter or life was bitter. Jiang Yan didn't complain. He always believed that once his material physics project came to fruition, once the paper was published, he would get a promotion, a bonus, and move his father to a better place. That day finally came. But what came was not hope. It was a knife. His experiment had achieved a critical breakthrough. The core data and the first draft of the paper were in his hands. Just an hour before he was to submit to the academic committee, the director's secretary found him. The director wants to see you. In the spacious, bright director's office, an expensive hand-woven wool carpet covered the floor. Behind a huge rosewood desk, the pot-bellied director was leisurely sipping a cup of premium Dahongpo tea. The fragrant tea steam rose sharply, contrasting with the persistent sour smell of the laboratory on Jiang Yan's clothes. "Little Jiang, have a seat." The director didn't even lift his eyelids, pointing to the chair opposite. Jiang Yan sat down nervously. "Director, you wanted to see me. My material physics project has already. I know the progress is quite good." The director interrupted him, putting down the teacup. "I've seen your data. It's indeed. However, after research, the institute has decided that the first author of this project should be changed to Zhou Wenchang. You will be listed as an assistant, your name in the back." The office was silent for a few seconds. Jiang Yan thought he had misheard. Zhou Wenchang. That rich second generation who didn't even know where the lab door opened, who drove a sports car to nightclubs. What gave him the right? Because he was the director's own PhD student. Because his father was a powerful figure in the science department. Jiang Yan suddenly stood up, his voice trembling. "Director, that's impossible. I did most of this project. From conception, modeling, experimental derivation to data verification. Zhou Wenchang never participated in a single experiment. How can he be the first author? This is my life's work." He was hoarse by the end. The director looked at him, his face free of guilt, only a condescending coldness. "Little Jiang, control your emotions. Research is not a solo fight, it's about teamwork. You're still young, there will be many opportunities. But Wenchang needs a promotion this year. This paper is..." The director picked up his teacup and took a gentle sip. "You're a smart man, you need to see the bigger picture. Understand." Those 4 words so light, yet they struck Jiang Yan's heart heavier than anything. His 3 a.m. experiments, his balding head, his heavy dark circles, his bloated body. All the meals his father had reheated and cooled. Before these 4 words, it all became a joke. Jiang Yan stared at the director. For a moment, he really wanted to rush over and splash that cup of tea on that hypocritical face. He even wanted to delete all the data and then report the matter, letting everyone go down together. But he couldn't. He still had his father, the mortgage, and that pitiful space to survive. If he overturned the table, he would be blacklisted from the entire research circle the next day. He couldn't afford that. So in the end, he only heard himself say in a voice unlike a human, "Fine. I understand." That day when he walked out of the office, the wind in the capital was strong. It hit his face like a slap. Late that night, Jiang Yan returned to his rented room like a walking corpse. His elderly father was still slumped over the table waiting for him. Hearing the door open, the old man jolted awake, quickly stood up, and headed to the kitchen to fetch dishes. "Son, you're back. You must be exhausted today. Your dad made you some ribs, eat them while they're hot." Seeing his father's full head of white hair and his caring expression, Jiang Yan could no longer hold back the tears in his eyes. "Son, what's wrong? Did something happen at work?" The old man keenly sensed Jiang Yan's distress. His eyes filled. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, forcing out a smile that was uglier than crying. He turned around, wiped his face hastily, and said, "Nothing, Dad. Just got some grit in my eye. Work's going fine. The boss even praised me today." That night, for the first time, Jiang Yan didn't think about code or data. He walked alone to the cramped balcony of less than 2 square meters, lit a cigarette, and stood there for half the night in the biting wind of Jingqing. It wasn't that he hadn't thought of fighting back, of taking the evidence to a higher authority and filing a real name complaint. But he knew all too well the ruthlessness of this circle. The director himself was a permanent member of the National Academic Committee with connections reaching the heavens, and the one who took his place, Zhou Wenchang, had the support of a top research department big shot with far-reaching influence. What was Jiang Yan? Nothing more than a master's graduate from Shuemu University, with no background, no foundation. In front of this vast and tightly woven interest group, he was at most a slightly bigger ant. And that was only because he came from the top institution in Huaxia, otherwise he wouldn't even count as an ant. If he dared to overturn the table before the sun rose the next day, he would be ruined, blacklisted for life from the entire scientific research community of Huaxia. Not only would he lose his only job to support his family, but he would also be buried under huge liquidated damages and a mortgage. At that point, how could he provide for his father in old age? How could he survive in this cold city? Words from a nobody carry no weight. These 4 words, like the 5-finger mountain, completely crushed his backbone. He could only swallow that bloody resentment, forcing down the shattered teeth mixed with blood. After that, Jiang Yan became a different person. He no longer sought any honors, he just worked like a soulless machine. 3 months later, to keep his job and catch up on a non-core project, Jiang Yan had gone without sleep for 4 consecutive days and nights. High-intensity mental labor and long-term extreme repression had long overdrawn his young, but already, at 5 in the morning on the 5th day, the dim yellow light in the lab, Jiang Yan was holding the mouse about to click to save the last data file. Suddenly, a violent tearing pain exploded from his chest, spreading through his entire body. It felt as if a rusty iron hand covered in barbs had seized his heart and was viciously ripping at it. The once clear computer screen instantly turned into a blur of snowy static. Jiang Yan clutched his chest, trying to call out, but only a wheezing, leaking sound escaped his throat. In the last second before consciousness plunged into endless darkness, he vaguely saw a blinding white light and heard a mechanical prompt devoid of any emotion. Ding. Detecting intense unwillingness in the host's emotions. The God-level influence system has been activated. Soul binding and space-time jump in progress. It was an endless dream filled with weightlessness and the excruciating pain of space-time tearing. When Jiang Yan suddenly opened his eyes again, greedily sucking in fresh air, he instinctively reached out to grab the clothes over his heart. No stabbing pain. No suffocating smell of disinfectant. Frightened, he sat up, panting, heavily drenched in sweat from head to toe. Everything before his eyes instantly caused his heart, which had been pounding wildly from terror, to stop for a full 3 seconds. This was not his small 2-bedroom apartment bought with a $3 million loan, nor the lab filled with reagents. He was lying on a massive 3-meter-wide bed, soft, as if sinking into clouds, a top-tier custom-made luxury piece. He was covered in a hand-stitched silk duvet with an exquisite touch. Sunlight streamed through huge floor-to-ceiling windows, revealing a neatly trimmed private garden outside and a sparkling open-air pool under the sunlight. The air in the room carried a faint but calming scent of top-quality sandalwood. Just as Jiang Yan's mind went blank, wondering if he had died and gone to heaven, an immense torrent of memories, so overwhelming it made his head spin rudely and violently, surged into his mind without warning. After the intense swelling pain subsided, Jiang Yan's pupils slowly focused, and the shock in his eyes gradually gave way to an unbelievable ecstasy. He had been reborn. He had gone back 10 years, back to the summer when he had just turned 18 and the college entrance exam had just ended. But what truly thundered through him and made his blood boil was not merely returning to youth. It was this life's system-shaping, terrifying identity. In this life, he was still called Jiang Yan, but his family background had undergone an earth-shattering, almost fantastical reversal. That previous life's disabled mother, who had spent years in a wheelchair pinching pennies for medicine. In this life, she was actually the chairman of one of Huaxia's most prestigious top-tier investment banks, Dingxing Capital, controlling a trillion-scale, vast financial empire. That previous life's father, who had carried bricks on construction sites and been as happy as a child for earning an extra 30 yuan, was now in this life clearly the powerful second-in-command of Su Province, a regional governor. And this was just the tip of the iceberg. His grandfather was one of Huaxia's vice premiers. His maternal grandfather was a top real estate tycoon in Xiangyang, who could trigger a financial tsunami with a single stomp. The place he was in was No. 7 Tanzhou Villa in the most luxurious, wealthy district of international Zhuangbehe province. This was a top-tier luxury standalone villa covering over 1,000 square meters. The mere value of this property was enough for his previous life self to toil for a lifetime without ever affording it. Jiang Yan sat on that 3-meter-wide bed, stunned for a full 5 minutes. Then he suddenly slapped himself across the shoe. The crisp sound of the slap and the searing pain told him clearly this was not a dream. The poverty, illness, networking barriers, and class divide that had crushed him in his previous life had all reversed in this life into his strongest trumps. This contrast of rising from hell to the 9th heaven in an instant made Jiang Yan's heart, which had long been dead, start beating wildly again. Jiang Yan threw off the precious silk duvet and stepped barefoot onto the bedroom floor covered in thick Persian carpet. He walked over to the huge floor-to-ceiling mirror that occupied nearly half the wall. The mirror reflected a tall, upright young man over 185 centimeters. His features appeared as if carved by a master craftsman: sharp brows and bright eyes, a high nose bridge, and a naturally defiant curve at the corner of his mouth. Most importantly, his aura, Though only 18 because of the fusion of previous life memories, his eyes lacked frivolity and naivety. Not only was he devastatingly handsome, but he also carried an undeniable presence. Compared to the bald, paunchy, sallow-faced scientific research dog of his previous life, he was now as perfect as a masterpiece of creation. It's good to be alive. It's even better to be alive with wealth and power. Jiang Yan flashed a brilliant smile at himself in the mirror. He casually grabbed a high-quality silk robe from the wardrobe, draped it over himself, pushed open the heavy carved wooden bedroom door, and descended the costly spiral staircase. The ground floor of the villa had a ceiling height of 12 meters. A huge Swarovski crystal chandelier hung from the dome, refracting dazzling light. A full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass offered a panoramic view of the private garden and pool outside. Hearing footsteps on the stairs, the three maids who were busy in the spacious living room on the first floor immediately stopped what they were doing. "Young master, you're awake." The three maids bowed their heads respectfully, their manners flawless. Aunt Wang, the head chef, had already come forward to greet him, her face adorned with an amiable, yet fawning smile. "Young master, breakfast is ready. Would you like to dine now?" Jiang Yan gave a slight nod and walked over to the long table that could easily seat 20 people, pulling out the chair at the head and sitting down. Soon an exquisitely prepared breakfast was served, pan-seared premium French foie gras, its surface glistening with an alluring caramelized sheen. Black truffle shavings adorned the perfectly cooked French scrambled eggs, emitting a rich, enticing aroma. Beside it sat a freshly brewed cup of steaming Blue Mountain coffee. Jiang Yan picked up the silver knife and fork, cut a small piece of foie gras, and brought it to his lips. It melted instantly upon entry, the luscious buttery flavor exploding in his mouth. His chewing paused slightly as an uncontrollable flashback from his past life invaded his mind. A cold Beijing winter morning, biting wind, and 2 dry shriveled meat buns he bought for 2 yuan each at the subway entrance. The indescribable taste of that meat seemed to linger in the depths of his throat. Jiang Yan lowered his eyelids, concealing the sharp glint that flickered in his eyes. He did not wallow in sentimentality nor feel any discomfort. Instead, with an impassive expression and exceptionally graceful movements, he ate everything on the plate methodically down to the last morsel. As he swallowed the final sip of coffee, he silently swore a solemn oath to himself. In this life, he would never allow himself to suffer even the slightest indignity again. The dignity he lost and had trampled in his previous life, he would reclaim tenfold, 100-fold. He would never shortchange himself, nor would he ever shortchange the old man who cherished him. Even if in this life his father was already a high-ranking provincial governor of vast power. Just as he put down his coffee cup, an emotionless mechanical voice suddenly rang deep within his mind. Ding. Detected stable host emotions. System panel expanding. Instantly, a translucent pale blue holographic interface appeared before Jiang Yan's eyes, visible only to him. This was the system that had brought him through time and space and altered his fate. Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes, meticulously scanning the information on the panel. The system's design was extremely concise and powerful, with only one core function, the influence point system. The rule was simple: no matter the field, business, academia, entertainment, or even just within a crowd, if he showcased his prowess and caused a sensation, he would gain influence. As long as he could generate sufficient social impact and alter others' perceptions and destinies, he would earn corresponding influence points. These points could be used in the system store to exchange for any item. With a mere thought, Jiang Yan opened the store's catalog. Currently, his privilege only allowed him to unlock the first page. When he saw the items listed on that page, even with his tool-life temperament, he couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. The items displayed were no ordinary luxury cars, watches, or gold and jewels. They were entirely black technologies that surpassed the current technological level of Blue Star civilization. The cheapest item listed at the very bottom was Basic Gene Optimization Serum, price 1000 points. Effects: completely remodel the human genome, eliminate all hidden ailments and hazards, elevate physical fitness to the limits of human physiology, and significantly slow down aging. Gene Optimization Serum. Jiang Yan murmured, his deep eyes suddenly blazing with undisguised ambition and fervor. In his past life, he had died of heart failure from overwork. No one understood better than him what a strong physique truly meant. Wealth and power were nothing. To achieve longevity and possess strength beyond ordinary men, that was the true pursuit. The system offered not just rebirth and riches, but a ladder to a higher dimension. His vision was instantly elevated by this small panel. The impoverished researcher from his past life, who only dreamed of buying a small apartment, was completely dead. In his place stood an ambitious man ready to trample this world underfoot. After understanding the system's rules, Jiang Yan leaned back in the comfortable chair and pulled out the latest smartphone from the pocket of his silk robe. Fingerprint unlock. The screen lit up. He directly opened the banking app on his phone. Though he already knew his current net worth from memory, when he saw the account balance with his own eyes, even someone who had weathered storms couldn't help but breathe a little heavier. Account balance 1017000000 CNY. A full 1,017,000,000. Of this enormous some 1 billion was the startup capital the system had deposited into his account directly as a newbie gift pack in an absolutely legal, flawless manner. The remaining 17 million was the summer vacation pocket money his mother Lin Wantong, who ruled a $1 trillion investment banking empire, had transferred to him. 17 million in pocket money. Jiang Yan curled his lips in sardonic amusement. In his past life, he had been trampled like a dog by his boss over a 3 million mortgage. Now the cash flow at his fingertips was enough to buy 300 of those apartments. He exited the banking app and tapped the WeChat icon. At the very top of the chat screen lay 2 unread messages. The first, from a contact labeled Mother Dearest Lin Wantong, was dated 3 days ago. Yan Mom is tied up with a merger on Wall Street these days and can't get away. You want to visit the university you'll be attending early. Mom can't accompany you. Have the driver take you to Beijing. Once you're settled, remember to text Mom to let me know you're safe. I've transferred another 5 million to your card. If it's not enough, feel free to tell Secretary Zhang anytime. The second message, from a contact labeled Father the Governor of Su Province, was sent late last night. The words were brief, yet they carried the stern authority of a superior. Be careful in Beijing. Take some time to visit your grandfather. Looking at these 2 messages, a flicker of complex emotion passed through Jiang Yan's eyes, but soon returned to calm. In his past life, his parents were so poor they couldn't even afford medical care. Yet that deep paternal and maternal love, giving everything they had to support his education, was the softest pain in his heart. And in this life, the parents who had given him the entire world and stood at the pinnacle of Chinese power and wealth were perpetually absent from his life due to their own power and careers, often not even meeting him twice a year. It's all the same. Jiang Yan chuckled lowly in his heart. His fingers glided lightly over the screen, but he didn't reply to any of the messages. Instead, he directly pressed the lock button. Whether rich or poor, they're never by my side. But that's fine too. Both parents are healthy and have their own careers, which is the best. Besides, I'm a 28-year-old soul now. Oh, I don't need much concern or comfort. What I need is capital and freedom. The phone screen went completely dark. Thoughts receded like a tide. The scene instantly shifted from that sunlit villa to the dark, opulent presidential suite of this ultra 5-star hotel in Beijing. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, still holding the phone, displaying his billion-yuan balance. In front of him, the black-stocking flight attendant had turned around as he requested, trembling and exerting herself desperately as she twisted her slender waist. She used every trick in her arsenal to please this young, handsome, and incredibly wealthy young master. Her breathing grew faster when she occasionally glanced back at Jiang Yan. Her eyes held not just lust, but an intense craving for wealth and power along with submission. Jiang Yan gazed at the enticing snow-white body before him and felt the most genuine flattery and capitulation this world had to offer. He smiled. He smiled with abandon, with arrogance. In this life, he was handsome, possessed an outstanding demeanor, and above all, he had money, power, a system that stood above all rules. The timid Jiang Yan of his past life, the one who couldn't even protect his own research results, had been completely buried by that fatal cardiac arrest in the early morning. Move a little more vigorously. Jiang Yan grabbed the flight attendant's disheveled hair and roughly pulled her toward him. She let out a startled cry, yet a masochistic glee flickered in her eyes as her movements became even more frenzied. The next morning, sunlight streamed through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows of the presidential suite, spilling onto the impossibly wide bed. The air still carried a lingering sweetness, a testament to the previous night's passions. Flight attendant Liu lay like a languid cat sprawled within the soft silk duvet. Her face still bore a faint, not yet faded blush, and her eyes, laced with desire, gazed at Jiang Yan, who was dressing by the bedside. Everything from last night felt like an unreal dream to her. This 18-year-old youth was young, handsome, and possessed an absurdly high stamina. He also possessed a composure far beyond his years. There was none of the immaturity of boys his age, nor the clumsiness of desperate flattery. From beginning to end, he was in control. Coupled with the presidential suite costing tens of thousands a night, and the effortless nobility in his every gesture, Li's thoughts began to stir. She was considered pretty in the airline. But what good was beauty? Every day she wore her uniform to serve tea and water, and had to smile ingratiatingly at difficult passengers. If she could latch onto this true big shot, would she still need to fly around enduring the scrutiny of others? With that thought, Liu gently bit her lip, deliberately softened her voice, pushed her proud chest forward, and tried to lean towards Jiang Yan. Young Master Jiang, I'm so tired from last night. I have an international flight today, I can barely walk. As she spoke, she reached out to touch his forearm, her eyes full of tentative hope. Young Master Jiang, could I add your personal... Next time you're in the capital, I can be your guide. Or, if you want, I could quit my job and stay in the capital to be with... The words were spoken softly, but their meaning was unmistakably clear. She wanted more than just last night. She wanted a long-term relationship to enter this young man's life, even if it meant being a hidden woman. It was still better than continuing to fly around the skies. In fact, a bolder thought even crossed her mind. What if she got lucky? What if she could actually rise above her station? But her seductive finger froze in midair before it could touch Jiang Yan. He turned his head and looked at her. His eyes were calm. There was no lingering affection, no tenderness, no postcoital panic of a young man. Only a cold indifference like that of a man appraising a commodity with a price tag in a shop window. Like looking at a product that had already been traded. Take your hand away. 3 words not heavy, but they felt like a bucket of ice water drenching Li Yu. Her heart trembled, and she immediately withdrew her hand, her smile freezing on her face. Jiang Yan paid her no further attention. He rose casually, picked up a dark blue silk robe, and draped it over himself, his movements clean and sharp. There was no comfort, no explanation, and certainly no room for her fantasies. Not a single unnecessary word throughout. All those thoughts of Cinderella meets the top young master, long-term companionship, marrying into the wealthy family that had just filled Li Yu's mind were shattered by that one look and those 3 words. Jiang Yan walked to the bar counter, picked up the glass of ice water the butler had just delivered, and took a sip. Your bank card number? He asked calmly, his back to Li Yu. Li Yu was stunned, her mind momentarily blank. Card number. Jiang Yan did not turn around, his voice growing colder. Li Yu dared not hesitate any longer, nor did she dare mention adding WeChat again. She hurriedly fished her phone out of her bag, which was scattered on the carpet, and nervously recited a series of numbers. Jiang Yan picked up his phone from the bar counter, expressionlessly entered the account number. His fingers tapped lightly on the screen, then pressed the confirm button. Ding! Within 3 seconds, the screen of the phone in Li Yu's hand lit up. It was a text message alert from the bank, crisp and clear in the quiet suite. Li Yu instinctively looked down. One glance, and the next second, she froze completely. Your account ending in 0656 received 50000 yuan at 0915. Current balance. Units tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s. A full 500,000. Li Yu gasped sharply, nearly dropping her phone. 500,000. That was no small sum. It equaled almost 2 years of her salary as a flight attendant, working nonstop early mornings and late nights, close to 3 years total earnings. And now, just for one night, 500,000 had been dumped into her account. Ecstasy surged first, followed by a strange, indescribable humiliation. She suddenly understood. Her beauty, which she had prided herself on, was indeed valuable in this man's eyes. But it was only valuable. She didn't even qualify to be a long-term mistress. This 500,000 was not a reward. It was a buyout. A buyout of last night, and a buyout of all her unwarranted fantasies. The transaction was clean, simple, direct, even brutal. Li Yu looked up at Jiang Yan, her eyes incredibly complex. Was she humiliated? Of course. But could she refuse? No. It was 500,000. That number was enough to grind her self-esteem into the ground. Besides, who wouldn't sleep with a handsome guy like that? Even for free, she wouldn't lose. Just then a mechanical prompt sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has subverted flight attendant Li Yu's consumption concept and class perception, slightly altering her short-term destiny trajectory. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 influence point. Additional reward cash deposit of 100 yuan has been automatically deposited into the host account ending in 8888 through legal channels. Hearing this unexpected prompt, Jiang Yan's hand holding the water glass paused slightly, and his sharp eyebrow. Changing a person's consumption concept and cognition only gives 1 point. Jiang Yan calculated silently in his mind. He was not disappointed by the small number of points. Instead, in that instant, with the rigorous logical analysis ability of a top-tier researcher from his past life, he precisely captured the micrologic behind the system's reward mechanism. He quickly arrived at a judgment. The system's rules were finer than he had imagined. So-called influence did not require him to immediately invent some black technology that could change the fate of all humanity, nor did it necessarily require him to instantly alter the world structure. Such grand influence would naturally yield massive points, but his current situation did not require reaching for the stars. The core criterion for the system's judgment of influence was as long as his actions could cause a strong shock in someone. As long as his existence brought about an extremely strong impact, subverted someone's worldview, or even altered their life trajectory or psychological path, he could gain points. Moreover, the points could not only be used in the system mall to exchange for genetic agents and other black technologies beyond human civilization's cognition, but also came with an additional cash reward of 10,000. 1 point equaled 10,000 real yuan. Although for him, who now had 1 billion yuan in his bank account, 10,000 was barely a fraction, it meant that as long as he continuously influenced others, his wealth would grow like a snowball endlessly. No need to stay up all night doing experiments like in his past life, no need to kowtow to anyone's face. All he needed was to display his absolute power, to crush, to subvert. Individual influence, small points. Group influence, multiplied points. Society-level influence, that was the real big prize. This logic was clear, and Jiang Yan was not disappointed. On the contrary, he was very satisfied. The habit of doing research in his past life made him love this kind of system with clear rules and a defined path. As long as the rules could be quantified, they could be exploited. Now he didn't need to stay up all night doing experiments like in his past life, didn't need to bow to the institute director, and didn't need to waste his life on a cold lab bench. He only needed to display his power, To shock, to subvert, to harvest influence. This was a huge win. Jiang Yan set down his glass and turned toward the walk-in closet, which was larger than the living room of an ordinary home. Inside, the hotel's dedicated personal butler had already prepared 2 full rows of the season's finest custom-made clothes according to his measurements. Jiang Yan casually picked a pure black casual outfit. There were no flashy logos on the clothes, but the fabric that cut the lines all exuded an unreasonable expensiveness. True top-tier society never needed to hang brands on themselves. They themselves were the brand. This outfit highlighted his perfect 185 centimeters figure to the fullest. When he emerged from the closet fully dressed, his entire demeanor had changed. He was like a sword sheathed in a bow, not ostentatious, but with a hint of pressure and overwhelmingly noble. Liu was still sitting on the bed, clutching her phone, unable to snap out of it. Jiang Yan walked to the door, not even glancing back at her. He only tossed out a cold sentence, "When you leave, clean up after yourself." With that, he pulled open the heavy wooden door of the presidential suite and strode away. Liu watched Jiang Yan's tall and cold figure disappear beyond the door, her legs giving way as she instinctively knelt on the messy king-sized bed. Her heart was still racing. Only a full 5 minutes after Jiang Yan's departure did Liu dare to exhale a long, turbid breath. Shame, loss, ecstasy, and regret churned within her like a pot of boiling water. Yet in the end, all emotions were suppressed by the 500,000 in her account. She had failed to hook this top-tier young master. She hadn't even gotten his contact information, and he had told her in the most direct way, "Don't dream." But so what? How many women could go their whole lives without encountering such a young, handsome, and generous tycoon? Her pride was shattered. Yet her vanity swelled to its peak in that moment. Liu clambered off the bed, not even bothering to dress properly, stepping barefoot onto the thick carpet. Like a thief who had stumbled upon a priceless treasure, her eyes gleamed as she roamed the presidential suite. Her gaze swept over the $1,000,000 crystal chandelier in the living room, the unparalleled view of Beijing's bustling core beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows, and finally landed on the bar and coffee table. There scattered about were several bespoke clothing bags Jiang Yan had casually tossed aside. Unmarked, but any connoisseur would recognize them as the work of an artisan workshop serving only the world's top 1,000th of billionaires. On the bar sat a room-service breakfast of premium caviar and black truffle meticulously prepared by the butler, yet barely touched by Jiang Yan. In the ashtray on the leather sofa lay half a premium cigarette Jiang Yan had brought from home and smoked. Li's eyes grew brighter. She pulled out her phone, opened the camera, and adjusted filters and angles. Click, click. She photographed the bespoke bags, the lavish breakfast, and even the half-smoked cigarette. Finally, she pieced together these photos with a screenshot of the 500,000 transfer on her phone, which only partially revealed the information. At the edge of the photos, she deliberately exposed a sliver of the unique patterned carpet exclusive to this top-floor presidential suite of the 5-star hotel. Having done all this, she took a deep breath and sent this visually striking message to a private WeChat group named Cloud Beauties. The group had only a dozen members, all the youngest and prettiest senior flight attendants from their airline, who were most keen on hunting for prey in first class. Within 10 seconds of the photos being sent, the once quiet group chat exploded like a depth charge. Holy crap. Yu, where are you? The carpet pattern. Isn't that the top-floor presidential suite at the Park Hyatt Beijing, 80,000 a night? A purser who frequented high-end social circles immediately recognized the background. Then messages flooded the group like a waterfall. Oh my god, what's with the transfer screenshot? Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands. 500,000. Yu, are you being kept? 500,000. How many international flights would I have to work to save that much? Yu, what kind of fairy god sugar daddy did you run into it? Those bags. I've seen them. The Italian private handmade brand only takes orders after asset verification of over 100 million. Who did you spend the night with? Messages scrolled in a frenzy. Watching the screen fill with shock, envy, and even hints of flattery, and pleadingly yes, vanity was gratified like never before. The sense of loss from being snubbed by Jiang Yan was now washed away by the adulation of her colleagues. She deliberately dawdled for half a minute before casually replying in the group. Oh, just a guest I met. Very young, only 18, and even better looking than the hottest male celebrity. He's nice to me, gave me some pocket money on a whim. This message sent the group into utter chaos. 18. Better looking than a top celeb. Gives 500,000 as pocket money on a whim. These tags combined shattered the limits of these flight attendants' worldviews. In their experience, the rich who chartered planes and booked presidential suites were mostly pot-bellied, balding, middle-aged nouveau riche. When had they ever encountered such a young, wealthy, and devastatingly handsome, top-tier young master? Young, handsome, loaded, and generous. A combination straight out of a novel. Yu, dear sister, you must share this young master's contact info. Even just adding him on WeChat ID, be happy to be his backup. Sister Yu, aren't you flying an international route today? Is the young master still in the suite? He'll take leave right now and come over. I don't need 500,000. Just let me see him and ID pay to do it. Yu, do you have any info on the young master's upcoming itinerary? He'll pay 50,000 for his flight number. In this private group of just over a dozen, gold-digging madness spread like a plague, quickly leaking outward on a small scale. These beauties in the flight attendant circle, who usually held themselves high and ignored economy-class passengers, now tore off their pretense of reserve for the sake of a boy they had never met, scrambling to throw themselves at him. Just as the flight attendant circle was rocked by a local earthquake from the Yes photos on Chang'an Street, the busiest thoroughfare in Beijing. A black Maybach S480, bearing a consecutive Jiang Yan license plate, with a long and imposing body, smoothly merged into the traffic flow. This was the exclusive vehicle provided by the hotel for its top-tier presidential suite guests. Jiang Yan lounged lazily in the soft, aviation-grade rear seat of the Maybach. Just then the system's familiar mechanical chime echoed in his mind. Ding! Detected the host's casual spending behavior, which, after being fermented by supporting character Li Yu, caused a strong shockwave within a specific flight attendant circle. This event led to extreme psychological imbalance among dozens in this group and reshaped their cognitive values regarding top-tier wealth. Congratulations, host. You have earned 20 influence points. Bonus reward cash credit of 200,000 yuan deposited into your account. Hearing the prompt and seeing the points jump on the panel, Jiang Yan grinned. Indeed, the rules matched his judgment. He didn't even need to personally show off his wealth to others. By merely revealing a sliver of his riches to certain people, their own vanity, greed, and imagination would spread his influence for him. Showing off invisibly was the most lethal. So this is the power of capital, Jiang Yan murmured. Jiang Yan lowered the bulletproof window of the Maybach, which was coated with one-way privacy film. The cool autumn morning breeze slipped through the gap, brushing his handsome profile. He gazed at the Beijing streetscape speeding by outside. The glass curtain walls of towering CBD office buildings reflected cold light under the sun. At the subway entrance during morning rush hour, countless young people in cheap suits clutching jianbing and looking harried squeezed like sardines into the underground passage. This scene reminded Jiang Yan of his past life. Back then he was one of them. To make it to the research institute's clock in and avoid losing his attendance bonus, he had to cram into that suffocating subway every day in the biting cold. He had exhausted his youth, drained his efforts, and overworked his health in this city, only to have his hard-won research results stolen from him with ease. This city, with its ubiquitous class barriers and cold human relations, had once bent his spine and crushed him on a cold lab table. But now, Jiang Yan looked at the tired faces outside, scrambling to survive, and the gloom in his eyes gradually dissipated. It was still Beijing, still a concrete jungle. Yet this time he sat in the back of a Maybach. 1 billion yuan sat in his account. Behind him stood the world's topmost power and wealth. In his past life, he was an ant. In this life, he would be the one moving the pieces. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze and pressed the window button, sealing off the noise outside. He glanced at the spacious, luxurious cabin and said calmly to the driver, who was focused on the road, "Change of plans. Not going to Shuemu University. Head to the city's largest auto expo center." In his past life, to pay off his mortgage as soon as possible, he had only bought a cheap commuter car worth over 100,000, and he rarely drove it since parking in Beijing was exorbitantly expensive. Since he had been reborn, and since his account now held a full billion in cash, the first order of business was, of course, to buy a top-tier ride that matched his current status, and to completely lift the version of himself who couldn't bear to drive and squeezed onto the morning subway out of his memories. Then tell him, "Don't worry. This time it's our turn to win." "Very well, sir," the driver said, respectfully glancing at Jiang Yan in the rearview mirror without any further questions. He deftly turned the steering wheel at an intersection, and the Maybach, with a low, steady engine hum, sped toward the International Auto Expo Center on Beijing's North 5th Ring Road. Half an hour later, a black Maybach S480 came to a smooth halt in front of the largest and most luxurious international station center in Jingqing. Immediately, 2 bellhops in crisp uniforms trotted over, respectfully opened the car door for Jiang Yan, and carefully shielded the top of the car door frame with their hands. Jiang Yan stepped out of the car. He stood on the red carpet, looked up at the massive glass exhibition hall before him. The hall was brightly lit. Sales director Wang Hai was introducing a car model to a nouveau riche customer. The customer was still haggling over a 200 yuan gift. With a sidelong glance, Wang Hai saw Jiang Yan get out of the car, and his heart tightened instantly. Having been in the luxury car circle for over a decade, he had long developed a keen eye. There was a world of difference between the truly wealthy and those pretending to be rich second generation. This young man before him wore no flashy big logos, but the cut and texture of his suit were clearly bespoke. The sales director, who had been navigating this Vanity Fair for over a decade, had long honed a pair of razor-sharp eyes. He had encountered many rich second-generation types who deliberately dressed flamboyantly, wore thick gold chains around their necks, and practically had "I'm rich" written all over their faces. But someone like this young man was rare. The most crucial thing was his demeanor. Too relaxed. Facing supercars, car models, and lights, there was not a trace of excitement in his eyes. It was as if he wasn't here to buy a car, but to pick a toy from his own warehouse. Big client. Absolutely a top-tier big client that cannot be offended. The sales director's mind instantly sounded the highest-level red alert. Without any hesitation, he immediately abandoned the nouveau riche customer who was still haggling over a 200 yuan gift. He plastered on the most professional, most respectful, even slightly fawning smile and strode forward quickly like a sprinter. Here there was none of that cliché trope of looking down on someone because of their youth. Hello, sir. I am Wang Hai, the sales director here. It is a great honor to serve you. Wang Hai stopped about a meter away from Jiang Yan. He bowed slightly, the angle of his waist precisely maintained at 30 degrees, his tone extremely humble. May I ask what type of car you are interested in today? We have just received several new models of Aston Martin and Ferrari. I can arrange for the hall to be cleared immediately for a private introduction. Jiang Yan, with hands in his pockets, let his gaze sweep over the rows of so-called ordinary supercars at the front of the hall, such as the Ferrari 488 and McLaren 720S, gleaming under the lights. His steps did not pause, and he did not spare even a sidelong glance at these multi-million-dollar industrial machines. Cars worth millions were already the ceiling for ordinary people, but for him, now they meant nothing. Until his gaze passed over most of the exhibition hall, and finally settled on an independent display stand at the deepest part of the hall, which also had the highest security level. That car was not fully revealed, its entire body was covered tightly by a black velvet cloth. But even the extremely low, aggressive and hard-edged lines outlined by the cloth, full of ultimate aerodynamics and aggression, were enough to make one feel the wild, beastly aura hidden beneath the black drape. That one, what car is it? Jiang Yan stopped and raised his chin. He went straight to the point without any hesitation, perfectly embodying the casualness of buying vegetables. Sales Director Wang Hai followed Jiang Yan's finger, and his heart leaped. There was even a hint of excitement in his voice. Sir, your eye is truly sharp. That is the centerpiece of our showroom, air freight from Italy just last night. It's the Lamborghini Aventador SVJ 63 Special Limited Edition. Only 63 units worldwide, and only 3 units allocated to Greater China. Wang Hai's voice involuntarily rose, attracting curious glances from several customers who had been browsing cars. He continued in a tone full of awe, this car is equipped with a finely tuned V12 naturally aspirated engine producing 770 horsepower and accelerates from 0 to 100 km/h in just 2.8 seconds. It is considered a peak representative model of Lamborghini's fuel era. However, Wang Hai paused, his tone becoming somewhat subtle, as if hinting at the car's threshold. Sir, this car was originally reserved a year ago by a wealthy second generation from Jinxing who paid a deposit. But due to some issues with the cash flow of that young master's family recently, the final payment has not been settled, so headquarters just issued an order this morning to unlock this car and put it back on sale. The current on-road price, including various expensive options and tariffs, is approximately nearly 15 million yuan. Moreover, because it is extremely scarce, we need to verify the assets of the purchasing customer. Wang Hai's words were very tactful, but the implication was clear. This car is not just expensive, it is an extremely rare status symbol. Those who can afford a 15 million yuan supercar must have at least several hundred million in cash flow behind them. This itself is a huge wealth filter. The customers who had been eavesdropping all gasped in unison upon hearing the astronomical figure of 15. Those who had originally wanted to move closer to see the excitement also instinctively stepped back a few paces, afraid of accidentally brushing against the velvet cloth. This was not buying a car. It was the down payment for a luxury mansion in Jinxing, or even cash that many people would never see in their lifetime. Everyone's eyes fell on Jiang Yan, waiting to see what this young man's reaction would be. Hesitation, shock, asking if he could pay in installments. However, upon hearing this number that would make an ordinary person's scalp tingle, Jiang Yan's expression remained utterly calm. He didn't ask any questions about fuel consumption, maintenance, or even a test drive, because those topics were trivial to him. He merely glanced indifferently at the wild body covered by the black cloth. Uncover it. Wang Hai, with a jolt, immediately trotted over, personally pinched the corner of the black velvet cloth, and yanked it off. Shoo! Accompanied by the sound of the velvet cloth falling to the ground, a Lamborghini SVJ coated in matte black and covered with exaggerated carbon fiber aerodynamic kits, like a fighter jet from hell, was revealed. It was fully exposed to everyone's sight. The extremely low body and the sharp lines of the scissor doors all exuded a breathtaking beauty of money and violence. Jiang Yan looked at the car, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. It perfectly matched his current mindset of crushing everything. The next second, under the shocked gazes of everyone in the hall, including sales director Wang Hai, without even opening the car door to look at the interior, Jiang Yan directly pulled out from his pants pocket a black card with a deep dark gold hue and diamonds embedded along its edges. This was the Centurion Black card, symbolizing the highest echelon of the global wealth pyramid, and it was the top-tier version with no credit limit. Jiang Yan held the black card between two slender fingers, casually handed it forward, and with a bored tone, as if buying a pack of gum at a convenience store, uttered 3 words: "Swipe it." The entire exhibition hall fell silent instantly. A deathly silence. Several car models stood frozen. The nouveau riche customer who had been haggling also stared wide-eyed. 15 million. No questions about performance. No test drive. Didn't even look at the interior. Just glanced at the exterior and swiped the card. What kind of absurd scene was this? Wasn't this a scene only found in novels? Wang Hai's mind buzzed. Having been in the luxury car circle for over a decade, he had seen countless wealthy people, but he had never witnessed such a decisive, domineering, and extreme way of spending money, as if it were dirt. Gulp. Wang Hai took the black card with both hands, his attitude as respectful as if holding an imperial edict. Yes. Yes. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll personally go to process the highest level VIP express channel for you. He turned and ran towards the finance office, nearly knocking over a display board on the way. In less than 10 minutes, Wang Hai returned with the finance director and several staff members carrying contracts. All red tape was omitted, insurance, temporary license plates, and even the delivery ceremony were waved off by Jiang Yan. He quickly signed his name on the contract. When the POS machine printed out the receipt for the 15 million yuan purchase, the surrounding crowd erupted in uncontrollable exclamations and gasps. Admiration. Jealousy. All. A few car models had eyes that were practically melting. Jiang Yan ignored the surrounding gazes full of awe, envy, and even the desire to rush up and claim him as a sugar daddy. He casually took the flamboyant car key from Wang Hai, walked to the matte black Lamborghini SVJ, opened the iconic scissor door, and gracefully sat down in the carbon fiber driver's seat that exuded a fighting spirit. Ding! Just as Jiang Yan closed the car door, the system's mechanical prompt sounded in his mind again. Detected the host's boring spending behavior of throwing money around, directly crushing the wealth cognition of the present group, strongly altering their class value judgment. Congratulations to the host, you have gained 180 influence points. Side reward, cash deposit of 180 yuan credited to the black gold account. Jiang Yan looked at the panel, feeling pleased. Indeed, the more people, the higher the status and wealth, the stronger the shock, the higher the points. This system is very reasonable. Boom! Jiang Yan pressed the red start button. The roar of the V12 engine exploded instantly, like a sleeping beast awakened. It made everyone's eardrums tingle. The glass of the entire hall seemed to vibrate. Everyone involuntarily held their breath. Jiang Yan gripped the steering wheel and chuckled. In his past life, he only had a modest car worth over 100,000 yuan that he couldn't bear to drive often. In this life, his first car was the globally limited Lamborghini SVJ 63. This was not consumption. It was a dignity invoice for his past self, who squeezed into the subway. The next second, Jiang Yan slammed the accelerator. The matte black Lamborghini turned into a black lightning bolt, roaring out of the exhibition center under everyone's speechless shock, arrogantly merging into Jingcheng's traffic. The roar of the V12 naturally aspirated engine exploded like a beast unleashed from its cage. A matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63 burst out from the glass doors of the International Auto Show Center. Its body was low-slung, its rear wing sharp, and the entire car resembled a black fighter jet skimming the ground. The roar rolled across the parking lot. The anti-theft alarms of several nearby ordinary cars were triggered direct. Several young white-collar workers waiting for ride-hailing cars on the roadside, along with car enthusiasts who had been lurking nearby, hoping to capture photos of supercars, instinctively pulled out their phones. Holy crap, what car is that? Looks like a Lamborghini. Wait, that rear wing. Could it be an SVJ 63? They didn't even get a clear look at the person in the driver's seat, only capturing a black blur and that outrageously oversized carbon fiber rear wing. Inside the car, Jiang Yan gripped the competition steering wheel, covered in Alcantara suede, with one hand, while casually pressing the seatback adjustment button with the other. The engine vibration, the feedback of the tires gripping the road, and that mechanical brutality through the steering wheel all gave him a long-lost sense of control. This feeling was far more real than sitting in a lab staring at a pile of cold data. The car merged into the main road of the busiest Pinggan Street in Jingcheng with a somewhat awkward maneuver. After all, it was his first time driving a supercar, and he still needed to get used to it. Just as he merged into the traffic, Jiang Yan caught a glimpse of the familiar subway station entrance on the roadside from the corner of his eye. A dense crowd like worker ants was being pushed and shoved by the tide of people behind, squeezing expressionlessly into the bottomless underground passage. A flash of his past life crossed his mind, the biting cold wind, his stiff fingers, and the version of himself who would rather walk an extra stop in the cold to save 2 yuan. And the suffocating air in the subway car, a mix of cheap perfume, sweat, and the smell of jianbing. But this image lingered for less than half a second. Jiang Yan stepped on the accelerator expressionlessly. Accompanied by the sudden revving sound of the engine, those broken, humble memories soaked in bitterness were instantly torn to shreds, completely scattered in the exhaust fumes trailing behind. Meanwhile, inside the auto show center, sales director Wang Hai still maintained a respectful posture as he watched Jiang Yan leave, but his plump hands were clutching the 15 million yuan POS transaction receipt, his palms sweating so much that they even dampened a corner of the paper. Just then his phone in his pocket vibrated. Wang Hai took it out, and his breath caught. It was a call from the group vice president who was far away in Hushur, a figure that even the regional general manager usually couldn't contact directly. He quickly pressed the answer button. Before he could even report, a low voice came from the other end. Wang Hai, I saw the 15 million full payment transaction you just reported over there. That Mr. Jiang's guest, what is his background? Did you check? Wang Hai took a deep breath, trying to make his voice sound steadier. President Zhou, this Mr. Jiang is really too young. He looks at most 18 or 19 years old. But his decisiveness in spending, I've never seen anything like it in my life. Wang Hai weighed his words, visualizing the casual manner in which Jiang Yan had just bought a multi-million-dollar supercar, like buying a cabbage, and continued, President Zhou, this guy is definitely not like an ordinary rich second generation. The spoiled brats from nouveau riche families, no matter how rich, would show a trace of excitement or a desire to show off when spending over 10 million. But this Mr. Jiang, his state was too relaxed. He didn't take this car seriously at all. Judging from his eyes and demeanor, he's more like a core young scion from a top-tier family with centuries of heritage, coming out to experience life and casually picking a toy. That innate relaxed energy is absolutely impossible to fake. The other end of the line was silent for several seconds. A person of this level had a far deeper understanding of human nature and social circles than Wang Hai. After a few seconds, President Zhou's tone became noticeably more serious. Listen, immediately file this Mr. Jiang's car purchase information and personal data into the group's confidential archives. Any employee who dares to leak even a single word will be sent through legal proceedings immediately. Furthermore, from now on, for this car's subsequent maintenance and repairs, including all his vehicle needs, in Jingxing, immediately set up a dedicated 24-hour after-sales team under your personal supervision. Whatever his requests, try to satisfy them. A second generation of this level, even if we only get familiar in his eyes, the future returns are immeasurable. Got it. Got it. President Zhou, rest assured, he'll personally oversee it. Wang Hai hung up the phone, looked at the bustling street outside, and swallowed. He suddenly felt that the real value in today's deal was not the 15 million, but that young man surnamed Jiang. At this moment, Jiang Yan, who was driving the SVJ-63 smoothly on Ping'an Street, suddenly saw a system notification pop up in his mind without warning. Ding. Detected that system influence is undergoing delayed fission. The event of the host taking away the SVJ-63, one of only 3 nationwide, is spreading exponentially within specific circles through channels like the Auto Show Center staff's private groups, on-site customers, WeChat moments, and car fans uploading to short video platforms like Manshou. System judgment, the base of people covered by this secondary transmission, and the degree of worldview shock are far greater than the on-site effect. Congratulations, host gained delayed extra influence points, 300. Additional reward, cash deposit of 300,000 yuan legally laundered through an overseas hedge fund transferred to the host's black gold account ending in 8888. Listening to the continuous prompts in his mind, Jiang Yan's expression changed slightly. He was not excited about the extra 3 million in his account. Right now he still had 1 billion cash sitting in his card. 3 million was not enough to unsettle him. What truly captured his attention was the logic behind the system. At the Auto Show Center earlier, he had splurged 15 million in real money, and the system only settled 100. Yet now, merely because of ordinary people's curiosity and the spread on social networks, without any action on his part, he had effortlessly obtained nearly double, 300 points. What did this imply? It implied that the essence of influence was not simply about spending money. It was about events. It was about dissemination. It was about emotions. It was the shock, envy, jealousy, doubt, and adulation of countless individuals coalescing into a fission. In his past life, the master's degree in physics from Shuemu University and the research mind, accustomed to grappling with complex data models, were instantly reawakened at this moment. Jiang Yan held the steering wheel with one hand, his mind racing swiftly, constructing a rough model of system influence in his thoughts. Event intensity, dissemination, leverage, audience base, final point, output. He murmured softly to himself. But soon Jiang Yan realized this formula was still incomplete, because people themselves were not equivalent. The thinking habits forged during his research career drove him to instinctively deconstruct the variables further. Shocking an ordinary passerby was not the same as shocking a tycoon worth tens of billions. The influence generated could never be identical. Altering the consumption mindset of a worker earning 5,000 a month was not the same as overturning the worldview of an heir from a top-tier family. The system points awarded would never be on the same scale. Class, wealth, status, connections, knowledge, social influence, and even one's beauty and scarcity value. All these factors would affect the system's judgment of the weight of the influenced person. Take Liu, for instance. She was merely a beautiful flight attendant with modest social standing and accumulated, yet her beauty, occupational attributes, and her ability to disseminate information within the special circle of flight attendants granted her a slightly higher dissemination weight than ordinary people. Thus, when Jiang Yan casually spent 500,000 directly overturning her class cognition, he received only 1 point. But when she spread the incident throughout the entire flight attendant circle, triggering collective shock among a dozen or more young, beautiful, vain, and socially mobile women, the system immediately added 20 points. This indicated that beauty itself was a resource. Especially when beauty was coupled with vanity, desire, and social circles, it gained stronger dissemination value. The auto show center earlier was a different model. Individually, the on-site customers, models, sales staff, and roadside car enthusiasts might not have high social weight. But keywords like supercars, millions, and spending limited edition models, an 18-year-old youth, and a black card combined to form a sufficiently intense event. Amplified by WeChat moments, private employee groups, and short video platforms, it leveraged greater dissemination. Hence 180 points on-site, and an additional 300 points from subsequent phishing. Jiang Yan's eyes grew brighter. What if in the future those he shook were no longer ordinary salespeople and car fans, but the top-tier second-generation circles of the capital, the financial circle, the academic circle, or even the core political and business circles? What if a billionaire tycoon altered his investment direction because of a single sentence from Jiang Yan? What if a Nobel-level scientist faced with black technology presented by Jiang Yan began to doubt everything he had learned in his lifetime? What if a top-tier heiress was utterly shaken by the power, wealth, and future potential Jiang Yan displayed? What if a group of people who controlled media resources, capital channels, and scientific discourse were simultaneously crushed in cognition? The points generated then would never be just a few hundred, they would be thousands, tens of thousands, or even more. So the system values not the number of people themselves. Jiang Yan's slender fingers tapped lightly on the steering wheel, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. But the weight of those influenced. Ordinary people provide basic emotional value. Beautiful women provide desire and dissemination value. The wealthy provide wealth cognition value. Highly educated elites provide professional cognition value. Those in power provide class and order value. And those who already stand at the pinnacle of the world. Once I shake them, the points they contribute will be the real windfall. At this thought, a smile gradually curled at the corners of Jiang Yan's mouth. The world indeed was far more intriguing than he had imagined. In this era of highly developed self-media and rapid information flow, the return rate of on-the-spot showing off was actually extremely low. The truly lucrative method of harvesting points was not standing before crowds and flinging money around personally. Instead, it was to create events that would trigger intense social controversy and precisely sting the nerves of different classes. Make ordinary people shocked. Make the beautiful swoon. Make the wealthy envious. Make the elites doubt. Make the powerful wary. And make those at the pyramid's apex reevaluate his existence. Then, using the internet, human nature, social circles, and the inherent information gaps between classes as amplifiers. Leverage. Jiang Yan chuckled softly. So influence itself can also be financialized, modeled, and leveraged. At this moment, he understood completely. What he needed to do in the future was not to behave like a low-level playboy, splashing money in nightclubs, spending on women, and exchanging crude efficiency for cheap screams of admiration. That was too stupid, too wasteful. The truly efficient game was to use the smallest actions to trigger the largest scale cognitive collapse among the highest weight individuals. He would use a researcher's computational ability, a capitalist's ruthless efficiency, the identity resources of a top-tier second-generation heir, plus the black technology provided by the system to design one event after another that would shake the very foundations of social circles. Each event would become a precision machine for harvesting influence points. Every person shaken would become a gear in that machine. And the higher one stood, the more arrogant one was, the more one possessed rare resources like wealth, status, knowledge, and beauty. Once their cognition was shattered by Jiang Yan, the system's rewards would be even more bountiful. It seems the path ahead now has direction. Jiang Yan squinted, his gaze piercing through the windshield toward the towering skyline of the capital. There lay capital, power, academia, a world of fame and fortune, and countless top-tier circles that in his past life he had not even the qualification to look up to. Now those once unreachable places would become his new hunting grounds. Driving a raging mechanical beast capable of unleashing 770 horsepower and accelerating from 0 to 60 miles per hour in just 2.8 seconds. But Jiang Yan did not like those newly rich second-generation heirs who had just acquired a supercar stomp on the accelerator in the bustling city center to show off. Instead, he drove steadily, so steady that it bordered on restraint. He precisely kept the speed below the maximum limit of the main urban road, and as time passed, his driving, initially somewhat unfamiliar, gradually became smooth and composed with every lane change and turn. The car's aggressive mechanical profile contrasted with his steady and composed driving posture, created a strikingly captivating dissonance. The car was a ferocious, bloodthirsty beast, but the driver gripping the steering wheel was a calm tamer. In his past life, he had spent several years navigating the bustling streets of the capital, weaving through the city's traffic countless times to meet project deadlines. He knew every main artery, every congested intersection, and even the location of every hidden traffic camera in this city like the back of his hand. This seasoned composure distilled from a 28-year-old soul stripped every action of the impatience typical of you. Just as the Lamborghini SVJ63 was about to enter a major intersection in the CBD core area, the traffic ahead slowed down noticeably. By the roadside, several police motorcycles with flashing lights were parked. A few young traffic police officers in fluorescent green reflective vests were conducting routine checks on temporary license plates and drunk driving. Seeing the matte black Lamborghini with its exaggerated design and low rumbling roar approaching slowly, the young leading officer's eyes sharpened immediately. Top-tier supercars without official plates were always prime targets for inspection. Driving without a license, expired temporary plates, illegal modifications, drunk driving. Such incidents were not uncommon in the luxury car circle. The officer strode forward, stood to the side in front of the vehicle, gave a perfectly standard salute, and gestured for it to stop for inspection. Without any hesitation or impatience, Jiang Yan fully cooperated, lightly pressing the brake and smoothly bringing the car to a halt in the designated inspection area. The flashy scissor doors did not rise. Jiang Yan simply pressed the button to lower the window. "Hello, routine check. Please show your driver's license and temporary plate documents." The officer's voice carried a stern, businesslike tone, and his gaze showed no sign of obsequiousness despite the 15 million yuan luxury car. With a calm expression, Jiang Yan retrieved the temporary license plate and purchase contract that Wang Hai had just processed along with his brand new driver's license from the glove compartment and handed them out the window. The officer took the documents and began to verify them item by item. The seal on the purchase contract, the anti-counterfeiting stamp, and the validity period of the temporary plate were all flawless. But when his eyes fell on Jiang Yan's driver's license and he read the date of birth, the officer's movements in checking the documents noticeably paused. His gaze lingered on the number 1998 for a full 3 seconds, then he looked up and reassessed Jiang Yan sitting in the driver's seat. Having been unable to see clearly through the privacy film, now at close range he realized the young man was incredibly youthful. Sharp features, composed demeanor. But his face was undeniably that of a newly minted adult. 18 years old. At an age when most of his peers were still anxious about college entrance exam results or basking in the pride of owning a limited edition pair of sneakers costing thousands of yuan. This young man was already driving a Lamborghini, one of only 3 in the country, costing 15 million yuan. A hint of scrutiny inevitably flickered in the officer's eyes, but he displayed great professionalism and refrained from any overstepping offense. He quickly folded the documents and handed them back with both hands. Without saying anything unnecessary, just as Jiang Yan took the documents and prepared to raise the window, the young officer couldn't resist adding a kind reminder. "Sir, your documents are all in order. However, the car is excellent with plenty of horsepower, but the driver must be even more steady. On city roads, please drive safely." This was more than just routine duty. It came from witnessing too many tragedies where hot-blooded rich heirs lost control of high-horsepower rear-wheel drive cars and ended up in fatal crashes. Jiang Yan casually tossed the documents onto the passenger seat, looked at the officer, and gave a slight nod. His tone was calm, without the impatience of being lectured or the bravado of showing off his driving skills. He simply replied flatly, "Don't worry. I want to use other people's lives to get my thrills." The officer was visibly taken aback by this remark. The words were simple, but coming from an 18-year-old driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, they were unexpectedly surprising. Too composed, not like a youth. Rather, he seemed like someone who had seen much and endured much. "Thank you for your cooperation. Have a safe journey." The officer nodded slightly and gave the signal to proceed. Jiang Yan lightly pressed the accelerator, and the Lamborghini emitted a low, smooth roar, gracefully gliding out of the inspection area at a speed that was absolutely not disturbing. Watching the black silhouette merge into the traffic, the young officer couldn't help but walk over to a colleague and murmur, "This kid is definitely not ordinary." "What's up? A rich kid driving a supercar. What's so special about that?" his colleague replied casually while directing traffic. "It's not about the car." The young officer shook his head, recalling the relaxed look in Jiang Yan's eyes. At 18, driving a top-tier supercar like that, he kept his composure so steady, didn't say a single unnecessary word, and his attitude was flawless. That level of self-control is leagues above those nouveau riches who can't wait to floor the accelerator. Meanwhile, this scene was captured in full clear detail by the dashcam of a Toyota Camry waiting in line behind for inspection. The Toyota owner was a diehard car enthusiast who frequented automotive forums. Though he hadn't heard the conversation between Jiang Yan and the officer, he recognized the car and caught a fleeting glimpse of Jiang Yan's youthful profile as he lowered the window. Less than 10 minutes later, a high-definition video titled, "Encounter with a Limited Edition Lamborghini Aventador SVJ63 Stopped on the Streets of the Capital. Owner appears under 20, was uploaded to the largest automotive forum and short video platform. Starting from just a few dozen views, within half an hour the video exploded in traffic due to the stark contrast. In the comments section, someone immediately recognized the car's origin. "Holy crap, isn't this the showpiece that was just bought outright this morning at the International Auto Show Center? Only 3 in the country." I checked. The SVJ63 is an investment-grade used car, at least 15 million yuan. Wait, haven't you all noticed the guy in the driver's seat? He's better looking than a celebrity, and he looks so young. Finished the college entrance exam and bought a toy with his pocket money. This guy's reincarnation skills are top-notch. He should teach a class. In the video, Jiang Yan's calm and cooperative demeanor when facing the officer, neither servile nor arrogant, along with his extremely restrained acceleration, became the biggest point of contention. Soon someone used technical means to amplify the audio from the officer's body camera. Despite some static, the phrase, "I want use other people's lives to get my thrills," was faintly reconstructed. Public opinion instantly split into two factions. Some were bitterly envious, cursing class stratification and the luck of the rich second generation. But more people were won over by Jiang Yan's brief statement and composed aura. Stop being sour. At 18, driving a 15 million yuan car, cooperating with the police, not showing off, not road raging, and saying something so mature. If you had those conditions at 18, you'd probably have driven the car up a tree. This is true top-tier class. Even though I'm grinding my teeth with jealousy, I can't find a single flaw in this young master's upbringing. Such massive controversy was itself the most terrifying catalyst for traffic in the internet age. At that moment, still driving, Jiang Yan had no idea that his second wave of influence points was already quietly gaining momentum on the internet. On the core section of Jingcheng CBD, the lanes gradually widened, yet the traffic remained dense. Jiang Yan drove the Lamborghini steadily, his gaze calm as he observed the road ahead. Just then a blinding flash of orange suddenly gleamed in the rearview mirror of the right lane. A McLaren 720S, equipped with a full wide-body carbon fiber kit and an exhaust modified to roar thunderously, zigzagged wildly through the traffic. Less than 10 meters from Jiang Yan's right front, the McLaren abruptly swerved left without signaling, exploiting its rapid acceleration to cut aggressively into Jiang Yan's lane. Its left side mirror brushed past the Lamborghini's expensive carbon fiber front fender, missing it by less than 3 centimeters. Beep, beep. The McLaren ahead even honked twice arrogantly, as if flaunting its driving skill. Any other young man driving a multi-million-dollar supercar, having been cut off in such a provocative manner, would likely have been ablaze with fury and floored the accelerator to retaliate. But Jiang Yan didn't even lift an eyelid. His handsome face showed no trace of road rage from the affront. Instead, he calmly released the accelerator, lightly tapped the brake, and unhurriedly yielded half a car length, creating an absolutely safe distance. To him, now bickering with such a fool eager to prove himself on the road was not only degrading, but utterly meaningless. The traffic light ahead turned red. The orange McLaren was forced to stop at the zebra crossing. Jiang Yan glided over and stopped right beside the McLaren's left side. Two top-tier V8 and V12 supercars were now parked side by side, instantly drawing the gaze of all surrounding pedestrians and vehicles. Before the light turned green, the McLaren's driver's side window slowly rolled down. A man of about 25 or 26 with a crimped perm and an ostentatious pair of sunglasses turned to look at Jiang Yan. The man wore a floral shirt with 2 buttons undone, his left hand deliberately resting on the window edge, flaunting a million-yuan Rolex watch on his wrist with exaggerated affectation. This man was none other than Chen Xiaoyang, a minor figure in Jingcheng's second-generation social circle. Chen Xiaoyang sized up Jiang Yan's matte black SVJ63, an imposing presence, and then scanned Jiang Yan's remarkably young face. His gaze was laced with the peculiar familiarity and veiled probing typical of Jingcheng's elite offspring. "Friend, an SVJ63, huh?" Chen Xiaoyang raised his voice slightly, his tone carrying an air of presumptuous superiority. "There are only 3 allocations in all of China. Where did you get yours?" He paused, his eyes narrowing, as if recalling some gossip from the circle. "Just a couple of days ago, my buddy Feng Yuntian had to cancel his deposit due to a cash flow issue at home, and today you're driving yours out." A meaningful smirk curled at the corner of Chen Xiaoyang's mouth. "Wouldn't happen to be his, would it? Bro, intercepting young master Feng stuff. You've got some nerve. Which compound are you from?" This was no simple greeting or mindless provocation. It was the instinctive wariness and intelligence gathering that these so-called top-tier second-generation circles in Jingcheng employed when faced with a sudden mysterious top player. They needed to probe Jiang Yan's background through such banter to decide whether to offer a cigarette and build a connection or to trample him underfoot. Yet facing Chen Xiaoyang's rapid-fire probing, Jiang Yan didn't even turn his head. He kept one hand on the steering wheel, his eyes fixed on the countdown of the traffic light ahead, and merely replied with 2 indifferent words. "Bought it." No explanation of who he was, no mention of intercepting anything, not a trace of wariness at the name Feng Yuntian that Chen Xiaoyang had dropped. Buying a car? Did he need to report to random cats and dogs by the roadside? Chen Xiaoyang had prepared a bellyful of insider jargon to dig into the situation, but Jiang Yan's 2 blunt words choked him off. His mouth twitched violently, and his eyes behind the sunglasses instantly darkened. In Jingcheng, even billion-worth businessmen would force a smile and call him young Master Chen. And today a beardless boy had the audacity to ignore him. He wanted to say something more to save face, but the woman sitting in the passenger seat beside him made him swallow his words. He didn't want to come off as vulgar in front of the woman he liked. In the passenger seat sat a woman in an oversized sun hat and a minimalist black slip dress. Su Nianwei, a top-sign model from one of Jingcheng's leading modeling agencies. With a textbook-perfect head-to-body ratio, her exposed collarbones were like exquisite artworks, her long legs casually crossed, exuding a strikingly cold and alluring beauty. She had been looking down, idly scrolling through her phone with her thumb utterly uninterested in Chen Xiaoyang's boring roadside pickup line. But the moment Jiang Yan's icy bonnet reached her ears, her movement froze. Su Nianwei looked up, leaned past Chen Xiaoyang's body, and through the lowered windows on both sides glanced toward the Lamborghini's driver's seat. Just one glance. Sunlight filtered through the windshield, falling on Jiang Yan's profile. The lines of his face were clean and sharp, young yet devoid of a youth's recklessness. His fingers rested on the steering wheel, his posture relaxed, as if he had completely dismissed the little incident beside him. And more than that, it was his aura. No reliance on big logos, no expensive watch, no exaggerated gestures. He sat there as if it were simply his place. Su Nianwei's thumb, still hovering over the screen, froze midair, a full 2-second pause. She had seen too many rich second-generation scions in the glitzy world and plenty of capital tycoons. But Jiang Yan was something she had never encountered before. Young, handsome, aloof, and an indescribable sense of pressure. She turned her head, her peripheral vision catching sight of Chen Xiaoyang beside her, who was forcing composure, trying to say something to regain face. In front of Jiang Yan's natural, effortless aura, Chen Xiaoyang looked like a clown who had stolen adult clothes and was desperate to show off. Su Nianwei quickly averted her gaze, lowered her head to look at her phone again, as if nothing had happened. But Chen Xiaoyang, extremely sensitive to his passengers' reactions, precisely caught that 2-second pause in Su Nianwei's glance. Men are acutely sensitive in such moments. Those 2 seconds stung more than any mockery. Chen Xiaoyang clenched his teeth, his jaw taut. Jealousy and humiliation burned like fire into his chest. At the intersection ahead, the red digits on the traffic light indicator flickered to the final second. 3, 2, 1. The instant the green light blazed, Jiang Yan's right foot, which had been resting lightly on the accelerator, pressed down steadily and firmly. Boom! The Lamborghini's 770 horsepower V12 naturally aspirated engine, tuned to perfection, erupted into a frenzy of roaring fury at that moment. The sound was less like an ignition and more like a fighter jet tearing through the air just before breaking the sound barrier. The all-wheel drive system instantly distributed the monstrous torque across the 4 wide semi-slick tires. There was not a hint of will spin, not a single superfluous movement. The matte black SVJ-63, like a heavy cannonball ejected from its barrel, shot forward with a crushing sense of overwhelming force. Beside him, Chen Xiaoyang, almost at the same moment, slammed the accelerator to the floor like a madman, desperately trying to reclaim his lost dignity. The McLaren's 4.0L twin-turbo engine let out a sharp, piercing shriek. He wanted to catch up. He wanted to reclaim his face in front of Su Nianwei. Alas, the aspiration was beautiful. The reality was harsh. In less than a second, the Lamborghini's extravagant carbon fiber rear wing had completely consumed Chen Xiaoyang's field of vision. Within 2 seconds, Jiang Yan's car had mercilessly pulled a full 3 car lengths ahead of the McLaren. The crushing feeling of being outclassed brought a flush of red to Chen Xiaoyang's eyes. 3 seconds later, that matte black silhouette had already become a distant, disappearing into the traffic ahead with a low receding roar, leaving only a trail of dissipating exhaust fumes for Chen Xiaoyang. Damn it! Chen Xiaoyang slammed his palm viciously against the McLaren's steering wheel, letting out an extremely... His meticulously styled hair was now disheveled. In all his time in the Jingcheng scene, he had never been humiliated so thoroughly from the inside out in front of the woman he fancied. That car reserved by Feng Yuntian was snatched by this kid, who came out of nowhere. Who the hell is he? Chen Xiaoyang muttered through gritted teeth, his eyes filled with resentment and wariness. Anyone who could pay the full amount for that car and disregard him so openly in Jingcheng was far from ordinary. Without knowing the other party's background, even with 10 times the courage, he would never dare to actually ram into him. Such was the true law of the Jingcheng second-generation circle. Bully the weak and fear the strong. Until you knew their hand, you only dared to bare your fangs from the shadows. In the passenger seat, Su Nianwei did not respond to Chen Xiaoyang's words, nor did she even glance at him, as if the enraged man beside her were mere air. She maintained her languid posture. Yet her slender fingers, painted with Weinerd nail polish, discreetly unlocked her phone screen. She opened WeChat and found a private group chat named Jingcheng Circle High-End Party. The group had few members, but all were core members of various top-tier supercar club scions of major conglomerates and elite socialites and models like herself who had access to the circle's core. Every piece of information here represented the latest trends in Jingcheng's world of fame and fortune. A gleam of peculiar light, unnoticed even by herself, flashed in Su Nianwei's eyes. Her long fingers flew across the screen, typing a line. Ladies, does anyone know who is driving a brand new matte black Lamborghini SVJ-63 on Pinggan Street today? After typing the message, she sent it. Then with perfect naturalness, she pressed the lock button, and put her phone back into her face remained expressionless as she gazed out the window at the receding street scenes. But deep down she knew very well that 18-year-old youth had already ignited her curiosity. This wasn't a cheap infatuation, nor was it being dazzled by a luxury car. Sun Yinwei had seen money. She had seen men. What truly intrigued her was the sense of unfathomability about Jiang Yan. In the Jingqing circle of fame, the more elusive the background, the more significant the implication. She would never stoop to Li Yes' level of fawning vulgarity dazzled by a mere 50,000. What she excelled at was probing, drawing closer, and laying her trap. Like a beautiful patient serpent. After thoroughly losing sight of the overreaching McLaren, Jiang Yan did not continue to accelerate. He eased off the accelerator, letting the vehicle's speed drop back within the limit, cruising smoothly with the flow. As for the minor incident that had just occurred, not a single ripple stirred in his heart. He had encountered many like Chen Xiaoyang in his past life. Those who truly wielded power and capital would never squabble over face on the streets like impulsive youths. Only those half-baked heirs who relied on family influence and outward trappings to prop up their image cared so much about so-called dignity. An elephant never heeds the provocation of an ant. Jingqing Shuimu University Admissions Office. The midsummer sunlight streamed through the glass window, landing on the desk of Zhou Minghai, the deputy director of the admissions office. On the desk lay predictive data for high-scoring students from various provinces, competition rosters, and special recruitment materials. There was still 1 week until the nationwide college entrance exam results were officially released to the public. But as one of the 2 top institutions in China, the race to recruit talent had already begun. Zhou Minghai held an internal high-score prediction table from the Beihai Provincial Education Department. His eyes swept swiftly across the table, finally stopping at the first line. The name was simple: Jiang Yan. In the total score column, there was a number that made even Zhou Minghai, a veteran recruiter accustomed to all kinds of prodigies, gasp involuntarily. A raw score of 741 in the sciences. Zhou Minghai pushed up his glasses to confirm. Beihai province was notoriously competitive for the Gaokao, and this year's science paper was especially known for its difficulty and eccentricity. While over 100 students in the province scored above 700, only a handful exceeded 710. Yet this examinee named Jiang Yan not only topped the list, but also beat the second-place candidate by nearly 20 points. This is an extremely rare landslide victory. This score, the provincial top scholar, is as good as confirmed. Zhou Minghai murmured to himself. Based on his years of experience, this score was not only a sure bet for the top science scholar in Beihai province, but also ranked among the best, even when compared nationwide using the national exam paper. More importantly, Zhou Minghai knew that the pack of wolves in the Yanjing University admissions office must have obtained the same data. Top universities never wait until after the results are announced to poach top scholars. By then it would be too late. Without any hesitation, Zhou Minghai immediately picked up the red landline phone on his desk and dialed the student's contact number listed in the data. He not only intended to extend an early welcome, but also prepared to offer the highest bargaining chip from Shuimu University this year, the top-tier program. This program granted only an extremely rare handful of slots each year across the entire university. Selected candidates could bypass the red tape of the standard undergraduate curriculum and receive small group instruction from top-tier academician-level mentors. They would also have free access to national-level core laboratories and enjoy a direct pipeline for bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees. For ordinary students, this was a stairway to heaven that could change their destiny. Zhou Minghai could already imagine the scene. The examinee and his parents on the other end of the line, so excited they could barely string together coherent words upon hearing the news. Beep, beep. The phone was answered after 2 rings. At that moment, Jiang Yan was driving the Lamborghini SVJ63, worth 15 million yuan, on the road steadily along the broad main thoroughfare of the capital. Inside the cabin, the top-tier Burmester sound system, valued at 6 figures, was streaming a soothing cello piece. He held the carbon fiber racing steering wheel with one hand and casually pressed the answer button on the car's Bluetooth. Hello, who is this? Jiang Yan's voice came through the car's microphone. Zhou Minghai on the other end of the line paused. The voice was too steady, so steady that it made him feel unsettled. But he quickly composed himself, put on a warm and enthusiastic smile, and spoke in an official tone full of charm. Is this Jiang Yan? Hello, I'm Zhou Minghai, the Deputy Director of Admissions at Shuimu University. First of all, let me offer my congratulations in advance. Although the provincial results haven't been officially released, yet based on our internal information, your science scores are almost certainly going to make you this year's top scholar in Beihai province. Zhou Minghai deliberately stressed the word top scholar, hoping to elicit an excited exclamation from the other end. Any normal student would have some reaction upon hearing this. Excitement, surprise, doubt, or questions. There should have been at least one. Yet the only sounds coming back through the car's speakers were the faint background hum of the engine and Jiang Yan's indifferent "oh." That single "oh" abruptly stifled Zhou Minghai's prepared congratulations. But he quickly found an explanation for himself. He assumed the young man hadn't fully processed the news yet, so Zhou Minghai decided to play his trump card. Jiang Yan, given your exceptionally outstanding performance, our university highly values your potential. I'm calling not only to offer early congratulations, but also to formally invite you to the special interview for our top talent program this year. Zhou Minghai's speech quickened, his tone dripping with allure. You should understand what this program means. Mentorship from academicians in small classes, access to national-level lab resources, a direct pipeline from bachelor's to doctorate. If you're willing this spot, they'll consider the top talent program. Jiang Yan cut off Zhou Minghai, his tone devoid of any flattery. He knew Shuemu University all too well. In his past life, he had spent 7 years there, completing both his undergraduate and master's degrees. He knew exactly which water fountain in the third teaching building was perpetually broken, which window in the second canteen served the most sought-after braised pork, and even the private temperaments of those lofty academic giants. As for the top talent program, Jiang Yan had dreamed of getting in during his past life. It was a direct shortcut to changing one's destiny, but he hadn't even been qualified to apply. That program wasn't just about grades, it also considered family background, connections, and competition records. It was an express lane reserved for specific, chosen ones. Back then he was just a poor student who had to scrimp even on buying a 2-yuan meat bun. In this life, however, things had turned around. They had taken that once unattainable ticket and delivered it right to his lips. Jiang Yan glanced at the traffic beyond the windshield and smiled faintly. Director Zhou, thank you for your kindness. I might not attend the interview for the top talent program, so you don't need to give me any special treatment. Just follow the normal procedures when the time comes. He'll go to whichever college I'm assigned to. I have things to do. He'll hang up now. Beep, beep, beep. The call was mercilessly cut off. In the admissions office of Shuemu University, Zhou Minghai held the receiver, listening to the dial tone frozen. He was stunned for a full 5 seconds before he finally put down the phone in disbelief, muttering under his breath. This kid. Why isn't he even a little excited? Could it be that he thinks he didn't do well enough? That can't be right. A provincial top scholar plus the top talent program, and Shuemu University personally calls to invite him. For anyone else, their ancestors' graves would be smoking with good fortune by now. They'd be overjoyed. But Jiang Yan's reaction was just one, oh. Then he hung up. This was just too absurd. Zhou Minghai felt both annoyed and bewildered. He felt that Jiang Yan's attitude was a kind of disdain for Shuemu University's golden reputation. I have to see just what kind of background allows him to be so calm. With some irritation, Zhou Minghai opened the internal system and pulled up Jiang Yan's basic family information. In the initial admissions screening, the basic family information of candidates was recorded in the system. The page refreshed. Zhou Minghai's eyes fell on the parents column. The next second, his eyes, somewhat bloodshot from staying up late, widened abruptly, and his glasses nearly slipped off his nose. The parents' information field popped up. Father Jiang Linzhou, position governor of Su Province. Mother Lin Wantong, position chairman of Dingshan capital. Hiss. Just these 2 lines of information made Zhou Minghai's breath catch in his throat. The governor of Su Province. The chairman of Dingshan capital. One was a regional magnate, the other was the queen of Chinese finance, commanding a $1 trillion capital empire. This kind of family background was beyond what could be described as merely wealthy and powerful. Even at an institution like Shuemu University, such a background was almost unheard of. Zhou Minghai swallowed hard and instinctively continued scrolling down. Then he saw the grandfather's column. But the screen showed no specific name or title. There was only a single chilling red prompt. This information is classified. Current clearance insufficient to view. Zhou Minghai's pupils suddenly contracted. He stared fixedly at that line of red text, feeling as if he had been nailed to his chair. Shuemu University's admissions system was already one of the highest access internal systems among national universities. It could retrieve basic identity information of candidates' parents and access background data that ordinary people could never reach. But now, in the column for Jiang Yan's grandfather, even the deputy director of Shuemu University's admissions office lacked the clearance to view it. What did this mean? It meant that the information wasn't simply unregistered or a case of ordinary missing data. It was locked down by a higher-level security system. Even a top-tier university like Shuemu University had no right to pry into it. Zhou Minghai slammed the laptop shut with a snap, a fine sheen of sweat already forming on his forehead. He finally understood why the 18-year-old on the other end of the line had seemed so utterly disinterested in the top talent, even using that almost cold tone to tell him to just follow normal procedures. No wonder he wasn't excited. Zhou Minghai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and let out a bitter laugh. For ordinary people, that was a ladder to heaven. But for an heir born into a family standing at the pinnacle of power and wealth, Shuemu University might have just been an ordinary stop along life's journey. The top talent program, which could decide an ordinary person's entire destiny, was perhaps just a trivial embellishment in someone's eyes. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Yan himself not only had an unfathomable background, but also possessed astonishingly strong academic performance. Beha Province Science Stream raw score of 741. A landslide provincial top scholar. If this person were merely an ordinary child of privilege, it would be one thing, but he also possessed truly top-tier intelligence and learning ability. Zhou Minghai was silent for a moment, then reopened the laptop. This time, he didn't try to click on any hidden information related to Jiang Yan's family background. He was well aware that some things were simply not meant to be seen. Zhou Minghai silently filed away the report, and next to Jiang Yan's name drew 3 5-point stars in red ink representing the highest level of attention. After a moment's thought, he added a small note beside it. Special attention, cautious handling, treat with the utmost regard. After writing these words, Zhou Minghai leaned back in his chair and let out a long breath. He knew that a true dragon capable of stirring up storms was about to descend upon the waters of Shuemu University. After hanging up, Jiang Yan did not drive directly to the original destination. He pulled the matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 into a temporary parking spot by the roadside, bringing it to a steady halt. The roar of the V12 engine subsided into a low, steady, idle hum, like a sated beast purring in its slumber. Outside the car, the bustling streets of the capital city gleamed under the sun. Sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a luxurious sheen over the center console clad in Alcantara and carbon fiber, a radiance emblematic of ultimate wealth. Yet at this moment, Jiang Yan's gaze was not fixed on the 15 million yuan top-tier toy before him. He leaned back into the plush aviation-grade seat, released his grip on the steering wheel, and stared with unfocused eyes at the azure sky beyond the windshield. He lit a cigarette, but did not smoke it, letting the costly smoke curl upward in the cabin. Zhou Minghai's phone call had thrust the name, Shuemu University, back before him. He thought of a person, Zheng Huayuan. In his previous life as a graduate student at Shuemu University, the hierarchy within the academic circle was even more rigid than in society. For a poor student without connections or resources, most supervisors viewed them as nothing more than cheap labor for research. Supervisors would lavish attention on the wealthy second-generation students while treating those from humble origins, like him, with cold formality or even indifference. But within that cold campus, there was one person who had shown him kindness: academician Zheng Huayuan, a titan in the field of materials physics. The old professor was already over 70 with a head of snow-white hair and a slight stoop, speaking always in a slow, unhurried manner. Jiang Yan was not his direct student. He had caught the old man's attention during one of his public lectures by pointing out a data error in a complex model. The most vivid memory was a snowy winter day in the capital. That year, Jiang Yan's mother had just undergone surgery, draining the family's savings. His father worked tirelessly on construction sites, yet still couldn't scrape together enough for the next semester's dormitory and meal fees. Wearing a faded old down jacket with a broken zipper, Jiang Yan stood outside the lab in sub-zero temperatures, clutching a payment notice, his lips blue from cold and despair clouding his eyes. It was that day that academician Zheng passed by. Without asking a word, the old man glanced at the crumpled notice in his hand and simply told him to follow to the office. Xiao Jiang, when doing research, the mind must not be disturbed. The old man said this while leisurely brewing tea, then took out his old-fashioned Nokia phone, put on his reading glasses, and fumbled with it for a while. Minutes later, Jiang Yan's cracked screen phone vibrated. It was a bank transfer notification. 30,000 yuan. At that time, 30,000 yuan was a lifeline for a destitute student. Jiang Yan's eyes reddened, and he wanted to write an IOU. Academician Zheng waved his hand, pushing a cup of hot tea toward him, his tone gentle yet firm. No need to repay. If anyone asks, just say it's a special scholarship from the department. Go pay the fees, have a warm meal, and finish the data model. Later, the old professor retired due to health reasons and returned to his hometown in the south for recuperation. Jiang Yan never saw him again. Until he died of exhaustion at the lab bench, the thank you he had never been able to say in person remained one of the few regrets of his previous life. Sitting in the multi-million-dollar supercar, Jiang Yan felt the cigarette burning to its end, the heat stinging his finger, snapping him back to reality. He glanced at the long string of cold numbers in his bank app on the phone. This was the cash at his disposal in this life. In his previous life, he couldn't even afford to touch a 15 million yuan sports car, yet those 30,000 yuan weighed on him like a mountain, filling him with lifelong gratitude. This absurd contrast made Jiang Yan's eyes narrow slightly. He wasn't sentimental. All the suffering and injustice of his past life had transformed into ambition for rising up the moment he was reborn. But he was a man who distinguished between gratitude and resentment. The blood debts of his previous life, he would make the director and the one who replaced him pay tenfold. And the kindness he owed since he had been given this second life, he must repay it clearly. Old Zheng. Jiang Yan extinguished the cigarette, but in the car's ashtray, whispering softly. In this life, since fate had brought him back here, and since he had once again obtained the ticket to Shuemu University, the first thing he wanted to do was not to choose some impressive lab or curry favor with powerful academic figures. He wanted to find out where the old man who had given him 30,000 yuan on that snowy day was now living, and whether he... Jiang Yan took a deep breath, suppressing all those heavy emotions back into his heart. The soul of a 28-year-old had no need for fragility. He pressed the brake and shifted into D. The aggressive front end of the Lamborghini merged back into traffic. It was lunchtime, so he decided to find a place to eat first, then go look at apartments near Shuemu University in the afternoon. Since he would be staying in the capital for a long time, he didn't want to stay in a hotel. He wanted to own a completely private, sufficiently luxurious territory of his own. 30 minutes later, the car, guided by navigation, stopped in front of a minimalist Japanese restaurant near Sanlitun with an average per-person expenditure of over 4,000 yuan. The security guard rushed over with great enthusiasm, guiding Jiang Yan's matte black SVJ63 into a designated VIP parking spot. As Jiang Yan pushed open the door and stepped out about to hand the keys to the valet, his gaze casually swept over the adjacent parking space. A flashy orange McLaren 720S sat quietly there. On the lower right corner of its windshield, a VIP parking permit from an exclusive private club in the capital was affixed. Jiang Yan recognized this car, not only because of its conspicuous appearance, but also because on the road just now the owner had recklessly tried to cut him off, even rolling down the window at a traffic light to provoke him. What a coincidence! Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly, but he didn't give it much thought. To him, the McLaren-driving rich kid was like a pebble on the roadside. When you're driving a tank, would you stop and blow a pebble to powder just because it scraped the track? Jiang Yan tossed the keys to the valet, slipped his hands into his pockets, and walked into the restaurant. The interior of the Japanese restaurant was supremely luxurious, yet understated, following the wabi-sabi aesthetic with natural wood tones and a dry landscape garden. A waitress dressed in an elegant kimono wearing wooden clogs respectfully escorted Jiang Yan to the VIP section on the second floor. Since Jiang Yan hadn't made a reservation, the waitress was about to decline, but when he casually placed his Centurion black card, representing unlimited credit, on the counter, all rules instantly became void. The manager personally came out to usher Jiang Yan into the best single-seat room on the second floor, offering the finest. The rooms were separated by exquisite Japanese sliding paper doors and wooden screens. Though the soundproofing wasn't top-tier, it was enough to ensure privacy between guests. Jiang Yan took off his shoes and sat cross-legged on the comfortable tatami. Sunlight filtered through the paper windows, softly illuminating the table. He casually ordered a top-tier thick-cut bluefin tuna belly set along with a wagyu sukiyaki. These were all foods he had never tasted in his previous life. Just as he was about to indulge in the feast, a clamor from the adjacent booth pierced through the thin wooden screen, landing clearly in his ears. "Holy shit, Brother Yang, you really ran into that matte black SVJ63 on the way," a raspy male voice exclaimed in surprise. Then the voice of the man who had previously tried to chat up Jiang Yan at the traffic light rang out, tinged with undisguised, "No shit, you think I'd mistake it? That big rear wing, that roar, definitely the one from the auto show center. That bastard Feng Yintian had it coming. His family's cash flow dried up, so he had to cough up this gem." The speaker was Chen Xiaoyang. At this moment among his friends, he had completely shed the awkwardness of trying to save face beside Jiang Yan's car, instead pontificating like a know-it-all. "Who's the driver? So badass to steal Feng's thunder?" another voice asked curiously. "Don't recognize him. An unfamiliar face." Chen Xiaoyang took a gulp of wine, smacking his lips. "Looks about 18 or 19, real young, but that aura. Tisk, damn uncanny, definitely not something those nouveau riche brats in our circle could fake. Hey Brother Yang, so you didn't go test his mettle? Your McLaren isn't exactly a slouch. Didn't you race him on the road?" Someone nearby egged him on. Hearing this, Jiang Yan in the next booth paused slightly, with his chopsticks, a hint of amusement flickering in his eyes. He wanted to hear how this guy who had been left in the dust by his accelerator would brag in front of his friends. Based on the mindless web novels had read before, this kind of rich second generation would most likely be slamming the table and cursing, even threatening to have him killed. However, Chen Xiaoyang's next words caught Jiang Yan off guard. "Race my ass." Chen Xiaoyang cursed directly, lowering his voice with a hint of genuine wariness. "Use your damn brains, will you? This is the capital. How deep these waters are you should know. A kid who looks barely legal can casually drop 15 million cash on a limited edition supercar without. Someone like that either has a sky-high backer or he's a young master from some reclusive family out to experience life." Chen Xiaoyang sneered. "Someone like Feng Yintian. He snatched it away, and the Feng family hasn't even dared. Who the hell am I? Picking a fight? Asking for a death wish, or hoping my family's business gets too smooth? If I piss off the wrong person tomorrow, our family company's taxes will be audited to the bone. In this city, you've got to keep your eyes wide open. If you can't figure someone out, it's better to steer clear than to clash heat-in." A brief silence fell over the adjacent booth. Clearly the friends who had been egging him on were also taken aback by Chen Xiaoyang's rational analysis. After hearing this, Jiang Yan picked up a thick slice of salmon with wasabi and brought it to his lips, his chewing still elegant and unhurried. A faint smile curled at the corner of his mouth. Just as he thought. In the real world, these rich second generations who could thrive in this circle were none of them truly brainless fools. They were arrogant and overbearing because they precisely stepped on those weaker than themselves. But when faced with a behemoth they couldn't gauge, they knew better than anyone how to avoid harm. Envy and stupidity are two different things. Chen Xiaoyang envied him, but he was far from stupid. This realization made Jiang Yan find the world a little more interesting. If everyone were just mindless mad dogs, that would be too boring. Just then the sliding door of the adjacent booth was gently pulled open from outside. Su Nianwei returned from the restroom after touching up her makeup, wearing a sleek black slip dress that accentuated her perfect curves, swaying gracefully in her heels as she walked down the corridor. As she passed Jiang Yan's booth, the Japanese-style sliding door wasn't fully closed because a waiter had just gone in to serve, leaving a gap about 10 centimeters wide. Su Nianwei's gaze initially swept over casually, but in that instant her steps halted, as if under a spell frozen in place. Through the gap, Jiang Yan sat alone by the window, quietly eating. The sunlight outside filtered through the paper window, casting a soft, yet sculpted shadow on his profile. His eating movements were unhurried, his chopstick technique impeccably precise, a composure that could only come from strict etiquette training in a top-tier family internalized into instinct. He exuded none of the nouveau riche air that Chen Xiaoyang had, flaunting every brand name, nor the greasy eagerness to show off wealth in front of women. He simply sat there quietly eating, yet it was hard to look away. What struck Su Nianwei most was his gaze. At 18, his eyes should have been full of youthful exuberance and naivete, but they were not the eyes of an 18-year-old. Too calm, too steady, as if he had seen much and lost interest in even more. This contrast between his youthful appearance and mature aura directly pierced the defenses Su Nianwei had built in the social jungle. It's him. She clutched her Hermes bag tighter. She recognized that face, the young man who had been driving the SVJ-63 at the intersection. The man who with just 2 words had made Chen Xiaoyang lose all face. Su Nianwei stood frozen for a full 3 seconds until a waiter appeared at the end of the corridor. Then she snapped back, quickly averted her gaze, and pretended to continue walking nonchalantly. Pulling open the door to the adjacent booth, Su Nianwei sat down beside Chen Xiaoyang, with a composed expression, picking up the sake in front of her and taking a delicate sip. What took you so long? Chen Xiaoyang leaned in, offering a fawning smile. Just touched up my makeup, Su Nianwei replied flatly, not even glancing at him. She didn't tell Chen Xiaoyang that the owner of the SVJ-63, who had put the entire booth on edge, was sitting just 1 wall away. Su Nianwei chose to keep it secret. Having navigated this circle for so long, she knew better than anyone the value of information. She wasn't about to throw herself at Jiang Yan. That was what low-class gold diggers did. For someone of Jiang Yan's caliber, making the first move would only cheapen her. But not telling Chen Xiaoyang was itself an extremely subtle act of psychological betrayal. Su Nianwei looked at the so-called capital playboy, sitting beside her, still bragging to his cronies, and a deep weariness suddenly rose in her heart. Having seen a true eagle who would still be interested in a squawking crow, a silent rift had already planted its first seed in this booth at that moment. Jiang Yan finished the last piece of premium wagyu on his plate slowly and deliberately. He picked up the warm, damp towel beside him, elegantly wiping his lips and slender fingers. Reborn into this life, he not only inherited this young, vibrant body, but also brought with him the rigorous discipline and regularity ingrained in his bones from his past life. No matter how exquisite the ingredients, he maintained a perfect restraint, neither overindulging nor wasting. This life was so beautiful, he couldn't let his body fail him. Waiter, Jiang Yan called out softly. The senior server who had been waiting outside immediately slid open the door, shuffled in with small steps, and bowed deeply. Sir, how may I assist you? Are you satisfied with today's dishes? Check, please. Jiang Yan took out his phone to settle the bill. The server, maintaining a professional smile, spoke cautiously. Sir, I'm terribly sorry. The bill for your table has already been paid by someone else just moments ago. Jiang Yan paused slightly in the motion of wiping his hands. His expression bore no delight. Instead, a flicker of wary chill crossed his eyes. Who? The server, still bowing, replied truthfully. It was a female guest from the private room next door. She just settled your bill at the counter and asked me to relay a message. She said that earlier on the road her friend's car nearly startled you while changing lanes, and this meal is her way of apologizing. Hearing this, Jiang Yan's mind instantly conjured the image of that woman at the traffic light intersection, sitting in the passenger seat of a McLaren, wearing an enormous sun hat radiating a cold, elegant aura. He fell silent for 2 seconds. If it were any other wealthy young man encountering such a stunning woman, initiating a kind gesture by paying the bill, even if he didn't need the money, had likely seized the opportunity, wander over for a toast, and let this so-called romantic encounter unfold naturally. But Jiang Yan was no fool, driven purely by primal instincts. He knew all too well the logic behind such unsolicited kindness, especially from attractive women in the circle of the rich and powerful. Smart, perceptive, knowing their limits, and adept at testing. That woman had clearly discerned his dominance on the road and glimpsed his depth. Thus she sought to establish the lightest, cheapest connection with him through a meal costing a few thousand yuan. The calculation wasn't loud, but it was shrewd. Unfortunately, in Jiang Yan's eyes, this test was far too shallow. Last night, he could use 500,000 yuan to buy awfully yes illusions. That was a transaction with a clear price tag, but he would not allow anyone to slip an invisible leash around him through such petty favors. Want to get close to him? Fine. But don't beat around the bush and certainly don't use ambiguity as leverage. Jiang Yan, expressionless, tossed the towel onto the table, his voice calm. Return her money. Huh. The server was taken aback, clearly not expecting this outcome. In this upscale restaurant, it was common for male guests to compete over who paid the bill, but a female guest voluntarily footing the bill for a male guest only to have it refused. This was a first for her. Did you not understand me? Refund the bill. My meal I pay for myself. Jiang Yan took out his phone, directly pulled up the payment code, and placed it on the table. Scan this. The server dared not say another word and quickly scanned the code with the portable device. Just as the server was about to withdraw, Jiang Yan added without looking up, also please relay my exact words to just 3 words. No need. With that, he stood up, directly draping his high-end casual jacket over his arm, without sparing a single glance toward the adjacent private room, and without bothering to wonder how the woman would react, he strode straight out of the restaurant. His movements were crisp and decisive, without a trace of hesitation. This was not merely a rejection of a meal, it was a refusal of her little schemes. 2 minutes later, inside the adjacent private room, Chen Xiaoyang was raising his wine glass, loudly discussing with a few friends which nightclub had the best atmosphere. The server gently slid the door open and walked in, holding the return bill and cash, approaching Su Nianwei. My apologies, Miss Su. The gentleman from the neighboring room insisted on paying his own bill and has refunded. The server lowered her head, her voice not loud, but in the relatively quiet private room, every word was crystal clear to everyone present. Then, fulfilling Jiang Yan's instruction with utmost diligence, she added, the gentleman also asked me to convey a message to you. No need. He has already left. Those 3 words dropped like a bomb. Su Nianwei's hand, which was holding a delicate sake cup, froze abruptly in midair. Her facial expression remained well controlled, but the sting of embarrassment surged up inside her. In the social arena of the capital, with her stunning looks and aloof demeanor, she was always the one doing the rejecting. The moment she released even the slightest signal, even billionaires would swarm like sharks drawn to blood. Yet this 18-year-old youth had slapped her right across the face. He hadn't even shown the slightest interest in coming over to take a look at her. The more unattainable, the more maddening. This feeling of being coldly rejected by someone of higher status, like a barbed hook, did not make Su Nianwei back off. Instead, it pierced deep into her heart, igniting an almost obsessive desire to conquer the man she had only seen once. But compared to the turmoil in Su Nianwei's heart, Chen Xiaoyang's face had completely darkened. The laughter in the room stopped abruptly, and the atmosphere turned awkward. All the friends exchanged uneasy glances. What female guest? What gentleman next door? What no need? Chen Xiaoyang set down his glass, his voice barely containing his anger. Nianwei, can you explain to me what the hell is going on? You went to the restroom, and you ended up paying for some random man next door. Men might be slow in other matters, but when it comes to their woman cuckolding them, even just emotional infidelity, their instincts are sharper than radar. His own girlfriend behind his back secretly paid the bill for the very guy who had humiliated him on the road earlier. What the fuck does that mean? Facing Chen Xiaoyang's almost devouring gaze, Su Nianwei only faltered for an instant before concealing her emotions deep within. She knew all too well how to handle a wealthy second-generation guy with such an inflated ego. Su Nianwei slowly put down her glass, her face adopting an expression of innocence and grievance. Xiaoyang, why are you shouting at me? She looked at him, her voice softening. When I came back from the restroom, I happened to see through the crack in the door that man next door. He's the one driving the SVJ-63 from earlier. Chen Xiaoyang's expression shifted. She paused, her tone carrying a hint of grievance on his behalf. You said yourself earlier that we can't figure out his background, that his connections might be unfathomable, and that we shouldn't provoke him. I thought about how you cut him off on the road earlier and nearly scraped his car. Since he came to eat here, it means he's part of a small circle. If he really holds a grudge and traces it back to you causing trouble for your family, what then? I did it for your sake. I didn't want to create enemies for your parents' business over such a trivial matter. So I took the liberty of settling his bill. Consider it an apology from you to smooth things over. But the young master has a big temper and refused to accept it. Su Nianwei's words were flawless. She perfectly disguised her private, ambiguous overtures as a self-sacrificing act for the sake of her boyfriend's family interests. Chen Xiaoyang stared at Su Nianwei for a good 10 seconds. Su Nianwei's gaze did not waver. She looked. The other friends in the room quickly chimed in to defuse the tension. Oh, Brother Yang, the sister-in-law did it for your own good. She's being thoughtful, helping you smooth things over. Don't be ungrateful. Exactly, Brother Yang, she's a virtuous help. Amid the friends coaxing, Chen Xiaoyang's expression softened slightly. Su Nianwei's explanation was logically sound and meticulously preserved his face. Finally, he took a deep breath and snorted. I understand. Don't do things like this without my permission in the future. I, Chen Xiaoyang, haven't sunk so low as to rely on a woman to fawn over others for me. With that, he picked up his chopsticks and reached for food. But if one observed closely, they would notice his grip on the chopsticks was noticeably tighter than before. Was the matter truly resolved? No. Chen Xiaoyang's suspicion, once awakened, would not easily fade. Though Su Nianwei's explanation was perfect, the thorn of doubt had already lodged deep in his heart. Their relationship, superficially harmonious, had been cracked open during that meal by Jiang Yan's casually uttered "no need." Jiang Yan stepped out of the Japanese restaurant. The midsummer sun was scorching. He stood on the steps waiting for the valet to bring his car around. Jiang Yan paid no heed to the couple inside the restaurant, who were now locked in a psychological game triggered by his few words, those trivial emotional entanglements. The only thing he cared about now was how to fully monetize the resources and system in his hands, transforming them into absolute power that could control his destiny. System, open the interface. Jiang Yan murmured in his mind. Ding. The God-level influence system has been activated. A pale blue holographic projection panel visible only to him instantly unfolded in the air. Jiang Yan's gaze locked onto the topmost column, displaying points and assets. Current host total points, 501. Current cash account balance, 1012097000. 00 Chinese yuan. Jiang Yan glanced at the bright 501 in the points column, his expression fairly pleased. The money he had actually spent was not all that complicated. First-class plane ticket, 2800. Presidential suite, fee, 80000. Buyout payment, to Li Yu 5000. Full payment for the Lamborghini SVJ 63, 15000. The Japanese meal, just now 2700. In total that added up to 1558550 to the Jiang Yan of his past life, who had been crushed by a 30-year mortgage, who felt a pang of guilt even for one extra subway stop. This was a number that could stop a heart. But in this life, as he looked at the figure, he felt no sting of loss at all, because the system had already given him returns. The incident with Li Yu had directly granted him 1 point and 100 cash. Later, as it rippled through the flight attendant circle, he received another 20 points and 200 cash. At the auto show center, the full payment for the car yielded 180 points and 180 cash on the spot. Afterward, through employee chats, moments, and short video platforms, the viral spread earned him an additional 300 points and 300 cash. Adding it all up, the system had already returned him a full 501 points and 501,000 cash. In other words, on the surface, he had spent 1558550. But with the system's cash rebate alone, he had gotten back 501,000. The actual net cash outlay was only about 1,000. Even more crucial, the limited edition Lamborghini SVJ 63 worth 150,000 was still in his hands. Such a collector's car with only 3 units nationwide could not simply be regarded as a consumable. If the market conditions were right, reselling it might not incur a loss and could even appreciate. At this thought, Jiang Yan couldn't help but let out a low laugh. Spent 15 million on a car, and the system turned around and gave me back 480 cash and 480 points. The car is still here, and a huge chunk of the money is back. Rounded off, isn't it practically free? The most absurd part was that this was only the first wave of influence phishing. If the online video of a multimillion supercar pulled over by traffic police continued to go viral or caught the attention of higher weight circles, the system might well add more rewards. This was no longer mere spending. It was using cash to leverage influence, then using influence to replenish cash. Spend money, acquire assets. Assets create events. Events generate propagation. Propagation exchanges for points and cash. Points can later be exchanged for black technology. Once this closed loop runs smoothly, his money would not be spent in vain. Instead, it would become increasingly valuable. Jiang Yan's eyes sparkled with light. The calculating instinct from his past life as a researcher kicked in again at this moment. So what really matters is not how much I spend, but whether every penny can be turned into an event with enough viral value. Inefficient consumption is throwing money into water. Efficient consumption is throwing money into people's hearts. He did not need to accumulate good karma like an ascetic, nor did he need to go on a rampage, killing and burning like a madman. He only needed to be an event generator, dropping a pebble into a specific circle with extremely strong propagation and resource attributes. The vanity, jealousy, greed, and fear of those people, along with the transmission speed of modern social networks, would automatically become a surging wave that magnified the pebble's impact. Based on this slope projection, Jiang Yan rubbed his chin as he calculated. As long as I can find a fulcrum weighty enough, for instance in the most high-end social arena of the capital or in a nationally watched academic or business setting, and perform an act that overturns all their assumptions, the growth of points will definitely not be linear, but an exponential explosion. Reaching over 1,000 or even tens of thousands in one go is not impossible. With the strategic direction clear, Jiang Yan's mood turned extremely good. In his past life as a researcher, the greatest fear was blind trial and error without direction. Now the formula to the summit had been written. He only needed to fill in the variables according to the plan. The immediate priority was to find a permanent base in the capital. Although he had more than $1 billion in his card and could stay in an 8-night presidential suite without blinking, a hotel was still a hotel, crowded with too many eyes, offering no sense of belonging and unsuitable for the identity he needed to establish as he took root and stirred up storms in the capital. Since he intended to be the player moving pieces in this city, he had to own a fortress in the most central and top-tier location of the capital. In his past life, he had taken on a 30-year mortgage to buy an old small 2-bedroom apartment in the 5th ring of Beijing, calculating next month's interest every day. That suffocating feeling of having life choke him by the neck, unable to breathe, was something he never wanted to experience again. Since he was going to buy a house, he would buy the best house in the capital, preferably close to Shuemu University, because he still needed to attend classes there and also leverage its vast academic resources as a springboard. Help me check the most premium luxury properties currently for sale near Shuemu University or in the central area of the capital. Jiang Yan dismissed the system panel, pulled out his phone, and directly dialed Secretary Zhang, the top-level investment banker his mother Lin Wantong had assigned to him. The call was picked up almost instantly, and on the other end came Secretary Zhang's extremely respectful, even slightly nervous voice. Master Jiang, are you settling in well in the capital? The chairman has instructed that all your expenses and needs in the capital are to be reimbursed by the company. What are your orders? I need a property in the capital. Only 3 requirements. First, it must be in the most central location, preferably not too far from Shuemu University. Second, it must be a re-added moving property with top-tier decoration. I don't like waiting. Third, price is no object. The more expensive the better, and the purer the social circle the better. Secretary Zhang on the other end was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Yan's only pick the priciest attitude, but he quickly displayed the professionalism of a top-tier executive assistant. Master Jiang, I understand your requirements. If we're talking about a location close to Shuemu University and the core Zhongguancun area with the most elite social circle in the country, there is only one property currently on the market that meets your criteria, Wanlu Academy. That is the true ceiling of Hadian district in the capital. It's not something you can buy just with money. Many of the residents are tech giants and top financial tycoons. The price per square meter there has already been driven above 150,000. Right now, Wanlu Academy has a rare sky villa, a top-floor duplex penthouse in the prime building. It covers a full 600 square meters, comes with a private infinity pool, an independent garden, and offers a panoramic view of Shuemu University and the Summer Palace. It's being put up for sale by a bankrupt internet tycoon who needs to cash out urgently. It's fully decorated but has never been lived in. The base price is about 100 million, and several top tycoons in the capital are currently eyeing it. 100 million sky villa, ideal location. Jiang Yan processed these key words in his mind. The 3 million old dilapidated apartment that had suffocated him in his past life now seemed utterly ridiculous. He looked toward the direction of Shuemu University in the distance, his expression calm. This was not just about buying a house. It was buying a ticket into the capital's top-tier circle. It was also the first piece of territory from which he would overlook Shuemu and the hardships of his past life. Tell them to stop watching. Jiang Yan said into the phone. Tell the seller that I, Jiang Yan, want this property. I'll go see it this afternoon. If it's suitable, I'll pay the full amount in cash. He hung up. Jiang Yan walked over to the matte black Lamborghini, opened the scissor door. The next second, the roar of the V12 engine erupted on the street. The black supercar merged into traffic like an awakened beast speeding toward Wanlu Academy. On a midsummer afternoon, the sunlight seemed to scorch the asphalt roads of the capital city. A low, savage roar of a V12 engine pressed in from the street corner. A matte black Lamborghini SVJ63, like a black fighter jet skimming the ground, glided smoothly into the most central area of Hadian district. Ahead lay the legendary ultra-luxury residential district, Wanlu Shuyuan. This top-tier luxury enclave featured no ostentatious golden gates nor vulgar fountain sculptures. Only heavy grayish-shirred brick walls, quiet, restrained, yet exuding an oppressive aura that warned strangers to keep their distance. This wall separated more than just ordinary streets from a luxury compound. It was more like the invisible yet tangible dividing line between commoners and the pinnacle of wealth in the capital. Jiang Yan tapped the brake lightly, and the black supercar came to a gentle halt at the entrance. The security guard on duty immediately stepped forward. Unlike regular community gatekeepers, these guards were all retired elite soldiers clad in impeccably tailored black uniforms, standing tall with sharp eyes. Even facing a top-tier supercar worth 15 million, the guard showed no sign of flattery or panic. He simply gave a standard salute, ready to follow protocol by verifying identity and registering the visitor. In this compound, not even a trust fund heir in a supercar, let alone a tycoon worth billions, could get in without the homeowner's approval or a prior appointment. Just as the guard was about to speak, a voice suddenly came through his intercom from the security chief. The guard glanced at the temporary license plate on the car, and his expression shifted instantly. The next second, he withdrew his gesture, took a half step back, and saluted again. The barrier rose. Meanwhile, the security chief had already jogged out of the guardhouse, bearing a respectful demeanor, personally leading the way to guide the black beast into the VIP parking area inside. The threshold of this top-tier community was drawn to its fullest extent in that moment. But to Jiang Yan, that so-called threshold, in light of his current status, was like a thin layer of window paper. He didn't even need to reach out. and poke at himself as someone had already laid out the red carpet for him. Jiang Yan pushed open the scissor door and stepped out. Not far away, 3 people had been waiting for some time. The one standing in front was a woman. She appeared to be in her early 30s, wearing a flawlessly tailored dark gray business suit from a high-end couture house. She wore no flashy jewelry, only a discreet Patek Philippe Nautilus women's watch on her wrist. Her hair was coiled immaculately, her features were not stunning, but she exuded a powerful executive aura, capable, composed with a touch of ruthlessness. Young Master Jiang, good day. I am Zhang Huilin, executive assistant to Chairman Lin. The woman stepped forward, gave a slight bow, and spoke with neither servility nor arrogance, her volume perfectly controlled. Jiang Yan looked her over from head to toe, a flicker of approval in his eyes. Professional. In many people's stereotypes, a titan of capital controlling trillions would be accompanied by a voluptuous vase-like, beautiful female secretary. But in reality, for the true top-tier financial oligarchs, the personal secretary closest to them is definitely a sharp-minded individual whose brain matters more than her face. Intelligence, political savvy, loyalty, and execution, none are dispensable. That Lin Wantong kept this woman as her right hand said volumes about her exceptional caliber. Sister Zhang, sorry to trouble you to make the trip. Jiang Yan nodded, his tone casual, but not ingratiating. He respected capable people, but his status meant he never needed to lower himself before anyone. Zhang Huilin felt a slight stir in her heart. She had jumped from one of the top 3 domestic investment banks to Dingxing Capital only last year, and she knew well the iron will and ruthlessness of that Chairman Lin. This was her first meeting with the legendary only son whom Chairman Lin had kept away in Beha province. She had originally expected to see a frivolous, arrogant, or awkward 18-year-old boy, but the steady composure in Jiang Yan's every move and those deep eyes that seemed to see through everything gave her a jolt. She instantly suppressed any trace of contempt, took a thick document folder from her briefcase with both hands, and presented it. Young Master Jiang, these are all the materials for that penthouse duplex, the crown jewel of Wanlu Shuyuan, that you requested to see. Zhang Huilin reported in a rapid yet clear manner, including the property's current ownership status, the original owner's capital chain rupture report cord, debt dispute details, and the bottom cards of several potential buyers in the capital. Dingxing Capital's intelligence department has already verified everything thoroughly. Jiang Yan took the folder casually, pulled out a page, and glanced at it. The information was meticulous. It even calculated exactly how much interest the seller owed to various small loan companies. Jiang Yan nodded inwardly. This was the power of top-tier capital. To ordinary people, information was opaque, but under the radar of capital, everyone was as exposed as if they were naked. Standing beside Zhang Huilin were 2 other people. One was a middle-aged man in his early 40s, slightly paunchy, with a perpetual smile plastered on his face. He wore an expensive suit and slicked back his hair. This was the most seasoned luxury property agent in the Wanlu Shuyuan area, known in the circle as Old Ma. He specialized in top-tier luxury estates worth over 30 million yuan, having navigated this cutthroat circle for over a decade. Worldly wise and an expert at tailoring his approach to each client. And beside Old Ma stood a young woman who immediately caught the eye. Su Qing'a. In her mid to late 20s, she wore a fitted black business suit beneath, which peaked a white silk blouse with her long legs were encased in high-quality black stockings, and she wore pointed stiletto heels. Her makeup was refined, but not vulgar. Her brows and eyes carried both allure and shrewdness. She stood there subtly tucking in her stomach and thrusting out her chest, displaying her perfect figure to just the right degree. She was no mere vase who knew only how to flirt. A graduate of a prestigious university, strong in business acumen, high in emotional intelligence. She was Old Ma's top-performing luxury property agent. She knew very well that on this board game of money and men, her appearance was also a bargaining chip. Good afternoon, Mr. Jiang. I'm Su Qing'a, your property consultant here. Today, Manager Ma, and I will be at your full service. Su Qing has stepped forward half a pace, her voice soft with a touch of sweetness, and extended a business card with a faint fragrance, holding it with both hands. Jiang Yan did not take the card. He merely gave her a cursory glance. That look held no amazement, no greed, no typical male pretense. It was like looking at an item displayed in a showcase. Pretty, but just pretty. Su Qing's hand froze midair, her smile remained intact, but her heart felt a tiny sting. She had met plenty of wealthy men. No matter how gentlemanly they acted, their gazes always lingered on her. But Jiang Yan's did not, and that sparked her curiosity. Jiang Yan withdrew his gaze, handed the document folder back to Zhang Huilin, and thrust his hands into his pockets. Let's go. See the apartment. The 4 walked through the quiet tree-lined path and entered the Wanlu Academy. Every piece of gray-red exterior brick here was said to be handcrafted in the Netherlands and airlifted over. The green landscaping of the complex was not the vulgar sort of gaudy garden, but a masterfully designed negative space garden. Light, shadow, and water features were all arranged to perfection. Walking within, one could not hear a single trace of outside noise, only birdsong and the rustle of wind through leaves. The very air was filled with a silence bought by money. Zhang Huilin walked half a step behind Jiang Yan on his left, lowering her voice to a volume only they could hear, and began introducing the social ecosystem of this place. Master Jiang Wanlu Academy is known as the final destination of Beijing's wealthiest. If the list of residents here were published, it would almost be half of China's modern business history. Zhang Huilin pointed to the first building on the left front. That top floor houses the co-founder of a domestic internet giant worth hundreds of billions. Last year, when their company rang the bell on Nasdaq, he received nearly $8 billion in cash. Then she pointed to a building hidden behind the shade of trees on the right. That one is the residence of the head of one of China's top 3 private equity funds. And over there live the families of several vice presidents from core state-owned enterprises, as well as the chairman of the board of the nation's largest new energy battery company. Jiang Yan walked along listening to Zhang Huilin's introduction, his face still wearing an expression of calm indifference. But his mind was already spinning rapidly. Internet tycoons, private equity leaders, state-owned enterprise executives, new energy magnates. In the eyes of ordinary people, these were all untouchable big shots. But in Jiang Yan's eyes at this moment, these people were all walking influence points packages with extremely high weight and explosive returns. In his past life, to secure research sponsorship, he had to grovel before corporate executives, sometimes even drinking with them. But now his bank card held over $1 billion in cash flow, and his parents stood at the very pinnacle of power and capital. As long as he put down roots here, these neighbors would become leverage points for him to exert even greater systemic influence. What he aimed to reap were precisely these people at the top of the pyramid. Su Qinghe, walking diagonally behind Jiang Yan, several times wanted to interject with her solid professional knowledge, introducing the building materials, feng shui layout, or property service details along the way, trying to earn some professional presence in front of Jiang Yan. But every time she was about to speak, Zhang Huilin would glance at her. That look was subtle, but enough to silence her. Su Qinghe was smart and immediately understood. In front of a true capital insider like Secretary Zhang, she, a luxury property consultant, didn't even have the right to casually interject. She had to suppress her thoughts, maintain her composure, and quietly serve as a beautiful accessory. Soon the group arrived at the exclusive private elevator for the crown jewel unit. The fingerprint scanner activated, the elevator doors opened, and without any pause they ascended smoothly and swiftly to the top floor. The elevator doors slid open again to both sides. What met their eyes was a true palace in the sky. Even Zhang Huilin, who had always maintained absolute professionalism, couldn't help but take a soft breath the moment she stepped through the door. This crown jewel penthouse duplex had a lower floor of 600 square meters. The upper floor also featured a 600-square private terrace and an infinity-edge heated pool totaling an astonishing 1,200 square meters of space. The interior ceiling height was astonishing, with a giant crystal chandelier refracting soft light. Underfoot was naturally patterned marble, a whole house smart system, and Italian custom-made furniture. Every minute detail screamed top tier in the most unapologetic way. The most breathtaking were the 2 semi-encircling panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room. Jiang Yan walked to the window, hands in his pockets, looking out. From this height, there was almost no obstruction. The rolling longevity hill of the Summer Palace and the shimmering Kunming Lake came into full view like the finest imperial painting. And at the end of the sightline, the iconic century-old dome building of Tsinghua University was faintly visible under the midsummer sun. Standing here, it felt as if the entire core of Beijing's 100-year history and modern civilization lay beneath one's feet. Jiang Yan stood with his back to everyone, so no one could see his expression at that moment. In that instant, images from his past life uncontrollably flashed through his mind. It was the 80-plus square meter 2-bedroom apartment he had bought with a loan outside Beijing's 5th Ring Road. The room had terrible lighting. Even at noon, a sunlight couldn't reach the cramped living room. The corners always bore faint mildew stains, and the sound of the upstairs neighbor flushing the toilet was clearly audible in the dead of night. The constriction of his past life. The openness of his present one. He took a deep breath of the air filled with the scent of expensive incense. There was no sorrow, no self-pity, and certainly no tears. He only let out a cold laugh in his heart. That weary soul died forever in the moldy smell of those 80 square meters. Now, this is where I should stand. Jiang Yan turned around, his expression returning to calm. He didn't even bother to carefully examine those priceless furnishings. He walked straight to the leather sofa in the center of the living room and sat down. Old Ma, seeing this, immediately prepared to step forward. He had already rehearsed his sales pitch in his mind several times. But just then, buzz, Zhang Huilin's phone vibrated. She glanced at the screen, and her face immediately darkened a few shades. Master Jiang, sorry, I need to take this call. Then she quickly walked to a nearby corridor and answered the phone. In less than half a minute, Zhang Huilin walked back with a furrowed brow, hurried to Jiang Yan, and spoke with obvious apology in her tone. Master Jiang, I'm truly sorry. A transformative cross-border M&A deal worth tens of billions by Dingxing Capital in Shanghai has just encountered a major setback. The other party's hand turned out to be vastly different from what we estimated. Chairman Lin demands an immediate cross-border video conference to reformulate the strategy, and I must rush back to the branch to handle it. As for the property purchase, you'll have to decide on your own. If you like it, I can have the company's legal team come over anytime to review the contract. Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, his posture very relaxed. Go ahead, Sister Jiang. The MA case is important. I know my mother's temper, don't delay it. Buying a house is nothing, I can handle it myself. Zhang Huilin bowed again in apology without any hesitation and walked out the door quickly in her high heels. As the door closed with a soft click, the atmosphere in the living room instantly changed. Old Ma and Su Qinghe exchanged a glance. Having been in this industry for so long, they were too adept at reading the room. Earlier, with the intimidating capital secretary Zhang Huilin dominating the scene, Old Ma hardly dared to breathe deeply, let alone play any sales tricks. He didn't initially know exactly which institution Zhang Huilin belonged to, only that she was by no means an ordinary. But just now Zhang Huilin's mention of Dingxing Capital, Chairman Lin, and a transformative cross-border MA deal worth tens of billions made Old Ma's heart leap. Dingxing Capital, Chairman Lin. Across the entire Chinese financial circle, there was only one person who could be addressed that way: Lin Wantong. The woman who controlled a trillion-level capital empire and was privately called the Finance Queen by countless entrepreneurs. More crucially, after listening to Zhang Huilin's report, Jiang Yan casually said, the MA case is important. I know my mother's temper, don't delay it. Mother. Those two words exploded like a thunderclap in Old Ma's mind. This young man, who looked barely 18 years old, was actually the son of Chairman Lin of Dingxing Capital. That was no ordinary rich second generation. This was the super heir standing at the very top of the capital pyramid. No wonder a capital secretary of Zhang Huilin's caliber would personally accompany him to view properties. No wonder he casually mentioned paying the full amount in cash if it suited him, treating even 100 million yuan property like buying a toy. The slight contempt Old Ma had harbored was instantly suppressed. But soon another professional instinct surfaced. Zhang Huilin was gone. The woman who truly embodied the risk control and legal prowess of Dingxing Capital had departed. Now the buyer remaining in this 1,200 square meter penthouse villa, though possessing a terrifying background, was ultimately just a young master. Lao Ma felt the tension in his hard ease. Dealing with top-tier young masters who used their family's money to buy prestige was something he had extensive experience in. What these young dandies cared about most was face and ostentation. As long as you stroked their egos and made them feel that this property matched their status, an extra few million or even tens of millions meant nothing to them. Moreover, the more Jiang Yan was the son of Chairman Lin of Dingxing Capital, the less likely he would haggle over a few million with an agent. With this thought, Lao Ma's taut nerves relaxed a little. He cleared his throat and a smile returned to his face. Mr. Zhang, since Miss Zhang has urgent matters, allow me to give you a detailed introduction to this top-tier. Lao Ma controlled his pacing perfectly with rising and falling intonation. This property, whether in terms of location, feng shui, or internal hardware and software configurations, is absolutely a unique piece in the current Beijing luxury housing market. The seller is also parting with it reluctantly because the entire family is emigrating overseas. The listing price is 108 million. To be honest, in the top-floor duplexes of Wanlu Academy, this price is already very sincere, even below market value. Before he could finish, Jiang Yan, who had been toying with the crystal ashtray, suddenly looked up. The seller is the former CEO of that internet fresh food platform that collapsed due to illegal fundraising last year. Am I right, Manager Ma? Jiang Yan placed the ashtray back on the table. His voice was not loud, but each word carried increasing weight. That CEO's company has been pushed into liquidation by regulators and the court since March this year. A large portion of his personal assets has been frozen and seized. He's not emigrating. He's under restricted consumption and cannot leave the country. Sweat began to form on Lao Ma's forehead. Jiang Yan continued, this Wanlu Academy property, because it was held in his ex-wife's name as a proxy, has become one of the very few high-quality real estate assets that hasn't been immediately sealed. But he urgently needs cash flow to fill the debt hole and reach a settlement with creditors in exchange for staying out of prison. Moreover, his two largest creditors have already applied for property preservation with the Beijing Haidian District Intermediate People's Court. The trading authority for this property could be locked down at any moment. With each sentence Jiang Yan spoke, Lao Ma's face grew paler. The packaged narratives of emigration, reluctant parting, and below market value were shredded to pieces in the face of these cold, accurate facts. Su Qinghe, standing nearby, couldn't help but widen her eyes. These hidden debtor disputes and court enforcement progress. Even as a luxury real estate agency, they had only just managed to uncover the details through numerous internal channels and connections just a couple of days ago. This 18-year-old youth had casually laid bare the seller's cards. The analytical skills cultivated in Jiang Yan's past life from scientific research combined with Dingxing Capital's ubiquitous intelligence network formed a true dimensional strike. Buying a house. In his eyes, it was never simple consumption. It was a cold financial game. Peel away the high-premium veneer, and what remained was human nature and leverage. The living room fell silent save for the faint hum of the central air conditioning vents. Jiang Yan leaned forward slightly, one leg casually crossed, his long fingers gently tapping the sofa armrest. Tap, tap, tap. The sound was small, but to Lao Ma's ears, it was like a countdown. 108 million. That is indeed his listed price. Jiang Yan looked at the sweat-drenched Lao Ma, his voice calm. But that's not his bottom line. If his background were clean and time wasn't an issue, even if this property were listed at 120 million sold slowly, someone willing to take it would eventually appear. But the problem is, he can't wait. Jiang Yan's gaze turned cold. Once the court formally issues a compulsory enforcement order, this property will enter a more complex judicial process. You should know the rules of judicial auctions. Once it goes through the process of first auction failure and second auction price reduction combined with the inherent unlucky nature of such involved properties, the final transaction price might even be forced below 80 million by those capital firms that feed on blood stakes. By then he won't get enough cash and his room for settlement will be crushed. Lao Ma's throat went dry. He knew Jiang Yan was telling the truth, even more accurate than his own assessment of the seller. Jiang Yan stared at Lao Ma and directly named a price. 90 million. Full cash payment up front. Sign the contract today. As long as the property rights are clear with no liens or transaction obstacles, the funds will enter a legally supervised account within 3 days. Go talk to the seller. This is his lifeline money, not a moment to spare. A cut of 18 million in one go. Ruthless. Too ruthless. He had been in the luxury real estate circle for years and had seen aggressive negotiators, but never one who could pinpoint the seller's fatal weakness so precisely. 18 million. Money that an ordinary person couldn't earn in 10 lifetimes. Coming from this 18-year-old's mouth, it was like rounding down at a vegetable market. What was even more terrifying was that Jiang Yan wasn't arbitrarily slashing the price. Every word he spoke hit the seller's vital point. Lao Ma knew very well that faced with imminent court seizures and the threat of imprisonment, the 90 million in cash that Jiang Yan offered could indeed become the final straw that broke the seller's psychological defenses. MMR. Jiang, this price gap is far too large. Lao Ma stammered, trying to negotiate further. Go make the call. My patience is limited. Jiang Yan cut him off directly. Lao Ma dared not say another word. He nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Please wait a moment. I will immediately have an urgent discussion with the owner and the entrusted lawyer. With that, he hurried like an escape toward the outdoor terrace, pulling the soundproof glass door shut behind him. The vast living room was left with only Jiang Yan and Su Qingha. Su Qingha stood there trying to calm the tumultuous shock inside her. She walked on her stilettos to the open marble bar, took a bottle of mineral water, and poured it into a crystal glass. Carrying the glass, she approached Jiang Yan, slightly bent over, and gently placed the water on the coffee table in front of him. This bending motion was one she had practiced countless times in front of the mirror. The collar of her white shirt dropped just enough to reveal an enticing curve. The faintly visible lace edge and snow-white skin bathed in the bright light exuded a powerful feminine allure. Paired with the subtle scent of her feminine perfume, any normal man's gaze would be irresistibly drawn. This was her weapon as a woman, an instinctive attempt to regain a sliver of control in the presence of this form. She had originally assumed Jiang Yan was merely a pampered heir from an ultra-wealthy family, rich, connected, and ostentatious. But the words he had just spoken made her realize how terribly wrong she was. This young man didn't rely on his status to dominate. He truly understood the game. He understood information asymmetry. He understood leverage. And he understood exactly where a person's psychological defenses would crumble in extreme desperation. Mr. Jiang, please have some water. Su Qing's voice was even gentler than before. She looked up at him, her eyes filled with genuine admiration. The negotiation you just conducted, it was truly remarkable. Your understanding of the underlying logic of the real estate market runs deeper than most property tycoons I've met. This was no hollow flattery. She truly believed it. However, Jiang Yan merely cast an indifferent glance at her, then reached for the glass of water. Jiang Yan took a sip of water, his gaze fixed on Su Qing's delicate face, as he replied flatly. You're wrong. I know nothing about the real estate market nor about the bricks and mortar of luxury mansions. Jiang Yan set down the glass, the crystal base clinking softly against the marble tabletop. What I understand is human nature. His words were light, devoid of boast or pretense. Yet to Su Qing's ears they struck with greater force than any grand rhetoric. Her hands clasped in front of her unconsciously tightened around the hem of her professional skirt. Suddenly she understood. Jiang Yan had seen through the seller's desperate need for cash. He had also seen through old Ma. And he had seen through the little game of seduction she was playing right now. Her stunning appearance, her polished speech, her mastery of emotions. All lay transparent before him like a sheet of glass. This man was impossibly young. But his eyes held none of the restless naivety typical of an 18-year-old. Instead, they reflected a calm born from witnessing the depths of suffering and the cracks in human nature. For the first time, a shiver ran through Su Qing's heart. It was not fear, but something far more dangerous: fascination. A dragon that can see through human nature is always more lethal and more captivating than a beast driven by its desires. The glass door of the terrace slid open again. Old Ma walked in clutching his phone, which was now warm to the... His expression was a complex mix of fatigue from the prolonged tug-of war and an excitement he could barely contain. He approached Jiang Yan, swallowing hard. Mr. Jiang, I followed your instructions and explained the stakes to the seller's lawyer. They're truly backed into a corner, but slashing the price by 18 million is like cutting off their flesh. Old Ma paused, then spoke cautiously. After intense internal discussion, the seller finally gave their bottom line. They agreed to lower the price. 95 million. That's the absolute lowest they can accept. Any lower, and they'd rather risk a judicial auction. After uttering the figure, Old Ma looked at Jiang Yan nervously. 95 million, down from the listed price of 108 million, was a cut of 13 million. In the history of luxury real estate transactions, this was already a classic case. Old Ma felt certain this matched the young master's expectations. But Jiang Yan did not speak immediately. He rose from the sofa and walked again to the massive floor-to-ceiling window. The sun was beginning to set. Sunlight streamed through the west-facing glass, casting a golden halo around Jiang Yan's upright silhouette. He stood there, back to Old Ma and Su Qinghe, silently watching the sunset. 1 second, 2 seconds, 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 30 seconds. For a full 30 seconds no one spoke. Old Ma felt his own heartbeat falter. This silence was more terrifying than anger. As the silence stretched, its weight multiplied geometrically, and Old Ma began to regret not pushing the seller harder. Just as Old Ma was about to crack, Jiang Yan finally turned around. Sunlight illuminated one side of his face, leaving the other half in shadow. 90 million. Jiang Yan laid down the final number, his tone brooking no argument. The extra 5 million, even if it rots in his hands, I won't give. Old Ma's face tightened. But the next second, Jiang Yan's gaze snapped to Old Ma, a glint of piercing insight into worldly greed flashing in his eyes. However, I will personally put up an extra 2 million as a bonus for your team. Add that to your commission from this deal, and you know exactly how much you'll walk away with. Old Ma's eyes widened in an instant, his breathing growing heavy. An extra 2 million bonus, plus the commission from this nearly 100 million luxury mansion. At the standard luxury real estate commission rate of 2, this single deal would put nearly 4 million into the pockets of Old Ma and his team. Cold hard cash, not a pie in the sky. But I have one condition. Jiang Yan's voice pulled Old Ma back from his euphoria. The contract must be signed tonight with all legal risk clauses locked in. Within 2 days, I want to see this property transferred to my name. That 4 million buys your team's overtime and dedication over the next 2 days, buying you to get it done with the utmost efficiency. Yes or no? One word. There was no coercion, only the naked lure of profit. This was the ultimate weapon of capital. Jiang Yan had not only cornered the seller, but also shattered the agent's psychological defenses with money. When such immense benefit was dangled before them, these professional agents transformed instantly into his most ferocious hounds, ready to sink their teeth into the deal and never let go. Old Ma didn't hesitate. Professional ethics, the seller's bottom line, all turned to dust in the face of 4 million in pure profit. Deal. Old Ma's voice cracked. Mr. Jiang, rest assured, even if the sky falls tonight, he'll have the legal team nail the contract to the table. He'll keep pressing the seller. 90 million signed tonight. I'm on it right now. Old Ma, like a man injected with adrenaline, practically scrambled out of the room, not even waiting for the elevator, frantically dialing his team's numbers as he ran. The door slammed shut. Within the 1,200 square meter top-floor luxury duplex, silence reigned. The afterglow grew softer, spilling across the center of the living room. It fell upon Su Qinghe, who stood in the middle of the room. Her black professional suit took on an exquisite texture in the interplay of light and shadow. Su Qinghe stood less than 2 meters from Jiang Yan. She looked at the man before her. From the cold indifference to the masterful exposure of the seller's predicament, and then the ruthless strike of 2 million in cash that shattered Old Ma's defenses. Every move Jiang Yan made slammed into her worldview, overturning her beliefs. How could someone be so young? How could he wield human nature, interests, legal risks, and negotiation rhythm with such precision? What kind of soul resided within that youthful, vibrant, powerful body? Su Qinghe bit her luscious red lips. Finally, she could no longer suppress the surging tide of shock and curiosity within her. She took a small step forward, lifted her head, her beautiful eyes reflecting Jiang Yan's figure. Her voice carried a tremor and reverence she herself didn't notice. Mr. Jiang, are you really only 18? It was not a question of doubt, but a kind of awe before an unknown abyss. Jiang Yan tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Su Qinghe's face, which bore a mix of reverence and bewilderment. He did not answer. 18, 28, none of that mattered. He merely smiled faintly. The smile was light, yet carried an indescribable arrogance. At that moment, the long-dormant system prompt sounded in Jiang Yan's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has completed a textbook-level crushing of commercial information asymmetry. The host used interest-slicing psychological maneuvering and cash incentives to gain control over a top-tier luxury mansion transaction in Jingxing. This event not only completed the transfer of assets worth over 100 million, but also caused a strong cognitive impact on senior real estate agents Su Qinghe and Ma Haitao. Influence assessment high-weight financial practitioners worldview level shock. Congratulations, host. You have gained an epic level influence point explosion 150 points. Bonus reward 150,000,000 yuan credited to your account via legal hedging channels. Listening to the cold yet pleasing mechanical voice in his mind, Jiang Yan gazed out at the darkening skyline of Jingqing now glittering with lights. Life was just beginning. Bang! The heavy armored double entrance door slammed shut. Lao Ma's hurried footsteps as if ready to take off were completely cut off outside. The top-floor duplex penthouse, totaling a full 120 square meters across 2 floors, suddenly fell silent. The central air conditioner blew cool air at 24 degrees Celsius. The setting sun slanted in through the 2 embracing floor-to-ceiling windows, cutting the entire luxurious living room into 2 sharply distinct areas of light and shadow. Jiang Yan stood at the boundary of light and shadow, slowly turning around. This time, for the first time, he truly looked at Su Qinghe. The main light in the living room was off, only natural light was at play. In the dim natural light, Su Qing's delicate face was rendered a few shades softer. The black professional skirt suit tightly wrapped her graceful figure, and the faintly visible lace edge at the collar of her white silk shirt still exuded a lethal allure under the faint light. Jiang Yan quietly appraised her like this. There was no eagerness, no greed, not even a hint of frivolous teasing. His gaze was like scrutinizing a precious artwork placed on an auction podium. Stared at by such deep, calm eyes that seemed to pierce through everything, Su Qing's heartbeat involuntarily. She could feel that the man before her was completely different from all the rich second-generation heirs, upstarts, and even the so-called internet nouveau riche she had encountered in this industry over the past 4 years. In Su Qing's eyes, there was none of that unadulterated greed like that of the flight attendant Liu last night, who wished she could strip naked and pounce on him. As a top-selling agent for luxury properties, she was more rational and clear-headed. Yet at this moment, she still couldn't suppress the curiosity in her heart. What exactly is hidden in this young man? Time seemed infinitely stretched in this silence. How old are you? Jiang Yan finally spoke. Su Qinghe was slightly startled, straightened her back consciously, and softly replied, 27. How many years have you been an agent? Jiang Yan's tone was unhurried, as if engaging in the most ordinary small talk. 4 years. Jiang Yan nodded and asked again. In these 4 years, what is the largest deal you have personally closed, and how much was it? Su Qing's breath caught. Her mind immediately flashed back to those past drinking parties, smiles, probes, and endurance. 38 million. She answered truthfully. A flat in the Husher Garden 2 years ago. That was a deal she had secured by drinking heavily with a coal baron for 3 whole days, even nearly being groped by him in the private room under the influence of alcohol. That deal allowed her to firmly establish herself in this cutthroat real estate agency. Jiang Yan listened and smiled slightly. So today's deal nearly triples your previous record. Jiang Yan turned around, his gaze returning to the beautiful view of Jingqing outside the window. A transaction volume of 90 million should also be considered the ceiling of your career in recent years. The words were blunt, even a bit cruel. To another woman with high pride, she might have felt uncomfortable on the spot. But Su Qinghe did not. Because Jiang Yan spoke the truth. In Jingqing, where class barriers are thicker than city walls, the vast majority of people can never reach the threshold of 38 million in their lifetime. Besides, there are other capable luxury property agencies. Mr. Jiang is right. Su Qinghe took a deep breath and let her voice regain its professional tone. This deal is enough for me to brag about in this industry for a long time. But the closure mainly depends on your judgment. Jiang Yan did not respond to her flattery, only lightly uttered 2 words, lead the way. Su Qinghe was stunned. Where to? The terrace. Didn't you say there is a 600 square private terrace and pool up here? Jiang Yan said. All right, this way please. Su Qinghe immediately got into the zone and quickly walked ahead to guide. The 2 stepped on the natural marble spiral staircase, walking steadily toward the highest point of this penthouse masterpiece. Pushing open the heavy soundproof door on the top floor, a breeze carrying the lingering warmth of summer instantly rushed to meet them. Before them the view expanded. The 600 square oversized private terrace was paved with top-grade treated wood. On one side was a carefully manicured sky garden, on the other side an infinity-edge heated pool that reflected the high-rises of Jingqing. The ripples gently swayed in the night breeze, merging with the distant city. Standing here, the entire skyline of Jingqing spread out unreservedly beneath their feet. Thousands of lights twinkled like stars, a sea of lights laid out below. In the distance, the solemn Zijing Garden and the century-old dome of Shumu University were faintly visible in the twilight. Jiang Yan walked to the edge of the infinity pool, propped his hands on the transparent glass railing, and silently gazed in that direction. Scenes from his past life flooded back like an old film. Countless days and nights endured on that campus. Endless data models, cheap instant noodles, and the humiliation and helplessness of having his achievement stolen. At that moment, Jiang Yan suddenly recalled the first author achievement that was forcibly taken from him in his past life. That was not an ordinary paper. It was a major breakthrough capable of leveraging the entire industrialization process in a subfield of materials physics. If that achievement had been successfully realized, even without relying on his family background or the system, just the value of the technology transformation behind that patent would have been enough to change his fate within a few years. A house costing tens of millions is by no means an unattainable illusion for someone who truly possesses core scientific research achievements. Of course, as for a penthouse like the crown jewel of Wanlu Shiyuan, which sat at the pinnacle of Jingcheng's wealth pyramid in his past life, he might not have been able to afford it immediately. But at least he wouldn't be suffocated by a mortgage of $3 million on an old small apartment. At least his father wouldn't have to lay bricks under the scorching sun, bending his spine inch by inch. Such a pity. In that world, what truly held value was not the achievement itself, but whose name could be written first. A chill flashed across Jiang Yan's eyes. In his past life, the opportunity for class advancement that should have been his was stolen by Zhou Wenchang and his group with a thin page of authorship. And in this life, he would not give anyone a second chance. Su Qinghe stood quietly less than a meter away from him. The evening breeze lifted her slightly wavy long hair, and the hem of her black professional short skirt gently swayed in the wind. She did not, like an ordinary salesperson, seize the opportunity to incessantly talk about how good the feng shui was here or how expensive the lighting system was. She was a smart woman, as she knew that at times like this silence was more valuable than eloquence. Jiang Yan pulled out a pure black metal windproof lighter from his pocket and gently flicked his thumb. Ding! A crisp sound, and a blue flame leaped up. He lit a cigarette. The faint scent of tobacco diffused in the night breeze. The intervention of nicotine brought his mind into a calmer state. He took a deep drag and slowly exhaled the white smoke, blurring his overly young yet overly composed profile. Su Qinghe watched this scene and suddenly felt an indescribable stir. She blurted out a sentence that even she later found unbelievable, even overstepping. "Mr. Jiang, if I may say something I shouldn't. As you stand here looking at the view, you don't quite resemble a happy buyer who has just purchased a 100 million mansion and should be filled with pride and satisfaction." Jiang Yan's fingers holding the cigarette paused slightly. He did not turn around. "What do I resemble then?" Su Qinghe looked at his back, pondered for 2 seconds, and said, "Rather, you resemble someone who has wandered for a long time, experienced countless vicissitudes, and now finally returned to a place that should have been his own." The wind grew stronger, tousling the stray hair on Jiang Yan's forehead. Those words were remarkably accurate. So accurate that they sliced through his cold, hard shell like a thin blade. If the achievements of his past life had not been stolen, this place would indeed have truly belonged to him. Su Qinghe had actually sensed beneath this 18-year-old exterior the weariness and ambition after 2 lifetimes of ups and downs. This woman's intuition was keener than he had anticipated. Jiang Yan crushed the half-smoked cigarette on the stone edge of the pool. SSS. The ember died out. He turned around and looked at Su Qinghe. This time his gaze was direct, even a little presumptuous. There was no probing, no beating around the bush like a superior overlooking a transaction. "After signing the contract tonight, do you have any plans?" No prelude, no flirtation, no so-called romantic invitation. It was a query that bordered on a command. Because Jiang Yan had tasted the sweetness of indulgence. In his past life, he had clung to ethereal academic ideals, living as a Puritan for over 2 decades, barely touching a woman's hand. In this life, from the very outset, he had savored Liu, the black-stocking flight attendant, and experienced pleasures his former self had never known. Now facing Su Qinghe, a woman far surpassing Liu in intellect, emotional intelligence, and acuity, he felt a new surge of interest. He wanted to possess her, and he intended to do so with unrestrained vigor. Hearing this, Su Qing's breath hitched noticeably. Her pupils dilated slightly, and her hands hanging by her sides clenched instantly. She understood the implication behind those words all too well. In this circle, she had witnessed such hints countless times. Ordinarily, she would deftly deflect the topic with polished words, neither angering the client nor entangling herself. But this time she did not. She lowered her head, her gaze falling on Jiang Yan's immaculate bespoke leather shoes. Her mind wrestled for only 3 seconds. Reason told her that a scion of this caliber was perilous. One wrong step could be a bottomless pit. Yet her body and instincts screamed in reckless abandon. The lethal allure of this man was something she had never encountered in her life. Miss it, and she might never find it again. 3 seconds later, Su Qinghe raised her eyes. Her gaze met Jiang Yan's, once more devoid of the servile eagerness that Liu had displayed, nor with feigned reserve. She simply replied in a tone of tacit understanding between adults, murmuring softly, "No." Jiang Yan looked at her. After a moment, he nodded. "Go downstairs and wait for old Ma." No further words were needed. The hunter had cast the bait, and the clever prey had already stepped willingly into the cage. Everything fell into place naturally. It was 7:30 p.m. Su Qinghe called old Ma to confirm the progress. Old Ma was still driving the process forward at a furious pace. Lawyers notarization, seller authorization, online signing, system permissions, fund supervision, account confirmation. Any single step would normally take days in a typical luxury property transaction. But tonight these steps were compressed into hours by the $2 million in extra commission. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan did not simply wait idly. He sat on the living room sofa and casually pressed the smart service panel on the wall. Within 3 minutes, the property manager of Wanlu Academy called on the internal line, his voice respectful and restrained. "Good evening, Mr. Jiang. How may I assist you?" "Send up dinner," Jiang Yan said flatly. "For 2 light fare. Don't be perfunctory." "Understood, Mr. Jiang." The other party asked no further questions. That was the service logic of a top-tier community. The owner need only state the outcome, not explain the need. 20 minutes later, the doorbell rang. 2 service staff in black uniforms and white gloves wheeled in a silver. The cart was draped with pristine white linen. The appetizer was slow-cooked bluefin tuna with caviar. The main course, charcoal grilled wagyu beef fillet and steamed coral grouper. The soup was matsutake and fish maw chicken broth, accompanied by decanted burgundy white wine and an exquisite seasonal fruit tart. No ostentatious gold leaf. No nouveau-riche overkill. But every dish, from the vessels to the plating, from the temperature to the serving order, exuded a composure honed by wealth. Su Qinghe watched the scene, a complex mix of emotions rising within her. She had handled a few deals at Wanlu Academy and knew well that the private dining here was of the highest caliber. But knowing was one thing, witnessing the service staff deliver a near Privatek level dinner in just 20 minutes because Jiang Yan had said, "Don't be perfunctory," was another. This was not a hotel. It was a residential compound. Yet the living services within this compound could already outshine the vast majority of 5-star hotels in the capital. This was the true, everyday life of the top echelon, not ostentation, but habit. Jiang Yan picked up the knife and fork, his movements steady, eating slowly. Su Qinghe sat across from him, maintaining an appropriate silence. She did not seize the opportunity to chatter. For her, this meal was more like a silent lesson in social hierarchy. At 9 in the evening, the nightlife of the capital was just beginning, but inside the penthouse of Wanlu Academy's flagship building, a staggering wealth transfer was about to be completed. The doorbell rang. Su Qinghe hurried over to open it. Outside, old Ma was drenched in sweat, his suit jacket draped over his arm, his tie askew. Behind him followed 4 lawyers and real estate notaries in suits, each carrying heavy briefcases. "Mr. Jiang, sorry to keep you waiting. We've brought everything." Old Ma's voice was hoarse. From 4 in the afternoon until now, in barely 5 hours, old Ma and his team had compressed what normally took days or even a week into hours. The extra $2 million in commission acted like an invisible whip, spurring everyone to accelerate. Driven by the deal, old Ma had even mobilized all his connections, dragging the notary home from dinner and pulling the law team off the road. Jiang Yan sat on the wide leather sofa, legs crossed, his posture relaxed, yet commanding enough to stifle anyone's breath. "Have a seat. Let's begin." The 4 lawyers immediately lined up before the massive marble coffee table. Contract documents, copies of property certificates, non-encumbrance affidavits, and legal papers were laid out one by one. The lead senior partner handed a thick contract to Jiang Yan. "Mr. Jiang, this is the formal contract for the entire property transaction. We have thoroughly verified the seller's asset status. The court seizure order is still going through the final signature process. As soon as we transfer the funds into the supervision account and complete the online freeze, the property title will be prioritized under your name, and no debt dispute can trace back to this property." Old Ma nodded vigorously beside him. Yes. I've pushed the seller to the wall. They're waiting for your life-saving money. As soon as you sign and transfer, the legal representative will confirm through the notarized authorization system." Everyone looked at Jiang Yan. In their eyes, a young, wealthy scion like him would typically just sign on the dotted line without a second thought. Who reads a contract dozens of pages long? Yet Jiang Yan did not immediately pick up the pen. He took the contract calmly, turned to the first page, and began to scrutinize it word by word. His reading speed was swift, but it was far from skimming. In his past life as a top research master's student at Shuemu University, he had handled countless complex data models and thousands of obscure English papers in the lab. This rigorous ability to spot loopholes and logical traps was ingrained in his bones. More importantly, Jiang Yan of the past was not a mere bookworm buried in experiments. To protect his research results and to understand patents, technology transfers, intellectual property ownership, and project cooperation agreements, he had minored in law during his undergraduate years. Though his achievements were ultimately not protected, defeated by power, the knowledge still proved useful. Contract law, intellectual property law, corporate law, civil procedure. He dared not claim to be more proficient than professional lawyers, but it was enough to identify hidden risks in most commercial contracts. Scientific training gave him rigor, illegal training gave him boundaries. The combination was a truly formidable logical review capability. The living room was so quiet that only the rustling of paper could be heard. 2 minutes later, Jiang Yan's movements came to a halt. His finger tapped the 3rd clause on page 7 of the contract. "Lawyerly, is it?" Jiang Yan didn't even lift his head, his voice cold. "Yes. The leading lawyer felt an inexplicable jolt in his heart and hurriedly stepped forward. Jiang Yan pointed at the clause, his tone as sharp as a blade. Why does this liability clause for breach of contract only stipulate that the seller's cap for liquidated damages for failing to deliver the property on time is 10% of the total house price? If he takes my full payment and deliberately delays the vacating time, or even uses the property entity to conduct illegal secondary mortgage operations during this period, would this 10% liquidated damages be enough to compensate for my time cost? Lawyer Lee's cold sweat broke out instantly. He had never expected this young second-generation heir to have such a sharp eye. And here, Jiang Yan flipped to page 12. The vacating period is vague. The contract states vacate within a reasonable time after the payment is settled. What is a reasonable time? 3 days could be reasonable, 3 months could also be reasonable. I want the handover completed within 2 days. Change reasonable time to unconditional vacating within 48 hours after payment is settled with a penalty of 1 million per day for delay. Next, Jiang Yan flipped to the last page. Where is the asset preservation segregation clause? The seller is currently under the court's watch. If he is suddenly subjected to compulsory criminal measures during the transaction, causing the online signing system to malfunction, how can the funds in the escrow account be returned to me in seconds? Why is there no third-party guarantor joint liability? 3 questions like 3 sharp daggers accurately pierced the most hidden traps in this seemingly perfect contract. This was not the insight of an 18-year-old young master. It was comparable to a professional lawyer. The 4 lawyers exchanged glances, their backs soaked with cold sweat. Old Ma was so terrified he barely dared to breathe. He had initially thought Jiang Yan was just throwing his weight around using his family background, but now he realized that this young man's professionalism and logical rigor were chilling. However, Jiang Yan was not so arrogant as to trust himself completely. He knew well that professional fields always had their barriers. Being able to see through most issues did not mean he could replace an entire top-tier legal team. So he picked up his phone and directly dialed Zhang Huilan's video number. The video was answered almost instantly. On the other end of the screen, Zhang Huilan was still sitting in the conference room of Dingxing Capital's Beijing branch. Behind her, a full wall of projection screens densely covered with data models of cross-border MA cases. Young Master Jiang. Zhang Huilan's voice remained clear and restrained. Sister Zhang, bring in the legal team from Dingxing Capital responsible for real estate transactions and risk segregation. Jiang Yan pushed the contract in front of the camera, his tone calm. I've spotted a few issues with this contract, but regarding the details of escrow accounts and court preservation procedures, I need your people to review it. Zhang Huilan wasted no words. Understood. Within a minute, 3 senior lawyers from Dingxing Capital's legal department joined the video conference. These 3 individuals specialized in real estate transactions, judicial enforcement, risk segregation, and large-scale fund supervision and compliance, respectively. Jiang Yan reiterated the 3 issues he had pointed out. After listening, the 3 lawyers' expressions turned serious. One partner-level lawyer said directly, "Young Master Jiang, your judgment is correct. The basic framework of this contract is fine, but the clauses addressing extreme risk disposal by the seller are insufficient. In particular, asset preservation segregation and third-party guarantor joint liability must be added." Another lawyer continued, "I also suggest adding a clause. If the seller or any of its affiliated creditors affects the delivery, online signing, or title transfer of the property in any form, the seller shall bear irrevocable punitive damages for breach of contract, and authorize the escrow account to prioritize the return of the buyer's funds." The third lawyer quickly provided a revised version of the amendments. Jiang Yan listened and nodded. "Change it according to what they said." He tossed the contract back onto the table, his tone brooking no dissent. "I don't want to see such loopholes that insult my intelligence in the next steps." "Yes. Well, change it immediately." "Well, change it immediately." Lawyer Lee hastily let his team open their laptops and began frantically revising the clauses on the spot, then reprinted the document using a portable printer they had brought. Half an hour later, a near-flawless final version of the contract, remotely reviewed by Dingxing Capital's legal team, was placed before Jiang Yan. This time, Jiang Yan said no more. He picked up his phone and glanced at the time. It was 9:47 p.m. For an ordinary family, this might be the time to prepare for rest. But for a woman like Lin Wantong, who controlled a trillion-dollar capital empire, night never signified an end. It merely marked the beginning of another cross-time zone meeting. Jiang Yan dialed his mother Lin Wantang's private number. The phone rang twice before being answered. The line was quiet, with a faint rustling of documents and the distant sound of an English report in the background. Yan. Lin Wantang's voice instantly shifted from the sternness of a capital tycoon to the gentleness. This woman could be decisive and ruthless in the capital market, could silence a room full of billion-dollar entrepreneurs in a board meeting, but when facing her only son, her tone was inevitably different. "Mom, am I disturbing your meeting?" Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, his tone relaxed. "No," Lin Wantong said calmly. "Just finished a round of negotiations, and there's a video conference in 10 minutes. "What's up?" Jiang Yan didn't beat around the bush. "I bought a house in Jingxing." There was a half-second pause on the other end of the line. "Bought a house? Wanlu Academy in Jingcheng. This time Lin Wantang's side fell noticeably quiet. At her level, she certainly knew what Wanlu Academy was. Why did you suddenly buy there? Lin Wantang asked. Jiang Yan glanced in the direction of Shuimu University outside the window, his voice steady. I got my college entrance exam results. Top science student in Beihai province, 741 points. The admissions office of Shuimu University called me this afternoon. I plan to attend Shuimu. Wanlu is close to Shuimu. The environment is quiet, and the security and privacy are decent, so I conveniently looked at a property. He said it casually, as if being the top science student in Beihai province was a trivial matter. But on the other end of the line, Lin Wantang was silent for a rare 3 seconds. She knew her son did well in his studies, but she hadn't expected it to be this good. 741 points, provincial top scorer. Even for families like the Jiangs and Lins, this was still a dazzling achievement. Power and wealth could pave the way, but this level of top-tier exam score represented Jiang Yan's own talent and will. Why didn't you tell me earlier? Lin Wantang's voice dropped a few notes. Jiang Yan gave a faint smile. You're busy. Those 2 words brought another silence on the line. Lin Wantang sat in the meeting room with the core documents of a tens of billion cross-border merger and acquisition case spread before her. Behind her stood the most elite investment team of Dingshan Capital. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that those complex valuation models and negotiation tactics were less piercing than the phrase "you're busy" on the phone. Over the years, she had indeed been too busy. So busy that when her son became the top scorer of the province, she as his mother was not the first to know. Lin Wantang took a light breath and her tone regained calm. How much is the house? 90 million. Jiang Yan did not hide. The original owner's capital chain collapsed, and he was anxious to sell. I checked the property rights and debt situation, and the risk clauses were also reviewed by Sister Zhang's legal team. It's not a big problem. After hearing this, a strange light flickered in Lin Wantang's eyes. She had originally thought Jiang Yan was only attracted to the location of Wanlu Academy. But from his words, he was clearly not the rich young master coaxed by salespeople into buying a house. He knew the original owner's collapse. He knew about the property rights risk. He knew to have Dingshan Capital's legal department review. And he even managed to negotiate the price down to 90 million in such a short time. This son seemed different from the silent, aloof boy. She remembered the one who was raised in Beihai. You don't have enough, Lin Wantang said directly. She knew very well that the pocket money she had sent to Jiang Yan over time added up to only about 20 million. Even if Jiang Yan hadn't spent lavishly in the past few days, it was impossible for him to directly pay 90 million in full. Jiang Yan did not explain the system, nor did he say much. He simply said calmly, that's why I'm calling you. Those words were very natural. There was no flattery, no childish whining. No trace of the anxiety ordinary children feel when asking their parents for money. It was like stating a reasonable fact. I need to attend school in the capital. I need to buy a safe private house that matches my status. So I need money. Lin Wantang, on the contrary, appreciated this attitude. Her son should not hesitate over the cost of a house. Even more in a place like the capital, he should not lower his status because of where he lived. Is the card number still the same as before? Wait 1 minute. Lin Wantang wasted no words. From the other end of the line came the sound of her calmly instructing her secretary. Transfer 100 million to Jiang Yan's personal account via the family gift route. Complete the tax and compliance procedures. Do it now at once. Those 2 words carried the queen of Dingshan Capital's usual authoritative efficiency. In less than 30 seconds, Jiang Yan's phone vibrated. A bank text message popped up. Your account received RMB 100,000. Current available balance. 100 million arrived. Direct clean with no strings attached. In the living room, old Ma lawyer Li Su Qinghe and others could not hear what was said on the phone, but they personally saw the incoming message on Jiang Yan's phone screen. 100 million. Not 1 million. Not 10 million. A full 100 million. Transferred so lightly after just one phone call. Old Moss Adams' apple bobbed violently. He suddenly realized that his previous understanding of the term top-tier family was still too shallow. Su Qinghe stood nearby, her heart involuntarily tightening. She had seen rich people, but not this kind of rich. A house worth 90 million was something ordinary people couldn't even dream of in several lifetimes. But for Jiang Yan, it was just a phone call to his mother saying, I'm going to study at Shuimu, so I bought a house. And then 100 million arrived. This was not indulgence, it was class. It was the true top-tier life she had only glimpsed in news and rumors during her 27 years of life. The call was still not hung up. Lin Wantang's voice came again. Register the house under your own name. The capital is not like Beihai. The neighborhood around Shuimu is complicated. Living in Wanlu is fine, the security and privacy are sufficient. If any follow-up issues need arranging, directly contact Zhang Huilin. Jiang Yan looked at the incoming message on his phone, his voice calm. Got it. At this point, he suddenly remembered something, his tone pausing. Mom, this time I came to the capital, I haven't visited Grandpa yet. On the other end of the line, Lin Wantang's movement of flipping through documents paused slightly. Jiang Yan continued logically, since I arrived in the capital, I should go pay respects to him first. But things came up quickly. hotel, school, housing, all piled together, so I didn't have time to go. His voice was steady without deliberately showing filial piety or making excuses, just stating fact. Grandpa was the true anchor of the entire Jiang family. No matter how Jiang Yan's mentality had changed, this rule was clear in his heart. We'll find some time tomorrow to go over, Jiang Yan said. Lin Wantong, however, said directly, no rush. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. Lin Wantong's tone was calm, yet carried an absolute familiarity with the internal rhythm of the Jiang. Your grandfather may not have time to see you in the next 2 days. As far as I know, he has a national conference recently, and his schedule can't be changed on a whim. More importantly, if you go now, he might not have time to see you, and it would just be an ordinary greeting. Wait until the official results are released before you go. Lin Wantong paused, her voice carrying a rare softness. At that time, go see him with the title of the top science student of Beha province. He might not praise you verbally, but he will certainly be happy inside. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment. He could understand his mother's meaning. In a family like the Jiang's, family affection certainly existed, but beyond it there were also timing, propriety, and appearances. If he went rashly now, he would be nothing more than a grandson returning to the capital to visit an elder. But when the official results were announced, and he went, it would be as the legitimate grandson of the Jiang family with the identity of a top scorer who had shattered the provincial record, bringing a sufficiently dignified surprise to the old man. This was not vanity. It was the most natural sense of order within the top-tier family. Jiang Yan smiled faintly. Lin Wantong added another sentence. Your grandfather has held high positions for many years, and he is getting old. There are not many things that can truly make him happy these days. You did very well in this exam. This matter is enough to make him happy for a while. Jiang Yan looked out the window in the direction of Shuima University, his voice dropping slightly. Then he'll go after the official results are announced. Lin Wantong said. He'll inform them in advance then. Lin Wantong paused, then suddenly asked, does your father know about the top scorer? Probably not yet. Good, then don't tell him. He'll tell him. There was finally a hint of pride in Lin Wantong's voice. Yan. You did very well. You are truly my son. A very simple compliment. But it was the most direct praise Lin Wantong as a woman could give. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment. In his past life, when he got into Shuima University, his mother had long been worn down by poverty and illness, with little strength left, only lying on the hospital bed, clutching the admission notice, and crying again and again. In this life, his mother was Lin Wantong, the financial queen, controlling trillions of capital. But at that moment, those words, you did very well, on the other end of the phone, still lightly moved a scarred corner deep in his heart. Thank you, Mom, Jiang Yan said in a low voice. Lin Wantong didn't get sentimental. She was never one to hang her emotions on her sleeve. Sign the contract first. He'll have Zhang Huilin arrange the legal team to keep an eye on it. Call me anytime. On the day the official results come out, he'll come back to Guoji Zhuang with your father and your maternal grandfather. Okay. The call ended. Jiang Yan placed his phone face down on the table and looked up at the people before him, who were already too stunned to speak. He did not explain or boast. He merely picked up the pen and uttered 2 words, calmly, continue. He picked up the pen and signed his name with a flourish on every required spot, pressing his fingerprint as well. Jiang Yan took out his bank card. Due to the large amount, they used a high-authority, enterprise-level large-sum deduction terminal on site. Beep. Fingerprint verified, password correct. 90 million yuan flowed like a tide instantly into the secure supervision account of the National Real Estate Transaction System. Next, Jiang Yan swiped the POS machine one more time. Beep. 2 million yuan in extra gratuity, along with the corresponding legal intermediary commission, was precisely transferred into Old Moss Company's corporate account and the personal performance settlement account of Old Moss team. When the POS machine noisily spit out the long receipt with confirmation stamps, Old Ma held the slip, his hands trembling. 2 million extra bonus. After distribution, he might get only 1 million, but it was still half a year's salary and bonuses for him, since he was just a manager, not the boss. Mr. Jiang. Master Jiang. Rest assured, the subsequent transfer of ownership, vacating and changing locks, Old Ma will complete it perfectly within 48 hours. Jiang Yan waved his hand casually. Get paid, then get to work. I don't want to hear nonsense. Yes. Well, we won't disturb Master Jiang's rest. From now on, this house belongs to you. Old Ma, being extremely perceptive, gestured to the lawyer and notary personnel to pack up equipment and documents as quickly as possible. Su Qinghe, you stay and help Master Jiang organize the handover checklist. He'll handle the rest of the running around. Old Ma, before leaving out the door, gave Su Qinghe a very knowing look, and after dropping these words, took the people and left like a gust of wind. Bang! The door closed again. The noise faded, and in the vast penthouse, only Jiang Yan and Su Qinghe remained. Jiang Yan lounged on the sofa, gazing at his phone screen, displaying a successful deduction notification. The 90 million yuan had come from his mother. Yet this property was now firmly registered under his name. It would become the first fortress for him to conquer the world. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, waiting. He was waiting for the voice that would grant him rebirth. True to his expectation, it came within 5 minutes. The familiar mechanical chime resounded in his mind. Ding, detected that the host has completed the full cash acquisition of the capital's top-tier mansion, the crown jewel of Wanlu Shuyuan. Information dissemination path being confirmed. Congratulations, host. You have earned 1000 influence points. Bonus reward triggered high-level wealth feedback. Cash deposit of 10000000 yuan. Funds have been processed through legal tax channels and deposited into the host's personal account. Hearing this chain of announcements, Jiang Yan smiled with delight. 1,000 points. Plus 10 million in cash. With the 100 million from his mother, he had not only secured this core asset, but also leveraged it to spread his influence within the owner circle of Wanlu Shuyuan. Those capital tycoons and internet nouveau riche who usually looked down on others were now likely scrambling to use their connections to find out who this sudden dragon crossing the river, descending upon Wanlu Shuyuan truly was. The more attention they paid, the faster his system points accumulated. It had only been a short while since the transaction concluded, yet he had already gained 100 points. As time passed, and more people learned of it, he would likely earn even more. Adding to his existing stockpile, Jiang Yan's total points had now reached 1500. He was one step closer to exchanging for that bottle of primary gene optimization fluid that could alter the very dimension of life. This closed loop of leveraging money to drive influence, then using influence to fuel strength utterly fascinated him. Suppressing the wild thoughts within, Jiang Yan opened his eyes and redirected his gaze towards Su Qinghe, who stood not far away. Since old Ma and the others had left, Su Qinghe had been standing silently by the marble bar counter. She did not pour water or fabricate excuses to ingratiate herself. She simply stood there waiting for his command. She keenly sensed that when Jiang Yan had closed his eyes moments ago, his aura had shifted momentarily. The feeling was difficult to describe. It was as if a young man had suddenly revealed a deeper edge, both intimidating and captivating. Jiang Yan looked at her without speaking. In this silent exchange of gazes, Su Qinghe suddenly moved. She slowly lowered her head, extended her slender fingers, and gently undid the buttons of her professional suit jacket. The jacket slid off her rounded shoulders, and she casually draped it over a nearby barstool. The white silk blouse beneath, now freed from the jacket's confinement, clung more closely to her undulating curves. Then she bent down. A soft click sounded. The costly stiletto heels were removed and neatly placed in a corner. Deprived of the heels boost, her height dropped from around 178 centimeters to about 170. She stood barefoot on the cool natural marble floor, her small feet sheathed in black stockings. She did not strike any seductive pose or deliberately display allure. She simply shed the armor of her profession and stood there quietly like a real woman stripped of all defenses. Jiang Yan rose and walked toward her with steady steps. When the distance between them narrowed to less than half a meter, he came to a halt. He towered nearly a head above Su Qinghe, and this height advantage granted him an irresistible sense of dominance. You should know, Jiang Yan said, his voice calm, devoid of lust, carrying only the cruelty of rationality. I will not give you any promises. Status, position, or that so-called love. None of that exists in this room. These words were brutal. They tore apart the hazy romance between a man and a woman, leaving only the most direct rules. For a woman harboring dreams of marrying into wealth, this might have shattered her composure instantly. But Su Qinghe did not falter. She raised her head, meeting Jiang Yan's unruffled gaze. Deep within her eyes, a fleeting bitterness did flash, a woman's instinctive reaction to being stripped of the right to fantasize. Yet almost in the next second, that bitterness was replaced by clarity, and her eyes shone with frankness. I know, Su Qinghe said, her voice soft but exceptionally firm. She looked at Jiang Yan and gave a wry smile, her gaze revealing a world-weary wisdom. I'm 27 this year. In this industry, I've seen too many wealthy men. Wealthy but ugly, wealthy and perverted, and those who only want to use a little money in exchange for cheap companionship. She paused. I know exactly what I want and where I stand. The Cinderella fantasy is fine for TV dramas, but not in She paused, lifted her chin slightly, her eyes clear and unflinching. But at least tonight, I want to know what it feels like to stand beside a man like you. She wanted no promises. She wanted no illusory future. All she wanted was this night. It was the unspoken understanding between adults. It was a moth darting toward the flame, driven by admiration for strength, and also the most loyal, active choice of a grown woman who had seen through worldly rules, toward her own body and desires. Jiang Yan looked at her face, etched with defiance and clarity, and a flicker of intrigue passed through his eyes. Su Qinghe was far more sophisticated than Li Yu, who could only stare blankly at a transfer of 500,000. The greatest advantage of dealing with intelligent women was that he did not need to waste time handling tedious post-event emotions. Jiang Yan said no more. He reached out, grasped her delicate chin with slight force, and then, with overwhelming aggression, kissed her. Su Qinghe obediently lifted her face, closed her eyes, her long lashes quivering slightly, awaiting the impending storm. At first, Su Qing's body was somewhat stiff, but after only 2 seconds, she completely surrendered, her hands involuntarily climbing onto Jiang Yan's broad and upright shoulders, responding with awkward yet fervent passion. Jiang Yan released her lips without superfluous words. His sturdy arms suddenly wrapped around her waist, and the crooks of her knees lifting her horizontally. Su Qinghe gasped and instinctively tightened her arms around his neck. Holding her, Jiang Yan strode toward the heavy double doors of the master bedroom, kicked them open, and without a hint of tenderness tossed her onto the wide, soft, dark-hued bed. Su Qinghe sank instantly into the plush velvet bedding, her slightly wavy hair fanning out. Night had fully descended, and the master bedroom door was firmly shut. Outside the window stretched the boundless, glittering nightscape of the capital. The Wanshou Hill of the Summer Palace resembled a tranquil inkwash painting under the moonlight. Occasionally sports cars sped along the distant ring roads, but they could not breach the silence of Wanlu Shuyuan, a silence forged by wealth. The bedroom was unlit with only faint moonlight and the city's neon glow streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows whose curtains had not been drawn, casting mottled light across the bed. Jiang Yan looked down at her from his height, one knee on the mattress, and directly seized the collar of her white silk blouse. Instead of bothering with the troublesome buttons, he applied force with both hands and tore it apart. Ryup. Then his large hand traveled downward and tore again, rending the textured black stockings. Su Qing's breathing was utterly disordered, her chest heaved violently as her hands clutched the sheets beneath her. Then with a sudden sharp cry mingling a hint of pain, Jiang Yan did not hesitate to commence his advance. The following morning, inside the master bedroom of the penthouse in Wanlu Academy, the heavy blackout curtains blocked most of the sunlight. Only a faint glimmer of light seeped through the gaps, spilling onto the carpet. Su Qinghe woke up first. As she opened her eyes, her first sensation was an ache throughout her body, as if she had been run over by a heavy truck. Especially that tearing pain made her gasp sharply. The madness of the previous night had been like an endless storm, and the boy who looked only 18 had possessed boundless stamina and energy. She turned her head to glance at Jiang Yan, who was still asleep beside her. Even in slumber, the man's profile remained cold and stern. Su Qinghe did not act like those women dreaming of marrying into wealth, seizing the chance to nestle into his arms for affection. Nor did she pretend to be asleep, waiting for him to wake up and act coy. She was well aware that this entanglement within a 100 million yuan mansion was not love in essence, it was a value exchange. She had given her most precious possession in return for a chance to brush against the clouds, nothing more. Suppressing the intense discomfort in her body, she lifted the silk duvet corner and carefully rose from the large bed. Her bare feet touched the carpet, she staggered slightly, nearly falling, and took several deep breaths before she could stand steady. She walked into the spacious bathroom, turned on the shower, and let the warm water wash over the marks on her body. After washing, she dried her hair again, tidied up, and put on the white silk blouse that Jiang Yan had torn in several places the night before, and the black stockings already reduced to shreds had long been tossed into the trash bin. Putting back on her damaged professional suit, Su Qinghe stood before the huge vanity mirror in the washroom and touched up her exquisite makeup. Looking at the woman in the mirror, still beautiful but now with a hint of married charm, she lost herself for a brief moment. For her, the night before had by no means been an ordinary indulgence. It was a conscious, voluntary step into a world she had only ever looked up to. She knew the coldness of this world. No promises, no so-called love. But she had no regrets. After tidying up, Su Qinghe returned to the bedroom and began quietly and meticulously cleaning up the mess on the floor. About half an hour later, Jiang Yan slowly opened his eyes. His internal clock was always precise, even though he hadn't slept until 3 in the morning. He turned his head slightly, and his gaze immediately captured the scene not far away. Su Qinghe was already fully dressed, kneeling on the thick carpet beside the bed with her knees together, meticulously smoothing out the wrinkles on the shirt and trousers Jiang Yan had tossed on the sofa the night before, folding them neatly. As if sensing Jiang Yan's gaze, Su Qinghe turned around. Seeing him awake, she immediately stopped what she was doing, placed her hands folded in front of her, and bowed her head slightly. "Good morning, Mr. Jiang. You're awake." Her tone held no sweetness or desire for praise, it was as respectful as an employee reporting for duty. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard, his eyes sweeping over her. He noticed the uncontrollable trembling in her legs as she stood up to pour water. Then his gaze casually landed on the rumpled bedsheet beside him. In the center of the pristine white velvet bedsheet was a dried, dark red stain, as glaring as a plum blossom. "I never expected you to be a virgin." With the experience of both his past and present lives, he had instinctively assumed that a top-tier, beautiful saleswoman who had worked 4 years in the Beijing luxury property agency, circle juggling countless wealthy clients, would long have become a seasoned player at social games. He had not restrained his strength the night before, he had even been somewhat rough. Su Qing's hand holding the cup trembled slightly, a few drops of warm water splashing onto the back of her hand. She walked over, placed the cup gently on the nightstand, then gave a bitter smile and met Jiang Yan's gaze frankly. "Mr. Jiang, before last night, I only sold houses, not myself. In these 4 years, many bosses have tried to throw money at me, and plenty of clients have tried to use deals as leverage. I dodged them all." She shook her head with a self-deprecating laugh. "I'm not trying to play the virtuous woman. I just felt they didn't deserve it. Last night, It was the first time my admiration for power got the better of me, and it was my own choice. These words were neither contrived nor an attempt to use that spot of blood to win Jiang Yan's pity. She was merely stating a fact proving the value of her sacrifice and her submission to Jiang Yan's charisma. Yet upon hearing this, Jiang Yan's face showed no sign of being moved, nor did he display the smugness or guilt that ordinary men might feel after taking a top-tier woman's virginity. He casually picked up the pure black windproof lighter from the nightstand, flicked it open with a ding, and lit a cigarette. Smoke rose between them. Taking a drag, Jiang Yan looked at her through the thin haze and issued an order in a calm tone. "Quit your agency." Hearing this, Su Qing's face instantly turned pale. So, was this the end? Though she had mentally prepared herself not to cling or demand anything. When Jiang Yan so bluntly and coldly told her to resign and draw a line, the immense sense of loss deep inside her engulfed her like a tide. "Okay, I understand. I won't pester you." Su Qinghe managed to maintain her dignity. Jiang Yan looked at her pale but resolute face, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He found it somewhat amusing. Then he slowly blew out a smoke ring and dropped the heavyweight offer. "1 year, I'll give you 3 million. Su Qinghe jerked her head up, stunned. "What do you mean?" Jiang Yan flicked his ashes, voice sounding like the clang of capital in the morning bedroom. "From now on, this penthouse in Wanlu Academy is yours to manage. Your new role is my personal butler. Your only task is to ensure that whenever I return here, this house is in absolutely top-tier condition. If you do well in the future, I can put all my properties in Beijing and elsewhere under your unified management." The bedroom fell silent. Su Qing's breathing grew faster. 3 million a year. That was more than she could earn in several years slaving away in the property agency, wearing a fake smile and drinking at countless dinners. Moreover, the identity of personal butler meant she would be a constant presence within Jiang Yan's life radius. She wasn't stupid, as she knew it was about more than just managing the house. Jiang Yan was using capital to redefine the relationship between them, upgrading it from a short-term physical transaction the previous night directly to a long-term class-based employment. It wasn't vulgar sponsorship, it was employment, but the boundary and bottom line between the two were determined solely by Jiang Yan. Su Qinghe struggled briefly. Once she nodded, she would completely transform from an independent career woman into an accessory attached to Jiang Yan. But after just a few seconds, she made her decision. Following a man like this, even as an accessory, was 10,000 times better than being coveted by a bunch of disgusting old men in that mire of a circle. Su Qinghe lifted her head, her gaze regaining its clarity. "All right, I accept. But I have one request." She straightened her spine, clinging to her last shred of dignity. "If one day you grow tired of me or no longer need me, please tell me in advance. I will never cling to you shamelessly. I just need a little time to leave with grace." Jiang Yan watched her, this clear-headed and transparent woman, and a flicker of appreciation gleamed in his eyes. Dealing with an intelligent woman was effortless. "Agreed." Jiang Yan nodded lightly. Then he picked up the phone from the bedside table, his slender fingers tapping on the screen a few times. Ding dong. Su Qinghe's phone, placed aside, chimed with a message alert. "I just transferred 5 million to you." Jiang Yan tossed his phone back onto the cabinet, his tone as casual as if he had only transferred 100 yuan. "The hard furnishings in this house are barely passable, but I don't like using things others have touched. All the soft furnishings, furniture and bedding. Use that 5 million to replace the entire soft decor of the house. Follow my aesthetic, no flashy nouveau riche style. I want quality. You're a woman of taste. I trust your judgment." 5 million for redecorating, casually handed to a woman he had only been with the night before. Such was the audacity of the top heir of the Jiang family. Su Qinghe stared at the long string of zeros on her phone screen, her heart racing. A 90 million yuan mansion entrusted to her care, 5 million in cash transferred to her private account for soft furnishing purchases, and an annual salary promise of 3 million. In just a few minutes, Jiang Yan had thrown down more than just money. It was trust, and that trust weighed even heavier than the money. "Rest assured, Mr. Jiang, I will handle everything properly." Su Qinghe took a deep breath, clutching her phone tightly, her voice filled with submission. Jiang Yan watched her, then stubbed out the nearly finished cigarette in the crystal ashtray. Then he looked at Su Qinghe, who was still kneeling by the bed, leaning forward so that her silk shirt gaped open, revealing a vast expanse of snowy skin and a deep cleavage. A predatory possessiveness reignited in the depths of his eyes. "Since you're a private butler," Jiang Yan's voice dropped low, "then let's not waste time." He suddenly reached out his broad and powerful hand, clamping down on the back of Su Qinghe's head, swift, decisive, without any hesitation. "From now on, fulfill your duties as a butler." This abrupt and forceful gesture made Su Qinghe's body instinctively stiffen. But then, as she met Jiang Yan's unfathomable eyes burning with wild, conquering desire, the last line of defense in her mind, independence, reserved dignity, shattered into pieces. She had taken the money, acknowledged her master. Before this emperor-like young man, her only worth lay in obedience. Without any hesitation, Su Qinghe cast aside all her burdens. She propped her hands on the edge of the bed, her jade white swan neck bending submissively. Her cherry-red lips parted, and her slender fingers trembling slightly precisely pulled down Jiang Yan's boxer briefs. The morning sun finally pierced through the clouds, and a stray ray squeezed through the gap in the curtains, casting a bright patch of light on the carpet. Jiang Yan reclined against the headboard, looking down at the professional golden girl who now bobbed before him like the humblest of maids. But he didn't let her linger in this phase for long. Come up. Jiang Yan suddenly gripped Su Qinghe's slender waist, his arm muscles tensing with explosive force, and lifted her directly off the carpet, tossing her onto the messy bed. Ah, Su Qinghe gasped. Before she could even rise, Jiang Yan was already upon her like a stalking black panther, his powerful physique pinning her beneath him. What followed was a one-sided brutal conquest. Jiang Yan's movements were bold and unrestrained. He grabbed Su Qinghe's hair, forcing her to turn over and kneel on the bed facing away from him. Jiang Yan thrust again from behind. So this is the taste of 100 million mansion butler. Butler Su, your body is far more honest than your mouth. Wah. Please spare your butler, young Master Jiang. Su Qinghe cried out. It was a vivid portrayal of shattering and remolding the lofty golden professional woman, forcing her to submit completely, body and soul. He ignored Su Qinghe's cries, simply savoring the thrill of absolute control. Power, wealth, beauty. In his past life, he had been squeezed dry like a dog in a laboratory, not even worthy of looking up to these things. Now everything lay at his feet. An hour and a half later, the sound of water in the bathroom stopped. The two washed up and changed clothes. Jiang Yan emerged from the dressing room, wearing a fresh casual shirt delivered just for him. Su Qinghe meanwhile changed back into her black professional skirt. Though still exhausted and her legs weak, she had flawlessly switched back to her private butler mode. She hurried to the door and retrieved the freshly delivered top-tier custom breakfast from Wanlu Academy's internal catering channel. The two sat down to dine quietly in the dining room, which offered a panoramic view of the summer palace. As they ate, Su Qinghe reported on work. Young Master Jiang, old Ma just called. All the transfer procedures have been expedited through the internal express channel. The system review should be completed this morning. Barring any unforeseen issues, the real estate certificate will be in your hands this afternoon. Jiang Yan swallowed the last of his black coffee, wiped his mouth with a napkin, and nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, speed. Finish up and get ready. You're coming with me. Yes. Su Qinghe asked no questions and immediately quickened her pace. 20 minutes later. Although Su Qinghe's body was already overtaxed, every step sending aches through her that reminded her of the madness of last night and this morning. She gritted her teeth, maintained her most professional demeanor, and followed closely behind Jiang Yan, taking the private elevator down to the underground garage of Wanlu Academy. The garage was filled with various luxury cars, but on the most conspicuous and spacious private parking spot, the matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63 crouched, like a prehistoric beast lurking in the dark, exuding a suffocating mechanical brutality. Jiang Yan pressed the car key. 2 beeps sounded, and the exaggerated scissor doors slowly rose upward. Su Qinghe obediently sat into the passenger seat. Jiang Yan settled into the driver's seat, his finger pressing the start button. Roar! The roar of the V12 naturally aspirated engine exploded in the underground garage. The alarms of several ordinary luxury cars nearby were set off by the vibration. The wild engine note instantly severed the lingering indoor intimacy between them, brutally dragging the entire rhythm into the outside world of money and desire. Jiang Yan gripped the full carbon fiber steering wheel with one hand and floored the accelerator. The black SVJ 63 shot out of the garage like a black lightning bolt, merging into the morning rush hour traffic of the capital. A limited edition supercar on the road was a natural magnet for attention. Vehicles along the way yielded. Everyone understood. Even a slight scrape on the carbon fiber front lip could bankrupt someone on the spot. At the traffic light, countless pedestrians exclaimed in awe. Young people on the roadside whipped out their phones, frantically clicking shutters to record videos. Holy shit. A real SVJ 63. In a special edition. Damn. That car must be nearly 20 million out the door. Look at the passenger seat. Holy shit, a top-tier mature beauty. As the crowd's exclamations spread rapidly across social media, the system prompt in Jiang Yan's mind began to chime pleasingly. Ding. Detected host driving a top-tier supercar, attracting attention and awe from passers-by. Influence spreading. Influence points 1. Influence points 2. Influence points 3. Listening to the steadily rising points, a smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yan's lips. It seems driving luxury cars out often can harvest points too. This kind of influence spread didn't require him to speak. Wealth itself spoke for him. Su Qinghe, seated in the passenger seat, turned her head to gaze at the young man who was controlling the car with one hand. Her gaze gradually grew hazy. This man was utterly captivating. She had a premonition that in this life she had truly and completely fallen into the trap of this 18-year-old boy, never to climb out again. The black Lamborghini weaved nimbly through the traffic of the capital city. Gradually slowing down, it eventually turned into the familiar tree-lined street of Hadian district. Through the car window, Jiang Yan saw the ancient and solemn school gate at the end of the road, which bore the highest dreams of countless Chinese students. On the massive granite steel beside it were engraved four bold and vigorous characters: Shomu University. Jiang Yan gently pressed the brake, reducing the speed to a minimum, and finally parked by the tree-lined avenue, less than 200 meters from the west gate. The cabin instantly fell silent, with only the low hum of the V12 engine idling still trembling. Jiang Yan rested his hands on the steering wheel, his gaze fixed on the steel. In that instant it was as if he had traveled through time. The memories of his past life surged and tore through his mind like a flood bursting through a dam. 10 years. A full 10 years. In his past life, when had he first walked up to this school gate? It was that early autumn when he started his freshman year. He had stood for 3 hours on the train. He had no suitcase, only a roughly sewn sack made from a washed fertilizer bag slung over his back. Inside the sack were a few sets of new clothes his mother had bought for 100 or so yuan at the market, and several high school physics textbooks with frayed edges densely covered in notes. That was all he owned. He would always remember standing before the magnificent gate of Shomu University that day, watching peers of his age in designer clothes being dropped off by their parents in private cars. Like a country bumpkin who had stumbled into an imperial palace, he walked through the gates of Shomu University. He spent 7 whole years on that campus. He ate at the cheapest cafeteria, took on the hardest and most exhausting data recording jobs. He thought that as long as he worked desperately and produced world-shaking scientific research, he could change his fate. After finally earning his master's degree and receiving an offer from a top-tier research institute, his life was about to change completely. But reality dealt him the most resounding slap. Zhou Wenchang, that scion of privilege who couldn't even operate experimental instruments, had effortlessly snatched away the first author credit that Jiang Yan had earned through years of toil, all with a single phone call from his father. And that sanctimonious institute director, with an utterly hypocritical face, forced him to consider the bigger cue. Jiang Yan let out a long exhale of the turbid air in his chest, his gaze instantly snapping back from the pain of memory, turning cold as ice. Contrast this moment. He was sitting in a globally limited edition supercar worth 15 million yuan. In the passenger seat sat a stunningly beautiful housekeeper, whose figure and features were beyond what countless men would dare to dream of. In his personal bank account lay over 1 billion in available cash. Behind him was the top-tier penthouse of Wanlu Academy, worth 90 million, overlooking the entire capital. And he in 2 months would step into this campus for the second time as the top science student of B province with an unprecedented 741 points. The Jiang Yan who had bowed his head and submitted in his past life had died that night of overwork and sudden death. In this life, he was no longer a low-level research drone. He would take back everything that was his, and he would shatter those lofty rules one by one. Jiang Yan turned his head and glanced at Su Qinghe, who looked somewhat bewildered but dared not interrupt. "Wait for me in the car." "Yes, young Master Jiang." Su Qinghe nodded obediently. Jiang Yan pushed open the scissor door and stepped out of the car. In the height of summer at Shomu University, the plane trees on both sides of the road were lush and verdant. Cicadas chirped hoarsely from the treetops. Students about to start their summer vacation rode bicycles in small groups along the tree-lined paths. Many couldn't help looking back at the matte black Lamborghini. Jiang Yan did not drive into the campus. There was no need. A true lion surveying its territory doesn't need to prove itself with roars. Jiang Yan walked through the school gate with his hands in his pockets, his steps steady. As he entered the campus, a gentle breeze carrying a hint of scholarly atmosphere brushed against his face. Jiang Yan followed the familiar paths, delving deeper step by step. He passed by the magnificent library. In his past life, he had queued in the cold wind at 5 every morning just to grab a seat. He passed by the second cafeteria, where he had survived on boiled cabbage and free soup for a whole month. Finally, his steps halted before a building that was modern in design, yet exuded an air of austerity, the Advanced Materials Laboratory of the Physics Department. Jiang Yan stood on the square in front of the lab building, looking up. The sunlight stung his eyes, but he did not look away. He said silently in his heart, this time he was not here to be a low-level research drone. He was here to be the player who controls this building, this field, and even the fate of the entire academic world. After standing quietly here for 10 minutes, Jiang Yan turned and left the campus without looking back. The ritual of claiming sovereignty was over. Next, it was time to attend to real-world matters. Back in the car, Jiang Yan said to Su Qinghe, "Let's go eat first, then head to the Hadian District Real Estate Registration Center." "All right, I've already confirmed with old Ma. Their team will be waiting for you at the entrance at 2 o'clock sharp." Su Qinghe immediately switched into work mode. After casually finding a restaurant and having lunch, the black supercar sped toward the Hadian District Real Estate. Half an hour later, the imposing front of the Lamborghini came to a steady halt in a parking spot outside the center's main gate. Outside the gate, old Ma, accompanied by 2 subordinates, had been waiting under the scorching sun, their eyes straining with anticipation. Sweat dripped down old Ma's forehead and cheeks, and the back of his shirt was completely soaked through. When he saw the 2 exaggerated scissor doors rise and Jiang Yan step out of the car, old Ma sprang forward like a spring, his face covered in a comfortably ingratiating smile. "Young Master Jiang, you're here." All the documents, the seller's authorization, the court's release certificate. We've gotten everything done overnight. At this moment, Su Qinghe also stepped out of the passenger seat. There was a hint of barely noticeable awkwardness when old Ma saw that Su Qinghe had actually stepped out of the passenger seat of this multi-million-dollar supercar and was naturally following half a step behind Jiang Yan like a personal secretary. Old Ma's eyes paused. As a shrewd veteran among shrewd veterans, he understood instantly. Su Qinghe had become a phoenix perched on a branch. What had happened last night in that 100 million yuan luxury residence went without saying. But he was even more aware that a top-tier second-generation elite like Jiang Yan, ruthless in his methods, capable of turning the world upside down. Choosing Su Qinghe was her fortune, but he was certainly not the kind of fool who would be led astray by a woman. And judging by her demeanor, she was no longer just an ordinary companion. She seemed more like someone who could truly get things done by Jiang Yan's side. Old Ma, true to his reputation as a shrewd operator, immediately smiled even more warmly. Young Master Jiang, please come in. Well, take the VIP express lane. I've already spoken with Director Zhang of the Bureau, no queuing, direct special processing. Old Ma hurriedly led the way ahead. It turned out that when the forces of money and power combined, their efficiency was terrifyingly formidable. 4 ordinary people processing property transfers, queuing, reviewing documents, waiting for the system to process, took at least half a day, and even obtaining the title deed required 2 to 3 working days. But driven by old Ma's frenzied 2 million gratitude fee and the unspoken yet terrifying background of Jiang Yan, the entire VIP express lane cleared all obstacles. Seated in the VIP lounge, sipping top-grade premium Dynasty Longjing tea, it took less than 40 minutes. A responsible staff member from the registration center personally presented a brand-new red real estate certificate fragrant with the scent of fresh ink before Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, the property ownership change is fully completed. This Wanlu Academy estate is now legally and entirely under your personal name with no mortgages or disputes. Please review it. Jiang Yan, still holding his teacup, did not even rise. He merely cast a casual glance. On the inner page of the crimson certificate, under the column property owner, the 3 characters, Jiang Yan, were clearly printed in bold black. Location: top duplex building XX, Wanlu Academy, Haidian District, Jingqing City. This was a top-tier luxury residence that even 10 lifetimes of labor starting from the dawn of humanity could not afford a single brick. Jiang Yan nodded nonchalantly, and then under the gaze of everyone present, he tossed the red certificate, symbolizing 90 million in real gold and silver, behind him to Su Qinghe, who stood at his side, as if discarding a worthless scrap of paper. Keep it safe. Slap. Su Qinghe, startled by the sudden move, quickly extended both hands to catch the red certificate against her chest. In that instant, Su Qing's eyes reddened slightly. This was not just a property deed, it was 90 million, and Jiang Yan couldn't be bothered to spare it another glance, handing it over to her with such nonchalance. The weight of this trust, far heavier than her 3 million annual salary, sent a tremor through her soul and quickened her heartbeat. She knew that from this moment her fate was truly bound to Jiang Yan's. Old Ma, witnessing this, was utterly 90 million. A house bought with 90 million in cash. Tossed away like that. This young Master Jiang's disregard for assets was almost appalling. It also reflected that in his eyes 90 million might as well be a mere 900 in pocket change. Why young Master Jiang about the follow-up, changing the access card and registering with the property system? Old Ma stammered. Handle these trivial matters without consulting me from now on. Jiang Yan stood up, brushing off non-existent dust. Direct all contact to my personal butler, Su Qinghe. Understood. Understood. Madam Su, please do take care of Old Ma's business in the future. Old Ma, quick to catch on, bowed and scraped before Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe, holding the red certificate, stood upright with a professional tone. Manager Ma, you're too kind. He'll contact you if needed. In that moment, Su Qinghe underwent perfect transformation. Over the following days, Jiang Yan neither contacted the people from Shuimu University nor returned to Behe Province. He quietly remained in Jingqing, indulging in the unprecedented luxurious vacuum period after rebirth. During these days, Su Qinghe not only had to shoulder the high-intensity coordination work of a personal butler, but also endure Jiang Yan's seemingly tireless beastly demands. For a young man just turned 18 with a robust physique and more than 20 years of suppressed desire from his past life, this release was extraordinarily fierce. Instead of leaving the 5 million soft decoration budget to a renovation company, Jiang Yan personally took Su Qinghe to the city's most exclusive imported furniture expo center. In the top VIP area of the expo center, Su Qinghe wore a tailored black silk slip dress, draped with a thin cashmere cardigan, exuding an air of nobility tinged with sensuality. Clutching a tablet, she followed Jiang Yan, recording the top-tier furniture he selected. This Italian Minotti genuine leather modular sofa set, 3000, order it. Master bedroom mattress replaced with the Swedish Hasens custom edition. Yes, the blue and white checkered one, the 1.2 million model. No need to test, just confirm the size and ship. Jiang Yan walked ahead, his eyes scanning the surroundings, all but blindly selecting items without asking prices. The sales assistants following behind wore stiff smiles, trembling with excitement, barely able to hold their pens. This wasn't buying luxury furniture. It was like grocery shopping. When they reached the bathroom area, Jiang Yan paused before a lavish German-imported double bathtub with hydromassage and panoramic ambient lighting. He turned to look at Su Qinghe. The fiery predatory intensity in his gaze made Su Qing's legs, which had just steadied, weaken again. Young Master Jiang. Su Qing's voice was barely a whisper, her cheeks flushing crimson. How could she not understand the meaning in his eyes? Over these days, in hotels, in the car, even while viewing the villa's lock change, this man would unleash a terrifying, conquering urge at any moment. A sly smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yan's lips. He suddenly reached out, pulling Su Qing's slender waist close, and whispered in her ear, "Before buying this bathtub, I think it's necessary to test its space adequacy under equivalent conditions." Off. Before Su Qinghe could react, Jiang Yan half-dragged, half-carried her toward the spacious, highly private luxury lounge reserved for top VIP clients. With a bang, the heavy solid wood soundproof door of the lounge was locked from inside. The sales assistants outside exchanged glances, but wisely retreated a dozen meters away, even cordoning off the area to keep anyone from approaching. For a tycoon who could swipe millions on furniture in one go, even demolishing the entire floor would only make the boss grin and hand him a hammer. Inside the lounge, Jiang Yan pressed Su Qinghe onto the spacious leather sofa, skipping most foreplay, a pure double crush of power and testosterone. Young Master Jiang. There are people outside. Su Qing's long legs were forced over Jiang Yan's arm, her voice fragmented with undisguised thrill. Isn't that better with an audience? Jiang Yan looked down at her flushed, exquisite face. The very taboo of the environment ignited his wildness. Accompanied by several muffled impacts and the embarrassing sound of moisture, Su Qing's defenses crumbled within. She bit her lip, fiercely afraid to make noise, but her hands clawed frantically at Jiang Yan's solid back. In this extreme indulgence, forged by absolute power and money, Su Qinghe felt her very soul. She realized she felt no shame. Instead, there was a pleasure of total surrender, willingly devoured by this beast in the abyss. Over these days, Su Qinghe, from flesh to soul, inside and out, had been branded by Jiang Yan, thoroughly transformed into his personal property. She had become a top-tier butler, wagging her tail only for him, efficient in tasks and utterly obedient. The handover of Wanlu Academy was as swift as if it had been put on fast forward. With money, many things ceased to be problems. In just a few days, Jiang Yan's 1,200 square meter penthouse, the crown jewel of the building, had been outfitted with the top-tier soft furnishings he personally selected. Su Qinghe, after a few days of tempestuous training, had fully adapted to her new identity. The supreme housekeeper was also his private possession. 2 days later, Jiang Yan stood before the floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the panoramic view of Jingqing. He watched as Su Qinghe directed the high-end housekeeping team to remove the last piece of the original furnishings that reeked of nouveau riche ostentation, replacing them with the Italian handcrafted custom furniture he had personally chosen. The entire 1,200 square meter duplex penthouse had finally shed the decaying aura of its previous owner, stamped indelibly with the unique mark of Jiang Yan. Now this place truly felt like his. Young Master Jiang, your belongings have been packed, Su Qinghe said softly from behind him. As the release date of the exam results drew near, Jiang Yan prepared to return to Guizhou in Beihai province. Su Qinghe wore a dark gray women's suit dress with a cut that perfectly accentuated her curves, paired with a high-quality silk camisole underneath. Compared to the luxury property saleswoman from a few days ago, she had shed the mercenary veneer of mere performance. Her eyes now carried a composure nourished by top-tier resources, along with a docility born of being thoroughly conquered by Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan turned around, casually adjusting his cuff. While I'm away from Jingqing, you'll be in charge of the daily maintenance here. No need to follow me to Beihai. Su Qinghe was taken aback for a moment, then said with a hint of concern, Young Master Jiang, are you planning to drive yourself back to Guizhou? Young Master Jiang, are you driving yourself back to Guizhou? It's over 300 kilometers from Jingqing. Your SVJ 63S seats are too hard. Driving long hours is bad for your back. She paused, her tone even more cautious. I've seen your driver's license before. You got it right after turning 18 during the winter break of your senior year in high school. You're still on a probationary license, which according to traffic regulations does not permit you to drive alone on expressways. You're quite observant, Jiang Yan said with a faint smile. How could he not know? In his past life as a research dog who burned the midnight oil in the lab, he had an extraordinary vigilance about wear and tear on the body. Now this 18-year-old body was full of vigor, the very capital to enjoy a splendid life. The seats of a supercar, hard as stone slabs, might be fine for showing off for a few dozen kilometers, but actually driving it for 3 or 4 hours on the expressway was sheer masochism, pure idiocy. His waist was meant for great endeavors. It was the core engine for powering through those exceptional women. How could it be wasted on meaningless highway miles? Moreover, driving on the expressway with a probationary license was a low-level, utterly unskillful violation. He wouldn't risk such stupid trouble just to look cool. Leave the car here. I've already booked a business-class seat on the high-speed rail, Jiang Yan said, stepping forward and pinching Su Qing's delicate chin. Take good care of my home. Su Qinghe lowered her gaze obediently. Yes, young Master Jiang. Safe journey. 2 hours later, at Jingqing West Station, Jiang Yan sat in the independent business-class car at the front of a series high-speed train. The seat had been adjusted to a semi-reclining mode, and the carriage was so quiet that only the soft hum of the air conditioning could be heard. Buzz. The custom phone in his hand vibrated, and a WeChat message from his mother Lin Wantong popped up on the screen. Yin, have you boarded the train? The day after tomorrow at noon is the uniform release time for Beha Province's exam scores. I've postponed the cross-national meeting in whose city and I'll fly back to Guiji, Zhuang tomorrow afternoon. Your father has also instructed the Secretariat of the Provincial Government Office to compress his inspection schedule for the day after tomorrow and rush back overnight. Then a series of messages followed. By the way, you don't need to take a taxi after getting off the train. I've already arranged for the old mansion to send a convoy to pick you up at Guiji Zhuang Station. Uncle Xiang also personally called to confirm. He'll send you the license plate number in a bit. Someone will meet you at the exit. The car from the old mansion has the license plate GA000XX. The driver is surnamed Zhao, a longtime servant of the old mansion, accompanied by 4 security personnel. When you reach the exit, head to the VIP pickup area. They'll be holding a sign with your name. Just go with them. Go straight back to the old mansion today. Also, your second uncle and third aunt heard that your college entrance exam results are coming out, so they took the initiative to call saying they'd bring Jiang Yao and Zhang Lin back to the old mansion to celebrate for you. Looking at these lines on the screen, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Jiang Yan's eyes. Celebrate. For a top-tier family like the Jiang standing at the pinnacle of power and capital in Huaxia, the word celebrate was never that simple. In his mind, the weight of the Jiang family's key figures quickly surfaced. His father Jiang Linzhou, needless to say, governor of Su Province, a genuine provincial-level official governing one of Huaxia's economic powerhouses wielding immense influence. As for his second uncle Jiang Linhai, he was currently on the military track, serving as a corps-level commander in a core war zone. Although his administrative rank was slightly lower than his elder brother Jiang Linsis, he held military power and was a vigorous young stalwart. His third aunt Jiang Linxue was no pushover either. She was a deputy general manager of Huadian Group, a giant state-owned enterprise in command of the allocation of 100 billion-level energy assets. A veritable iron lady in the business world. Second uncle had a daughter named Jiang Yao, 22 years old, studying finance at Yan University. Third aunt's daughter Jiang Lin was 15 and had just been admitted to the affiliated high school of Renmin University in Jingqing. Due to the family planning policy of that era, the fourth generation of the Jiang family had exactly these 3 children. And Jiang Yan was the only son. How could the elders, each wielding their own power and buried in endless affairs, make a grand trip from all over the country to Guiji Zhuang just for an ordinary college exam score release? Even if he was the sole male heir of the 4th generation, Jiang Yan saw it clearly in his heart. This was no simple celebratory family banquet. It was a high-stakes inspection within the Jiang family. Over the years, Jiang Yan had been raised in his hometown in Beha Province on the pretext that his parents wanted to avoid the frivolous atmosphere of Jingqing's upper circles. The elders of the Jiang family only knew that this sole legitimate grandson had a steady personality, but they had never witnessed his specific caliber, vision, or scope firsthand. Now that Jiang Yan had come of age and was about to enter Huaxia's top institution, the question was, as the future anchor of the Jiang family, did he have the qualifications to bear the weight of this supergiant clan? Second uncle and third aunt were both coming to see for themselves. Jiang Yan tapped on his phone screen and replied, "What about grandfather and grandfather Lin? Are they coming?" Soon Lin Wantang's reply appeared, "Your maternal grandfather is hosting a signing ceremony for a 10 billion level deepwater port in the Middle East, so he really can't make it. But he specifically instructed that he's left a top-tier villa worth 1.7 billion on Victoria Peak in Xiangang for you. The keys have already been sent to Guiji Zhuang via private jet as a high school graduation gift, so you can stay there when you go to Xiangang. As for your paternal grandfather, there's a recent nationwide important meeting on political and legal work that he's a core participant in, so he can't get away. However, the old master had his personal secretary call me to relay a message. Tell that boy to bring his score report and come see me in Jingqing. He'll be waiting." Reading these words, Jiang Yan felt no disappointment. Instead, the smile on his lips deepened. He already understood the rules of this top-tier power circle. Anchors of the caliber of his paternal and maternal grandfathers were extremely busy. If they dropped important matters to attend a high school graduation dinner, that would be a breach of propriety. Their absence meant they had more crucial national responsibilities or grand business schemes. The villa worth 1.7 billion on Victoria Peak from his maternal grandfather was the simplest and most straightforward indulgence of a capital tycoon. And his paternal grandfather's words, "Bring your score report to see me in Jingqing," carried tremendous weight. It was not a dismissal. It was telling Jiang Yan, when you have obtained the passport that proves your intellect and talent, I, as the supreme helmsman of the Jiang family, will formally receive the heir of my clan in the central citadel of power. Since they want to inspect me. Jiang Yan turned off the phone screen, gazing at the rapidly receding scenery outside the window, his eyes sharp as a blade. Then let them see how strong I am. 1 hour and 10 minutes later, the high-speed train came to a steady stop at Guizhong Station. Jiang Yan, carrying a small backpack, stepped out of the station. As he reached the transit area in front of the station square, exclamations from the surrounding crowd stirred a commotion. Bloody hell! Whose motorcade is that? This is too extravagant. Isn't that the Lexus LM 4-seat exclusive edition in the middle A? I heard the price markup is over $1 million. Are you blind? That's a Lierfa. That license plate alone is worth an apartment in Guizhong. Look at the Mercedes-Benz S450S front and back. Clearly security escort cars. The display is over the top. Not far away, a motorcade consisting of 2 black sedans and 1 business van waited quietly. The 3 cars were parked with meticulous order, neither conspicuous enough to block the passage, yet perfectly positioned at the most convenient angle for boarding and departure. The license plate number of the middle car was exactly the sequence that Lin Wantong had sent. Beside the cars stood 4 security personnel in black suits with earpieces. Among them, a middle-aged man who looked like a driver held a simple pickup sign. The sign bore only 2 characters, Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan's gaze was calm as he walked over. The driver, spotting him from a distance, first fixed his eyes, then immediately put away the sign and hurried forward. He did not rashly approach too close. Instead, he stopped 3 steps away from Jiang Yan, slightly bowed, and spoke with respectful restraint. Young master, I am the driver from the old residence. My surname is Zhao. Saying this, he took out an employee ID from the inside of his suit jacket and presented it with both hands. The madam instructed us to pick you up here and take you back to the old residence. Jiang Yan merely glanced at the ID, then at the license plate nearby. The person, the car, and the plate. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. Driver Zhao immediately stepped aside half a pace and signaled to the security personnel behind. The 4 bodyguards dispersed in perfect synchrony. 2 expanded the perimeter. The other 2 strode quickly to the middle car, the Lierfa, and respectfully opened the rear door. Jiang Yan wore an expression of indifference, ignoring the gazes of reverence, envy, or curiosity around him. In his past life, when he preferred a low profile, he might have found such ostentation too flashy. But having been reborn, he had perfectly merged into the identity of this top-tier scion. What was the prestige of the only male descendant of the Jiang family? This was the prestige he deserved. He walked to the car, and the bodyguard immediately placed a hand over the roof. Young Master Jiang, welcome home. Jiang Yan nodded, slightly bent down, and settled into the rear seat of the Lierfa, which was as spacious as a first-class cabin. As the door closed, the noise outside was instantly shut out. Driver Zhao in the front seat glanced at Jiang Yan through the rearview mirror and respectfully asked, Young master, the madam instructed that we go directly to the old residence in the city center today. Is that acceptable? Let's go. Jiang Yan leaned back in the leather seat, closing his eyes to rest. As the engine started, the 3-car convoy slowly departed from the high-speed rail station. Like a male lion patrolling its territory, it headed toward the most central heartland of Guizhong. The convoy drove straight to the most bustling and premium stretch of land in downtown Guizhong. After passing through several bustling commercial streets, the convoy turned and entered a tranquil asphalt road lined with towering French plane trees. The clamor here seemed instantly erased by an invisible hand. At the end of the road lay a heavily guarded Chinese-style, standalone courtyard with gray bricks and black tiles. It covered nearly 3 mu. In this city center, where even high-rise apartments sell for 20,000 per square meter, such as Sihiyuan, with its independent water system, rockery, and towering walls, could not be valued in mere money. This was the Jiang family's old residence. This compound was left by Jiang Yan's great-grandfather. That old man was a true steel veteran who had crossed snowy mountains and trudged through grasslands, shedding blood for the Republic. Although the old master had passed away many years ago, this residence remained the most profound symbol of the Jiang family's heritage in this province. Ordinarily, only a few trusted old housekeepers and security personnel tended the place. Even the grandfather, a central-level heavyweight, would only activate it for New Year's Eve or major family events. Today the gate opened. The convoy stopped before the Vermilion Gate. Jiang Yan pushed open the door and stepped out, and immediately saw an old man with silver hair wearing a traditional Chinese jacket standing on the steps. Uncle Xiang. Jiang Yan stepped forward and gave a slight bow in greeting. Uncle Xiang was the bodyguard who had served the old master all his life, and also the steward of this old residence. In the Jiang family, even his father Jiang Linzhou would respectfully call him uncle. The young master has returned. You've grown taller, and your build is more robust. Good, very good. Uncle Xiang looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of gratification. The second master and third miss have already arrived. They are having tea in the main hall. I understand. Jiang Yan stepped over the high wooden threshold, passed through the winding covered corridor, and headed toward the main hall. Before he got close, he could hear a deep, powerful, and hearty laugh from the hall. Jiang Yan strode into the main hall, sweeping his gaze casually to take in the scene. Seated in the left armchair was a middle-aged man in summer military uniform. He had striking eyebrows and starry eyes, and the general stars on his shoulders glistened in the sunlight. Although he was 45 years of military life made him look at most 40. He sat there with a back as straight as a spear. Even when smiling, the aura of commanding tens of thousands of troops was impossible to ignore. It was his second uncle, Jiang Linhai. Behind Jiang Linhai stood a young girl in a simple white linen dress. Her features were delicate, yet her aura was as cold and proud as a snow lotus on a snowy mountain. This was his cousin Jiang Yao. She was currently a junior in the finance department at Yenjing University, renowned in that circle as an icy genius girl. On the right sat a short-haired woman in a navy blue haute couture suit, with exquisite makeup, holding a Jinjiang teacup. Every gesture carried the queenly aura of one who wielded life and death authority and maneuvered through the business world. His third aunt, Jiang Linxue. Beside her, a girl with blue streaks in her hair wearing trendy brands was looking down at her phone, swinging her legs. It was his cousin Jiang Lin, who was about to start her first year of high school. As soon as Jiang Yan stepped through the door, Jiang Linhai and Jiang Linxue simultaneously stopped talking. Two scrutinizing gazes like searchlights fell upon him. Jiang Yan showed not a hint of discomfort, his footsteps did not falter, and he walked directly to the center of the hall. Second uncle, third aunt, long time no see. Jiang Linhai did not respond immediately. He narrowed his eyes, slightly scrutinizing Jiang Yan from head to toe for a full 3 seconds. Such a gaze, if directed at any ordinary 18-year-old boy by a military commander wielding significant power, would likely have made his palms sweat. But Jiang Yan stood firm, his expression equally steady like an immovable stone. Good lad. Jiang Linhai suddenly slapped his thigh, stood up, walked over to Jiang Yan, and heavily patted his shoulder twice. Slap, slap. The force was considerable, yet Jiang Yan remained motionless, his shoulder not even wavering. The admiration in Jiang Linhai's eyes deepened. You've grown quite tall, half a head taller than my brother was at your age. With such a sturdy frame, standing like a pine, your aura restrained and not exposed. Truly a scion of the Jiang family, a tiger father with no canine son. You flatter me, second uncle. Jiang Yan's tone was flat, devoid of any pride. Standing behind him, Jiang Yao also cast her gaze upon him. She had originally thought that this cousin raised in Beha province would inevitably carry some of the timidity typical of a small place. But now, watching him, the calmness and coolness radiating from Jiang Yan were even more commanding than that of the most elite princelings in the capital. For the first time, Jiang Yao felt that this cousin was somewhat inscrutable. All right, second brother, don't intimidate Yan Yan with your soldier's gaze. Third aunt Jiang Linxue set down the jian, or teacup, on the coffee table with a soft clink. Leaning back in her chair, crossing her legs, she looked at Jiang Yan. I heard from your mother that you scored 741 on this college entrance exam. The top scorer in Beha province. This score was so astonishing that even she, a deputy general manager of a state-owned enterprise accustomed to great waves, found it somewhat surreal. Jiang Yan turned to Jiang Linxue and nodded faintly. If the admissions offices of Shuimu University and Yenjing University haven't lied, then it should be that score. His tone was matter-of-fact, understated the matter. Nearby, his cousin Jiang Lin, who had been playing with her phone, suddenly jerked her head up and stared at Jiang Yan as if he were a monster. Holy crap. Cousin, you're way too good at showing off. 741 points. The full score is only 750. How many brains do you have? Lean manners. Jiang Linxue shot a cold glance at her daughter. Jiang Lin immediately shrank back in fear, not daring to make a sound, but her eyes still couldn't help darting around Jiang Yan. Jiang Linxue turned her attention back to Jiang Yan, a faint, enigmatic smile playing at the corner of her lips. 741 points, indeed impressive. Higher than what your sister, who studied finance at Yenjing, scored back then. However, Jiang Linxue shifted the topic, instantly releasing the oppressive aura of a business titan. Good academic performance only proves you're good at exams. Our Jiang family has never lacked people who excel at studying. Yan Yan, the official scores will be announced tonight. Your parents will also be back for dinner tonight. At the dinner table, your third aunt and second uncle have a lot to discuss. Are you ready? This was an open challenge. Jiang Linxue had laid the intention of evaluating the goods plainly on the table. To take over the Jiang family, mere provincial top scholar status is insufficient. Intellect, vision, insight, and strategic acumen are all indispensable. Even at 18, you must far surpass your peers to be worthy. Jiang Yan met her gaze directly. In his past life, he had navigated the treacherous undercurrents of top-tier. Such probing in his eyes was no more than a benevolent game played by elders. He smiled faintly, his tone composed. Third aunt, whatever you wish to discuss, I am always ready. Night fell, and the main hall of the old mansion was ablaze with lights. A massive round table of Wang Wali wood stood at the center. The sound of a car engine dying came from outside. Shortly after, the two core figures of the Jiang family, Jiang Linzhou, governor of Su province, and Lin Wantong, chairman of Dingxing capital, entered the door almost simultaneously. Jiang Linzhou wore a very ordinary dark blue jacket devoid of any superfluous adornment. But his chiseled face combined with the aura cultivated from years in a high position made it feel as though the temperature in the hall dropped by 2 degrees the moment he entered. In comparison, Lin Wantong, though also a strong woman, appeared relatively softer. However, the calmness and decisiveness of controlling trillions in capital were equally impossible to ignore. Big brother sister-in-law. Zhang Linhai and Zhang Linxue rose to greet them. Jiang Linzhou nodded slightly, his gaze sweeping past the others to land directly on Jiang Yan. Father and son locked eyes for a full 3 seconds. In his past life, Jiang Yan's memory of his father was of a man who carried bricks at construction sites, for him a wretched figure bent by life's burdens. But in this life, standing before him was a regional governor wielding power over a province. The identity had changed, but the bond of blood remained unbroken. You've lost weight. Zhang Linzhou said only 2 words. But Lin Wantong, who knew her husband's temperament, well, subtly winked at Jiang Yan. She had personally seen her husband after obtaining the estimated score report of 741 on the plane, staring out the window and smiling for a full 5 minutes. The dinner officially began. There were no outsiders, no waitstaff. Only old butler Xiang Bo attending to matters. The dishes on the table were not extravagant rare delicacies, but local northern homestyle fare. The heat knife skills and plating were meticulous, but not ostentatious. Clearly the focus of this meal was not on the food. After a few rounds of Maotai, the real hard course began. Second Uncle Zhang Linhai set down his glass, casually steering the conversation. Big brother, the international situation has been unstable lately. Around that southern island, several unscrupulous foreign destroyers have been loitering. The higher-ups have ordered our theater command to conduct routine drills, but some subordinates think the measures are too mild, and that we should resort to thunderous action. He turned to Jiang Yan, who was picking up food, and suddenly asked, Yan, though you're a student, the men of the Jiang family cannot be oblivious to the world outside. Do you think we should take such thunderous action? Everyone at the table slowed their movements. The question was sharp. A slightly off answer would either betray impulsive passion or a lack of courage. Jiang Yan swallowed the food in his mouth, picked up a napkin, and wiped the corner of his lips. In his past life, though he was a research laborer, he had read plenty of internal briefings. Now, combined with the accumulation of his past life and the sharpness of this Buddhist mind, his perspective was far beyond that of a high school student. Second Uncle, thunderous action is a deterrent, but it must not be blind emotional venting. Jiang Yan's voice was unhurried, carrying a rationality beyond his years. Why do foreign forces come to loiter? In essence, it's to coordinate with their domestic elections, making political gestures to win votes. If we immediately resort to harsh measures, we'd fall into their trap, providing them with ammunition for the China threat narrative. In great power rivalry, one must not be swayed by emotions. Their warships coming here is a waste of money. Our response should not be to ram into them, but to seize the opportunity to substantively advance the scope of our routine drills outward by 30 nautical miles. Jiang Yan raised his eyes, his gaze burning as he looked at Jiang Linhai. This is called salami slicing. Every time they come, we conveniently push forward an inch. By the time they realize that the meat is already in our mouths. That is real thunderous might. As his words fell, silence descended on the table. Jiang Linhai held his glass, his hand frozen in midair for a long time. The core logic of what Jiang Yan had just said was surprisingly close to the conclusions reached by the theater headquarters' highest advisory board. In some aspects, Jiang Yan had even explained it more clearly than the advisors. Could an 18-year-old who just finished the college entrance exam really say such things? Excellent. A brilliant salami slicing. Jiang Linhai threw back the wine in his glass, his gaze toward Jiang Yan completely changed. It was no longer that of a senior toward a junior, but more like that toward a rival of equal stature. Third Aunt Zhang Linxue, seeing her brother stunned in one round, raised an elegant eyebrow. Yan Yan's political insight is indeed razor sharp, but we are in an era led by economy. Yan Yan, let your third aunt test you. Zhang Linxue stared at Jiang Yan, her speech quickening. Currently the world is in a high interest rate cycle, with foreign capital continuously withdrawing from emerging markets. If you had hundreds of billions in liquid capital, which assets would you choose for hedging and to achieve counter-cyclical leapfrogging? Cousin Jiang Yao drew a sharp breath beside him. This question was roughly the difficulty of a master's thesis in finance at Yenjing University, and it was thrown directly in his face. Yet Jiang Yan did not even furrow his brow. No risk is too great. Short the yen directly while heavily investing in the core nodes of the domestic new energy industry chain. Jiang Yan gave the answer without a moment's hesitation. Preposterous. Zhang Linxue frowned. The yen may be weak, but it's backed by the Americans. The domestic new energy industry is currently in a phase of vicious competition due to overcapacity. To invest heavily now is to be a bag holder. Jiang Yan laughed a direct and aggressive laugh. And you only see the surface. The yen's weakness is structural. To maintain high interest rates and suck blood, the U.S. simply can't afford to look after Japan. Wall Street capital is like a school of bloodthirsty sharks. They are the main force shorting the yen. Following them to grab a share is just going with the flow. Jiang Yan tapped the table with his finger a steady rhythm. As for the overcapacity in domestic new energy, that's called market clearance. ITLL kill off all those small, outdated companies that survive on subsidies. The remaining leaders will be monsters controlling global pricing power. If we don't buy into the core nodes now, should we wait until they monopolize the globe to buy at the peak? The essence of finance is a counter-cyclical harvest. On this issue, Jiang Yan, armed with memories of the future decade, achieved a complete dimensional reduction strike against Jiang Linxue. Jiang Linxue was stunned. Her mind raced, and she found herself unable to refute a single one of Jiang Yan's arguments. It felt like she was consulting a top-tier macroeconomist from China. After 2 consecutive tests, the formidable pair of his uncle and aunt were thoroughly put in their place by Jiang Yan. His father, Jiang Linzhou, who had remained silent, finally couldn't hide a glimmer of pride in his eyes. He picked up his wine glass and took a small sip to conceal the smile on his lips. Jiang Linxue, after all, was a strong woman who had seen much. Though shaken by the financial discussion, she still wanted to regain some of her elder's dignity. Her eyes darted as she decided to throw out a true out-of-syllabus question, one that had been baffling even the dozens of postdoctoral experts on her own team. Yan Yan, your macro-level insight truly impresses me. However, no matter how good the macro picture is, industrial implementation still comes down to technology. She put down her chopsticks, her expression turning serious. Huadian Group recently built a mega solar photovoltaic array in the Northwest. But during trial operation, we encountered a fatal technical bottleneck. The new bifacial modules showed a cliff-like decline in photoelectric conversion efficiency after 6 months, far exceeding the lab's expectations. The entire expert team investigated for a month, suspecting the PID effect, but even after replacing the insulation material, the problem persists. Because of this bottleneck, the entire 10 billion yuan project is at a standstill. Jiang Linxue looked at Jiang Yan. Honestly, she didn't really expect him to answer. This was a cutting-edge problem in material physics. She only brought it up to temper her nephew's dazzling brilliance and remind him of the hardships in real industry. You're the top science student. Where do you think the problem lies? Everyone at the table thought Jiang Yan would be stumped this time. But who knew? After hearing this, a light flickered in his eyes. Scientific research. Material physics. Photovoltaic modules. That was the very field he had poured his heart and soul into, the field he had fought for with his life in his past life. Testing me on this. It was like showing off one skill with a halberd before Guan Yu using Guan Ye's own legendary green dragon crescent blade. The dining room fell silent. Even Lin Wantong frowned slightly, feeling that her sister-in-law's question was too far-fetched. This was no longer testing a young man's vision, but deliberately making things difficult. How could an 18-year-old high school graduate possibly understand the core material physics defects of the photovoltaic industry? Jiang Yao also shook her head, secretly thinking this move was a bit unsportsmanlike. But Jiang Yan let out a soft laugh. The sound was exceptionally clear in the quiet room, carrying an indescribable ease and a hint of mockery from a max-level player facing a beginner's problem. He pushed aside the empty wine glass in front of him, picked up a chopstick, dipped it in tea, and drew 2 simple shapes. And your expert team is looking in the wrong direction. Jiang Yan's first words made Jiang Linxue's eyebrows jump. It's not the PID effect. Jiang Yan's voice was low but carried an undeniable academic authority. The reason replacing the insulation material didn't work is that they failed to realize the extreme diurnal temperature variation in the Northwest causes stress fractures, not potential-induced degradation. Stress fractures. Jiang Linxue was taken aback. She hadn't even seen this term in the expert team's presentation PPT. Jiang Yan pointed the chopstick at the water stain on the table representing the photovoltaic module. New bifacial modules have 2 layers of high-transparency glass with solar cells sandwiched in between. For adhesion, EVA film is commonly used as the encapsulant, right? Jiang Linxue nodded subconsciously. This was industry common sense. The problem lies precisely in this EVA layer. Jiang Yan's gaze sharpened instantly. The soul of the research fanatic who had spent countless nights processing data in the lab from his past life seemed to transcend time and space in that moment. In the Northwest, daytime temperatures can soar to 50 degrees Celsius and drop to -10 at night. Under such high-frequency, large temperature fluctuations, the thermal expansion coefficients of glass and solar cells differ. Due to the insufficient cross-linking degree of the EVA film, its elastic modulus becomes brittle at low temperatures. When the glass and cells deform, this brittle film can't act as a buffer. This leads to extremely minute thermal expansion stress mismatches. Jiang Yan's speech accelerated, each technical term hitting Jiang Linxue's nerves like a heavy bomb. This mismatch is invisible to the naked eye or even a standard electron microscope, but it causes subtle microcracks in the silver grid lines on the cell surface. With broken grid lines, the electron transport path is cut off. It's like digging countless hidden ditches on a highway. No wonder the photoelectric conversion efficiency is plummeting. With that, Jiang Yan put down the chopstick, leaned back in his chair, and delivered his conclusion. The solution is, first, immediately stop using traditional EVA film and switch to POE film for encapsulation trials. Its moisture barrier and resistance to temperature-induced elasticity are 10 times better than EVA. Second, in the silver paste formulation for the cells, dope in 0.15 carbon nanotubes to increase the mechanical toughness of the grid lines. Even under stress, the integrity of the conductive network can be maintained. There's your solution. If Wadian's expert team can't even figure out this experimental approach, I suggest you fire them all. Keeping them is just a waste of resources. Dead silence filled the air. The dining room was so quiet you could hear people breathing. Jiang Lingshu's mouth hung open, and she nearly dropped her teacup, spilling a few drops on her clothes. Though not a researcher herself, as the vice president of a 100 billion level energy state-owned enterprise, she could judge the truth of these underlying technical logics instantly. Jiang Yan's words were not only logically sound, but also clarified the root cause and the direction of the solution. And it wasn't just sounding plausible, it was the kind of solution that could be directly tested. The deadlock that the expert team couldn't crack in a month was dismantled in 3 minutes by her 18-year-old nephew at the dinner table using a chopstick dipped in tea. He not only identified the disease, but also prescribed the cure. Thighs. Where did you learn all this? Jiang Linshu finally snapped out of it, her tone completely changed. This is definitely not in any high school textbook. Jiang Yan's expression was calm as he picked up a napkin to wipe his hands. I just read a lot of extracurricular books. With that one casual sentence, he perfectly projected the aura of "I just glanced at it and figured it out." His cousin Zhang Yao, who was sitting nearby, now looked at Jiang Yan with an expression that had transformed from initial scrutiny to utter shock and awe. At Peking University, she had met countless self-proclaimed genius scholars, but no one had ever displayed such an almost monstrous breadth of knowledge across multiple fields as Jiang Yan did. Second Uncle Zhang Linhai looked at Jiang Yan as if he were a rare and precious treasure. Excellent, excellent, excellent. Jiang Linzhou, who had remained silent until now, uttered 3 consecutive praises. The restraint in his eyes had transformed into unbridled ecstasy. As a seasoned politician, he understood better than anyone what Jiang Yan's display of political acumen, economic insight, and terrifying scientific research thinking truly signified. It meant that the future helmsmen of the Jiang family's colossal vessel would not only avoid squandering their legacy, but would propel them to heights they dared not even imagine. Perhaps even carve out a chance to touch that divine artifact. At that moment, the antique wall clock emitted a soft click. Lin Wantong glanced at her watch and broke the silence with a smile. All right, let's discuss work matters later. She swept her gaze across the table, her voice barely concealing her excitement. It's now 9:59 p.m. The college entrance exam score inquiry system for Beha province is about to open. Since we're here to celebrate Yin Yan's results, let's focus on the main event. Despite the earlier probing, everyone couldn't help but feel anticipation when the moment of truth arrived. Even though they had all known the astonishing score of 741 beforehand, it wasn't from an official channel. Without seeing the numbers with their own eyes, no one dared to fully relax. Lin, bring your tablet over. Third Aunt Zhang Linxue addressed her daughter directly. Zhang Lin quickly swallowed the meat in her mouth, wiped her hands hastily with a napkin, and pulled out the latest iPad from her bag, opening the official website of the Beha Provincial Education Examination Authority. Cousin, what's your admission ticket number and password? Jiang Lin held the tablet with both hands, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Jiang Yan, his face calm, as if reciting a meaningless string of numbers, rattled off the information swiftly and fluently. Beep. Jiang Lin entered the last character of the password, took a deep breath, and with trembling fingers, due to excitement, pressed the query button on the screen firmly. At exactly 2200, the moment the channel opened, hundreds of thousands of students across the province flooded in simultaneously, causing a spinning loading icon to appear in the middle of the web page. 1 second. 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The entire dining room was eerily silent, with only the soft hum of the air conditioner. Jiang Linzhou leaned forward slightly. Zhang Linhai put down his chopsticks, and Zhang Linxue clenched her hands. Suddenly the screen flickered. The loading icon vanished. An electronic score sheet with a red header emblem abruptly appeared before everyone's eyes. Jiang Lin's eyes widened as she stared at the lines of text, gasping, her voice cracking. It's out. Chinese 142. Mathematics 150. English 149. Science Comprehensive 300. Total score 741 points. Provincial ranking first place. Zhang Lin's near-shattering announcement plunged the entire old mansion's dining room into a dead silence. Despite having mentally prepared when the vivid, indisputable 741 and the absolute 1 representing the top spot were truly displayed before them, the sheer visual and psychological impact of such a brutal display of top-tier human intelligence was beyond. Bang! Second Uncle Zhang Linhai abruptly slammed the table and stood up, his force so strong that even the soup bowls on the table jumped. The military tough guy let out a curse. 741 points. Perfect math and perfect science composite. How the hell can a human score that? Beha Province is the most cutthroat battlefield in the National College entrance exam. To achieve a landslide top scorer here, Jiang Yan's brain is unbeatable. Zhang Linxue also stood up, abandoning all decorum, snatching the tablet from Jiang Lin's hands, and leaning in to double-check the screen. First in the province. It's really first in the province, and a full 20-plus points ahead of the second place. Zhang Linxue murmured to herself, and when she looked at Jiang Yan again, there was no trace of condescension from an elder, only the joy of having a genius in the family. In their powerful and influential family, the younger generation indeed faced no shortage of prospects. A single phone call could arrange entry into a prestigious school or send them abroad for gilding. But what of that? That was a background forcibly built with family resources. And Jiang Yan, his achievement utilized not a shred of family privilege. This was pure unadulterated flesh and blood victory, relying solely on his own intellect, emerging from the brutal battle of millions crossing a single log bridge, the first among countless examinees. This near-perfect IQ represented the most elite and irreplaceable intellectual hardware required for Jiang Yan to inherit the family's great responsibility. Zhang Linzhou, seated at the head of the table, looked at his son with slightly reddened eyes. He raised the full glass of Maotai before him, gestured to Jiang Yan, and without a word tilted his head and drained it. 1,000 words were contained in that drink. This was his seed. Just as the whole family was swept up in celebration and shock, the mechanical voice of the system rang in Jiang Yan's mind like a divine melody. Ding. Detected that the host has completed the Beha Province Science Stream Landslide Top Scorer Score Exposure Event. Influence diffusion target detection in progress. Detected shock target weight extremely high. Target 1 Governor of Su Province. Weight assessment SS level. Target 2 Military Region Commander at Core War Zone. Weight assessment S level. Target 3 Deputy General Manager of Huadian Group. Weight assessment S level. Target 4 Chairman of Dingshan Capital. Weight assessment SS level. Target 5 Top Student in Finance at Yenjing University. Weight assessment A level. Warning. Detected that all targets shocked by the host are at the pinnacle of China's power and capital pyramid. Influence index is extremely high. Congratulations, host. Obtained influence points 5,000. Listening to the long string of announcements in his mind, Jiang Yan's hand holding the teacup trembled slightly. 5,000 points. Everything he had done before had only earned him a little over 1,000 points. And now, just by showcasing his true strength before the elders standing at the pinnacle of power, the system had directly awarded him 5,000. The iron rule of the system was thoroughly verified. The higher the weight of the influence, the more terrifying the explosive yield. These people could shake the world with a single stomp. Astonishing them meant moving the entire upper echelon. With these 5,000 points, he took another giant step closer to redeeming the world-shaking black technologies in the system's shop. The dinner ended in an almost feverish atmosphere. The elders all went to the study, evidently planning to recalculate Jiang Yan's position overnight and pave his future path. Under the dark moon and strong wind in the backyard of the old mansion, Jiang Yan sat alone on a stone bench, letting the night breeze soothe him as he digested the system rewards he had just obtained. Light footsteps approached. His cousin Zhang Yao walked over to the stone table holding 2 unopened bottles of water. She handed one to Jiang Yan and then sat down on the stone bench opposite him. At this moment, Zhang Yao had shed the aloof facade of a top Yenjing University student that she had shown at first. Under the soft moonlight, her eyes held a complex look. Here, little brother. Zhang Yao spoke softly, her tone 10 times gentler than before. Jiang Yan took the water but didn't open it. He simply placed it casually on the stone table. The two fell silent for a while. Jiang Yao looked at his profile, which seemed even more profound under the moonlight, and suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I've studied finance at Yenjing for 3 years, and I've always thought of myself as a standout among my peers. I received national scholarships, interned at top investment banks, and believed I was worthy of the Jiang family name. She paused, her voice tinged with a genuine sense of being utterly crushed. But tonight, sitting next to you, listening to you silence my father and third aunt with a few words, watching you dismantle the expert's problems, and then seeing that 741 score. For the first time, I felt like a complete failure. There was no sourness or pretense in her words. It was the heartfelt admission of a proud academic overachiever who had been run over by a true monster. Jiang Yan turned his head and looked into Jiang Yao's eyes, which flickered with self-doubt. He didn't offer comfort or hypocritically tell her, "You're great too." A Sigma male never dispenses cheap sympathy. He simply said calmly, "Yanjing's finance program is excellent. If you reach the pinnacle in this field, you'll still be a cornerstone of the Jiang family. We have different paths. There's no need to compare." Jiang Yan stood up, hands in his pockets, and looked up at the night sky. "Yenjing teaches you how to understand rules and use them to make money." His voice was soft, but it carried the weight of 1,000 armies. "Is to make the rules." Jiang Yao sat there stunned, watching his retreating figure, her heart racing. That night she understood completely. The skies over the Jiang family were about to change. A true dragon had raised. The next morning, In the heart of International City, the Jiang family's old mansion, having witnessed over half a century of vicissitudes, still exuded an air of tranquility and solemnity far removed from the clamor. Sunlight filtered through the branches of a century-old locust tree in the courtyard, casting dappled shadows on the gray brick floor. In the second-floor guest room on the heavy rosewood bed, Jiang Yan opened his eyes. He was instantly awake. He had no habit of lying in bed. Having endured too many years in his past life, his biological clock had been trained to be more precise than an alarm. As he picked up his phone from the nightstand, a sea of red dots flooded the screen. Missed calls and messages swarmed like a beehive gone berserk. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The phone kept vibrating. Jiang Yan glanced down. There were a full 45 missed. Among them, Lu Guodong, his senior-year homeroom teacher, had called 39 times, and the rest were from a few classmates he usually got along well with. Opening WeChat messages flooded in like an avalanche. Lu Guodong had sent over 20 voice messages in a row. Jiang Yan tapped the top one, 59 seconds long. Before he even brought the phone to his ear, Lu Guodong's nearly cracking voice blasted from the speaker. Jiang Yan, where the hell are you? Answer the phone. My precious little ancestor. 741 points. Do you realize you scored 741? Top science student of Beha province. In a landslide first place with a 20-point gap over the runner-up. Leaders from the Provincial Education Department, the city's Education Bureau chief, and a dozen media outlets from Provincial TV, City TV, and the Education Channel, all coming to our school sports ground at 10 a.m. for a press conference. The principal has been blowing up my phone. You must show up no matter what. This is a moment of ancestral glory and a milestone in two high schools' history. We've always been overshadowed by Hung Lake City High in the province, but this time we're finally holding our heads high. Don't be late. The voice message was punctuated by heavy breaths. Clearly Lu Guodong had probably stayed up all night since the scores came out. For an ordinary family, this would be a cause for fireworks and a 3-day feast, but Jiang Yan's face showed no ripple. In his past life, under those conditions, he had scored 8th in the province in the science track and entered Shuimu University. In this life, with a maxed-out background, securing first place in a rules-based exam system was nothing more than a natural and effortless outcome. It was like a legendary character returning to a noob village and looting some rookie gear. Why make a fuss? Jiang Yan walked expressionlessly to the wash basin, turned on the cold tap, and splashed his face. Looking at his handsome face in the mirror, sharp brows and bright eyes, he was very satisfied. He could stare all day without getting tired. He picked up his phone and leisurely typed 3 characters. Got it. Simple, curt, with no extra emotion. A stark contrast to the frenzied world outside that was. 10 minutes later, Jiang Yan changed into a set of tailored high-quality casual wear and walked downstairs. In the spacious first-floor dining room, a rich, yet not extravagant breakfast was already laid out. Governor of Su Province Jiang Linzhou sat upright at the head of the table, sipping plain congee, sweetened with xylitol, while scrolling through news on a tablet. Breaking news: this year's top science student of Beha Province officially came out at 10 p.m. last night. Jiang Yan from International City No. 2 High School claimed the province's science champion with a stunning raw score of 741. This score not only breaks the record for the highest score on the national volume I, but also leads the runner-up by a land. Seeing Jiang Yan come downstairs, Jiang Linzhou put down his spoon and raised his head to look at his son. As a high-ranking official governing a province, Jiang Linzhou's composure had long reached the state where Mount Tai could collapse before him without changing his expression. He didn't show the wild joy of an ordinary father, but that didn't mean he wasn't proud. On the contrary, as he watched Jiang Yan's unhurried steps, a glimmer of admiration flashed deep in his eyes. Achieving such results at this age while maintaining such steadiness, that was the mark of the future heir of the Jiang family. Take a look at what's on the table. Without further ado, Jiang Linzhou slid a neatly printed document to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan pulled out a chair, sat down, and glanced at it. It was a document titled Media Interview Risk Prevention and QA Key Points, compiled overnight by the General Office of the Su Provincial Government. You scored such high marks and came from the provincial capital's No. 2 High School. The media will swarm like sharks, smelling blood, digging into your background. Jiang Linzhou's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a natural authority. They will ask about your family, you are the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, but you are also a newly adult student. Before you officially step into the whirlpool of power, I don't want the Jiang family's background to appear frivolously in entertainment-oriented, traffic-driven social news. Jiang Linzhou stared into Jiang Yan's eyes. You handle the boundaries yourself. If you think you can't manage, I will contact the Beha Provincial Party Committee Propaganda Department, or even the Central Propaganda Department, to cut off all questions about your family background. This was the terrifying power of China's top establishment. With just one word from Jiang Linzhou, those reporters who would usually ask anything for traffic would have their mouths sealed like taped shut, not daring to utter a single transgressive word when facing Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan opened the document and read it carefully. After a moment, he raised his head to meet his father's scrutinizing gaze. Don't worry, Dad. I know where the Jiang family's bottom line lies. I won't let the Jiang family appear where it shouldn't. Today's protagonist is only Jiang Yan, the top science student of Beha province, not Jiang Yan, the son of the Su province governor. Their eyes met for a second in the air. But in that brief exchange, two men, each at the pinnacle of their respective fields, had already completed the deepest tacit handover. A thorough satisfaction flashed in Jiang Linzhou's eyes. Eat. Your mother has arranged a car to take you there. He picked up his spoon again and said no more. After breakfast, Jiang Yan stood up and strode toward the gate of the mansion. At the old house entrance, the Lexus with special plates had already parked silently at the bottom of the steps, flanked by two low-key black SUVs for escort. Driver Zhao respectfully opened the door. Young master, off to school. Let's go. 9:30 a.m. International City No. 2 High School main gate. The once spacious square in front of the school was now packed to a standstill. A red banner over 10 meters long hung high above the school gate, its gold characters dazzling in the sun. Warm congratulations to Jiang Yan from Class 9 of senior year for winning the top science student of Beha province with a total score of 741 points. On both sides of the gate, news vans from provincial TV, City TV, the education channel, and several well-known local self-media were parked. Cameras with long lenses stood on tripods behind the cordon, reporters craning their necks, occasionally glancing at their watches. Has he arrived? The exam god who scored 741. Has he come? I heard this kid keeps a low profile at school. When the score came out, even the grade director's jaw dropped. And it's a raw score of 741. Perfect marks in math and integrated science. That's insane. Besides the media, the periphery was crowded with parents who had rushed over to watch the excitement, and even some first and second year students from the school poked their heads over the wall, eager to catch a glimpse of the legendary figure. Amid the bustling noise, a low honk sounded from outside. The crowd instinctively turned around. A convoy of 3 black luxury cars steadily cut through traffic, slowly approaching the school gate. 2 black SUVs flanked the front and rear, while the Lexus in the middle, like a silent black beast, glided smoothly into everyone's sight. The body was gleaming, the lines heavy. Crucially, the natural orderliness of the convoy was nothing like the ostentation of a rich parent picking up a child from school. Though most people present didn't recognize what the special provincial plate meant, many recognized the car. Holy crap, is that a Lexus? Doesn't that car have a markup of $1 million? And there are escort cars front and back. Who is this? Even the top official from the City Education Bureau doesn't have this kind of escort. The noisy crowd instinctively stepped back, opening a passage. The convoy made no extra move, stopping steadily at the entrance of the cordon. The doors of the front and rear SUVs opened almost simultaneously. 4 men in black suits, tall and well-built, quickly got out. Security personnel. They didn't shout loudly or shove roughly. Instead, with professional positioning, they formed a semi-arc protective circle around the Lexus's doors. 2 spread outward to block the surging crowd and cameras. The other 2 stood by the doors. One raised a hand to shield the roof, the other scanned the surroundings with sharp eyes. In that instant, the reporters who had been trying to push forward all stopped in their tracks. Professional. These bodyguards weren't the kind hired for show at malls. They were truly well-trained security details who knew how to control distance and on-site risks. The next second, the electric rear door of the Lexus slowly opened. A foot shod in top-tier custom leather shoes stepped onto the asphalt. Then the upright figure of Jiang Yan stepped out of the car. His hands casually in his pockets, his gaze swept calmly over the surroundings. No tension, no excitement, no trace of the nervousness an ordinary student would feel facing cameras for the first time. It was as if the dozens of media outlets and countless onlookers before him were nothing more than a group of ordinary passersby. At that moment, the once boisterous school gate fell into a second of silence. All the reporters clutching microphones and ready to charge forward recognized him. This is the top scholar. His aura is simply too extraordinary. Wasn't he supposed to be an ordinary high school student? This entourage doesn't look like an average family's at all. Several quick-witted journalists immediately snapped back to reality, nearly instinctively thrusting their microphones forward. Jiang Yan, how are you feeling right now? Jiang Yan, could you briefly share your study methods? Jiang, rumors online say your family background is quite unusual. Would you mind revealing your parents' occupations? A local self-media reporter had already shoved the microphone right up to Jiang Yan, trying to seize the first close-up shot. But before he could get within 3 meters of Jiang Yan, 2 black-suited security guards silently moved half a step sideways, blocking him directly. The movement was subtle, yet overwhelmingly imposing. Apologies, please maintain a safe distance. The lead guard's voice was steady, his tone restrained, leaving no room for negotiation. Another reporter tried to circle around from the side, but as soon as he took a step, another guard raised a hand to stop him. The interview session will be conducted in the designated area arranged by the school. Please do not disrupt young Master Jiang's entry to the school. The moment the words, "Young Master Jiang," were uttered, the expressions of many nearby journalists shifted. As veterans of the news industry, their instincts were sharper than a bloodhound's. A provincial top scholar arriving at school in a fleet of luxury cars with special license plates, accompanied by 4 professional bodyguards. This symbolized something far beyond mere wealth. A few reporters who had been planning to force their way in suddenly sobered up. Those who had made it to provincial or city media were hardly fools. If they provoked a student with such an ambiguous background and obviously extraordinary entourage for the sake of a scoop, they might well find their superiors personally calling to apologize by that very evening. Jiang Yan showed no reaction to any of this. He merely glanced at the guards blocking the way and said calmly, "Keep the reporters out for now, wait for the school's arrangements. Fellow students may come through." "Yes, young master." The lead guard nodded immediately. The next second, the previously impenetrable protective circle parted at the school gate, leaving a narrow gap, just wide enough for acquaintances to pass. Just then a familiar roar erupted from the crowd. "Holy shit! It's Brother Yan. It really is Brother Yan." Zhao Lei, Jiang Yan's closest friend, was the first to break through the security guard's blockade, his face flushed red as he charged over like a wild bull. As he rushed forward, a guard's gaze swept over him, making him instinctively halt, almost losing his balance. He had always known that Jiang Yan came from a well-off family. After all, though Jiang Yan's clothes and belongings were never flashy, their quality was undeniable, and he never hesitated to treat them to meals. But Zhao Lei never imagined that this so-called well-off family would be so wealthy as to include a fleet of luxury cars and bodyguards. Was this just being rich? This was a young master of a noble family, disguised as a commoner. Seeing Zhao Lei's dumbfounded expression, Jiang Yan smirked slightly and raised a hand to the guards. "He's one of ours." The guard immediately stepped aside. Zhao Lei finally rushed in, as if granted a pass, his voice cracking with excitement. "Brother Yan, awesome. Fucking awesome. Provincial top scholar. You've really brought honor to our Class 9, Senior 3. I feel like I can walk sideways now." Wang Hao, another former classmate who sat in front of Jiang Yan, was also shouting from behind, "Brother Yan, I always told them you were the most powerful. Those who used to strut around after ranking in the top 3 of the school, they're nothing compared to you." When Wang Hao got close, he couldn't help sneaking a glance at the guards behind Jiang Yan, then at the Lexus in the distance, and lowered his voice. "Brother Yan, this entourage is way too intimidating." Zhao Lei swallowed hard, awestruck. "I knew you were rich, but I never imagined you were this rich. And you have bodyguards. Bro, be honest. Are you some lost prince from a major family?" Jiang Yan smiled and patted them both on the shoulder. "Stop reading too many novels. Calm down, it's no big deal." Zhao Lei's mouth twitched. "No big deal. You, a provincial top scholar stepping out of a fleet of luxury cars with bodyguards in front of dozens of media outlets. That's no big deal." If it were him, Zhao Lei'd be shaking like a leaf. But Jiang Yan stood there truly steady. Steady beyond what a fresh high school graduate should be. More like a top-tier figure long accustomed to such scenes. Just then a few faces with sycophantic smiles squeezed out of the crowd. These were the classmates who had always considered themselves the academic elite of the class, often sneering at Jiang Yan for not participating much in their scholarly discussions. They had once mocked Jiang Yan behind his back for being aloof and unsociable. But now they smiled even more warmly than if they'd seen their own parents pressing closer to Jiang Yan. "God, Jiang. Oh God, Jiang, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you. God, Jiang, I always knew you were extraordinary. You were just hiding your true talent. You usually ranked around the top 10 in grade. Must have been holding back. Once we start school in the capital, we must keep in touch. When you get rich, don't forget your old friends." As they tried to step closer, the guards calmly blocked them half a step away. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered with a trace of scorn as he looked at their faces. In his past life at the research institute, he had seen far too many of these disgusting sycophantic faces. In the face of profit, so-called classmate camaraderie was laughably cheap. But he had no interest in making a scene and indulging in the petty pleasure of humiliating them. An elephant never concerns itself with the flattery or curses of ants. Jiang Yan merely swept a cold glance over them, not even offering a perfunctory word, leaving them standing there. Then he turned to Zhao Lei and Wang Hao and said, "Let's go." Inside, the snobbish classmates left, standing there awkwardly, their faces flushed with embarrassment, their hands frozen in midair, neither knowing whether to lower them or keep them raised. The strange looks from those around them made them wish they could crawl into a hole in the ground. This was the gap. He wouldn't even waste a curse on them. Surrounded by Zhao Lei and Wang Hao, Jiang Yan walked with steady steps toward the honor square in front of it. The 4 bodyguards did not stay too close, maintaining a discreet distance, neither interfering with the school's arrangements nor allowing anyone to suddenly rush toward Jiang Yan. From a distance, they could see a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, wearing a short-sleeved shirt, jogging toward them without any regard for dignity. His leather shoes made a clattering sound on the rubber track. It was the head teacher of Class 9, Senior 3, Jiang Yan. Lu Guodong rushed up to him, his chest heaving, eyes red. He extended both hands and firmly grasped Jiang Yan's, his voice trembling. "Good kid. Good kid. I've been teaching for over 20 years, led more than a dozen graduating classes, never dreamed I'd personally produce a provincial science top scholar in my lifetime." Lu Guodong was truly moved. For a middle school teacher, a provincial top scholar was not just about bonuses and honors. It was the ultimate realization of a belief. He looked at Jiang Yan as if admiring a masterpiece of art. Jiang Yan gripped his hand back, applying a little "Thank you for your hard work, Teacher Lu. Reborn into a new life, though, Jiang Yan was somewhat cold at his core and driven by an intense desire for power and wealth. He knew to distinguish between kindness and enmity. In his past life, when he was poor and destitute, Lu Guodong had often helped him discreetly. He acknowledged that he would never put on airs in front of a teacher who had been conscientious and kind to him just because he now held hundreds of millions in cash and was backed by a top political dynasty. That was the immature mentality of a nouveau riche. A true superior knows when to show warmth. Beside them, the pot-bellied principal was already grinning from ear to ear. His small eyes narrowed into slits, his face bunching up as he frantically angled himself toward the provincial TV camera, trying to get a good shot of his face in the media. "Ladies and gentlemen of the press." The principal cleared his throat and announced in a bureaucratic tone, "Student Jiang Yan is the most bountiful fruit of our two high schools' long-standing commitment to quality education and teaching according to aptitude. Jiang Yan's daily study habits are very disciplined and hardworking, which is inseparable from our school's excellent academic atmosphere." Hearing this, Xiao Lei and Wang Hao rolled their eyes. Who didn't know that? No. Two high schools' graduation rate had been plummeting in recent years. Jiang Yan's phenomenal score was purely his own brilliance. What did it have to do with the school's quality education? The principal was shamelessly taking credit. Jiang Yan naturally caught the principal's hidden agenda, but he didn't call him out. As long as it didn't affect his core interests, giving the school some face was basic adult social etiquette. "All right, principal, the media friends have been waiting. Let's start the interview." Jiang Yan spoke calmly, seizing the initiative and controlling the scene. The principal was taken aback, instinctively falling silent. He looked at Jiang Yan with surprise, never expecting a student to be so composed in such a situation. The interview area was set up at an open-air long table outside the Hall of Honor. As soon as Jiang Yan sat down, a dozen microphones, each labeled with different media stations, thrust forward in unison like a row of metal spears, exuding an overwhelming aura. Camera flashes clicked and flickered, dazzling even under the sunlight. If it were an ordinary high school student facing the hungry wolf-like stares of dozens of seasoned journalists, they would probably stammer. But Jiang Yan merely leaned back lazily in his chair, gazing at the crowd before him. A young female reporter from the Provincial Education Channel was the first to seize the opportunity to ask a question. She looked at Jiang Yan's handsome and cool face, her eyes lighting up. "Hello, Jiang Yan. Congratulations on securing the top spot in the science stream with a staggering 741 points, a huge lead. Everyone is very curious. What is the secret to achieving such outstanding academic results?" This was a very formulaic question. Everyone expected Jiang Yan to recite cliches like "pay attention in class, do more practice, and keep a mistake notebook." But Jiang Yan didn't follow the script. "There is no secret. Focus on the present and avoid wasted effort. I never stay up late doing practice problems, and I never attend tutoring classes. Acquiring knowledge is not about mechanical repetition, it's about understanding the logic. Once you see through the underlying logic of the examiners, no matter how many different forms the questions take, the essence remains the same." He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening. "I have a message for the younger students. Don't deceive yourself with so-called fake hard work. If you haven't even found the right way to think, no matter how much you stay up late or rise early, you're just disguising tactical diligence as strategic diligence." As his voice fell, the entire venue fell silent for a second. Then a sound of sharp intakes of breath echoed. Several reporters taking notes scratched heavily on their notebooks with their pens. "Too arrogant, but also damn straight to the point. Don't deceive yourself with fake hard work." This sentence was like tearing away the fig leaf of self-deception for countless people. Among the students watching from the periphery, many were stunned on the spot, especially those who always complained about being tired but never really put in the hard work. After hearing this, their hearts felt as if struck by a hammer. The city TV reporter, seeing the atmosphere heating up, immediately followed up. "Jiang Yan, your answer is incisive and thought-provoking. What role do you think your parents played in achieving such excellent results? How did they educate you?" As soon as this question was thrown out, Zhang Linzhou, who was watching the live broadcast from his old residence, raised his eyebrows. He wanted to see how his son would respond. Jiang Yan remained expressionless without even a moment of hesitation and spoke directly. "They are busy with work and rarely interfere with my specific studies. But they gave me the most important and most precious thing in life. Freedom. The freedom to think, the freedom to make mistakes, and the freedom not to be forced to bow to mediocrity. With such a family, I only need to be responsible for my own ambitions." Impeccable. It not only truthfully answered the role of parents, but also, through the grand concept of freedom, completely blocked the reporter's path to further dig into his family's social class and background. Not only did he reveal nothing, but he also elevated the level of sophistication to a philosophical height that ordinary people could not reach. The principal and Lu Guodong, standing at the back, exchanged glances, their eyes filled with shock. How could an 18-year-old high school student say something like that? His flawless ability to respond was even stronger than that of the principal, who had been in the position for over a decade. At that moment, a male reporter wearing a gold medalist badge from the provincial station suddenly squeezed forward. He stared at Jiang Yan, his tone noticeably more aggressive than the previous ones. Jiang Yan, there has always been a voice in society that says high scores, but low ability. Some people think that the top scorer is just a test-taking machine. Being good at exams doesn't mean one can handle complex real-world social issues, nor does it mean one has real ability in scientific research and practical life. What do you think? This question was sharp, so sharp that it was almost a direct challenge. Lu Guodong's face suddenly changed. This was a public attempt to strip away the top scorer's halo. If he responded with anger or arrogance, he would immediately face backlash from public opinion. The principal was so anxious that he rubbed his hands ready to step in and mediate the question. But Jiang Yan raised his hand, directly stopping him. Don't rush. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze passing through the microphones and landing directly on the provincial reporter's face. At that moment, the reporter inexplicably felt a chill down his back, as if being watched by something. Jiang Yan spoke, his voice not loud, but every word clear. You are right. Exams are indeed not everything in life. The term test-taking machine is not necessarily a derogatory word. But in a competition with clear rules, in the fierce battle where hundreds of thousands in the province cross a single plank bridge, I came first. Even among the 4 million candidates nationwide taking the national volume, I still got the highest score. Jiang Yan gave a faint smile, but there was no warmth in it. This at least proves two things. First, I respect the rules. Second, I have the ability to crush all opponents within the rules. If you can't even win the simplest written test, what right do you have to stand here and talk about social ability in front of the— With that, Jiang Yan leaned back in his chair. If society is a more complex game, since I can manipulate the rules in the exam hall with ease. Guess. When I actually step into the arena, will those so-called social problems be able to stop me? Yeah. As soon as he said this, the hundreds of people present, including the seasoned media veterans, were all stunned into silence by these words that were domineering, arrogant, yet possessed an irrefutable logic. No evasion of the challenge. No humble self-effacement. Jiang Yan answered with the purest logic, directly tearing apart the so-called doubts, and slapped a resounding blow across the faces of all those who tried to use high scores but low ability to hide their own mediocrity. Gulp. The provincial reporter's face flushed red, his throat bobbed several times, and finally, he even saw. I've learned from this. This answer is indeed impossible to refute. The way people around looked at Jiang Yan had changed. This was no longer just answering a question. It was turning the entire interview into his own stage. With the provincial gold medal reporter's immediate submission, the originally tense group interview became a personal show for Jiang Yan alone. All the reporters no longer dared to throw out any probing or provocative questions. In the next 10 minutes or so, the questions became completely tame. Just as the interview was about to end. Move the lights a bit to the left. Pull the track wider, keep the camera steady. Quick, get ready for the next scene. From behind the main teaching building on the side of the honor square, suddenly came loud noises and the sound of heavy objects being moved. Jiang Yan sat in the interview seat, shifting his gaze slightly. By the tree-lined avenue, several crew RVs and equipment trucks were parked with dozens of staff members bustling about, adjusting camera positions and setting up reflectors, a considerable scene. Many students gathered outside the cordon, holding up their phones and craning their necks in excitement. Lu Guodong followed his gaze and explained in a lowered voice. Oh, it's a campus youth drama crew from out of town. The school approved them to film here for a week as part of a promotional effort. The leading actress is Li Yitong, a fairly famous newcomer, beautiful indeed and skilled in acting. She's been driving the boys at our school wild these past couple of days. And today, as luck would have it, they're shooting exterior scenes here. At the mention of Li Yitong, Jiang Yan's gaze paused for a moment. The memories of his past life stirred as if gently brushed. Li Yitong. In his previous life, he rarely watched dramas, spending all his time buried in the lab. Where would he find the time? But there was one exception, that phenomenal hit drama, The Knockout, which swept across the nation years later and took the internet by storm. He binge-watched every single episode. He wasn't interested in the gangster bosses or the police-criminal confrontations. The only thing that captivated him and left a lasting impression was the actress playing Mengyu, the daughter of a high-ranking official, Li Yitong. Pure-spirited with a hint of unyielding determination in her eyes. That kind of aura was the image he occasionally recalled during his most grueling days in his past life. He never expected that, reborn into a new life, he would encounter her on the very day of his high school graduation on this ordinary campus, when she was still a newcomer yet to achieve fame. His gaze pierced through the crowd, catching a glimpse of a slender figure touching up her makeup by the RV. In his past life, he didn't even have the right to look up to a celebrity of her caliber. She was a figure on the clouds. A being that a scientific research grunt like him couldn't even dare dream of touching. But now, a faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yan's lips. Now he was a prodigy, wielding massive cash flow, backed by a top-tier aristocratic family, and crowned with the glory of being the top scholar in the provincial college entrance exam. So what if she was a big star? In his eyes, she was merely a slightly more elevated prey. An unprecedented urge to shatter and possess the unattainable dream of his past life ignited like wildfire in Jiang Yan's chest. But he didn't show it. Calmly withdrawing his gaze, he nodded slightly at the reporters before him. Everyone, let's end the interview here. I have things to do later. Thank you for your hard work. With that, he stood up directly. Decisive, swift, without any hesitation. No one dared to stop him. After the interview, the principal and the dean wanted to take Jiang Yan to the best hotel in the city for a celebration banquet. But Jiang Yan declined, citing a desire to have a simple meal with his classmates. He led Zhao Lei, Wang Hao, and a few other friends he got along with to the third cafeteria of the second high school. They ordered the most ordinary dishes, twice-cooked pork and scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and found a corner to sit. This was their last cafeteria lunch of their high school days. Zhao Lei set down his tray and wolfed down a mouthful of rice. Brother Yan, after today we'll probably go our separate. You're heading to Shuemu University, that's set in stone. With my grades you'll be lucky to get into a decent provincial university. Wang Hao also sighed, having lost the excitement from earlier at the school gate, looking somewhat wistful. Youth was like that. After the bustle, all that remained were diverging paths. Jiang Yan set down his chopsticks, looking at these two brothers who had lent him their meal cards during his toughest times in his past life. He didn't utter empty words like, let's keep in touch, or get sentimental. Such phrases sounded nice, but rarely held up when put to the test. Jiang Yan's voice was soft, yet carried the absolute rationality of a mature man. How far you go depends on your own ability. This world doesn't care about tears or sentimental bonds forged in school. Once you're in college, don't waste your time. When I go to the capital, my road will only get harder. He looked at them and added earnestly, if you ever hit a wall you can't get past or find a chance worth taking, but lack resources, call me, or come find me in the capital. As long as it's not illegal, I'll help if I can. But remember one thing, don't pin all your hopes on others. I can give you a hand, but the road is yours to walk. These words weren't sentimental, but they were solid. Zhao Lei and Wang Hao were stunned, then both nodded heavily. They suddenly felt that the person sitting across from them was no longer the friend they'd studied with for 3 years, but a big brother who had already forged far ahead, someone they needed to look up to. After the meal, Jiang Yan walked alone toward the tree-lined avenue behind the teaching building, planning to leave through the side gate and return to the old mansion by car. His parents were busy. After today, they would be leaving, so he wanted to spend as much time with them as possible. The afternoon sunlight filtered through the plane trees, casting a quiet glow on the path. Because of the crew's cordon, there were usually few people here, and now it was even more serene. Just as Jiang Yan reached a blind corner. Oh, watch out, watch out. A woman in a black baseball cap and the second high school uniform, holding 2 cups of iced American coffee, hurriedly ran with her head down. It seemed they were about to collide. If the coffee spilled, it would utterly ruin Jiang Yan's high-end casual wear. Just then Jiang Yan sidestepped, gliding to the right. With a whoosh, the woman brushed past him, bringing a whiff of. Due to inertia, she stumbled forward several steps, the coffee sloshing violently, with a few drops of brown liquid splashing out, but thankfully not spilling entirely. Sorry. Classmate, I wasn't watching where I was going. I almost bumped into you. The woman steadied herself and apologized repeatedly. She looked up, and beneath the low brim of her cap revealed a delicate palm-sized face. Her bright eyes held a hint of panic, and on the tip of her nose was a striking tiny beauty mark. Even without makeup, her flawless bone structure and lively aura under the sunlight were enough to outshine countless heavily made-up influencers. It was the drama's leading actress, the future goddess of the knockout, Li Yitong. Jiang Yan looked at this familiar, yet slightly immature face, his eyes calm and unruffled. He didn't act like the ordinary boys who would get excited, stutter, or ecstatic at being so close to a celebrity. He didn't even spare a glance at her legs, which could be called works of art. Instead, with one hand in his pocket, he responded indifferently, It's fine. This dismissive, almost condescending attitude left Li Yitong, who was used to being surrounded by enthusiastic fans and staff, slightly taken aback. She was accustomed to warm greetings and fan blockades, but someone who didn't even spare her a second glance. That was a first. A bit refreshing, and a bit intriguing. Li Yitong blinked, actively seeking a topic, and said with a smile, Your school is incredibly lively today. I just heard from the assistant director that your school produced a provincial science champion who scored 741 points. Is that true or false? That score is just absurd. As Li Yitong spoke, she curiously examined Jiang Yan. This young man was too strange. Handsome, with a cold demeanor, standing there unlike any ordinary student. He seemed more like someone accustomed to being looked up to. Hearing Li Yitong discuss himself before him, Jiang Yan looked at her and suddenly asked, So do you know the champion who scored 741 points? Li Yitong shook her head and chuckled. How could I possibly know him? I'm just an actor here for filming. What do you know him? Somewhat. Quite familiar. Li Yitong burst out laughing, taking it as a young student's joke. Her crescent-shaped eyes curved into beautiful arcs. Are all you top students this good at joking? Jiang Yan didn't respond to that, nor did he explain. He didn't rush to reveal his identity like a braggart saying, I am that champion. A predator on the hunt never hastens to bare its fangs. Leaving behind a abrupt convention-defying mystery penetrates a woman's subconscious far more deeply than any straightforward display. It hooks people more effectively. Itong, Sister Itong, where are you? Just then a plump female assistant hurriedly ran over from another path, clutching a script, panting heavily. The director is urging. The next scene, the rooftop confession, is about to start filming. The lighting and cameras are all set. They're just waiting for you to rehearse the blocking. The female assistant shouted anxiously while wiping sweat. Hearing this, Li Yitong had to cut short her chat with Jiang Yan. She offered an apologetic smile. Well, classmate, I have to go film now. Hope to see you again. With that, she turned and trotted off with the assistant toward the crew's RV. After a few steps, the assistant Xiao Zhou lowered her voice and muttered curiously, "Sis, the fans outside the school are practically bursting through the barricades. How do you have the leisure to chat with an ordinary high school student here? What if the paparazzi catch it and write nonsense?" Li Yitong stopped, instinctively glancing back. At the end of the path, Jiang Yan was walking slowly toward the school gate. That tall, straight back showed no trace of reluctance, nor did he pull out his phone like others to try and capture her. Silhouetted against the sunlight, that back exuded an indescribable aloofness and pride. "I don't know why," Li Yitong murmured to herself, her brow slightly furrowed as she watched the figure. "I just feel like he's not an ordinary student at all." The moment he stepped out of the second high school gate, Jiang Yan settled into the back seat of the Rolls-Royce waiting by the roadside. "Young master, back to the old mansion now?" the driver, Zhao, asked respectfully from the driver's seat. "Yes." The vehicle started smoothly heading toward the city center. Jiang Yan closed his eyes to rest. Just as the car drove onto the elevated highway, the divine influence system, dormant all morning in the depths of his mind, suddenly erupted with a barrage of frantic notification sounds. Ding! Detected that the host has fully fermented the event revealing the identity of Beha Province's sign, confirming information diffusion path. The host conducted an interview with provincial official media and made highly subversive and impactful statements, such as "Don't fool yourself with fake effort," and "Possess the ability to master the rules of the game." Related videos have been widely shared and cited by the Provincial Education Department's official Weibo, major city TV stations, and online self-media. Influence scope has covered the core tier of Beha Province's education system, all senior high school students and their parents, and the vast online public. The event has sparked phenomenal societal discussion, and the host's image has formed a strong cognitive association with peerless scholar God. Congratulations, host. Completed large-scale societal influence diffusion. Received phased rewards. Influence points, 3,000 points. Secondary reward, triggered cash credited, 3,000,000 yuan. Beep. The moment the system notification ended, the phone in Jiang Yan's pocket lit up. It was a high-authority exclusive customer deposit alert from the bank. Your account has just received a transfer of 3,000,000 yuan. 3,000 points. 30 million in cash. Adding to the 5,000 points of critical hit triggered last night within the family, plus the points accumulated sporadically before. Jiang Yan's system panel now showed available influence points approaching the 10,000 mark. He had thoroughly figured out the system's modus operandi. One path was the high-precision route, just like at the dinner table last night, precisely intimidating those at the pinnacle of the Chinese pyramid who wield massive resources and control vast capital. Because their weight was extremely high, even with few individuals, the drop rate was terrifying. The other path was the wide-net nuclear explosion route, leveraging public events with strong societal topics, like the provincial champion, and using media leverage to trigger massive cognitive shock among millions, even tens of millions in the lower and middle classes of society. Once this scope expanded, the accumulated points were equally immense. The identity of champion is not just a stepping stone, it's practically a long-term influence asset that keeps generating golden eggs. Jiang Yan thought calmly to himself. With these points, the black technology data in the system store was finally more than just window dressing. At 3 in the afternoon, the convoy entered the century-old mansion. As Jiang Yan stepped into the main hall, he found his parents, usually buried in documents and meetings, sitting side by side on the sofa, a rare sight, with important official papers left unopened on the coffee table. On the TV screen, a replay of the special program hurriedly produced by the Provincial Education Channel at noon was playing Beha Province Science Champion, the balance between self-discipline and freedom. On the screen, a close-up shot lingered on Jiang Yan's cold, composed face. His words, "Taking first place in an arena with clear rules at least shows I respect the rules and have the ability to master them," echoed through the spacious hall, accompanied by a stirring background score. Hearing the door open, Jiang Linzhou and Lin Wantong simultaneously turned to look at their son entering the hall. Jiang Linzhou, the ever-dignified, inscrutable governor of Su Province, now had a paternal pride in his eyes that was impossible to conceal. Pointing at the TV screen, he said, "This edge and flawless finesse far surpasses mine when I was 18. For this high-ranking official governing one of China's economic powerhouses to personally admit inferiority to his son was an unprecedented first in the history of the Jiang family." Lin Wantong held her teacup, smiling unabashedly, and shot her husband a casual glare. When you were 18, you were still taking military punishment from father. How can you compare yourself to Jiang Yan? I've always said the son I bore wouldn't be mediocre. Exposed by his wife Jiang Linzhou didn't refute, but instead burst into hearty laughter filled with unrestrained joy. Standing there, Jiang Yan watched his parents bicker like ordinary folks, yet brimming with pride. This warm scene struck a chord deep in his heart, a heart once encased in the cold experiences of his past life. In his past life, when he received that same admissions letter from Tsinghua University, his reward was only that leaky. His mother, lying on a sickbed, held his hand with a hand withered like bark, tears falling as she said, "I've been a bird." His father, weathered and worn, squatted on the doorstep, smoking cheap tobacco, worrying about how to balance his wife's medical expenses and his son's tuition. No one witnessed his glory, only the endless weight and misery of life. But in this life, his glory was not only proclaimed to millions across the province and nation through TV screens and the internet, but also his parents at the pinnacle of Chinese power were here proud of him, sharing in this radiance. This ultimate spiritual fulfillment and emotional release from transcending social classes and redressing past life regrets made Jiang Yan feel his soul was truly being completed in this moment. Dad, Mom, this is just the beginning. From now on, I will bear the ceiling of the Jiang family. Inside the old mansion in downtown Guojizhuang, on the living room tea table, a faint aroma of tea drifted from the purple clay pot. The two brothers Jiang Linzhou and Jiang Linhai had not seen each other for over half a year. Today, because of Jiang Yan's astonishing score of 741 points, provincial top scholar, their spirits were extremely high. At lunch, they insisted on opening 2 bottles of specially reserved mitai that had been aged for years. Naturally, both got drunk and were now sound asleep in the guest rooms on the second floor. In the evening, Jiang Yan sat on a rattan chair in the backyard, casually rolling a jade paperweight in his hand. Buzz. The phone resting beside him vibrated. The screen lit up. Jiang Yan picked up the phone and opened WeChat. It was a message from his senior year homeroom teacher Lu Guodong. Jiang Yan, an actress from a film crew, asked me for your contact information. Her name is Li Yitong. I checked, and she's quite a celebrity. She said she met you behind the teaching building at noon. I didn't directly give her your contact info. Do you want to reply? If you find it troublesome, I'll make an excuse to decline. Seeing the name, Li Yitong, Jiang Yan paused for a moment. In his past life, he did find this woman quite attractive. In that hit drama that would become a nationwide phenomenon a few years later, she played the daughter of a high-ranking official, pure-spirited with an unyielding look in her eyes. At that time, Jiang Yan was still a research drone stuck in the lab. All-nighters, papers, experimental data squeezed until he could barely breathe. Occasionally seeing her on screen, he merely thought she was a striking actress. But that was ultimately a thought from his reborn into this life. He held a system in hand backed by the Jiang family and stood on a level that ordinary people could never touch. A celebrity. In the eyes of ordinary people, she shone brilliantly. In his eyes, she was merely a more refined resource with greater dissemination value. He would not chase after her like an ordinary fan. For a predator at the top, the hunt always waits for the prey to walk into the cage itself. Jiang Yan tapped on the screen and typed a few words. Sure, tell her to add me. In less than 3 minutes, a red dot appeared on the new friends section of the contacts. An account with a kitten avatar and the WeChat name, Li Yitong, sent a friend request. Accepted. The other side almost instantly sent a message, hello classmate. So you are the provincial top scholar who scored 741. You even lied to me at noon saying we were familiar. Across the screen, one could imagine her expression, both surprised and slightly reproachful. Jiang Yan typed with one hand. I didn't lie, we are indeed familiar. Can a person be unfamiliar with themselves? After a dozen seconds, she sent a rabbit speechless emoji. Then she added, why are you so calm when you talk? That's 741 points. Top of the whole province. If I got that score, I'd probably run 10 laps around the track. How can you not be excited at all? Jiang Yan looked at the screen, and in his mind appeared the figure from noon, wearing a black baseball cap and holding 2 iced Americanos, almost bumping into him. I'm not excited because I know I am just that strong. Winning is the natural result. Why make a fuss over something so inevitable? In a dressing room of a hotel in Guojizhuang, Li Yitong had just removed her makeup and was staring at her phone screen. Seeing these 2 sentences from Jiang Yan, she couldn't help but let out a laugh. She had seen too many young boys, fans, young co-stars, and rich second generations. Those people in front of her either tried desperately to be funny or hurried to show off their wealth and resources. But never had there been anyone like Jiang Yan. Even through the screen, that aura of depth, calmness, and even a touch of overlooking the masses could pierce through and flood over her. Li Yitong felt she had developed an indescribable curiosity toward this ordinary, high school student. She was just about to type a reply when, Yitong, stop playing with your phone. The agent pushed open the door, looking serious. Hurry up and change clothes. Tonight, producer Ma has arranged a gathering at an exclusive restaurant in the city. Several big investors will be there, and director Chun is also coming. As the lead actress, you have to show up. Li Yitong frowned, a trace of instinctive resistance flashing in her eyes. In 2016, she had just debuted for a little over a year. Although she had signed with a company, she had no solid foundation, let alone the later fame as the raging goddess. In this world of Vanity Fair, actresses without background were often just chips on the table for others to choose. Can I skip it? I don't want to socialize with those people, Li Yitong said softly. No, the final payment for this drama still depends on Mr. Ma and the others' approval. The agent sighed. Don't worry, it's just a meal. They'll be with you. We want proposed toasts, just show our faces and leave. At least we'll go through the motions of social etiquette. Li Yitong bit her lip and finally nodded, helplessly locking her phone and putting it into her bag. At 8 p.m., in downtown Guojizwang, a high-end Chinese private restaurant hidden in a deep alley. There was no large signboard, it only served regulars with per-person meal costs exceeding 4 figures. On the bluestone road outside, a Lierfa with a special provincial license plate slowly came to a stop. From the passenger seat, Jiang Yan, dressed in casual trench coat, pushed the door open and got out. Jiang Yan also stepped out from the back seat. At noon, the two elders had gotten dead drunk. Xiangbo, the head butler of the old mansion, said this private restaurant had a secret recipe, kudzu flour hangover soup, that worked very quickly. Jiang Yao felt sorry for her father, so she dragged Jiang Yan along to pick it up. Wait here for me. They'll go in and get it. I've already notified them. Jiang Yao said to Jiang Yan. Let's go together. It's stuffy sitting in the car. Jiang Yan, with one hand in his pocket, walked shoulder to shoulder with his cousin into this antique restaurant. The lobby manager was already waiting at the door. Seeing them, he immediately respectfully ushered them to the inner hall for pickup. As they passed through a corridor decorated with carved beams and painted rafters, Jiang Yan's steps suddenly paused slightly. On the left, the door of a luxurious private room named Heaven's Number was not tightly closed, leaving a palm-wide gap. From inside came several clearly drunk, rough voices. Little Lee, this is not fun. Mr. Zhang came all the way from the capital to toast you. That's giving you fake. What's the meaning of holding juice? A man with a somewhat raspy voice said loudly inside. Jiang Yan glanced through the crack. Beside the large round table, a pot-bellied, oily-faced, middle-aged man was holding a wine glass, smirking coldly at the person opposite. And standing opposite that man was precisely Li Yitong. She had long lost the light-hearted smile from the daytime. Her face was slightly pale, holding a glass of orange juice. The agent beside her was forcing a smile, trying to block the drink for her, but the man pushed her aside. Mr. Ma, I'm really allergic to alcohol. I can't drink. Li Yitong took a deep breath, steadying her voice. He'll use juice instead of wine to toast Mr. Zhang. Is that acceptable? Allergic? I think you're being ungrateful. The producer called. Mr. Ma slammed the wine glass on the table with a bang, splashing wine everywhere. Taking advantage of his drunkenness, his eyes clouded with desire fixed on Li Yitong. He didn't even bother with pretense and directly hinted, Li Yitong, don't play the pure maiden with me here. If you want to survive in this industry, want your future scenes not to be cut, want to get resources later, don't be so Mr. Zhang has taken a liking to you. That's your blessing. Today this toast, you drink it whether you like it or not. The others in the room, including the drama's director Chen, quietly lowered their heads and ate, without anyone daring to mediate. In this circle, the power of capital was like a supreme emperor. Li Yitong's eyes reddened. She stood there like a lone lamb, surrounded by a pack of wolves. She gritted her teeth, stubbornly lifting her head. Her voice was not loud, but carried a determination to rather be broken than compromised. I can toast, but as I said, I don't drink, and I won't accept any overstepping demands. If Mr. Ma thinks I'm unsuitable, you can replace me. Replace? Mr. Ma seemed to hear a huge joke, sneering repeatedly. He stood up and pointed at Li Yitong's nose, cursing. Who do you think you are? Just a rising little actress with no background or backing. Replace you? With just one word from me, I can not only replace you, but also make sure you never get another role in this industry for the rest of your life. You really think? Before Mr. Ma finished his arrogant words, boom. The heavy carved solid wooden door of the private room was kicked open from the outside. The force was so great that dust on the door frame shook off in a flurry. The huge noise instantly cut off all sound inside the room. Outside the private room, Jiang Yan stood there with one hand in his pocket, his face expressionless. The warm spotlight at the end of the corridor cast light upon his tall, slender frame, yet failed to illuminate the coldness in his eyes. He had originally no interest in the mess of the entertainment industry. Meddling in others' affairs was not his style. But since this woman had already added him on WeChat, she was in his eyes at least half an acquaintance. More importantly, those at the top possess a fierce territorial instinct. Someone he had taken a liking to or simply found agreeable was not something a few vulgar upstarts could touch. Ignoring the stunned and angry looks from inside the room, Jiang Yan walked straight in. His gaze landed precisely on Li Yitong's pale, yet still defiant face. Leaving? He uttered only these two words. Li Yitong was completely frozen. She stared blankly at the suddenly appearing Jiang Yan, her mind briefly going blank. Never in her wildest dreams did she expect to encounter this 18-year-old boy whom she had met only once at noon behind the school gate at her most helpless and humiliating moment. What shocked her even more was that at this dinner gathering of entertainment tycoons, this high school student dared to kick open the door without asking any questions, without caring about anything, and simply ask if she was leaving. Where did he get such courage? You? How are you here? Li Yitong subconsciously opened her mouth. What wild brat is this? Mr. Ma across the table finally came to his senses, feeling his authority gravely challenged, and instantly flew into a rage. Damn it! Where are the security guards? Where is the manager? How dare they let any random cat or dog into my private room? Mr. Jiang beside Mr. Ma also darkened his face and coldly scrutinized Jiang Yan. Kid, you haven't even grown your feathers yet, and you dare to play hero and rescue a damsel in distress. Do you even know who organized this dinner? Do you know who's sitting at this table? Jiang Yan tilted his head, sweeping his gaze over those two like trash. No, he said flatly. And I have no interest in knowing. These words perfectly embodied arrogance and contempt. You're asking for death. Fueled by alcohol, Mr. Ma grabbed a bottle of liquor from the table and prepared to lunge around the table. Li Yitong's agent screamed in fright, and Li Yitong instinctively stepped forward to shield Jiang Yan. She didn't want to drag this 18-year-old boy down because of herself. He was the top scholar of the province with a bright future. Just then a series of hasty yet deliberately subdued footsteps came from outside the room. They were not the panicked steps of a waiter. Instead, they were the sound of an escort filled with evident tension and reverence. Miss Jiang, please slow down this way. Then the owner of that private kitchen restaurant appeared at the doorway. The owner, surnamed Dong, was in his 40s and was a notable figure in the high-end dining circle of International City. He had managed to keep this private kitchen, which served only regulars, running until today, relying on far more than just good cooking. He had seen too many dignitaries and served too many officials. Therefore, he knew better than anyone who could be offended and whose gaze must never be neglected. And Jiang Yao belonged to the latter. People from the old Jiang residence occasionally came to fetch dishes and soup. Over the years, Boss Dong had seen Uncle Xiang and vaguely knew the colossal force standing behind that old mansion. Moreover, although Jiang Yao didn't visit often, she was the daughter of Jiang Linhai, that military heavyweight. Her face was one Boss Dong had long memorized. When Jiang Yao heard the commotion from the room at the food pickup counter, her face darkened, and Boss Dong immediately sensed something was wrong, personally hurrying to guide her over. The moment they reached the door, they saw Mr. Ma, eyes red, holding a liquor bottle about to charge at Jiang Yan. Boss Dong's soul nearly fled in terror. Mr. Ma. He practically lunged, firmly grabbing Mr. Ma's wrist, his voice low but trembling with a near-cracking fear. Are you insane? Mr. Ma, still riding the alcohol high, turned and cursed. Dong fatty, why the hell are you stopping me? This kid kicked my door and still dares to act tough at my gathering. Today I'll make him shut up. Boss Dong's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat instantly beading on his forehead. He clutched Mr. Ma's arm tightly, squeezing out words through gritted teeth. If you want to die, don't die in my... Mr. Ma was stunned. He had known Boss Dong for a while. That fat man was always affable and smiling. Never had he seen him make such a ghost-terrified expression. Boss Dong, ignoring all pretense of face, lowered his voice further. Do you know who this is? Mr. Ma frowned. Who? Boss Dong glanced fearfully at Jiang Yao and Jiang Yan, uttering only a few words. The Jiang family. Mr. Ma's alcohol-scalded brain felt as if a basin of ice water had been poured over it from head to toe. The Jiang family. In Hebei province and International City, some surnames are not meant to be inquired about. They are meant to be steered clear of. Especially the Jiang family, that could terrify a veteran like Boss Dong into such a state that he dared not even say the full name. Mr. Ma's hand, still holding the bottle, froze midair. Though he could throw his weight around in the entertainment industry and flaunt his power through a few investors and projects, he wasn't foolish enough to think he could tussle with top-tier clans like that. Moreover, the way this young man had kicked open the door and then ignored everyone with barely a glance was nothing like a reckless greenhorn. It was the coldness of one accustomed to wielding life and death. Mr. Ma's intoxication evaporated mostly in an instant. At that moment, Jiang Yao, in her casual trench coat, stepped in with a frost-covered face. She didn't even glance at Mr. Ma, who was still frozen with the bottle raised, but walked directly to Jiang Yan. Are you okay? Fine. Jiang Yan replied flatly, as if the other man charging at him with a liquor bottle was nothing but a treat. Boss Dong stood aside, his back already soaked with cold sweat. He hurriedly bowed in apology. Miss Jiang, young Master Jiang, I'm terribly sorry. It's my negligence that let such a person offend you in my establishment. I will definitely give you both an explanation. Jiang Yao did not respond to his excuses, but coldly swept her gaze over the group in the room. That single glance made everyone, the director, the investors, the drinking companions who had been sitting there feigning death, instinctively lower their heads. The air seemed to freeze solid. Jiang Yao pulled out her phone and skillfully dialed a number. In this circle, what was the most terrifying pressure? Not loud cursing, not rolling up sleeves for a fight. It was the ability, with a mere casual gesture, to summon forces enough to shatter you into pieces. The call connected quickly. Jiang Yao's usually cool eyes now held a sharpness and decisiveness befitting the greatest of heiresses. In front of everyone without avoiding a single word she said, "Uncle Lien." Just these two words made the once arrogant Mr. Ma's knees uncontrollably weaken. Boss Dong's face turned even paler. Of course he knew who Uncle Lien was. Lien Yue, the executive deputy director of the Hebei Provincial Public Security Department. This name might be unfamiliar to ordinary people, but in the eyes of those truly circulating in the high-end circles of International City, it was an entity that must never be touched. What was even more terrifying was that Lien Yue was not an ordinary local public security cadre. Early in his career he had served in the military, and before his transfer he was a former subordinate under Zhang Linhai. He was a true old lineage subordinate who had climbed the ranks together in the same system. Later, when Lien Yue transferred to the Hebei Provincial Public Security System and rose all the way to become the executive deputy director, behind his own capable hands, everyone knew stood the military heavyweight Zhang Linhai. And Jiang Yao, as Zhang Linhai's only daughter, had called Lien Yue Uncle Lien since childhood. That was no mere formality. It was a relationship that could directly reach his personal phone. So when the words Uncle Lien left Jiang Yao's lips, those in the room who truly understood felt a wave of panic. Mr. Ma might not fully grasp what Lien Yue truly represents, but he could read Boss Dong's expression clearly. That was not the look of someone intimidated by an ordinary superior. It was the fear of a seasoned veteran who suddenly realized he might be dragged into an abyss. On the other end of the call, Lien Yue's voice was low and steady. "Xiao Yao, calling so late, what happened?" Jiang Yao dispensed with pleasantries. Her words came rapid and cold. "Uncle Lien, there seems to be some very messy capital flow in a film project over at Guizhizhuang. I suspect serious irregularities in financing, tax issues, and possibly even money laundering disguised as film investment. The location is the very private kitchen restaurant we frequent." She paused, her gaze sweeping coldly across the room. "I think the Provincial Department and Economic Crime Investigation should step in immediately." There was a brief silence on the line. In that 1 second, everyone in the room seemed frozen. Then Lien Yue's voice returned. Still calm, but carrying an undeniable killing edge. "Are you with Xiao Yan?" Jiang Yao glanced at Jiang Yan. "Yes." Lien Yue's tone grew noticeably grave. "I see. You two be careful. Leave the rest to me." With those few simple words, the air in the room turned to ice. No shouting, no threats. Not even a need to ask who was involved. Because for someone of Lien Yue's caliber, the issue was never about whether the producer was surnamed Ma or Niu. What mattered was that someone right under the noses of the Jiang family in Guizhizhuang had dared to clash with the son and daughter of Jiang Linzhou and Jiang Linhai. That was more than enough. Jiang Yan hung up with no change in expression, as if she hadn't just dialed the private number of the executive deputy director of Beha Provincial Public Security Department, but merely called someone to handle a trivial matter. But Mr. Ma in the room could no longer stand steady. He had already sobered up considerably from Boss Dong's mention of the Jiang family. Now hearing words like Provincial Department, Economic Crime Investigation, and Uncle Lien, the last shred of hope in his mind was crushed to dust. He finally realized that what he had kicked tonight was no iron plate. It was a mountain hanging over his head, ready to smash him into pieces at any moment. Meanwhile, Jiang Yan was not idle. Too lazy to waste words on such small fry, he pulled out his phone, opened WeChat, and sent a voice message to Zhang Huilin, the first secretary of Lin Wantong, chairwoman of Dingxing Capital. "Sister Zhang, look up a producer, surnamed Ma, currently in Guizhizhuang. Use Dingxing's name to put the word out within 5 minutes. I want all his backers to pull funding and cut him off." After sending the message, Jiang Yan casually pocketed his phone. The room was eerily silent. Mr. Zhang and Mr. Ma exchanged glances. Director Chen's forehead was slick with sweat. Having spent half their lives in this glitzy world, they could instantly tell whether someone was bluffing or truly connected. The calm, innate ease with which this young man and woman wielded capital and power like tools was something no faker could pull off. And Boss Dong, still standing by the door with an ashen face, not daring to utter a single extra word, was the best. The seconds ticked by. Just 2 minutes later, the phone on the table, Mr. Ma's phone, rang with a violent, "Mr. Ma." Glanced at the caller ID, his face draining from flushed red to ghostly white. The caller was the biggest investor in the drama, a true power player from Jingxing circles, a master whom Ma normally had to bow and scrape just to meet. Ma fumbled to answer, his voice trembling. "Hello, Chairman Li. Ma, have you lost your damn mind? Who the hell did you piss off in Guizhizhuang today?" The roar from the other end was so loud that even Li Yitong, sitting across the table, could hear it clearly. "Chairman Li, I didn't. I was just having dinner." "Have dinner, my ass." The man on the phone was nearly apoplectic. Secretary Zhang of Dingxing Capital just called the group personally. Not only are they canceling all cooperation, but they're also demanding a full audit of your accounts. Dingxing Capital, do you even know who you're messing with? I'm warning you, whatever you did, kneel down and apologize immediately. If they don't forgive you, you'd better find a building to jump off tomorrow. Click. The line went dead. The bottle of Baijiu and Mr. Ma's hand slipped onto the thick carpet, rolling away. His legs gave out, and he collapsed into his chair. Sweat poured down his greasy face. He looked at Jiang Yan and Jiang Yao as if they were grim reapers holding the power of life and death. Sorry, young master, young miss. I was blind. I didn't recognize a mountain when I saw one. Mr. Ma, abandoning all dignity, slapped himself twice hard, then turned to Li Yitong with a voice choked with tears. Miss Li, no Granny Li. I was out of line. I drank too much and talked nonsense. Please don't take what happened. The role is absolutely yours. From now on, anyone who dares touch your scenes, will fight them to the death. Beside him, Mr. Zhang had already shrunk behind his chair, not daring to make a sound. Director Chen quickly stood up and declared earnestly, Yitong, rest assured the female lead of this drama is you. Nobody can replace it. You should head back with these two friends and get some rest. A farce crushed into oblivion without so much as a ripple under the dimensional suppression of supreme power and capital. Jiang Yan paid no heed to the groveling dogs. He turned his gaze to Li Yitong. Still want to stay here? Li Yitong snapped back to reality. Without even glancing at Mr. Ma, she walked unhesitatingly toward Jiang Yan and followed him out of the nauseating room. Outside the restaurant, the night breeze was cool. Jiang Yao, holding the hangover soup packed by the staff, looked at Jiang Yan teasingly. Brother just graduated high school and already throwing money to win a lattice smile. Just a coincidence. Jiang Yan's voice was flat. Jiang Yao smiled, asked no more, and got into the car with the soup. She was a shrewd woman who knew when to give her brother space. Under the eaves at the end of the corridor, only Jiang Yan and Li Yitong remained. Away from the oppressive room, Li Yitong's strained emotions finally gave way. She leaned against the lacquered pillar, hands covering her face, shoulders trembling slightly. The grievances she had endured in the entertainment industry, the terror of being cornered, all burst forth at this moment. I really thought I was finished just now. I had prepared for that role for a long time. I went to many auditions to get into this crew, turned down other jobs. I know I don't have the standing to pick and choose resources, so I kept telling myself that as long as I could act well, enduring a little hardship and unfairness was fine. She paused, a film of tears glazing her eyes. But I didn't expect what they wanted wasn't something I could just grit my teeth and get through. They wanted to grind me into the dust. As she said this, her voice finally cracked. In this circle, a young actress with no background and no backing often doesn't even have the right to say no. She could endure hardship, stay up all night, shiver in summer shoots wearing winter clothes, or throw herself down a dozen times for a single shot. But she couldn't accept being treated as a bargaining chip. She couldn't accept that to merely act, she had to trade her dignity for a chance. Jiang Yan turned around, looking at her slightly reddened nose from crying. He didn't hand her a tissue, nor did he reach out to pat her shoulder, and he certainly didn't utter those cliché lines like, "It's okay, I'm here." He merely stood there gazing at her with a profound look. It's normal to be afraid, but don't get used to enduring it. Li Yitong was stunned. She looked up, her eyes reddened, and stared at Jiang Yan. In this world, it's the big fish eating the small ones, and the small fish eating the shrimp. If you endure once, they will think you are weak and easy to bully. Next time, their demands will only be more excessive. And the next time, they won't even bother pretending. You can't expect that every time you're in a desperate situation, someone will happen to push open the door and save you. These words, cruel and real, struck Li Yitong like a heavy hammer, jolting her awake. Her eyelashes, these words were harsh. Yet she knew that Jiang Yan was speaking the truth. She had already witnessed this truth with her own eyes in that private room just moments ago. Those people clearly knew she was resisting, knew she was humiliated, yet not a single one stepped forward to speak for her. Because they all tacitly agreed that the weak should be sacrificed. Li Yitong remained silent for a long time, then suddenly asked in a low voice, "So why did you save me?" Jiang Yan glanced at her. "What answer do you want to hear?" Li Yitong was taken aback by his counter-question. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Do you want me to say it's because I saw injustice on the road? Or a hero saving a damsel in distress?" Li Yitong bit her lip awkwardly. "That's not what I meant. I just feel. We only met today, and you knew those people were investors, producers. Any normal person would avoid such a situation." She looked at Jiang Yan, her eyes filled not only with gratitude, but also with intense curiosity. "But you didn't even ask who they were. When you kicked the door open, you seemed completely indifferent to what connections they might have." Jiang Yan smiled. Of course, he couldn't tell Li Yitong that it was because he wanted to trample her. "Because it's unnecessary. I saved you simply because I can't stand this kind of backstage dealing." Li Yitong was stunned. Jiang Yan said calmly, "Besides, when it comes to background, I would be cautious in front of those I need to bow to. But those few people are not worthy of my asking about their backgrounds." These casually spoken words struck Li Yitong's heart like a thunderbolt. Suddenly she realized that this 18-year-old young man was completely different from any other young person she had ever met. It wasn't the arrogance of a pretender, nor the bluster of a rich second-generation flaunting wealth. It was a kind of indifference that came only from having truly witnessed the rules of a higher realm. He wasn't unaware that those people had capital, he simply believed that capital was beneath notice. Li Yitong asked softly, "Jiang Yan, who exactly are you? At noon in school you were the provincial top scorer. Here tonight you can make a producer kneel and apologize with just a single..." When that girl was on the phone earlier, the entire room's faces changed. She looked at him, her gaze earnest and puzzled. An ordinary provincial top scorer couldn't have such power. Jiang Yan didn't answer immediately. He simply took out his phone from his pocket and checked the time. Knowing too much won't do you any good right now. Li Yitong was slightly taken aback. Jiang Yan put away his phone and said calmly, "All you need to know is that after tonight that Mr. Ma won't dare to touch you. In this drama, no one will dare to force you to drink, socialize, or threaten you with the role. As for who I am, you'll have your chance to find out." Li Yitong looked up at him seriously. "Then I owe you a huge favor, don't I?" Jiang Yan replied indifferently. Li Yitong hadn't expected him to answer so directly. She paused for a moment, then couldn't help but laugh. "You really aren't modest at all. Modesty is meaningless." Jiang Yan looked at her. "Just remember it." Li Yitong gazed at him, her eyes gradually softening. "All right, I'll remember." Just then Jiang Yao lowered the car window from inside the vehicle and glanced their way. "Your second uncle and elder uncle are still waiting for the hangover soup." Jiang Yan turned back to respond, then looked at Li Yitong. "He'll have the driver take you back to the hotel." Li Yitong instinctively wanted to refuse. "No need to trouble yourself. I can take a taxi on my own. After tonight, you'd better not go alone." Jiang Yan's tone brooked no argument. "That Mr. Ma won't dare to touch you for now, but there are plenty of fools in the entertainment industry. Being safe is not a bad thing." Li Yitong stared at him blankly. She suddenly realized that although Jiang Yan spoke coldly and had a strong attitude, he was terrifyingly meticulous when handling matters. He wouldn't say sweet words, but he would directly think ahead about the risks for her. This feeling was more reassuring than honeyed words. She nodded gently. "Okay, thank you, Jiang Yan." Jiang Yan glanced at her. "You've thanked me. From now on, say less and remember more." Li Yitong was choked again, but this time she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she couldn't help but laugh. She realized that she had started to get used to this man's cold yet assertive way of speaking, and even found it somewhat reassuring. Jiang Yan did not take Li Yitong back to the old mansion. He was extremely measured in his actions. The old mansion was the residence of the Jiang family's pillars. Bringing a newly acquainted actress, there would not be a display of power, but a sign of reckless foolishness. He had the driver from the old mansion driving a black Maybach take Li Yitong back to the hotel where the crew was staying. The Maybach cruised smoothly through the night of Guojizhuang. Li Yitong sat in the back seat watching the receding street scenes outside the window, her heart unable to calm down for a long time. Even now she felt that everything that had happened tonight was like a dream. An 18-year-old boy, just by sending a voice message, made that arrogant Mr. Ma in the circle kneel and beg for mercy. Buzz, the phone in her bag rang. It was her agent. Li Yitong took a deep breath and answered the call. "Yitong, have you returned to the hotel? Do you know who those The agent's voice had shifted from the timid, obsequious tone in the private room to an uncontrollable mix of panic and ecstasy. "After you left, Mr. Ma was taken away in an ambulance. He had a heart attack from fright. The investors personally called me just now saying that from now on no one in the crew would be allowed to force you to socialize, and all your resources would not only be provided normally, but also given priority." The agent swallowed and lowered her voice. "Yitong, tell me the truth. What kind of background does that person who saved you, someone who can scare Director Li from Beijing like that? That background must be sky high." Li Yitong held the phone and turned to look at the driver who was silently driving ahead. The driver's military-like posture and professionalism once again confirmed the terrifying power behind Jiang Yan. "I don't know either," Li Yitong said softly. "I only know that he just became the provincial top scorer in science." "Provincial top scorer? How could a provincial top scorer have such power?" "Don't joke." The agent clearly didn't believe it. "Let's talk later, sis. I'm almost at the hotel." She hung up and the car stopped right at the hotel lobby entrance. "Miss Li, we've arrived." The driver got out and opened the door for her. "Thank you, Master Zhao." Back in her room, Li Yitong took a hot shower and lay down on the bed. She looked at the blue-skinned white cloud avatar on her WeChat list, hesitated for a long time, and typed the line, "I've arrived at the hotel. Tonight, I owe you a huge favor." Within half a minute of sending it, Jiang Yan replied with 2 words, "Remember it." Extremely concise, carrying a sense of entitlement, which made Li Yitong hug her phone and couldn't help but curve her lips. The night deepened. On the tranquil asphalt road in the heart of international Zhuang, the black Lexus LM glided like a ghost, melding into the darkness, slowly coming to a halt before the heavy vermilion gates of the Jiang family's ancestral mansion. Jiang Yan and Jiang Yao stepped out of the car, carrying in their hands the hangover soup they had packed from the private kitchen. Just as they crossed the high wooden threshold, they saw the old butler, Uncle Xiang, draped in a thin coat, his hands tucked into his sleeves, standing with a smile beneath the lanterns of the covered corridor waiting for them. "Young master, eldest miss." Uncle Xiang approached, lowering his voice, a hint of suppressed amusement in his eyes. "The 2 masters are already half awake. Right now they're being scolded by Madam and third aunt, saying that 2 grown men over 100 years old combined, how can they discuss matters of state and family when they drink themselves into such a state?" Jiang Yao, who had still been wearing a cold expression due to the earlier incident in the private room, couldn't help but show a resigned look upon hearing this. Those 2 always lose all restraint when they get together. Jiang Yan, carrying the thermal container, also curled the corners of his mouth slightly. This was the true foundation of a premier family. To outsiders, they were provincial governors who held sway over an entire province, military commanders commanding tens of thousands of troops, and capital queens who could conjure storms with a flick of their hands. But once those vermilion gates closed behind them, there still existed the most genuine warmth of an ordinary home. No eternal hostility, only the blood-bound affection shed after doffing their battle robes. The two walked through the covered corridor and entered the main hall. The hall was ablaze with light. Zhang Linzhou, the governor of Su province, was reclining in a rosewood armchair, one hand massaging his brow. His face still bore a flush from the alcohol, but his eyes had regained their usual depth and steadiness. Beside him, second uncle Zhang Linhai was frowning as he sipped a cup of strong tea. Lin Wantong and Zhang Linshua sat on the sofa opposite, quietly discussing several recent MA cases in the Yangtze River Delta, occasionally casting sidelong glances at the two men still battling their intoxication. His cousin Zhang Lin, wearing headphones, sat cross-legged on the carpet, playing a game, her fingers flying across the screen. Dad's second uncle, I've brought the hangover soup. Jiang Yan stepped forward, opened the thermal container himself, and poured out 2 bowls of steaming pureria hangover soup, faintly fragrant, with herbal notes, handing them to the two men. Zhang Linzhou picked up the bowl and took a gentle sip. The bitter taste made him frown slightly, but he forced himself to drink it down. In contrast, Zhang Linhai was far more unrestrained. He directly raised the bowl, tilted his head back, and gulped it down in several large swallows. After finishing, he let out a long breath of alcoholic fumes, his gaze clearing considerably. He casually set the empty bowl on the tea table and was about to praise the soup's effectiveness when his sharp eyes caught the lingering chill in Jiang Yao's expression. As a general who had participated in the Southern Frontier Campaign, who had truly experienced the battlefield emerging from mountains of corpses and seas of blood, through countless brutal military exercises, Zhang Linhai's sensitivity to emotions was almost instinctive. He narrowed his eyes, slightly studying his daughter, his voice low and calm, but carrying an unspoken, imposing pressure. Did something happen just because you went out to fetch some soup, eh? At these words, Lin Wantong and Zhang Linshue, who had been chatting, also fell silent, their gazes turning in unison toward Jiang Yao and Jiang Yan. Jiang Yao's expression remained composed. She did not display the panic typical of ordinary girls encountering such situations, nor did she embellish the dangers. She simply recounted what had happened at the private kitchen restaurant in a rational, objective tone. A producer surnamed Ma, relying on the backing of investors, forced an actress from the crew to drink in the private room, tried to coerce her into an improper relationship, and even threatened to blacklist her. Xiao Yan couldn't stand it. He kicked the door open. The other party, fueled by alcohol, rushed at Xiao Yan with a bottle of baijiu. Boss Dong intervened, and then I called Uncle Lianyu. The entire account lasted less than a minute. Clear, logical, without a single superfluous word. Yet those few sentences instantly chilled the temperature in the main hall. Zhang Linhai sat in the armchair, not even changing his posture. When he heard the words, rushed at Xiao Yan with a bottle of baijiu, the last trace of drunkenness in his eyes vanished completely. He did not slam the table and roar like an ordinary father, nor did he curse the producer for his recklessness like a tip. The fury of a true power broker never relies on volume. Zhang Linhai simply picked up the unfinished tea on the table and gently skimmed the leaves with the lid. Did Lian take the call? He did. Jiang Yao nodded. Uncle Lian said he would arrange for people to handle it. Zhang Linhai set down his cup and replied with just one sentence. Then tell him to investigate thoroughly. One sentence spoken lightly, yet it felt like a death sentence for a small circle. Everyone present understood that investigate thoroughly from Jiang Linhai was never a mere formality. Taxes, capital flows, the intricate network of interest transfers lurking behind. Lian would surely act like a razor-sharp scalpel, cutting open, severing, and exposing to the light every part of that producer, surnamed Ma, along with his entire chain of interests. This exercise of power, far more than any frantic shouting, delivered a suffocating sense of pressure. Linhai, your methods are too heavy-handed. Still, that system inside approach. Just as the atmosphere in the hall grew chilly, Lin Wantong suddenly let out a soft laugh. She did not ask whether her son had been frightened, for she knew that if he couldn't handle such a small scene, he wouldn't be her son at all. Casually picking up the tablet on her lap, she swiped the screen and glanced at the encrypted briefing just sent by her first secretary, Zhang Huilin. Yan, I saw the message you sent to Zhang Huilin. Lin Wantong lifted her head, her eyes, usually filled with tenderness, now glinted with the sharpness and shrewdness befitting a capital queen. She placed the tablet on the tea table and crossed her long legs elegantly. Ma Yu's 3-shell film companies have accounts as messy as a garbage dump. At least 100 million in his project is inflated costs used for round-tripping. Dingsheng's legal and risk control teams took only 10-odd minutes to identify his 3 major lead investors. Zhang Huilin, in the name of Dingsheng Capital, has already called the actual controllers of those 3 institutions. From now on, not only will those 3 institutions immediately cut all contact with Ma Yue, but before the market opens tomorrow morning, they will initiate breach of contract recovery proceedings against him. At this point, Lin Wantong looked at Jiang Yan, a blatant admiration curling at the corners of her mouth. Resorting to physical force is brutish. Leveraging institutional power is easy to criticize. Cutting off his cash flow and draining his blood, that is the cleanest and deadliest move. Lin Wantong picked up her teacup and said calmly, "You're getting better at using leverage." Jiang Yan sat in the rosewood chair, his expression indifferent, neither basking in his mother's praise nor denying his methods. Reasoning with such a petty character is a waste of time. Taking personal action dirties one's hands. Jiang Yan's tone was cold. Since he believes capital can crush people, let him experience what true capital really is. Zhang Linzhou, seated in the seat of honor, looked deeply at his son. He said nothing, but the satisfaction in his eyes could no longer be hidden. Able to mobilize resources without abusing them. Capable of swift action, yet knowing the boundaries of power. That was infinitely better than those spoiled brats who at the slightest grievance only bluster with, "Do you know whom I—" Alright, stop talking about fighting all day. Today is meant to celebrate our family's top scholar. Third Aunt Zhang Linzhou, seeing the atmosphere becoming too commercial and political, lazily leaned back in her chair and deliberately changed the subject, turning to Jiang Yan with a hint of mockery. "So that actress who made our little Yan so desperate as to kick down a door to protect her, is she very beautiful, eh?" At these words, his cousin Zhang Lin, who had been playing games on the carpet, immediately perked up like a radar, catching a signal, yanked off her earphones, and leaned in, eyes gleaming. "Holy crap, bro, that's way too awesome, isn't it? Just graduated high school, and already pulling off a hero-saving beauty act. Isn't that moving a bit too fast?" Jiang Yao, who was beside them, picked up her water glass and added a jab. "Not just hero-saving beauty, he actually made that producer kneel and beg for mercy. You should have seen the look on that producer's face afterward, like he'd swallowed a dead fly." With these jests, the tense atmosphere in the living room instantly dissipated, replaced by the family's lightheartedness and humor. Facing the teasing from his elders and peers, Jiang Yan's expression remained utterly calm, only replying lightly, "I happened to run into her at school at noon, so we're acquainted. Just handled it as a convenience." Lin Wantong watched her son's nonchalant demeanor and instead felt a flash of admiration in her eyes. What she feared most wasn't that her son would stir up trouble outside, but that he would be seduced by a woman's charms. But just now she keenly noticed that Jiang Yan had not brought that actress back to the old mansion, nor had he even shown any intention of giving her a ride. What did this mean? It meant that in her son's mind there was a clear sense of territory and class boundaries. Lin Wantong did not, like ordinary wealthy matriarchs, sternly warn her son against associating with actresses from the entertainment industry. She understood human nature too well. The more one suppresses, the more likely it stirs up a young person's rebellion. She simply looked at Jiang Yan and reminded him mildly in a tone almost like talking to a peer, "You're an adult now. Whom you like, whom you want to associate with, or even whom you stay with. That's your own freedom, and I won't interfere. But remember one thing. The threshold of the Jiang family and the fleeting beauties outside are two different matters. You can give them money, you can give them resources, you can also protect them. But you must distinguish between a playmate and a woman who can stand by your side and shoulder the name of the Jiang family together with you." Jiang Yan met his mother's gaze without any evasion and nodded calmly. "Don't worry, Mom, I know what I'm doing." Zhang Linzhou, who had been mostly silent now, set down his teacup and leaned forward slightly. As a father, some words had to be said by him. When a man is young, having desires is normal. A man without desires cannot conquer the territory before him. Zhang Linzhou's voice was deep and mellow, carrying the authority of both a father and a high-ranking official. "But the most terrifying thing is to be led around by your desires. You may enjoy all the privileges you deserve, you may conquer the women you wish to conquer, but you must never lose." Zhang Linzhou stared into his son's eyes, each word carrying immense weight. Jiang Yan lifted his gaze, his eyes bearing a 70% resemblance to his father's, and locked eyes with him across the room. In his past life, he had experienced too much betrayal and scheming seen through the vileness of human nature. Now in this life, with immense power and the system at his disposal, his mindset had undergone earth-shattering changes. "Dad, rest assured, I will never place anyone above my own rules. Nor will I allow any relationship to control me in turn." Women in his eyes were never weaknesses that dominated his emotions. They were merely trophies adorning the throne. Hearing this, Jiang Linzhou's face revealed a gratified smile. "That sounds like a member of the Jiang family, like my son Jiang Linzhou's son." The night was deep. The guest room in the old mansion was very quiet, with only the ticking of the antique floor clock's second hand. After showering, Jiang Yan, dressed in a silk robe, leaned back in the wide redwood carved chair. He picked up his phone from the table, and on the screen just then popped up an unread message. It was Zhang Huilan's full incident handling brief. "Master, all follow-up situations have been verified and settled. All bank accounts under my use name were legally frozen by the Economic Investigation Unit an hour ago." The three major investors behind him, upon learning the news, convened an emergency board meeting overnight. They not only immediately signed a unilateral termination agreement, but also submitted evidence of my Yu's misconduct to the police, trying to completely distance themselves. As for the production crew where Li Yitong is director Chun and the executive producer proactively contacted us promising to fully guarantee all of Li Yitong's scenes, and even offered to revise the script to add a standout character arc. Additionally, the top management of Li Yitong's agency just inquired through indirect channels whether Li Yitong had attached herself to some influential figure on our side. I followed your style and did not give any positive response. Jiang Yan skimmed through the brief at lightning speed, did not reply, and directly turned off the screen. That was enough. A person like Ma Yu didn't even qualify to be his opponent. He was nothing more than a slightly noisy ant by the roadside, once crushed. What truly caught Jiang Yan's attention was the system prompt that sounded in his mind as this incident rapidly spread. Ding. System detects that the host has completed the secondary fermentation of the capital dimensionality reduction strategy. Influence scope assessment participants of the private kitchen dinner Beijing Film and Television Investment Circle's core director team of a certain crew Li Yitong and her agency's senior management team. Weight analysis of affected targets' assets ranging from tens of millions to hundreds of millions possessing certain social influence and capability to shape public opinion. Congratulations, host. You have earned delayed influence points 1,000. Subsidiary reward triggered cash credited 1,000,000 yuan. Listening to the electronic voice in his mind, Jiang Yan smiled. Although these points were not as many as those gained from intimidating the Jiang family bigwigs at the dinner table, he had obtained them at a very low cost. He had only kicked down a door and sent a message easily netting 1,000 points and 10 million in cash. Plus, he had gained Li Yitong's goodwill. This was a huge profit. Jiang Yan immediately keenly grasped the underlying logic. The entertainment industry, or rather the celebrity circles. The actual power in this circle was not high, in front of true top-tier families they were as fragile as glassware. However, this circle had advantages unmatched by ordinary industries, extremely fast propagation, very high emotional density, and a massive fan base. This meant that if he could slightly leverage a fulcrum in this circle and create a bit of cognitive shock, it would immediately radiate to millions of ordinary people. It seems that besides the political, business, and academic circles in Beijing, this glamorous entertainment industry is also very suitable as a long-term hunting ground for farming points. Jiang Yan silently set a new strategic plan in his mind. Glamorous yet fragile and sensitive. Perfect for farming points. At the same time, inside an executive suite of a 5-star hotel in Guizhizhuang, Li Yitong had just finished showering clad in a white bathrobe and sat dazedly on the sofa. Her phone was clutched tightly in her hand, her gaze somewhat vacant. Everything that had happened tonight felt utterly unreal. Yitong, listen to me. Her agent sister Sue was flushed with excitement, pacing back and forth in the room, brandishing the phone she had just hung up, her voice trembling. My God, what kind of celestial being did you encounter? Chairman Li from the investment side just called me personally. Can you believe it? That Chairman Li, a big shot in the capital whom we usually have to queue up just to get a meeting with, spoke to me on the phone with such courtesy. Not only did he guarantee that no one can take your leading role away, he's also adding an extra 5 million in promotional budget specifically to hype up your persona. And that's not all. Director Chin just sent a WeChat message saying he's moving several spotlight scenes originally written for the female lead's second role entirely to you. Sister Sue rushed over to Li Yitong, grabbing her shoulders, her eyes blazing with wild excitement. Yitong, your luck has turned. You're not just about to become famous. From now on in this production team, even in this entire industry, no one will ever dare force you to attend those vulgar dinner parties again. No one will dare threaten you with roles anymore. This isn't just a simple rescue, Yitong, do you understand? Sister Sue took a deep breath, her tone exceedingly solemn. That person has rewritten your destiny. Rewritten destiny. Those 3 words struck like a bolt of lightning, piercing deep into Li Yitong's heart. She wasn't swept away by the impending flood of resources like Sister Chun. Instead, she stared blankly down at the WeChat chat interface, at the blue sky and white cloud's avatar, and the 2 words Jiang Yan had last replied. Remember, earlier she had thought it was merely a forceful, polite remark from Jiang Yan. But now, when those resources she had once desperately fought for, enduring countless scorn and grievances, were being piled in front of her like cabbages voluntarily offered by others, she finally understood how terrifying the power behind Jiang Yan truly was. And she finally realized that the debt she owed was far from something a simple thank you could settle. That was a thread of causality capable of completely altering the course of her professional life. And the other end of that thread was held in the hands of an 18-year-old youth with deep, piercing eyes and a chilling aura. Within Li Yitong's heart, a mixture of awe, gratitude, and an indescribable, intense desire to draw closer began to grow wildly. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight filtered through the branches of the old locust tree and fell upon the courtyard paved with bluestone slabs of the Jiang family's ancestral mansion, this century-old residence, bearing the weight of supreme power, had already quietly slipped into the rhythm of farewell. The Jiang family had no time for sentimental melancholy. For a family of their caliber, brief reunions were merely a prelude to better commanding the storms of their respective domains. Swift and decisive departures were the norm. The atmosphere at the dining table was calm. There were no lengthy melodramatic speeches, only brief instructions from the elders about Jiang Yan's upcoming movements. The private jet is ready. It takes off in an hour. Second Uncle Jiang Linhai, dressed in a crisp general's uniform, deftly finished his last bite of fried dough stick, wiped his mouth with a napkin. I need to rush back to the military region to preside over a multi-service joint exercise. Yan, if you encounter any military figures you're unsure about in the capital, just drop my name, Jiang Linhai. Third Aunt Jiang Linshua also stood up, picking up her limited edition Hermes handbag. There's a tens of billions energy acquisition deal waiting for my signature in Shanghai. I have to leave first. If anyone in the capital's financial circles tries to scheme against you, call me anytime. Cousins Zhang Yao and Zhang Lin also bid their farewells, one returning to Yenching University, the other heading to a closed summer camp. In an instant, only Zhang Linzhou, Lin Wantong, and Jiang Yan remained at the table, the three of them. Zhang Linzhou stood up, tilted his head toward Jiang Yan. Come with me. Father and son walked one after another to the stone table in the backyard. Zhang Linzhou pulled out a file sealed in a top-secret envelope from his briefcase and handed it to Jiang Yan. Your grandfather's meetings will be finishing in a few days. He shouldn't be too busy afterward. Before your semester starts, you must go see him. That's the rule. Zhang Linzhou pointed to the file. Inside is a briefing on the core relationship networks of several major political families in the capital, top-tier capital circles, and the younger generation of some influential departments. There are a few individuals your grandfather specifically asked you to be aware of. Jiang Yan took the envelope, where it felt heavy in his hand. Remember this. Zhang Linzhou stared into his son's eyes, speaking earnestly. The capital is different from the provinces. In Beihai you could do as you pleased without restraint. But in the capital there are still a few families that can rival ours. However, there's no need to fear them. As long as we're in the right, we fear no one. You are the eldest grandson of the Jiang family, the future heir. But precisely because you are a Jiang, you must not easily give others a handle to attack the family. Think thrice before acting on anything. If you can deliver a killing blow, leave no loose ends. Jiang Yan looked at his father's stern gaze, understanding that this was a prelude to the highest level of power transfer education. I understand, Dad. Jiang Yan's tone was calm and resolute, his eyes devoid of any fear, instead burning with an ambition to seize control of the entire situation. As a chess player, I will make every move with precision. Zhang Linzhou gave his son a long, deep look, then patted him heavily on the shoulder before turning and striding briskly toward the waiting car outside. He still had to rush back to Su Province to preside over tomorrow's Provincial Economic Work Conference. After Zhang Linzhou left, Lin Wantang's Maybach convoy had already pulled up at the entrance. This queen, who wielded decisive power in the financial world, before getting into the car, turned around and straightened Jiang Yan's already immaculate collar. Your father talked about politics, he'll only talk about life. Lin Wantong looked at her son, who was half a head taller than her tone calm, yet penetratingly insightful. The apartment in Wanlu Academy is already under your name. As for that real estate agent named Su Qinghe, Zhang Huilin has already checked her background. It's clean. That shows your judgment in choosing people is good, so I won't interfere in that matter. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't surprised that his mother had investigated Su Qinghe. That was standard risk control for a top-tier family. But he was surprised that his mother had accepted it all so readily. Your own woman, your own people, your own business. You manage them yourself. Lin Wantong reached out and patted Jiang Yan's chest, her tone carrying absolute trust and delegation. If you need any resources in the capital, call Zhang Huilin directly. If she can't handle it, she'll inform me directly. Understood. These words meant that Lin Wantong not only fully acknowledged Su Qing's existence as a private housekeeper and lover, but also sent a strong signal to Jiang Yan: you are an adult now. The family will respect your personal boundaries to the greatest extent. Jiang Yan looked at his mother, feeling a deep respect and recognition for the financial queen's insightfulness. I understand, Mom. Safe travels. Lin Wantong got into the car with decisive efficiency, and the convoy drove away from the old mansion. In an instant, the once lively century-old manor fell completely silent, leaving only sunlight dancing on the bluestone slabs. Jiang Yan sat alone on the rattan chair in the backyard, having just opened the file his father left behind, when his phone on the table suddenly vibrated. He opened it to see a WeChat message from Li Yitong. Are you free today? I'd like to treat you to a meal to formally. As if afraid Jiang Yan might think it was one of those tedious business dinners with investors and directors, she quickly added an explanation. It's not a business dinner. Just the two of us. Jiang Yan looked at the lines on the screen, recalling the stubborn, yet helpless face. For a player at the top, a bit of diversion was occasionally needed. He typed with one hand, replying with just 4 words. You choose the place. Within 3 seconds, Li Yitong said. It was a Cantonese cuisine clubhouse in the city center, discreetly located, renowned for its privacy and high quality. At noon, Jiang Yan refrained from using the ostentatious fleet from the old residence. He simply instructed driver Zhao to bring a relatively low-key black Maybach, which came to a smooth stop in the secluded underground garage of the Cantonese Cuisine Club. Guided by a waiter, Jiang Yan pushed open the door to the listening to bamboo private room. The interior was elegantly decorated and tranquil, with a full wall of floor-to-ceiling glass overlooking a lush grove of verdant bamboo isolating the clamor of the city. Li Yitong had already arrived. She wore only light makeup today, not even bothering with the sunglasses and mask that celebrities typically don when going out, for she was not particularly famous at the moment and had little fear of being recognized. She was dressed in a soft white silk blouse paired with form-fitting light blue jeans, her hair casually pinned up at the back of her head with a claw clip. Clean and refreshing, yet with her light makeup, her exquisitely structured face, and the tiny beauty mark on the tip of her nose exuded a purer, more captivating vitality. Seeing Jiang Yan enter, Li Yitong immediately stood up. Her eyes no longer held the panic and helplessness of the previous night, but now, knowing Jiang Yan's unfathomable background, they were filled with deep reverence and complex emotions. Without any pleasantries or rushing to order expensive dishes to show off, she spoke with a serious tone. Jiang Yan, if it weren't for you yesterday, I would have been doomed, forced into that casting couch scenario. I might even have lost the last shred of persistence I have for this profession. She lowered her head slightly, her voice tight. Jiang Yan pulled out a chair and sat down calmly. He did not follow Li Yitong's emotional lead to play the gentle savior. He picked up the hot towel from the table, wiped his hands leisurely, then looked up at her. You already thanked me last night. I came for this meal not to hear your repeated gratitude. Say something useful. A very cold and blunt opening, instantly stifling the emotions Li Yitong had mustered. She was taken aback, but strangely she did not feel anger. On the contrary, seeing Jiang Yan's lofty, all-seeing demeanor, a strange sense of submission arose within her. She took a deep breath and sat back down. Final, say something useful. Li Yitong gave a bitter smile, her gaze dimming as she began to recount her struggles in the entertainment industry. She spoke of how she had filmed a few lines of dialogue for 3 hours straight in the pouring rain at Hengdian World Studios. She told of how she would meticulously study the script only to be replaced at the last minute because she refused to toast the assistant director. She recounted the innuendos, the so-called unspoken rules. She did not play the victim or shed tears, merely stating it all as a cold hard fact. As she finished, her voice grew softer, tinged with a self-doubting melancholy. I always thought that if I acted well enough, if I worked hard enough, one day the audience and the big directors would notice me. Li Yitong looked up, her lively eyes reflecting a sense of brokenness after being battered by reality. It was only last night that I realized sometimes people don't even bother to look at your acting. In their eyes, I'm just an object to be traded. A brief silence fell over the private room, broken only by the rustling of bamboo leaves in the gentle breeze outside the window. Jiang Yan picked up the pure tea before him, took a sip, then set the cup down. You haven't woken up too late, he offered, a judgment that hit the nail on the head. Without leverage, excellence only gets you priced by others. Li Yitong shuddered, jerking her head up to stare at him. You think your acting is good, you think you work hard. But in the eyes of capital, every year thousands of pretty girls like you graduate from the Central Academy of Drama, the Beijing Film Academy, and dance schools. Capital doesn't need you to be a great actor. Capital needs you to be a compliant product. If you're not compliant, they can easily replace you with someone who is. Without background, irreplaceable fame, or the means to control the narrative, how can you negotiate for dignity with producers who hold the purse strings? Every word struck a chord. Li Yitong's face paled. She bit her lip, fixing her gaze on Jiang Yan. She knew he was right. This was the brutal truth of the world. After a long silence, as if grasping at a lifeline, she asked, her voice trembling then. What should I do? Jiang Yan offered no false comfort. Instead, drawing on his omniscient perspective from 10 years in the future, and the vantage point of his current elevated status, he began to dissect Li Yitong's situation and future layer by layer, like dismantling a precision machine. First, secure your position as the female lead in your current production. Leveraging last night's events, no one will dare to cut your scenes now. What you need to do is to deliver a stellar performance in this drama, consistently putting out work that makes people remember your face. Second, from today onward, turn down all meaningless dinners outside your core circle. Social engagements won't bring you real opportunities, they'll only brand you as someone cheap who can be summoned. Third, Jiang Yan leaned forward slightly, his unfathomable eyes seeming to peer straight through Li Yitong's soul. Cultivate an on-screen presence that no one in this circle can replace. Don't take those cookie-cutter roles of sweet, naive girls or wooden beauties in fantasy dramas. Your bone structure and eyes are not suited for that cheap assembly line work. The image of Mengyu from the hit drama The Knockout in his past life flashed through Jiang Yan's mind, and his tone became resolute and assertive. You should go for roles with depth and conflict. For instance, characters who appear clean and innocent, but with a stubborn, even slightly Yandera, and unyielding spirit beneath the surface. You could be a high-ranking official's daughter, the woman by a gangster boss side. Tear apart that purity and cruelty right in front of the camera for the audience to see. Finally, get rid of that agent of yours who only knows how to be submissive and relies heavily on information asymmetry. Establish your own direct channels to core directors and producers. You must become a player who makes her own moves, not a pawn being hawked around by your agent. Jiang Yan paused, looked up at her, his tone lighter, yet heavier than before. Fourth, and most importantly, you need to find someone powerful enough to shield you from the filth in this circle, to have your back. Without such a person, no matter how well you do, you could be trampled back into the mud. So don't just fixate on the immediate resources and roles. First, figure out who can truly protect you. He didn't spell it out further, but the implication was unmistakable. The entire private room fell silent once more, so quiet that one could almost hear the sound of breathing. Li Yitong sat across the table, her hands unconsciously tightening around the water glass. Of course she understood. Jiang Yan's final words were not merely a suggestion. The capable person he referred to was himself. Yet precisely because she understood, she did not speak immediately. If this had been last night, right after she fled the private room, those words might have shattered her defenses, even making her instinctively grasp at this lifeline. But after a night of calm reflection, she became even more aware of one thing. In this world, there is never protection without a reason. Last night Jiang Yan saved her because he was strong enough and because she happened to cross his path. But if from today onward she truly chose to stand behind Jiang Yan, their relationship could no longer be explained simply by a thank you. It meant that her career plans, resource pathways, and even a large part of her life choices would become intertwined with this man before her. This kind of binding was more sophisticated and more subtle than the crude threats from last night's dinner. The difference was that people like Ma Yu wanted to crush her into the mud, while Jiang Yan placed a path to higher ground before her. But whether the end of that path led to freedom, Li Yitong could not yet see. She remained silent for a long time before finally lifting her head to look at Jiang Yan. You're right about everything. Her voice was soft yet much steadier than before. I have no background, no online presence, and no bargaining chips that make capital unwilling to let me go. So last night, if they wanted to replace me, I had almost no power to resist. She paused, her bright eyes still holding gratitude, but now tinged with caution. But Jiang Yan, I want to ask you. Jiang Yan held his teacup, his expression unchanged. Ask. Li Yitong looked at him seriously. If I follow your advice and accept your protection, what do I have to give in return? As these words fell, the atmosphere in the room tensed slightly. She neither feigned ignorance nor pretended to be too proud to rely on others. After what happened last night, she had realized that in this circle being completely independent was almost a naive, yet she also didn't want to move from one dinner table to another more exquisite one. Jiang Yan looked at her, a faint trace of appreciation finally appearing in his eyes. Compared to mere tearful gratitude, he preferred someone who still retained their judgment. Because only clear-headed people had long-term value. What do you think I want? Jiang Yan countered. Li Yitong was taken aback for a moment, then bit her lip without a You're not short of money nor of resources. Given your status, if you were just looking for a beautiful woman, many would willingly approach you. She paused slightly, her ears warming, but she continued. So, I don't think you're helping me just for a simple romantic relationship. At least not entirely. Jiang Yan smiled faintly, a subtle expression that nonetheless eased the tension in Li Yitong's nerves. Not completely stupid. He set down his teacup, his tone calm. I indeed don't lack women. Nor do I have the interest to cultivate a vase who only knows how to say thank you through tears. Li Yitong's lashes trembled slightly. Jiang Yan's words were blunt, even hurtful. But she didn't argue because her brief encounter had taught her this was simply how he spoke. He wouldn't flatter her or comfort her, he would only lay the raw truth before her. I'm helping you for 3 reasons. Jiang Yan raised one finger. First, I didn't like what happened last night. Not because I'm particularly righteous, but because that low-grade form of oppression was both dirty and stupid. When something filthy appears before me, I sweep it away. That's all. He raised a second finger. Second, your face, your temperament, your profession, all possess communication value. If you can become famous, you'll be a natural node of influence. And I need such nodes. Li Yitong's heart jolted. She didn't fully grasp the deeper meaning behind node of influence, but she understood Jiang Yan's intention. In Jiang Yan's eyes, she wasn't merely a rescued weakling, but a piece with potential. This perception wasn't warm, yet oddly it calmed Li Yitong. Because transparent value exchange was at least safer than those veiled, unspoken rules. Jiang Yan raised a third finger. Third, I hate losing control. Since I stepped in last night, I don't want a bunch of messy loose ends later. If you get dragged back to another dinner, threatened over roles, or traded away by your agency, it would make my kick last night seem cheap and beneath me. He looked at Li Yitong. So I'm giving you a path. But whether you take it is up to you. Li Yitong listened quietly, her heartbeat quickening unconsciously. Jiang Yan's tone remained indifferent. Yet the more she sensed that steady authority of one in power. He wasn't demanding anything from her, or pressuring her in her vulnerable state. He simply laid out the rules and the price. This was more compelling than any sweet words, and harder to refute. So if I take this path? Li Yitong asked softly. Jiang Yan leaned back. Simple. First, I can block the dirt for you, but I want act in your place. If you can't stand on your own, I won't waste time on a lost cause. Li Yitong nodded gently. This she could accept. In fact, it was the condition she most welcomed. She wasn't afraid of hard work or suffering on set, She feared effort, without meaning, and dignity trampled at will. Jiang Yan continued, "Second, don't flaunt my name everywhere. I can let others know you have backing, but I must control. You need to learn to leverage influence, not abuse it. The former takes you further, the latter only gets you killed fast." Li Yitong's eyes sharpened as she took note. "Third, keep your distance from your current team. Not that you need to break with them immediately, but stop giving them all your information. They can handle daily affairs, but they can't decide your core choices. From today, you must learn to judge the value of resources yourself." Li Yitong was silent for a moment, then said quietly, "Sister Su has actually been good to me. Being good doesn't mean being capable." Jiang Yan's tone was flat. "She accompanied you to the dinner last night, which means she's not a bad person. But she couldn't stop Ma Yue, nor could she see the true flow of resources. In this circle, people who are kind but incompetent are often more dangerous than bad ones." Li Yitong felt a sting inside. Those words were harsh, but she couldn't refute them. Last night, Sister Su had indeed tried to protect her. Yet in the end, both of them almost got devoured by that dinner table. Jiang Yan concluded, "Finally, don't confuse gratitude with dependence." Li Yitong froze, and Jiang, "Right now you feel gratitude, fear, and an instinctive pull toward a strong figure after hitting rock bottom. These emotions are unstable. In a few days, when resources actually land in your hands, and everyone on set treats you politely, you'll feel the shift brought by power even more acutely. Only then should you decide where you stand." Li Yitong was completely stunned. She had assumed Jiang Yan would use this moment to demand her allegiance, or even offer some ambiguous dominant hint. But he didn't. Instead, he was even clearer than she was about her psychological state. Gratitude, fear, dependence, the instinct to cling to strength. The moment he voiced these things, Li Yitong felt a flush of embarrassment at being so exposed. She was indeed drawn to. From last night until now, her mind kept replaying the image of Jiang Yan kicking open the private room door, the way he casually made Ma Yu beg for mercy, and how he dismantled her professional dilemma with a few sentences. She couldn't deny that the allure of his power was gradually eroding her defenses. Yet Jiang Yan had recognized this earlier than she had, and he didn't even exploit it. This made the complex emotions within Li Yitong deepen. She took a soft breath and nodded earnestly. "I understand. I'll do my best on this project first. I'll decline what dinners I can, and for those I can't, I'll inform you in advance." She hesitated, then added, "As for the agency team, I won't break ties immediately, but I'll start paying attention to which decisions I should make myself." Jiang Yan gave a slight nod. "Now that's something useful." Li Yitong looked at him and couldn't help asking, "Then if I really run into something I can't solve, can I come to you?" Jiang Yan said flatly, "Of course." A hint of relief flickered in Li Yitong's eyes, but he added, "Just don't come running with every trivial matter." She paused, then let out a helpless laugh. The heavy, almost suffocating atmosphere from moments ago relaxed slightly with those words. "Got it, Master Jiang." She deliberately used a somewhat teasing title. Jiang Yan glanced at her, but didn't correct her. Yet in that glance, Li Yitong sensed an unspoken acknowledgement. As if from this moment on she had finally earned the right to stand within his line of sight. The latter half of the meal was much more natural than the beginning. Li Yitong stopped thanking him repeatedly or pouring out her grievances. She began actively discussing the script, the role, and her understanding of acting. Jiang Yan occasionally offered comments, not gentle, sometimes sharp enough to sting. But every word hit the mark. At first, Li Yitong's face flushed at his remarks, but gradually she grew serious, even pulling out her phone to jot down key phrases he mentioned. By the end of the meal, the simple gratitude in her heart had slowly transformed into something more complex. Awe remained, but curiosity weighed heavier. The seed of dependence had indeed been planted. Yet she no longer imagined Jiang Yan as some savior descending from the heavens. She began to understand Jiang Yan wasn't here to rescue her. He had merely given her a chance to enter a higher class. And what she needed to do was prove herself worthy of his This private lunch in the listening bamboo private room ended faster than Li Yitong had anticipated, entirely under Jiang Yan's commanding control. There was none of the vulgar routine of an ordinary wealthy scion hastily suggesting a hotel or nightclub after the meal. Jiang Yan merely put down the warm towel, wiped his hands, and cast a glance at the mostly untouched Cantonese dishes before rising unhurriedly. "Finished?" he asked casually, not waiting for Li Yitong's reply as he turned and walked toward the side door of the private room. Li Yitong quickly stood up, grabbed her bag, and followed. She had assumed Jiang Yan was leaving, and a faint sense of loss and unease stirred within her, uncertain how to end the encounter. But the door he pushed open wasn't the one leading to the corridor. As the door swung open, instead of the corridor's air conditioning, a damp, rain-laden wind rushed in. It turned out this door led directly to an unopened rooftop terrace atop the club. Outside, the sky had completely darkened without notice, now black and threatening a heavy downpour. The dazzling city lights of International's wing spread out beneath their feet like a sea of stars. Jiang Yan walked to the glass railing. With one hand in his pocket, he gazed at the distant lights standing there as if born to overlook this city. Li Yitong silently approached him, stopping about half an arm's length away. She turned her head, studying the silhouette of his face outlined by the neon glow. Her lips parted as if to say something. Just then the night air, which had only been slightly cool, grew even more oppressive. A gust of cold wind thick with moisture swept across the unsheltered edge of the sky and poured onto the terrace without warning. Li Yitong was wearing a white silk blouse. As the cold wind hit the thin fabric pressed against her skin, she felt a chill on her shoulders and instinctively shivered. Jiang Yan neither turned his head nor asked if she was cold with the cloying concern of a stereotypical nice guy. He simply reached out, grasped her wrist, and pulled her to his side. The motion was natural as casually moving a piece of porcelain from a drafty spot to a safe place. But Li Yitong was pulled half a step forward, almost brushing against him. The distance suddenly shrank, and the scent that the night breeze had been carrying away instantly enveloped her. Li Yitong could even smell the faint cedarwood fragrance from Jiang Yan's collar mingling with the dry, crisp pheromones of a young man. In an instant, Li Yitong's heartbeat went wild, betraying her composure, like someone pounding a drum in her chest. The clouds pressed lower overhead, and rain began to fall, striking the glass railing with a pattering sound. They stood under the eaves of the terrace. The rain couldn't reach them for now, but the damp air made the small distance between them feel intensely intimate. Neither of them made a move to leave. Jiang Yan still gazed into the distance, while Li Yitong looked down at the toes of her shoes, which seemed awkward in the shadow cast by Jiang Yan. After a long silence, she finally gathered her courage. Jiang Yan, you've told me so many plans tonight, and you're willing to cover for me. Do you like me? Or do you just think I looked too pathetic last night? The moment she asked, Li Yitong felt her breath nearly stop. In this circle, if a powerful figure grants you favors out of pity, that's the most tragic fate. Because pity is the cheapest emotion. When he stops feeling sorry for you, you'll be discarded like trash. Jiang Yan finally turned his head. He looked down at her, his eyes deep and calm, betraying little emotion. I don't pity anyone. In this world where the strong prey on the weak, pity is often just a facade for the powerful to save face. I have no interest in such games. Li Yitong's heart sank sharply, the light in her eyes dimming. Not love, not pity. Then why? Just for amusement? But the next second, Jiang Yan's words cut through all her unease like a blade. As for liking, Jiang Yan looked at her, his gaze unwavering. I am interested in you. You are very beautiful with fine bone structure. That's a fact. But the entertainment industry is never short of pretty faces. Nor am I vain. Given my status, looks, and intelligence, finding a woman would be effortless for me. Jiang Yan leaned in slightly. What I truly value is how you reacted in that private room last night. Everyone else dared not speak, and even your agent tried to make you compromise. Facing a blacklist threat that could ruin your career, you were clearly terrified. Your hands were trembling. Yet you'd rather give up the role you had prepared so long than lower your head and drink that glass of wine. Jiang Yan looked at her, his tone calm, but more stirring than any lover's words. That unyielding spine in this rotten Vanity Fair is worth 10,000 times more than your beautiful face. Boom. Something seemed to explode in Li Yitong's mind, and her eyes instantly burned with heat. In just over a year since entering the industry, she had seen far too many men drawn to her face and figure. Some threw stacks of cash at her, others dangled supporting roles in films and dramas as bait, and still more tried to coax her with honeyed glib words. Everyone wanted to strip her bare to mold her into a compliant puppet. But never once had anyone told her, as Jiang Yan did, what I value is not your body priced and put on display. What I value is the unyielding spine within you. This direct, soul-piercing recognition was it struck her heart more profoundly than any solemn vows or piles of money ever could. Li Yitong bit her lower lip hard, struggling to hold back her tears. Suddenly, she took a deep breath, as if making the most momentous decision of her life. She rose on her tiptoes. Before Jiang Yan could fully react, her soft, slightly trembling lips landed precisely on the corner of his mouth. The touch was cool, fleeting, like a startled butterfly grazing a blade before darting away. After the kiss, Li Yitong quickly stepped back half a pace. Her once pale cheeks were now flushed scarlet, even the tips of her ears burning hot. She bowed her head, fingers twisting the hem of her clothes, her voice barely audible over the rain. This is a token of gratitude, and my answer to the path you've shown me. Jiang Yan stood still, the lingering softness still on his lips. He looked at the girl before him, stubborn, flustered, yet radiating a reckless courage like a moth drawn to flame. This time Jiang Yan truly smiled. It was no longer the aloof, strategizing arc of someone separated by class distance. It was the smile of a man who, having cast his net with precision, found his prey, not only willingly entering the trap, but also displaying qualities that delighted him, a warm, genuine amusement. An elephant indeed pays no heed to an ant's movements. But if a beautiful, stubborn-spirited canary voluntarily lands in his palm, Jiang Yan has no objection to tightening his fingers. After stepping back half a pace, Li Yitong's chest still heaved. She dared not meet Jiang Yan's eyes. That brief, dragonfly-like kiss had drained all her impulse and courage. She didn't even know what to do next. Wait for Jiang Yan's judgment, or flee in panic. But Jiang Yan gave her no time to dwell. Since he had decided to close the net, he would leave no room for further hesitation or struggle. Li Yitong felt the light before her darken as Jiang Yan closed in without hesitation. His long, powerful arm shot out, his hand gripping her slender waist. The force was gentle, yet utterly innocent. Before Li Yitong could even gasp, she was yanked back by that irresistible force, crashing perfectly into Jiang Yan's chest. Her lips parted instinctively. Jiang Yan lowered his head, and with a possessiveness that threatened to devour her, he kissed her fiercely. If her kiss had been a tentative probe, then Jiang Yan's response was pure possession. Without any room for negotiation, he plunged straight in, plundering every trace of oxygen and warmth from her mouth. Jiang Yan's kiss mirrored his style, calm, domineering, precisely striking the vital point, leaving no breathing space for the other. Li Yitong's body stiffened for a second in his arms, then she resignedly closed her eyes. She didn't struggle. Her trembling hands climbed up his chest and looped around his neck. She could only tilt her head back, passively enduring this forceful claiming that poured down like a storm, as if countless brilliant fireworks exploded simultaneously in her mind. All her reason, reserve, and fear of the future were burned to ashes in that kiss, saturated with the scent of buzz, 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 buzz. Just as they were lost in each other under the shadow of the rooftop, Eve's the phone in the single strap bag slung over Li Yitong's shoulder suddenly began to vibrate wildly. That was her custom ringtone, reserved for when her agent sister Sue called. At this hour, Sister Zu's call most likely meant new developments from the production team, something that required immediate reporting to the leading lady, who now possessed a heaven-defying background. The phone vibrated with a rhythmic insistence, like the outside world of fame and fortune desperately trying to pull Li Yitong back. But Li Yitong heard nothing. Or rather, she heard it, but simply didn't care. The rain grew heavier. The once fine drizzle had turned into a torrential downpour, splashing against the concrete rooftop. But in the narrow, dry space beneath the eaves, the temperature soared. The lights of millions of households in the city were reduced to nothing more than a silent backdrop to this hunting ground woven with capital and desire. In this kiss, Jiang Yan felt the woman in his arms tremble and yield without reservation. His heart, frozen by the hardships of his past life as a scientific researcher, then hardened like iron by power and ambition after rebirth, seemed to be touched by something subtle. It was an experience entirely different from Li Yu and Su Qinghe. Li Yu was merely a vengeful one-night stand after his rebirth. Su Qinghe was a clear-eyed transaction of power and sex, a professional steward yielding to the digits of his wealth. But Li Yitong, in his past life, she was the goddess he occasionally glimpsed on screen, feeling utterly unattainable. And now this future national-level goddess, seduced by the skills and vision he had displayed, willingly sank into his embrace. This sheer thrill of shattering the class barriers of his past life, dragging fantasy down to the mundane, and possessing it completely, made a flash of exhilaration cross Jiang Yan's eyes. After an unknown amount of time, a gust of cold wind carried slanting rain. Li Yitong's shoulders trembled. Jiang Yan finally released her. He looked at her slightly flushed cheeks from lack of oxygen, her dazed, watery eyes not yet fully recovered, and her lips slightly swollen from his kiss. Jiang Yan's breathing remained steady. His eyes quickly regained their strategizing clarity. He raised a hand, casually wiping a trace of moisture from the corner of Li Yitong's mouth with his thumb. "What time does your crew start work tomorrow?" Li Yitong's mind was still blank. Hearing the question, she blinked instinctively, her voice soft and nasal, as she obediently answered, "Afternoon. The call time is 2 in the afternoon." Jiang Yan nodded, lowering his hand. "Then there's no need to rush back tonight." Jiang Yan did not ask, "Do you want to stay?" Instead, he made the decision for her directly. As he spoke, he took her slightly cold hand and turned toward the private elevator leading to the high-end guest rooms on the rooftop. Li Yitong's heart pounded like a drum. As an adult who had navigated the entertainment circle for over a year, she knew all too well what the phrase "no need to rush home tonight" truly implied. It meant she would surrender her last line of defense, and the bond between her and Jiang Yan would transform from mere verbal protection into tangible dependency. Yet strangely, her steps carried not a trace of hesitation or resistance. She allowed his strong hand to lead her, as if she would follow this man blindly, even if the path ahead. Ding! The elevator doors opened. They stepped inside. The metal door slid shut, sealing away the sound of rain. Silence filled the elevator. Leaning against the cool wall, Li Yitong looked up at Jiang Yan, whose tall figure stood beside her like a steadfast mountain. She took a deep breath and spoke softly but earnestly, "Jiang Yan, I'm following you. Not because you saved me last night, nor out of gratitude." She wanted to preserve the last shred of her dignity, to tell him she was no common woman who would offer herself in return for rescue. It was because of who he was. Because he saw the part of her that she least wanted to be broken. Jiang Yan raised his hand and casually pressed the button for the top-floor luxury presidential suite. Without turning around, he gazed at their two reflections in the elevator doors and said calmly, "I know. Those two were..." Yet they instantly steadied her heart. Buzz. The phone in her bag, after a few minutes of silence, began vibrating violently for the 4th time, as if unwilling to give up. Li Yitong glanced at Jiang Yan's back, then finally unzipped her bag and pulled out her phone. The screen flashed with the name Sister Sue. She pressed the answer button. "Oh, my little darling. Finally you answered. Where are you?" "Director Chen just called me saying there's a script reading tomorrow morning." They want to gather all the core actors for a meeting focused on your role, and they're going to merge the female lead's plotline onto. The investor side is sending another supervisor over, and they want to apologize to you in person tomorrow. Yitong, where are you now? We need to quickly align our story. Hearing Sister Zu's unusually cautious tone, Li Yitong suddenly felt a sense of absurdity. Just yesterday words like director, investor, and producer weighed on her like mountains. But now those mountains had suddenly lightened. Not because they had become kinder, but because someone stood behind her. Li Yitong glanced at Jiang Yan and spoke for the first time with calm confidence. Sister Su, I have something tonight, so I can't come back. Please tell Director Chun for me that I need to adjust my state. I want to attend tomorrow's script reading. He'll arrive on set at 2 in the afternoon for shooting. Sister Su on the other end of the line gasped sharply. If it had been 2 days ago for an unknown little actress to dare take leave in front of the investor's supervisor, Sister Su would have already lashed out verbally. But now she dared not. Not only that, but her mind instantly conjured up a complete explanation. Last night's mysterious figure who could crush even a capital tycoon with a single word. Yitong didn't come back tonight. Taking leave. As a seasoned veteran of the entertainment circle, Sister Su immediately pieced it all together. I understand, sis. Sister Zu's voice dropped, instantly laced with an almost reverent caution. Yitong, don't worry about the crew. They'll handle it. No one dares to say a word. You take good care of yourself over there. Make sure to serve that gentleman well. With that, as if afraid she might say too much, Sister Su immediately hung up. Li Yitong put down her phone without offering any explanation for the call. Jiang Yan didn't ask either. Those who truly hold the reins never question answers already laid before them. Ding! The elevator doors opened. Before them lay the presidential suite at the club's top floor, reserved exclusively for VIP guests. The heavy doors swung open. The lock clicked shut, sealing out the city's reign, the crew's rules, and the filth of the and Jiang Yan's capital hunting ground was just beginning. At almost the same moment the door closed, the composure and restraint he had maintained throughout the journey instantly faded. His primal instinct of conquest was fully unleashed. Before Li Yitong could even take in the suite's decor, Jiang Yan's powerful hand seized her slender waist and pressed her firmly against the solid wooden door. A short gasp escaped her lips as Jiang Yan's kiss descended like a raging storm. Compared to the kiss on the rooftop, which still carried a hint of examination, this time Jiang Yan was suffocatingly aggressive and urgent. His tongue forced its way past her teeth, greedily savoring every sweetness in her mouth with a dominance that seemed bent on devouring her whole. Li Yitong grew weak in his arms, her legs barely able to support her, instinctively clinging to his broad, solid shoulders. Amid this breathless passion, Jiang Yan's movements never paused. With irresistible force, his hands tore open her slightly damp white silk blouse in a few swift motions. Even the sound of buttons popping off and rolling onto the carpet was drowned out by their intertwined rapid breaths. In a dizzying whirl, Jiang Yan lifted Li Yitong, strode across the living room, and tossed her onto the wide, soft bed in the bedroom. Sinking into the plush bedding, the cool air brought Li Yitong a sliver of reason amid her dizziness and arousal. As Jiang Yan casually stripped off his clothes, revealing his powerful upper body, he loomed over her like a beast about to feast. Her heart raced to her throat, and she instinctively raised trembling hands to press against his burning chest. Jiang Yan, wait, hold on. Her voice carried the fluster of a first-time encounter and a flicker of primal fear. Her moist eyes looked up at him timidly. Do you have one? Jiang Yan paused, his deep, dark eyes fixed on her in the dim lamplight. One what? Condom. Li Yitong bit her lower lip hard, hardly daring to meet his predatory gaze, her voice barely a whisper. In this utterly corrupted circle, she had heard far too many dreadful stories. It was not merely a girl's instinctive modesty, but the final line of defense she clung to in order to protect herself. Hearing those words, Jiang Yan not only made no move to fetch the item, but was instead amused by her. With effortless strength, he seized her two slender wrists and pinned them above her head, looking down at her from on high. I never got into the habit of wearing that. Since you've decided to be with me, every inch of your body belongs to me. I don't like any rubber barrier between me and my woman. Li Yitong's eyelashes fluttered violently, a flicker of panic flashing in her eyes. But what if there is one? If there is, then we'll have it. That's fine. Jiang Yan cut her off mercilessly, his eyes radiating absolute arrogance. Do you know who I am? Do you think I can't take responsibility? These domineering words struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the last trace of hesitation and defense in Li Yitong's heart. Yes, the man before her was someone with such terrifying influence that a single word from him could decide a person's fate. His world simply did not harbor the ordinary fears of common folk. Following him was already a desperate gamble with no retreat. Why was she still craving so-called security? True security lay in the man himself. Li Yitong abandoned all resistance. She slowly released her bitten lower lip, closed her eyes, and let herself sink completely into the man's fervor. I'll give myself to you. Jiang Yan'll do whatever you say. This unreserved submission and offering ignited the flame of desire deep in Jiang Yan's eyes. Without any further hesitation, his large hands roamed over Li Yitong's body. Then his form descended forcefully. Oh! A distinctly palpable obstacle accompanied by Li Yitong's unexpected pained whimper made Jiang Yan freeze abruptly. Li Yitong's body convulsed in pain, her long legs instinctively tensing straight her nails, leaving faint red marks on Jiang Yan's back. A flash of shock passed through Jiang Yan's eyes. In this murky entertainment industry, he had thought she was merely a lotus untainted by mud, but never expected. First time. Jiang Yan's voice grew even hoarser than before, and within the primal desire in his gaze a fierce possessiveness and pleasure suddenly emerged. Li Yitong was in such pain she could barely speak. She only nodded, her eyes reddening with grievance, yet stubbornness. Jiang Yan's heart felt as if something soft had struck it hard. He let out a low laugh. No wonder she had fought desperately to preserve her innocence in that private room. No wonder she was so awkward, even in kissing scenes. So she had kept the purest part of herself all this time. Jiang Yan lowered his head until his nose nearly touched hers, his scorching breath spilling onto her face. Although his investigation had vaguely hinted that she was still untouched in this corrupted entertainment world, an actress who could retain such purity was rarer than a giant panda. This was the cleanest card she had guarded so desperately in this circle, and now she willingly surrendered it to him. Very good. Jiang Yan smiled. A smile of pure delight at having obtained the most perfect trophy. For a ruler with an overpowering need for control, nothing was more exhilarating than plucking a thorny yet immaculate high mountain flower with his own hands. Don't be afraid, relax, and trust me. This time, though Jiang Yan's movements remained forceful, they were less urgent, carrying a man's patience and reassurance. He wiped away the tears at the corners of her eyes. Then, though he slowed slightly to give her time to adjust, his fierce advance to crush and devour her into his world did not cease. Outside the window, the raging rain still lashed violently against the glass, thunder booming. Within this vast suite, a pure, flawless flower willingly bloomed in the most exquisite allure, battered by the storm for the man who had rescued her from water and fire. The room was filled with blush-inducing intimacy and soft moans. Throughout the remainder of the time, save for a brief dinner, the battle continued nearly without pause through the entire night. The dual hunting grounds of Jiang Yan's capital and flesh achieved their perfect harvest that night. Dawn. The first rays of early summer sunshine pierced the heavy gauze curtains, casting dappled shadows on the pure white plush carpet. On the luxuriously oversized European custom silk bed, Li Yitong curled up in the crook of Jiang Yan's arm, sleeping deeply. Or rather, she had woken quite early. She simply hadn't moved. In this morning devoid of frantic calls from the crew or pressing notifications. When she opened her eyes, feeling the steady breathing and overwhelming presence of the man beside her, she even subconsciously softened her own breath. She lay quietly on Jiang Yan's chest, lifting her clear-spirited eyes to study the face so near. It was a face more refined and sculpted than any male star she had ever worked with. As Li Yitong gazed, a strange sense of dislocation arose in her heart. Just 24 hours earlier, she had been like a cornered beast standing in that smoke-filled vulgar private room, facing a producer spewing obscenities, making the most futile resistance with a glass of juice in hand. But at this very moment, she lay in the arms of a man who was the top science scholar of the province, someone whose single word could alter her destiny. And she had arrived at this morning in a state of willingly giving everything after her soul had been laid bare. Not because of a transaction, not because of coercion. It was because this man had seen through her predicament and also recognized the backbone she refused to bend. Fate, when it writes its scripts, sometimes produces stories more absurd than any third-rate screenwriter. Li Yitong blinked gently, not disturbing Jiang Yan's sleep. She simply leaned against him quietly, her eyes gradually growing steadfast. Before last night, she had only wanted to secure a role. But now she suddenly understood. Jiang Yan had given her not just resources, but a path to the top. Just then the phone on the bedside table lit up. Su Jie sent a message. Yitong, arrangements with the crew are made. Director Chen personally said your scenes will be filmed first this afternoon. Immediately after, another message. Also, the investor's supervisor has arrived at the hotel and insists on apologizing to you in person. Li Yitong stared at those two messages, silent for a few seconds. Then she looked up at Jiang Yan, who was still asleep. Those mountains that had weighed upon her head last night had truly crumbled. Li Yitong stared at Jiang Yan's profile, her gaze somewhat fixated. She even instinctively raised a hand, wanting to smooth out the slight furrow between his brows. Just then Jiang Yan's breathing rhythm shifted slightly. However, he didn't open his eyes immediately. Instead, he maintained his posture, his voice carrying a lazy tone unique to someone just awakened. Seen enough. Li Yitong blushed crimson as if caught red-handed. She lowered her head in panic, instinctively trying to shrink back under the covers, attempting to create some distance. But before she could retreat, even half an inch, Jiang Yan's arm, which had been casually resting on the edge of the bed, suddenly tightened and pressed precisely across her slender waist. Like a chain, he locked her back in his embrace, leaving her unable to move an inch. Only then did Jiang Yan slowly open his eyes. There was no trace of drowsiness in his gaze, only the clarity of reason and control. He tilted his head slightly, his eyes falling on Li Yitong's face, flawless even without makeup, as red as a ripe apple. He studied her for 2 seconds. Not ugly. Li Yitong froze for a moment, then realized that Jiang Yan was giving his assessment of her face, a face the future entertainment industry would universally acclaim as high class. Not ugly. Those 2 words were practically a grave insult to her looks. Outside weren't all those investors and male stars using every flowery phrase to call her a fairy stunning. Yet from Jiang Yan's mouth, she only received a barely passing not ugly. Li Yitong couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. The awkwardness from last night along with the unease caused by their status gap was instantly dispelled by those words. She couldn't help but extend her fist and gently tap Jiang Yan's solid chest. The force was light, carrying a full measure of playful petulance. You even compliment someone. Li Yitong bit her lip, but her eyes held a smile. Jiang Yan didn't dodge, letting the harmless little fist land on his chest. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly, and his whole demeanor softened a rare bit. Jiang Yan looked at Li Yitong's vibrant, lively face, free from any flattery or pretense, and a strange feeling suddenly flickered in his heart. This mode of interaction was completely different from how he treated Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe was a clear-headed, absolutely obedient tool. She took an annual salary of 3 million dutifully, playing the roles of personal housekeeper and bed partner. In front of Su Qinghe, Jiang Yan needed no emotional value. He only gave orders and reaped submission. It was pure class oppression and monetary purchase. But Li Yitong was different. She possessed the aura of a female celebrity, a tenacity that refused to yield even in the mire. She had developed a more complex, deeply bound psychological dependence born from recognizing his vision and submitting to his methods. Being with her for the first time, Jiang Yan felt that having someone lying beside him was not just a vessel for his own desire. At that moment, he experienced a subtle primal comfort belonging to human nature. Just then a soft ding echoed in Jiang Yan's mind. The God-tier influence system had arrived again. Ding. Detected host has completed emotional depth defense penetration and absolute anchoring of high-weight target Li Yitong. Target identity judgment, future top-tier node figure in the entertainment industry with phenomenal social influence. System analysis logic host did not use crude monetary transactions or simple coercion, but through resource support combined with aesthetic value recognition, causing this high-potential target to develop irreversible reverence dependence and psychological compliance toward the host. Influence points 300. Accompanying reward triggered cash deposit 300 yuan. Jiang Yan's drowsiness instantly dissipated. He raised an eyebrow slightly. So it wasn't just on-site shock that earned points. For someone like Li Yitong, who would continuously amplify influence in the future as long as he locked her down early, the system would also give rewards. Before, when he kicked open the private room door and intimidated Ma Yu and the others, he earned instant points from event propagation. But these 300 points now were because he had turned Li Yitong, a future surefire superstar, into an appendage under his absolute control. What did this mean? It meant the system acknowledged Li Yitong's node weight as a future phenomenal star. As long as Li Yitong climbed higher in the entertainment industry, grew more popular, and gained more fans, then, as Jiang Yan's person, she would continuously supply him with substantial indirect influence points in the future. This was a long-term check with compound interest. He could also use Li Yitong as an opportunity to invest in and harvest other currently obscure but future high-potential stars in the entertainment industry. Jiang Yan looked at Li Yitong, who still lay obediently in his arms, completely unaware of the system notification just now. The hint of tenderness in his eyes instantly merged perfectly with rational business logic. Capital's hunt doesn't just harvest current prey, but also raises hounds that can help it graze on wider pastures. And Li Yitong was undoubtedly a seed he had planted with his own hands. Get up and wash up. Jiang Yan patted Li Yitong's shoulder, his voice returning to its usual calm. He threw off the covers and stood up without a shred of modesty, revealing a muscular physique that would make any. Li Yitong took a deep breath, trying to suppress her wildly racing heart. She tugged at the corner of the blanket, attempting to cover the traces of passion all over her body, and lays in bed a bit longer. But the next second, Jiang Yan didn't head to the bathroom alone. With Li Yitong's startled cry, she was abruptly yanked out of bed. Jiang Yan. She flailed, wrapping her arms around the man's neck, her fair skin fully exposed to the cool air of the air-conditioned room. What? Don't want to get up? Since you want walk on your own, then we'll bathe together. Before finishing, he gave Li Yitong no chance to refuse, scooping her up and striding into the bathroom. The bathroom was astonishingly large, with a huge, pure, white double-person whirlpool tub at its center. Jiang Yan casually turned on the constant temperature valve. Warm water quickly filled the tub, and mist began to rise. Jiang Yan didn't put her down, but stepped straight into the water with her in his arms. Water rippled over them both. Li Yitong, already weak from the night before, became even more limp under the warmth of the water. Like a rabbit stripped of its protective shell, she clung tightly to Jiang Yan's broad chest. Her hands instinctively tried to cover the alluring hints of her body beneath the rippling water. Jiang Yan chuckled softly, capturing her two struggling wrists with one hand and pressing them against the slippery edge of the tub. Before Li Yitong could recover from her embarrassment, Jiang Yan forcefully pulled her waist, lifting her toward him and sinking down without any hesitation. As the warm water swayed, the sensation of unobstructed closeness made Li Yitong arch her slender neck, letting out an uncontrollable dulcet cry. Jiang Yan, no more. I really have no strength left. Tears gathered at the corners of her eyes as she pleaded pitifully. I set the rules. I decide when to stop. Jiang Yan's eyes blazed with a man's unique fierce morning aggression, his actions showing no mercy. Water splashed violently in the tub with his fierce movements spraying onto the polished marble floor. It wasn't until more than half an hour later that this morning's extra meal finally ended. For Li Yitong, this morning was a rebirth where her body and mind were shattered and then re-engraved with Jiang Yan's imprint. For Jiang Yan, it was merely the daily pastime of enjoying an exclusive prey. When Li Yitong finally finished washing up, barely managing to stand on her sore legs, and walked out of the bathroom in her dried shirt, Jiang Yan was already dressed, casually lounging on the sofa. With one hand holding his phone and the other clutching the room's tablet, he seemed to be browsing through some information. Sunlight cast upon his profile, rendering him as cold and unyielding as stone. She was about to walk over and pour him a glass of warm water when just then the screen of Jiang Yan's phone resting on the coffee table suddenly lit up. Accompanied by a crisp, minimalist vibration, a video call request popped up. Li Yitong's gaze instinctively flickered toward the glowing screen. With just that one glance, she froze on the spot, as if struck by a paralyzing spell. The name flashing on the screen was simple, just 2 words, Mom. It should have been an utterly ordinary contact name. But beneath that name, beside the WeChat avatar, a portrait exuding immense authority in a professional suit. There was a line of gray small font signature, Dingsheng capital Lin Wantong. A buzzing sound filled her ears. Li Yitong's mind felt as if it had been struck hard by something, going completely blank for half a second. Dingsheng capital. Those 2 words. She knew them all too well. How could she ever forget them? Last night, after she had emerged from that hellish private room, her agent sister Sue had nearly shouted over the phone the people from Dingsheng capital personally called the group. The entire investor side was forced to kneel and clean up the mess. Secretary Zhang from Dingsheng capital just called the group personally. Not only are they canceling the collaboration, but they're also launching a full audit. They made that all-powerful director leave from the capital with his vast connections so terrified that he made Ma Yu kneel and beg for mercy. At that time, she only knew that Jiang Yan's background was terrifying, but she didn't know where that terror came from. Now she understood. The answer lay right before her eyes. The mother of this 18-year-old boy was actually the helmswoman of Dingsheng capital. This was no ordinary wealthy person. This was someone who could manipulate the investment and financial circles with a wave of her hand, making the capital in the entertainment industry tremble with a single word. Countless film and television companies were held by Dingsheng capital. The hand holding the towel began to tremble uncontrollably. In that moment, she finally fully grasped the terrifying depth of Jiang Yan's background. She had originally thought that Jiang Yan was merely a super-rich second-generation heir with tens of billions in family assets. That was the limit of her imagination. But the reality was that behind him stood a top-tier national-level clan that truly set the rules, viewing countless so-called capital magnates as mere ants. No wonder he hadn't even bothered to ask who the other party was when he kicked down the door last night. The power behind him was beyond what the word wealth could describe. It was almost the embodiment of the rules themselves. Mom. Just as a storm raged in Li Yitong's heart, Jiang Yan picked up his phone and pressed the answer button. From the other end of the video, a few brief, crisp inquiries came through. Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa and replied flatly, I stayed here last night. He'll go back to the old mansion today to pack some things. The day after tomorrow, he'll head directly to the capital to see the old man. After a few more instructions from the other end, Jiang Yan ended the video call. The conversation lasted less than a minute. But in Li Yitong's eyes and heart, that minute felt like a massive storm. This was no ordinary call. It was the everyday discourse of top-tier capital. Jiang Yan tossed his phone back onto the coffee table and looked up at her. You saw that? Li Yitong snapped back to reality, almost instinctively lowering her head. I am sorry. I didn't mean to look. Doesn't matter. Jiang Yan cut her off. He stood up and walked over his tall figure, casting a heavy, oppressive shadow in the morning light. I wasn't planning to hide it from you on purpose, but am too lazy to flaunt my family background to everyone. That's something nouveau riche do. Jiang Yan looked down at her from his height. Just follow my arrangements. For you, knowing who I am isn't important. What matters is that you understand I can make you walk through fire unscathed, or I can wipe out everything you have in an instant. Got it? Li Yitong nodded, her voice soft but steady. I understand. She realized that trying to comprehend Jiang Yan's background was in itself an act of overstepping. All she had to do was to strive desperately under the shade of this man's protection, proving her own worth. Just then, the private butler of the clubhouse rang the doorbell, delivering the breakfast that Jiang Yan had ordered the kitchen to prepare. The two sat facing each other. Although Li Yitong held her knife and fork, her mind was still immersed in the shock of moments ago. Jiang Yan cut a piece of wagyu, ate it slowly and deliberately, then picked up the napkin to wipe his mouth. Two things, he said, leaning back in his chair and getting straight to the point. First, I'm going to the capital tomorrow and the day after to deal with some family matters. I probably won't have time to see you for about half a month. Focus on finishing your filming in international manner. Hearing that Jiang Yan was leaving, an intense sense of loss inexplicably rose in Li Yitong's heart. But she didn't dare show it, simply nodding obediently. Second, Jiang Yan narrowed his eyes slightly. They'll have people keep an eye on the movements of your crew. If the director or any supervisor or producer who comes later tries to cross the line again. Jiang Yan's tone turned icy. You don't have to endure any more grievances and force a smile. Just slap him and walk away. Someone will clean up after you. Don't embarrass me. Li Yitong's fingers trembled slightly. These words were not gentle. They carried Jiang Yan's usual dominance and commanding tone. But to her ears they were more reassuring than any comfort. In the past, what she feared most on set was suffering injustice, and then having to force a smile in return. Because she had no background, no voice, no leverage to make others wary. But now Jiang Yan told her she didn't have to endure. Someone would have her back. This wasn't a flimsy promise, it was the solid assurance backed by the colossal mountain that was Dingshan capital. Li Yitong put down her knife and fork, took a deep breath, and said softly, but earnestly, I won't be like that. Jiang Yan gave a slight nod, then stated the third matter. Third, I'm going to pave a faster path for you. Li Yitong was momentarily taken aback. Jiang Yan picked up his phone and casually scrolled through an entertainment industry project brief that Zhang Huilin had compiled last night. Today is July 3rd, 2016. There's a movie called Love 020 that's currently in the reshoot phase. At the mention of this name, a flicker of emotion passed through Li Yitong's eyes. She naturally knew about this drama. A major IP, a youthful idol drama with immense popularity from its original novel. The male and female leads along with the platform's resources had already been largely decided. In this era where trending dramas were rising rapidly, once such a project aired, as long as the female lead didn't underperform, it would almost certainly bring a huge wave of exposure and benefits. A female lead role of this caliber. In the past, she couldn't even get a chance at the auditions for minor parts. Jiang Yan said calmly, I'll arrange for you to join this project as an investor-backed entry. Increase the investment, complete the promotion and distribution, and reselect the female lead. Li Yitong's breath caught slightly. She had already vaguely guessed what Jiang Yan was about to say next, but still couldn't quite believe it. Jiang Yan looked up at her. You take Zheng Shuang's place. Bam. It felt like something exploded in Li Yitong's. She jerked her head up, her eyes filled with shock. What? Me? The word slipped out almost instinctively. But wasn't the female lead for that kind of project already settled? And shouldn't filming be almost finished? Jiang Yan's expression remained completely unruffled. That's why I said investor-backed entry. In the entertainment industry, what's called settled is never unchangeable when faced with real money and resources. As long as the stakes are high enough, contracts can be renegotiated, reshoots can be done, and the female lead can be replaced. His tone was as calm as if he were discussing the most trivial matter. But Li Yitong's heart was pounding wildly. Toppling Zheng Shuang. Entering Love 020 as an investor-backed lead. Each of these phrases taken alone was something a small actress like her would have once thought utterly out of reach. Yet from Jiang Yan's lips it sounded like he was simply moving a piece on a chessboard. He continued, what you lack right now isn't acting fundamentals. It's a breakout role that makes audiences remember you instantly. Bai Weiwei from Love 020, pure, radiant, intelligent with a campus goddess aura and enough viral. This role will put your face out there in the shortest possible time. All you need to do is use this drama to make the nation remember you first. Li Yitong's fingers tightened slowly around her knife and fork. She knew exactly what this meant. If this actually came through, her life path would once again be forcibly rewritten by Jiang Yan. From a small actress threatened by a producer on set, she would leap directly into the role of the female lead in a top-tier youth idol drama. Such a leap was no ordinary resource tilt. It was capital pushing her onto the stage with its own hands. But Li Yitong hesitated, then couldn't help asking, would replacing the female lead at this point cause a lot of controversy? Jiang Yan looked at her and said calmly, controversy itself is traffic. As long as the subsequent promotional rhythm is controlled well, the audience won't care what happened behind the scenes. They'll only care whether the Bai Weiwei on screen is beautiful enough and memorable enough. And you need to prove that putting you there isn't a waste of resources. With that, Jiang Yan tapped the tablet screen lightly. An equity structure chart appeared. Li Yitong glanced at it involuntarily, her pupils slightly contracting. Jiang Yan's voice was steady. The biggest investor in this project is Shanghai Juku Culture Communication Co., Ltd. Juku Culture's largest shareholder is Waste Film TV, and Waste Film TV's largest capital shareholder is Dingshan Capital. Li Yitong understood instantly. The so-called untouchable top-tier project, the supposedly nailed-down female lead, the resources countless artists fought over. For Jiang Yan, it was never something to beg for. It was a matter of going down the capital chain layer by layer and rewriting the result from the very top. Jiang Yan looked at her suddenly quiet expression and continued, I'm not telling you to beg anyone. I'm just redirecting resources that could be redistributed by capital to someone I believe is more valuable. Remember, from today onward you are no longer a small actress waiting to be chosen. You are someone I, Jiang Yan, have pushed forward. Li Yitong's heart trembled violently. Those words moved her more than any sweet talk ever could, because they signified a change in identity. She was no longer that little actress on set who could be replaced, humiliated, or forced to smile at any moment. She now had a backer. She had leverage. And she had the qualification to be pushed onto the stage by capital itself. But there's one rule. Li Yitong immediately looked up. Jiang Yan's gaze was indifferent, but carried an undeniable possessiveness. You can film this drama. You can play the female lead. But all kissing scenes must be shot with body doubles or camera tricks. Li Yitong was taken aback. Jiang Yan said flatly, I can make you famous. I can give you resources. I can put you in the spotlight. But you must remember, you are my person. The intimacy, emotion, and atmosphere needed in front of the camera can all be achieved through acting. Real contact is not allowed. These words were so domineering they almost defied logic, yet Li Yitong felt no resentment in her heart. On the contrary, at that moment, she realized even more clearly that Jiang Yan wasn't just casually throwing a resource her way and letting her drift through the entertainment industry. He had truly taken her into his domain. His arrangements, his rules, his possessiveness, all of it formed the boundaries of that territory. Li Yitong nodded gently. I understand. Jiang Yan gave a slight nod. Dingxing will negotiate with Weiss. Contracts, salary, promotion, press releases, and public opinion strategies will all be handled for you. You only need to do two things: play Bei Wei well. And don't embarrass me. Li Yitong clenched her fingers, her gaze gradually firming. I won't let you down. Jiang Yan glanced at her, his tone still calm. It better be that way. Because what I'm giving you isn't just an opportunity, it's a chance to rewrite your fate. She then realized anew that the door Jiang Yan had kicked open last night hadn't just saved her from that filthy dinner party with Mayu. It had also yanked her from the muddy, slow path of destiny that could be crushed at any moment directly onto a completely different highway to the heavens. And how far she could go on this road depended on how high Jiang Yan was willing to push her, and on whether she herself could live up to the stake he had placed on her. In the afternoon, the blazing sun scorched the asphalt roads of Guizhizhuang. A black Maybach was parked discreetly outside the five-star hotel where the film crew was staying. Li Yitong sat in the back seat, clutching her bag strap. The car had been stationary for nearly a minute, yet she still couldn't bring herself to open the door and step out. Driver Zhao in the front seat stared straight ahead, motionless as a soulless statue. Beside her, Jiang Yan sat with his eyes closed, seemingly contemplating his upcoming trip to the capital. The atmosphere of parting silently fermented within the cramped confines of the vehicle. Li Yitong knew that once she stepped out, she would face a mix of awe and reverence from everyone in the crew. She would transform from a bullied minor actress into a pivotal figure whose whims even the director had to consider. All of this was thanks to the man beside her who still had his eyes shut. She took a deep breath as if she had made up her mind. Suddenly, Li Yitong opened her bag and frantically rummaged through it. A few seconds later, she pulled out an object strung on a red cord. It was a small silver coin. Due to long-term wear, its edges had been polished smooth and shiny. On the back of the coin, an ancient script carved the character Tong. She looked at Jiang Yan, then reached out and pressed the coin, still warm from her body, into his palm. Jiang Yan opened his eyes, slightly glanced down at the object in his hand, and then looked up at her. The day I made my debut, my mother went to the temple and got this for me. It's a blessed amulet meant to keep me safe. I want you to have this coin. Without waiting for his reply, she almost fled, pushing open the car door. She feared that if she lingered even a second longer, he would throw back the coin, which she considered humble, yet carried her true feelings. The car door slammed shut, blocking out the heat. Jiang Yan opened his palm and stared at the silver coin engraved with the character Tong for 2 silent seconds. For someone of his current status and wealth, a multi-million-dollar Patek Philippe or a priceless ancient artifact worth hundreds of millions were nothing more than numbers to swipe a card for. The material value of this silver coin probably didn't even match a single button on his bespoke suit. Yet he didn't discard it. With a graceful motion, his long fingers closed around it and slipped it into his trouser pocket. Driver Zhao in the front seat caught the scene in the rearview mirror and immediately averted his gaze, even his breathing softened. After years with the Jiang family, he knew well what it meant to see, but pretend not to see. Back to the old mansion, Jiang Yan ordered calmly. The Maybach silently merged into the traffic. Meanwhile, Li Yitong, who had just dashed into the hotel elevator, leaned against the cold metal walls of the car, gasping for air as her chest heaved violently. She could feel her heart pounding as if it would leap out of her throat. She had given away something so intimate. What if Jiang Yan found it too cheap and threw it away in disdain? Just as she was in turmoil, her phone in her bag chimed. Startled, she instantly pulled it out. On the screen, a WeChat message from the familiar Blusky White Cloud avatar read, I've accepted it. Focus on your acting, don't be distracted. No flowery comfort, no sentimental words. Just this plain cool sentence. Yet Li Yitong stared at the screen, and her eyes reddened in an instant. She gazed at it for a long time before pressing the phone to her chest and slowly exhaling. The anxiety that had gripped her finally settled. Ding dong, the elevator arrived. Li Yitong lifted her head. As the doors opened, she faced the obsequious executive director and the trembling sister, Sue, who immediately rushed to greet her in the corridor. Her eyes had shed all weakness, turning into a sharp blade just revealing its edge. Half an hour later, the Maybach pulled into the century-old Jiang family mansion. The head steward, Uncle Xiang, had already arranged for the servants to pack all of Jiang Yan's luggage for his trip to Shuimu University in the capital, everything purchased brand new. Jiang Yan paid no attention to such trivialities. He walked alone into the traditional study room usually reserved for his grandfather and father. Closing the heavy wooden door behind him, he went straight to the rosewood desk and sat down. Right in the center of the desk lay the craft paper file his father had given him. Jiang Yan pulled out the thick stack of documents. Though he possessed 10 billion in cash, and the system in the true abyss-like power circles of the capital money was often the least useful thing. To manipulate the chess game, intelligence always came first. He leafed through the pages. The information was disturbingly detailed. It included the core figures of the third generation of several top-tier political families, their personalities and weaknesses. It listed which people in the government, military, and state-owned enterprises belonged to the Jiang faction, as well as former protégés who had been promoted. It even covered the private habits of several high-ranking department heads who had historical ties to the Jiang family and currently held real power. If this information leaked, it would trigger a massive earthquake. By entrusting Jiang Yan with this file, Jiang Linzhou was truly placing the life and death authority of the Jiang family's future into his hands. Jiang Yan studied it meticulously, his powerful brain imprinting the intricate spider web of connections into his memory. Just as he flipped to the section concerning the network of powerful figures in high-tech and academic research, his fingers suddenly halted. The air in the room seemed to turn cold. His eyes locked onto a single name on one page. The name did not belong to the innermost circle of families, but in the realm of academia and technology management, it carried a weight few could rival. Zhou Dehui. The file indicated he was the executive deputy minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, wielding the power to approve and allocate funding for hundreds of billions in major national research projects. His son was none other than Zhou Wenchang, now 28 years old. He had won a gold medal in the national physics competition and was admitted directly to a Ph.D. program in physics at Shuimu University without the entrance exam. After graduation, within just a few years, he became an assistant director of a national key laboratory, hailed as an academic leading figure among the capital's youth. Over time, however, his focus shifted from research to power games and bullying subordinates, yet backed by his father's influence, he remained unrivaled. Boom. The humiliation and despair that had been buried deep in his memory like a curse clinging to his bones now burst forth like a flood at the sight of that name roaring violently in Jiang Yan's mind. The suppressed shame, despair, and frustration all surged up. He thought of his past life, the dark, chemical-laden laboratory where sunlight never reached. He remembered the months he spent verifying materials, not sleeping a full night for a whole year, his eyes bloodshot, even coughing up blood. He recalled the moment he finally made a major scientific breakthrough, thinking it would change his fate. The institute director's ugly face, full of condescension and threat. Jiang Yan Wenchang provided guidance on this research. He must be the first author. You need to prioritize the bigger picture. The institute will give you an extra 2,000 in bonus. And at the academic press conference, Zhou Wenchang, dressed in a designer suit, talked eloquently to the media about Zhou Dehui, Zhou Wenchang. Jiang Yan slowly forced out the two names between claims. He did not smash the table or roar in anger, but in his dark, deep eyes a chilling light formed. In his past life, he was just a powerless, resourceless research dog. Facing that level of power, he had no right to resist. He could only grit his teeth and swallow the humiliation alive. In the end, he died on the cold experimental bench without even a sound. But in this life, Jiang Yan slowly closed the file. Zhou Dehui, right. Deputy Minister of Science and Technology. Zhou Wenchang, right. Academic leading figure. Zhou Wenchang, you could never have imagined. Jiang Yan tossed the file lightly onto the desk, his voice soft as a whisper from hell. The achievements you stole from me in your past life, the debts you owe me. In this life, I will personally make you cough up every last bit with interest. Jiang Yan closed the file as if nothing had just happened. Then he took out his phone and opened the chat with his private butler, Su Qinghe. He tapped a few times on the screen and sent a message: return to Jingxing tomorrow, wait for me at Wanlu. Within 5 seconds, Su Qing's reply popped up. Very well, sir. Wanlu Academy has been fully prepared. Safe travels, and I will be waiting for you at home. Even through the screen, Jiang Yan could sense Su Qing's absolute professional obedience. He missed her black. The next morning, outside the old mansion, the black Maybach was already parked on the bluestone path. Standing beside the car door was driver Zhao. Seeing Jiang Yan come out, driver Zhao said nothing unnecessary and respectfully opened the door for him. Young master, the vehicle has been inspected. The transit documents have also been changed to a Jinghead internal security license plate. Driver Zhao stood upright with a steady tone. Shall we depart now? Let's go to Jingxing. Jiang Yan replied calmly, bending down to sit in the spacious back seat. The Maybach like a black phantom glided smoothly out of Guoji Zhuang and merged onto the Jinggan Gaox. The veteran driver's skill was superb combined with the Maybach's top-tier chassis, making the ride almost imperceptibly smooth with only the faint rustle of tire noise beneath the chassis. Jiang Yan leaned back on the soft leather seat, his posture relaxed. He took out his phone and began to deal with the accumulated unread messages. The first message was from Li Yitong. It was a selfie from the set. In the photo, Li Yitong had already changed into the pure makeup and hairstyle of the female lead with the busy lighting and camera crew in the background. Her eyes shone with an unmistakable brilliance and drive. Young Master Jiang, I've joined the crew and officially started filming. The director and producer are very polite to me, and no one on the set dares to mess up the schedule. I will do a good job with the acting. Jiang Yan looked at the screen, smiled, and replied with one word, MM. He didn't need to provide Li Yitong with emotional support. What he wanted was her attitude of grateful desperation and striving to climb. Returning to the main screen, the second message was from First Secretary Zhang Huilin. This was an encrypted file reporting on the progress of capital operations. Young Master, the legal team of Dingxing Capital has officially intervened in Waste Film TV. The equity changes for the Love 020 project are being pushed forward at full speed. The formalities for Li Yitong's capital-backed entry into the crew are mostly completed. Ma Yu's money laundering case has been filed by the Economic Investigation Department. He has no chance of recovery. After reading, Jiang Yan locked his phone screen with satisfaction. Outside the car, the scenery on the highway sped backward. Jiang Yan closed his eyes, enjoying the feeling of multiple lines running in parallel, everything under control. This was the charm of capital and power. He didn't even need to say a word in person. Just a few commands could make countless people revolve around his will. This feeling was exhilarating. The Maybach sped along the highway with soothing music from the Burmester sound system. As the car passed the Baoding section, Jiang Yan's phone resting on his lap vibrated gently. He opened his eyes and tapped on WeChat. It was a message from his mother Lin Wantong. This business queen, decisive and ruthless in the financial market, controlling trillions of funds, yet when sending him messages her words carried the most ordinary warmth of a loving mother. Yan Yan, you're almost at Jingxing, right? After you arrive, don't rush to discuss heavy family matters with your grandfather. First, have a good meal with him. He's been busy with work lately and hasn't had much appetite. Also, after the meal, if he insists on playing Go with you, just play a few rounds with him. His Go skills are actually not high, but he is quite competitive. You're smart, so remember to let him win a little, don't let him lose too badly. Looking at these words, Jiang Yan's face unconsciously softened. In his previous life, his father worked as a laborer on construction sites, and his mother died of illness early. He had never experienced what grandparent-grandchild closeness meant, let alone had someone teach him how to please his grandfather. But in this life, he not only held immense power and wealth, but also had a vast and warm family backing him. He curled his lips and replied, got it, Mom, don't worry. At 1015 a.m., the Maybach officially entered Jingxing. The car did not head to the bustling CBD or the luxurious Wanlu Academy. Instead, it turned straight into a quiet street near Beiqi Street in Dongqing District. The moment the car entered this street, it was as if an invisible barrier isolated all the noise, congestion, and worldly air of Jingxing. The street was lined with century-old plane trees that blocked out the sky, their thick branches intertwined, casting heavy shadows on the road. The road was so clean that not a single fallen leaf could be found. What was even more eerie was that on this wide street, there were almost no civilian vehicles and no pedestrians. Even the most inconspicuous warning signs on the roadside did not carry any conventional traffic slogans. They only coldly printed area restricted, no honking. Jiang Yan looked out the window, his eyes slightly focused. Although he had not been qualified to set foot here in his previous life, with his current insight, he could naturally see that this was the true core area of top power. Outside billionaires didn't even have the right to park here. Driver Zhao slowly decelerated, and the car stopped in front of a gray high wall. In the center of the high wall was a gate that looked simple, but was oppressively heavy. Outside the gate, there were no conspicuous government signs. Only the national emblem of Huaxia hung above the center of the main gate. On the right side of the gate, a vertical plaque read Huaxia Central Political and Legal Affairs Commission. Inside the bulletproof glass booth beside the gate stood two armed military police officers with live ammunition. Their stance was as straight as spears, their eyes as sharp as hawks. Jiang Yan estimated that the rifles in the hands of these two young men were loaded with live ammunition. The Maybach came to a stop in front of the gate. The two military police officers walked out expressionlessly, their eyes carrying a vigilance ready to respond to any emergency. Driver Zhao rolled down the window without a word and directly took out a dark red special pass from his pocket, and one of the young officers took the pass, carefully checked the anti-counterfeit hologram and embossed seal. Then he turned and quickly walked back to the booth, picked up a conspicuous red landline phone on the desk, and swiftly dialed a number. Red phone special line. Jiang Yan watched this scene from inside the car, silently admiring. This level of security and communication methods all highlighted the unspeakable terrifying level behind this compound. In less than 20 seconds, a clear instruction seemed to come from the other end of the red phone. The young officer put down the phone, and when he walked out again, his originally cold face had visibly gained a restrained respect. He returned the pass to driver Zhao with both hands stood straight, and slightly bowed. The chief has instructed that the car can drive directly in and park in the designated spot on the west side of building No. 2. The word chief, spoken from the mouth of such an internal guard, carried immense weight. Driver Zhao nodded and put away the pass. With a low hum, the heavy gate slid open smoothly to both sides without any harsh friction sound. The Maybach rolled over the speed bump and smoothly entered this red-walled compound, one of the pinnacles of Waxia. The scene within the courtyard was a world apart from the outside. There was no resplendent fountain, nor any ostentatious sculpture. The pathways were paved with age-worn green bricks. 3 or 4 modern minimalist, yet dignified buildings incorporating a few traditional elements were scattered amidst towering ancient locust trees. The greenery was astonishingly lush, and the air carried a fresh fragrance of rain-soaked earth mingled with foliage. Silence. A silence so profound it felt surreal. Places like this, the more understated the more imposing. Driver Zhao skillfully parked the Maybach in the designated spot on the west side of building No. 2. As soon as the car came to a halt, a middle-aged man who had been waiting on the steps of building No. 2 hurried over. He was around 50, wearing a white short-sleeved shirt, suit trousers, and black leather shoes. There was no trace of overbearing officialdom about him. Instead, he exuded a steady composure that only came from long-term work at the core. He personally walked to the rear door, opened it for Jiang Yan, slightly bowed, and greeted him with a warm smile. "Young Master Jiang, you must have had a tiring journey. I'm Secretary Zhang's personal aide. Just call me Old Wu." As the close assistant to a figure of this caliber, Old Wu, if placed elsewhere, would be a core personage that even provincial and ministerial officials would treat with utmost respect. Jiang Yan stepped out of the car, without putting on any airs of a pampered air. He nodded slightly at Old Wu, his tone calm, yet dignified. "Uncle Wu, you're too polite. I appreciate you waiting here for me. Just call me Xiao Yan." Addressing him as young Master Jiang in a modern bureaucratic setting felt flamboyant and out of place, rarely used in formal occasions. Jiang Yan also didn't want to leave a bad impression on his grandfather, so it was better to be addressed normally. A flicker of barely perceptible approval passed through Old Wu's eyes. He had seen many signs of powerful families come to this courtyard, some timid and shrinking, others pretending to be calm but appearing hollow. But the eldest grandson of the Jiang family exuded a rare bone-deep ease in every gesture. "The secretary is waiting for you in his study on the second floor. He just brewed some specially supplied Wui Mountain Premium Da Hong Pao tea. Please follow me." Old Wu led the way with a smile. Jiang Yan followed him into the central building. The corridors were covered with deep red, sound-absorbing carpet, muffling all footsteps. No famous calligraphy or paintings hung on the walls, instead wooden-framed photographs were placed every few steps. Some were black and white, others had yellowed with age. The figures in those photos were none other than great men who had left indelible marks in history textbooks. And among those group shots, Jiang Yan saw his great-grandfather in his youth. These photographs silently spoke of the Jiang family's unfathomable credentials and unshakable historical standing. Reaching the second floor, a study door at the end of the corridor stood ajar. Old Wu stopped, gently knocked twice on the door panel, and said in a low voice, "Secretary, the young master has arrived." "Come in," came an aged voice from inside, vigorous with a faint smoky rasp. The voice was not loud, but it carried an authority that brooked no defiance. Jiang Yan pushed the door open. The study was smaller than he had imagined. It was furnished strictly to the standards of a deputy cabinet-level official, without any excess. There was no lavish executive desk, only an old-fashioned rosewood writing table. The chair was a leather swivel model, showing its years. Along the wall, a full bookcase was densely packed with weighty legal tomes and red-headed documents marked internal reference. At that moment, an elderly man slowly rose from a cane chair by the window. His attire was the standard of. He was tall and lean, his back still straight. His hair was meticulously combed, and his high cheekbones, along with a pair of deep, piercing eyes, seemed to lend an extra gravity to the air in the room. Jiang Qiuyang, Deputy Cabinet Secretary of Huaxia, Secretary of the Political and Legal Affairs Commission of Huaxia, and the current helmsman of the Jiang family, a superpowered political dynasty. Jiang Yan looked at the old man, whose facial contours bore a 70% resemblance to his father Jiang Linzhou. But the aura forged through storms and the power of life and death made him seem like a crouching tiger. Without any stage fright or sycophantic flattery, Jiang Yan stood firm, met the old man's gaze, and called out respectfully, "Grandfather." His tone was neither servile nor arrogant, crisp and clean. Jiang Qiuyang did not respond immediately. His eyes, which seemed capable of seeing through a person's soul, swept from Jiang Yan's brows to his stance, scrutinizing him for 3 or 4 seconds. Suddenly, the old man's stern face melted like snow in spring, and he let out 2 hearty laughs. "Good lad." Jiang Qiuyang strode over and gave Jiang Yan a couple of solid pats on the shoulder. You look so much more spirited than during the new year. It's been over half a year, and you've grown taller with shoulders as broad as mine when I was young. Jiang Yan curved his lips slightly. You look even more energetic than at New Year's too. The grandfather and grandson settled onto the study sofa. Old Wu deftly served 2 cups of brewed Da Hong Pao tea, then silently withdrew, gently closing. Only the two of them remained in the study. Jiang Chaiyang did not like his father or second uncle immediately stiffen his face and grill him on the great trends of the world. Instead, he looked at Jiang Yan with eyes full of affection. How many hours did you travel? Tired? Have you had breakfast? Not too tired. The drive was smooth. Jiang Yan took a sip of tea. I had a quick bite at a rest stop. How could rest stop food be any good? He walked to his desk, picked up an internal phone, and dialed. Shall we tell the kitchen to prepare some light home-style dishes and bring them up quickly? And a bowl of noodles, extra shredded pork with a fried egg on top. Hurry. After hanging up, he returned to his seat and chided gently, did you think I'd let you go hungry here at your grandfather's? Watching the old man personally order food for him, Jiang Yan felt the cold shell of a returned soul once again quietly dissolve in the warmth of family affection. In his past life struggling in the capital, he had endured fevers and illnesses alone. But in this life, the grandfather who stood at the pinnacle of Huaxia's power immediately asked if he was hungry. This tenderness was free from any calculation of interests. In less than 15 minutes, Old Wu entered for exquisite home-style dishes paired with a large steaming bowl of shredded pork noodles topped with a golden fried egg. The aroma instantly filled the study. Eat while it's hot. Jiang Chaiyang gestured at the noodles on the coffee table. Jiang Yan didn't stand on ceremony. He didn't put on the pretentious airs of a top-tier heir, observing no talking while eating or sleeping. He picked up his chopsticks and slurped the noodles with gusto, eating with abandon. Jiang Chaiyang sat across from him sipping tea, saying nothing, just watching his grandson eat with a smile. The old man's eyes held an unprecedented sense of contentment. After Jiang Yan had devoured the entire bowl of noodles, soup and all, and pulled out a tissue to wipe his mouth, Jiang Chaiyang nodded with satisfaction. You sure eat with no restraint, the old man said, pointing a finger at Jiang Yan with a chuckle. Your father at your age barely dared to speak loudly in front of me and ate like a scaredy cat. As for your second uncle, he was just a reckless fool who only knew how to brandish a staff. A bit bolder. But you're stronger than both of them. In half a year you seem to have wised up. Before you were still quite reserved around me. Jiang Yan tossed the tissue into the trash bin, leaned back in his chair, and flashed a mischievous grin. My dad was afraid of you. He knew you'd really whack him with a stick if he did wrong. I'm different. Oh, how are you different? Jiang Chaiyang raised an eyebrow with keen interest. I'm not afraid of you. Jiang Yan answered with a matter-of-fact tone. Jiang Chaiyang paused for a moment, then burst into a hearty, earth-shaking laughter. Ha ha ha. Good lad. You've really grown bold and sharp-tongued. After the laughter, the atmosphere in the study became incredibly warm. The last trace of estrangement between grandfather and grandson born from long separation was completely dispelled by these playful remarks. Jiang Chaiyang stood up, walked over to the desk, and pulled a document from a drawer. He carried it back and tossed it lightly onto the coffee table in front of Jiang Yan. It was the original college entrance exam score report stamped with the bright red seal of the North River Provincial Admissions and Examination Authority. 741 points, top in the province for science, perfect score in math, perfect score in science comprehensive. Jiang Chaiyang sat back down in the rattan chair, his tone turning nostalgic. Your great-grandfather was a half-baked farmer, not highly educated, and he risked his neck in the revolution to build this family legacy. When it came to my generation, due to the turbulent times, I only managed a few years of study in a cadre school. The old man's eyes swept over the score report, filled with pride. By your father's generation, they hit the good times and became proper academics. Your sister Jiang Yao is considered the most talented. She got into Yenjing University. But when it comes to this gift for learning, Jiang Chaiyang raised his head and fixed his gaze on Jiang Yan. In our Jiang family, 3 generations combined can't match your single brain. Faced with such high praise, Jiang Yan only smiled modestly. It's all luck, just luck. The questions happen to suit my taste. Jiang Chaiyang waved his hand, clearly not buying this hypocritical rhetoric. Spare me the officialese. Your second uncle and third aunt called me specifically from the old house to report on your situation. The old man took a sip from his tea mug, his eyes growing deep. Your second uncle told me that during dinner when you dissected the sausage and analyzed the great power games, you even stunned him. A general who came out of the southern frontier battlefield. To make your second uncle concede, you're the first among the young. Jiang Chaiyang set down the mug, leaned forward slightly, and fixed a sharp gaze on Jiang Yan. But I don't plan to test you. Your father, uncle, and aunt have already tested you for me. I don't need to confirm again whether you're qualified to take over. Grandpa called you here today simply because I missed you and wanted to see you. An ordinary person would probably have cracked under the weight of a gaze that combined scrutiny and warmth from a pillar of the family. But Jiang Yan didn't flinch. He met the old man's eyes and asked calmly, then what do you see now? This was a subtle clash. Not a power struggle, but a collision of souls between the current helmsman and the future. Jiang Yan was silent for a moment. I see a young man with depth, but not malice, with sharpness, but knowing when to sheath it, he said slowly, offering the highest praise. He stood up, walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and looked outside. Your mother reported to me about your purchase of the Wanlu Academy apartment in the capital and how you handled that producer surnamed Ma in International Village. The old man turned back, his eyes showing undisguised admiration, grasping human nature, cutting off the capital chain, leveraging institutional power for auxiliary strikes. The methods were clean and left no loose ends. With that brain of yours and that ruthlessness, going into academia in the future would be a waste of talent. Faced with his grandfather's hint of future in politics or business, Jiang Yan's expression remained unchanged, his tone firm. Grandpa, I will pursue academia. That's what I truly love, and it's another moat for me to stand on in this world. Jiang Yan looked at his stubborn yet clear-eyed gaze and raised an eyebrow slightly. He wasn't angry, instead a faint smile appeared. An heir who craves and has discipline for pure knowledge will go much further than a politician whose mind is filled only with power plays. Good as long as you have your own mind. A person of the Jiang family should live freely. After chatting about family matters and future plans, the conversation naturally turned to the top university. Jiang Yan was about to enter Shumu University. Jiang Yan sat back down in the rattan chair, pulled a pack of unmarked special cigarettes from his pocket, and lit one. Blue smoke curled up, blurring the old man's features. The head of the physics department at Shumu University is the son of an old comrade in arms of mine. By seniority, you should call him uncle, Jiang Yan said, flicking the ash. But I didn't ask him to give you any special treatment. Your 741-point provincial top scorer badge is the strongest background. Our Jiang family doesn't need to resort to cheap nepotism to assert its presence. Jiang Yan nodded. Don't worry, I'm going there to study quietly, not to act like a bully. Even so, Jiang Yan took a drag from his cigarette, a cold glint flashing in his deep eyes. The physics department you want to enroll in has been murky and troubled lately. There are a few little brats relying on their family's connections in the ministries who have turned the pure academic circle into a cliquish, fame-stealing Vanity Fair. The old man's tone grew heavier. When you get there, if you encounter any injustice, handle it with your own methods first. If the other party's background is too deep for you to manage, come straight to the family. Remember, don't start off like a nouveau riche, constantly flaunting the Jiang name, but also never let anyone step. Hearing the words relying on ministry connections to create chaos, Jiang Yan's heart skipped a beat. He knew exactly who the old man was referring to. Just as Jiang Yan was about to steer the conversation further, Jiang Yan, as if discussing a trivial bureaucratic matter, casually dropped a bombshell. Speaking of which, last month the Ministry of Science and Technology submitted a National Outstanding Young Talent Special Support list with a young man named Zhou Wenchang on it. Jiang Yang snorted, his tone filled with obvious displeasure. He claims to have made a significant breakthrough in the field of materials physics. The Ministry of Science and Technology insists on granting him an exception to become a master supervisor along with tens of millions in research funds. Jiang Yang stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray and continued, I had someone investigate discreetly. This kid's paper has polarized opinions in the academic circle. Some say he's a genius, while other old professors privately report that his experimental data simply cannot withstand scrutiny. However, his father Zhou Dehui has worked in the Ministry of Science and Technology for over a decade and is now a deputy minister. He has been forming cliques everywhere and extending his reach far and wide. The old man was merely casually complaining to his grandson about the unhealthy atmosphere within the system. After all, as the supreme authority in the political and legal system, he abhorred such acts of powerful personality. However, these words struck Jiang Yan like a thunderbolt from a clear sky. The hand holding his teacup paused almost imperceptibly in midair for half a second. He had originally been planning, after entering Shumu University, to subtly start from the academic circle, step by step dismantle Zhou Wenchang's position and finally leverage the situation to bring Zhou Dehui down. But he never expected, as fate would have it, that this father and son, in their haste to climb the ladder and gain both political and academic capital, had recklessly submitted that suspiciously fraudulent list directly to his grandfather's desk. It was as if the prey had cleaned its own neck and rammed itself into the barrel of his gun. Grandfather Jiang Chaoyang oversaw the political and legal system. Although he did not directly oversee the Ministry of Science and Technology at his level, what was truly terrifying was never the division of departments, but the very act of attention. Once something was lodged in his mind, as long as concrete evidence emerged later, the so-called deputy minister and the so-called ministry network were nothing but lids that could be flipped open at any time. However, Jiang Yan was not carried away by this sudden opportunity. His first reaction instead was to calmly begin deducing the causal changes of his past and present lives. Was this a butterfly effect caused by his rebirth, or had it originally happened in his past life, but he was then at too low a level to even be qualified to know? Deep in Jiang Yan's eyes, a flicker of hidden chill passed. In his past life, he was just a poor research grunt at Shuemu University, spending all his days in the lab. Let alone contacting someone like Jiang Yan, who stood at the pinnacle of Chinese power. Even a minor leader in the research institute could easily decide his fate. Perhaps in his past life, Zhou Wenchang's so-called outstanding young talent special support list had also been placed on the desks of certain bigwigs. Maybe even a top figure like Jiang Yan had once glimpsed Zhou Wenchang's name in some internal reference or report. Perhaps he had also felt repulsed by the way Zhou Dehui and his son used power to decorate academic glory. But the problem was, there was no substantive evidence. At Jiang Yan's level, any move would affect the whole body. He could not possibly overturn a deputy minister who had deeply entrenched himself in the Ministry of Science and Technology for over a decade with a tangled network of connections just because of a few anonymous reports and some private doubts from old professors. The political and legal system required a chain of evidence. Not suspicion, not disgust, and certainly not intuition. So in his past life this matter might have briefly appeared in some people's sights. But due to the lack of solid enough evidence, and because no one truly capable of linking all the loopholes in Zhou Wenchang's papers, experimental data, and project fund flows had stepped forward, this matter was most likely suppressed in the end, or rather shelved. So Zhou Dehui continued to securely hold his position as Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Science and Technology, and even later rose to become Executive Deputy Minister. Zhou Wenchang continued to wear the cloak of young academic genius, smoothly advancing through Shuemu University and key laboratories. Until 10 years later. Until he reached for the paper that in Jiang Yan's past life was truly capable of transforming the landscape of materials physics. Until the results Jiang Yan had painstakingly produced with his life were brazenly taken by Zhou Wenchang as his own. Thinking of this, the murderous intent in Jiang Yan's heart became even colder and clearer. In his past life, it wasn't that no one had suspected the Zhou father and son. It was just that no one could put a knife to their throats. But this life it was different. He was that knife, that sharp blade that could cut through everything. He not only knew where Zhou Wenchang's disguise would reveal flaws, but also knew the technological paths, experimental logic, and data loopholes in the field of materials physics for the next 10 years. What others could not see through in the papers he could. What others could not catch in the experimental fraud he could. What others could not connect in the chain of interest he could disassemble piece by piece. He even had a system with technology beyond the era. If the Zhou father and son in his past life had been able to continue their arrogance for 10 years because they lacked the one who could truly tear open the window paper, then in this life Jiang Yan would personally tear that window paper to shreds. Moreover, he would strike a vicious blow precisely when they were most proud, most eager to ascend, and most desperate to secure the two labels of academic genius and tech upstart, leaving them no chance to even cry out for injustice. Grandfather's current aversion to the Zhou father and son was just a bomb buried in the power system. And what Jiang Yan needed to do was to connect the fuses of evidence, timing, public opinion, and academic trial one by one, waiting for the day of the explosion. Zhou Wenchang would know what it meant to fall from the clouds into the mud. Zhou Dehui would also know what it meant that the genius son he had personally packaged would eventually become the death charm that dragged down the entire family. Jiang Yan forcefully suppressed the murderous intent surging from his ecstasy. His facial expression control was flawless, with no emotion leaking out, not even a change in his breathing rate. He placed the teacup steadily on the coffee table and asked softly in an objective academic tone, "Grandfather, since the old professors in the circle have all reported, do you think Zhou Wenchang's academic achievements are truly due to talent, or are they just packaged by his father's power to swindle funds?" Jiang Yan glanced at him and shook his head. "I don't understand those complex physics data. I only care about the fairness of the national system. If he really is a genius, then the list can be approved as it is." The old man's eyes suddenly turned sharp as a knife. But if he is truly a fake packaged by his father's power, treating the National Research Fund as his own personal ATM, then this matter will eventually be exposed. Jiang Yan laughed coldly repeatedly. "The day that window paper is torn open, I guarantee that pulling up the radish will bring out the dirt, including his father Zhou Dehui. All of them will be thrown into prison." Such was the confidence of a top power holder. With a solid excuse, crushing a ministry deputy minister was merely a flip of the hand. Jiang Yan sat on the sofa, meeting the old man's sharp gaze. He nodded slightly, his voice as light as if a gust of wind could blow it away, yet carrying a certainty like a death sentence. "Grandfather is right." A cruel curve lifted at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth. Fakes can never become real. That window paper would soon be broken, and it would be him personally chopping it into pieces, one slash at a time. "All right, enough of these unpleasant topics. How about a game of Go with your grandpa?" Jiang Yan pointed to a rosewood chessboard in the corner of the study, a spark of interest flickering in his eyes. "Sure, but I have to warn you, I'm just an average player. Don't complain if my moves are terrible." Jiang Yan rose calmly, walked to the chessboard, and sat down casually, picking up the white stones. As they sat across from each other, the atmosphere in the study shifted. Moments ago, they had been discussing ministerial power and the Ministry of Science and Technology's trivialities, Now it was a grandfather and grandson playing chess, and the mood instantly lightened. Secretary Wu knocked and entered refilling their tea. Seeing them engrossed in the game, he quietly stepped aside. The match began. Jiang Yan, playing black, made the first move, placing a stone on the star point in the upper right corner. His style was bold and sweeping, exuding a domineering sharpness forged through years of military campaigns. Jiang Yan responded unhurriedly. On the surface his moves were conventional, as if he were merely a novice with a basic understanding of the game. But in truth, within his mind, forged by relentless training in advanced physics and higher mathematics, this 19-binatine grid had already transformed into a precise mathematical model. The essence of Go is computational power. Jiang Yan's calculation might not match that of a professional player, but it was more than enough to handle his grandfather. By the time he had placed his first 10 stones, he had already deduced dozens of subsequent moves in his mind. He had not only calculated how to win, but also how to lose and how to draw. His mother Lin Wantang's WeChat reminder flashed through his mind. When you go, your grandpa will surely ask you to play Go. He's very competitive, so you have to subtly let him win. Letting someone win sounds simple, but it is 100 times harder than actually winning. If you let him win too obviously, it would insult a man of his high status and only make him angry. You must do it without a trace, making him feel that after a hard-fought battle, he barely won through his seasoned experience. Only then can you provide the greatest emotional satisfaction. So Jiang Yan began his precise score control. By the middle game, both sides were locked in fierce combat in the center. Jiang Yan deliberately left a hidden flaw in a critical KO fight. This flaw was buried behind 3 consecutive moves invisible to an ordinary player. But with Jiang Qianyang's decades of sharp judgment, a careful analysis would surely reveal it. As expected, Jiang Qianyang frowned, staring at the board for a full 3 minutes. Suddenly his eyes lit up, and he slammed a black stone down, cutting off one of Jiang Yan's large dragons. "Ha! You're still young and reckless, too eager for a quick victory." Jiang Qianyang clapped his hands and laughed, his face glowing with joy as he pointed at the board. "This territory in the center, Grandpa will gladly take it." Jiang Yan put on a timely expression of chagrin, shaking his head with a sigh. "Indeed, ginger is spicier the older it gets. I was too focused on the lower left corner and didn't see your feint. I concede this round." Another round. Winning one game had fully ignited Jiang Qianyang's enthusiasm. Over the next 2 games, Jiang Yan exerted this control to the extreme. Honestly, it was more exhausting than playing normally. In the second game, Jiang Yan didn't let him win too easily. He kept the match tight, finally, narrowly winning by half a point, giving the old man the thrill and tension of a well-matched opponent. In the third game, he deliberately dragged it into a seesaw battle, finally, regrettably, losing by 3 points. 2 wins out of 3, Grandpa won. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Jiang Qianyang tossed his stones into the bowl, raised his teacup, and drained it in one gulp, his face brimming with unrestrained joy. "When I play with my old subordinates, they're all terrified, afraid to beat me. So fake. But playing with you is fun, evenly matched, and thrilling." Jiang Yan quietly tidied the board while responding with a smile. "I gave it my all, burned through half my brain cells, and still couldn't turn the tables. Your layout is too deep, my overall vision still falls short. I still need your guidance in every aspect, Grandpa. After all, you are the anchor of our Jiang family." Jiang Qianyang was immensely pleased by his grandson's seamless flattery, repeatedly praising Jiang Yan's eloquence. Old Wu, standing by, was far more than astonished. As Jiang Qianyang's chief secretary, Old Wu was not only well-traveled, but also a high-level amateur Go player skilled at pleasing his superiors. Others might not see it, but from his god's-eye view, he had observed all 3 games clearly. Old Wu noticed that Jiang Yan, whether in advantage or disadvantage, handled his stones with speed, precision, and ruthlessness. There was no trace of haste or panic. It wasn't the state of a player in a tough battle, but rather like running a program. What made Old Wu's scalp tingle most was the third game. Jiang Yan, within the first 20 moves, had already predetermined the final outcome of losing by 3 points through seemingly casual placements. This kind of monstrous calculation was simply not something a novice could possess. An 18-year-old youth, not only with a genius intellect, but even more terrifyingly with his emotional intelligence and depth of character. He clearly had the ability to crush his opponent completely, yet he could exquisitely control the situation to appear as a well-matched illusion. Without any trace of acting, he effortlessly coaxed a national elder who had weathered countless storms in a... During a break to pour tea, Old Wu couldn't help but glance up at Jiang Yan. At that exact moment, Jiang Yan also raised his eyes, meeting Old Wu's gaze for a second. Those were eyes that saw through everything, as if calmly telling Old Wu, "You've seen through it, but don't say a word." Old Wu's back instantly broke out in a sweat. He quickly lowered his head and continued quietly pouring tea. This 18-year-old young master, with his grasp of human nature and unfathomable depth, was simply terrifying. With a prodigy like him in the Jiang family, as long as nothing went wrong, extending the family's future prosperity was already a certainty. After the game, Jiang Qianyang had to handle some documents and told Jiang Yan to rest for a while. Jiang Yan took out his phone and opened Su King's WeChat. I'm staying at Grandpa's place tonight. Don't wait for me. The message had been sent for less than 3 seconds before the typing indicator blinked. Immediately Su King's reply appeared, yes sir. Wanlu Academy has been fully arranged. The weather forecast says there will be showers in the capital tonight. Please dress warmly. I will be at home ready for your orders at any time. There was none of the clingy whining typical of ordinary girls, nor any intrusive curiosity about where he was. Su Qinghe fully displayed the attributes of a perfectly trained housekeeper. She knew her place clearly. Her sole purpose was absolute obedience to every instruction from Jiang Yan and providing the ultimate service. Jiang Yan read the message, locked his phone, and slipped it into his pocket. A housekeeper who didn't cause trouble was indeed convenient. This kind of emotional bond free of any complications was efficient and pleasing. By evening the setting sun had bathed the entire red-walled compound in a solemn golden hue. Jiang Yan did not take the Maybach he arrived in. Instead, he followed his grandfather Jiang Chuyang into a black Audi A8 with the license plate, Jing A00008. This seemingly inconspicuous license plate on the streets of the capital carried more weight than any multi-million-dollar limited edition supercar. It represented an unspoken absolute privilege. The car drove out of the office area and turned into a large compound near Jingnanhai with no visible signage. But from the security level, sentries every few steps and posts every few paces, it was clearly the residence only for high-ranking state officials. The car stopped in front of a 2-story building of gray brick and red tile. This was the private residence of Jiang Chuyang and his wife. As soon as they entered the living room, the rich aroma of home-cooked food filled the air. An elderly lady with silver hair dressed in an elegant cheongsam and wearing an apron emerged from the kitchen carrying a steaming plate of braised lion's head meatballs. Oh my precious grandson is finally here. Come let grandma see if you've grown taller. The old lattice eyes instantly crinkled into slits upon seeing Jiang Yan. She quickly set down the plate, wiped her hands on her apron, came over, grabbed Jiang Yan's arm, and looked him up and down with boundless affection. Grandma, I'm already 185 meters. If I grow any taller, it'll poke a hole through the roof. Jiang Yan had completely transformed into a cheerful filial boy, putting his arm around his grandmother's shoulder. The evening family banquet was filled only with pure familial affection. There were no examinations at the table, nor any discussion of national affairs, only casual conversation about household matters. Grandmother kept piling food into Jiang Yan's bowl, from braised pork belly to steamed sea bass, until it towered like a small mountain. Yan, now that you've graduated from high school and earned the top provincial score, you're about to start university. There will be many outstanding young women at university. If you meet one who catches your eye, you must seize the opportunity. The old lady, watching her grandson eating with relish, suddenly shifted the topic, launching into the universal elder's ritual of urging marriage. Grandma is telling you, if you meet someone you like, act quickly. Our Jiang family doesn't care about social standing, as long as the girl has good character and a clean family background, and you like her, that's enough. Strive to get married right after university graduation. My old bones are still sturdy enough to help you raise a few great-grandchildren. Faced with this rapid-fire urging, even Jiang Yan, who had lived 2 lives, was unusually caught off guard, choking on his soup and coughing twice. A rare flush of embarrassment and shyness befitting his age crept onto his cheeks. Grandma, I haven't even registered at university yet. How could things be so fast? Besides, matters like this depend on fate, right? Jiang Yan could only force a chuckle and brush it off. At the head of the table, Jiang Chuyang was slowly sipping a cup of Mao Dai. Hearing his wife's words, he set down his cup, his gaze sweeping over Jiang Yan's slightly awkward face, and a meaningful smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Old woman, stop worrying unnecessarily. Jiang Chuyang leisurely picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks, his tone tinged with teasing. Our family's young prodigy is not only sharp-minded, but also quite resourceful. He staged a dramatic scene of rising in anger for a beauty and even managed to play the game of hiding a mistress with perfect finesse. I think without you even urging him, he's already arranged his romantic affairs quite neatly. Bang! Jiang Yan's heart jolted slightly, and he immediately looked up at his grandfather. Jiang Chuyang's gaze was calm and profound, exuding a composed clarity that saw through everything. That single glance not only saw through Jiang Yan's act of kicking down the door and making enemies in international zhuang for Li Yitong, but also failed to escape the eyes of the highest authority in the political and legal system, the professional housekeeper Su Qinghe, hidden in Wanlu Academy. In this country, as long as this stabilizing pillar wished to investigate, no secret could remain hidden from him. Yet Jiang Chuyang's tone carried no hint of reproach. Instead, it held a certain tacit understanding and tolerance between men. For a top-tier aristocratic family like theirs, it was no issue for the heir to have several women, as long as he didn't indulge in hedonism to the point of losing his edge. As long as women didn't affect his speed in drawing a sword or the clarity of his mind, it was merely harmless entertainment. Which capable man wasn't romantic in his youth? If he weren't, would he even be called a young man? Jiang Yan instantly understood his grandfather's meaning. Instead of panicking, he regained his usual composure, lifted his teacup, and made a gesture of respect toward his grandfather. Grandfather's lesson is well taken. But rest assured, I have a clear scale of priorities in my heart. I will never let personal matters disrupt the grand strategy of the Jiang family. It's good that you have a clear mind. Your private life, as long as it doesn't cross the line, no one at home will interfere. Jiang Qiaoyang nodded and drained the wine in his cup. The meal ended in a harmonious atmosphere. After dinner, the sky outside had completely darkened. As the weather forecast had predicted, a fine drizzle began to fall in the capital. The rain pattered against the dense plane tree leaves outside the villa, producing a rustling sound. Jiang Qiaoyang wiped his mouth with a napkin, stood up, and beckoned to Jiang Yan. Yan, follow me to the study on the second floor. This seemingly casual summons caused grandmother, who was clearing the dishes, to pause slightly in her movements. The old lady glanced at her husband's back, then gave Jiang Yan a deep look, a flicker of solemnity in her eyes. She didn't ask any further questions. Jiang Yan followed his grandfather, stepping onto the sturdy solid wood staircase to the second floor. The security level here was even higher than outside. The corridor's dead-angle-free surveillance cameras blinked with faint red lights. Pushing open the door to the private study, the room lacked the heavy official atmosphere of the ground-floor office. On the walls hung several vigorous calligraphy scrolls. In the corner stood a heavy-duty military-grade safe secured with both the dial combination and retinal verification. Jiang Qiaoyang walked over, deftly turned the dial, and with a dull metallic click, the safe door swung open. From the innermost compartment, the old man carefully retrieved an old rosewood box, its surface worn smooth with age and bearing a faint scent of agarwood. Jiang Qiaoyang turned around, walked to the desk, and gently pushed the box in front of Jiang Yan. Then he slowly sat down in his chair, his expression becoming more solemn than ever before. Open it and take a look. Jiang Yan met his grandfather's gaze, reached out, and gently lifted the brass latch on the box. With a click, the lid flipped open. Under the soft light of the study, a breathtakingly deep green instantly met Jiang Yan's eyes. It was a plain pendant, lying quietly on yellowed red silk. There was no excessive carving or intricate pattern, just a simple rectangular piece of jadeite. Its quality was already at the level of old pit glass species, and its color was the purest, most intense imperial green, devoid of any impurities. This jadeite seemed to possess life itself. When light struck it, it glowed and shimmered, the verdant hue flowing as if to seep into one's heart through the gaze. Even Jiang Yan, upon seeing the jadeite, was momentarily captivated. In his past life, he had seen similar. The material value of this jadeite alone was already a rare treasure beyond precise monetary estimation, truly priceless. This was left behind by your great-grandmother. Jiang Qiaoyang said, his voice growing hoarse as he looked at the jadeite, sinking into distant memories. During the war years, conditions were harsh. The Jiang family lost everything except this pendant. Before she passed, your great-grandmother set an unbreakable rule. This pendant is not to be passed to sons or daughters, but only to the most capable and accomplished eldest grandson of each generation of the Jiang family. The old man's gaze slowly shifted from the jadeite to Jiang Yan's face. When your father was admitted to university and entered the officialdom, he also coveted this pendant, but I didn't give it to him, because at that time I felt he wasn't qualified yet. He couldn't bear the banner of the Jiang family. Later, when you were born and your father became governor, he never mentioned it again, and I didn't offer it. Jiang Qiaoyang stood up, placing both hands on the desk, releasing the full aura of the supreme authority of China. In the next 50 years, the great ship of the Jiang family will face even more brutal political games and chaos. Without a helmsman of supreme intelligence, iron-fisted tactics, and absolute clarity of mind, this ship will eventually capsize. Jiang Qiaoyang looked straight into Jiang Yan's eyes, every word resolute and weighty. But today I saw you. Scoring 741 points proves your exceptional intelligence, and your tactics are not lacking. Don't think I, an old man, can't see that you let me win at chess. Add to that your depth no less than those old foxes. Xiao Yan, today your grandfather entrusts this pendant to you. With it, you become the sole undisputed core helmsman of the third generation of the Jiang family. From now on, the entire Jiang family's resources, connections, and power networks will revolve around you. Whether it's your second uncle's military influence or your third aunt's capital in the business world, they must unconditionally support you. This was a complete and definitive designation. In any top-tier aristocratic family, the transfer of power is often accompanied by endless internal strife and conflict. But this jadeite, representing the great-grandmother's last wish and the current patriarch's will, was an invincible sword of authority, clearing away all potential internal disputes within the Jiang family. Jiang Yan looked at the jadeite on the desk, emitting a faint green glow. Unlike the typical junior, he did not hypocritically decline with empty words like, "I'm still young, not experienced enough." Before the throne of power, retreat is cowardice. Jiang Yan stood upright, his expression cold and firm as iron. He reached out with both hands and steadily lifted the rosewood box. "Grandfather, I understand the weight of this pendant. Now that I accept it, I will carry the banner of the Jiang family to the highest point. Whoever blocks the Jiang family's path, I will crush them." Good, good, good. Jiang Yan, seeing his grandson's imposing demeanor, exclaimed 3 times in approval, a light of satisfaction shining in his eyes. The Jiang family had a tiger, and the fierce tiger had been released. At 11 o'clock, deep in the night, the rain in the capital city had ceased, and all was silent. The villa area deep within the Jingnanhai compound was quiet to the point of unreality. Only the occasional footsteps of armed police patrols could be heard from afar, orderly and restrained, carrying a kind of dignity that instinctively silenced ordinary people. Inside the guest room on the second floor, Jiang Yan lay alone on the spacious bed. The light on the bedside table was dimmed low. The imperial green peace plaque, symbolizing the absolute inheritance right of the Jiang family, hung quietly on his chest close to his skin, exuding a gentle coolness. Jiang Yan was not asleep. He was reviewing every detail of today's meeting with his grandparents. Every word from his grandfather. Every glance. Even the half-second pause of the old man's fingers when he handed over the jade was repeatedly dissected in Jiang Yan's mind. This level of power transfer was never as simple as grandfather has high hopes for you. It meant that from today onward the great ship of the Jiang family had truly placed its future course on his shoulders. Just then the system's voice echoed in his mind again. Ding. Detected influence event. The host has successfully conquered the target character, Jiang Yan, through a comprehensive display of intelligence, scheming tactics, and presence. Target character weight depth scanning. Scan complete. Target Jiang Yan, identity determination, supreme controller of the Chinese political legal system, deputy cabinet member, cornerstone of the top-level gatekeeping family, social influence, touching the very foundation of the nation. Influence points settling. With this series of heart-pumping prompts, the golden number representing influence points on the system panel in front of Jiang Yan began to skyrocket upward at a frenzied speed. 100, 1,000, 3,000, 5,000. Finally, the number stabilized at a value that made his pupils contract slightly. Influence points surge 8,000 points. Subsidiary real-world material reward triggered cash flow directly credited 8,000 yuan. 8,000 points. Jiang Yan's originally calm gaze showed a clear change. This reward was too extravagant. After all, he had previously spent tens of millions on a Lamborghini at the International Zhuang Auto Show and bought the top-floor duplex at Wanlu Academy. He had also accepted an interview as the top scholar at No. 2 High School, and at the dinner party he had thoroughly crushed the producer Ma Yu and subdued the future top star Li Yitong. All these events combined had only earned him a few thousand points. But now, simply by gaining his grandfather's recognition and completing the establishment of the family inheritance, he was directly awarded a full 8,000 points. This was weight. This was the heft of a top-tier figure. In the system's logic, influencing an ordinary person and influencing an old man standing at the pinnacle of national power were entirely different concepts. The former was a ripple, the latter a tsunami. Jiang Yan's total points had broken through to nearly 20,000. Jiang Yan opened the system shop. In the system shop, the primary gene optimization fluid, which shimmered with a deep blue light and had always been his primary target, now lit up with a green light indicating it was available for exchange. He could exchange it at any time if he wished. But Jiang Yan did not rush to click the exchange button. He slowly sat up, grasping the imperial green peace plaque on his chest. The cool touch cleared his mind, and an unprecedented grand vision unfolded in his thoughts like a cosmic Big Bang, fully elevating his perspective. In his past life, he had been nothing but a poor student whose thesis was stolen. Before today, his greatest thought had been to find Zhou Dehui and his son Zhou Wenchang, use his wealth and system to trample them into the mud, ruin their reputations, and avenge his death. That was the vengeful instinct of a victim. But now, he held the heirloom token of the most elite gatekeeping family in China and possessed a god-level system capable of altering the course of human technology at any time. He not only wanted the Jiang family to stand higher under his leadership than it had under his grandfather's generation, but also to elevate his own vision to the level of the nation and civilization. Zhou Dehui, Zhou Wenchang. Jiang Yan whispered these two names in the silent night, a cold and contemptuous smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Who did these father and son think they were? How could they be worthy of becoming the lifelong nemesis he pursued? At best, they were nothing but a few rats lurking in the national scientific research system, using public power to line their own pockets and steal the hard work of true researchers. My revenge against you is no longer just about the personal vendetta from my past life. It is to use this as a starting point to uproot the deep-rooted academic parasites like you that hinder China's technological progress. China's scientific and technological resources are not to be tainted by trash like you. Jiang Yan's eyes were frighteningly bright in the darkness. Revenge. No, this was a purge and judgment from the superior to the inferior. Jiang Yan closed the system panel and lay down again. This time free of all distractions, accompanied by the occasional dripping of rain outside the window, he fell into a peaceful sleep. The next morning, Jiang Yan rose early and accompanied his grandparents for a simple breakfast in the dining room. During the meal, Jiang Yan did not bring up family matters again, only urging him to visit them occasionally after registering at Shuimu University. Jiang Yan naturally agreed. After bidding farewell to the elders, Jiang Yan walked out of the red-walled compound that symbolized supreme power. The black Maybach parked outside the compound gate had been waiting for a long time. A driver, Zhao, opened the door, and Jiang Yan sat in the back. Young master, where to? To Wanlu Academy. Yes. The Maybach smoothly drove out of the compound and merged into the capital's morning rush hour traffic. An hour later, the car entered the most luxurious and high-end mansion district in the capital, Wanlu Academy. When Jiang Yan pushed open the door of the top-floor duplex of the billion-yuan king unit overlooking the summer palace, a pleasant stream of constant temperature air greeted him. The indoor humidity, temperature, and fragrance were all adjusted to the most comfortable state. At the entrance, Su Qinghe stood respectfully. She was wearing the custom butler uniform specified by Jiang Yan. The black pencil skirt accentuated her astonishing waist-to-hip ratio in a very alluring manner. Her long straight legs were wrapped in sheer premium black stockings, and she wore 7-centimeter stiletto heels. Her hands were clasped in front of her abdomen, her head slightly lowered, her posture meek, and her sense of propriety perfectly measured. Sir, welcome home. Su Qing's voice was gentle as water, devoid of any affectation. Jiang Yan gave a slight nod of acknowledgement, then changed into slippers with Su Qing's assistance. He then strode straight across the luxurious living room, pushed open the heavy solid wood door of the master bedroom, and locked it behind him with a click. I didn't call you, don't come in. Wait outside, no disturbance. Leaving Su Qinghe standing respectfully in place watching the closed door, a hint of awe flickered in her eyes, and she obediently retreated to the side to await orders. Inside the master bedroom, Jiang Yan drew all the heavy blackout curtains, completely sealing off the light in the room. He walked over to the spacious double bed, sat down, took a deep breath, and instantly summoned the system mall in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he locked his gaze onto the item he had been longing for. Confirm exchange, basic gene optimization fluid. Deduct 10000 influence points. Exchange successful. Remaining points 8951. As the points in his account dwindled, the void before Jiang Yan twisted, and a silver syringe crafted from an unknown material materialized out of thin air, landing in his palm. Inside the syringe was sealed approximately 10 milliliters of a viscous liquid, emitting a mysterious azure glow, as if it contained the power of some celestial body. Jiang Yan gazed at the syringe, but did not act immediately. A conflicted expression flickered across his face. This was no ordinary potion, nor was it a liquid that current human biotechnology could produce. This was the basic gene optimization fluid. Behind those 6 characters lay the direct rewriting of life's fundamental code. Cells, bones, nerves, immune system, and even brain structure could undergo irreversible changes after this single injection. If successful, he would transcend the limits of human physiology and truly possess a body superior to ordinary carbon-based life forms. But what if it failed? Genetic collapse, organ failure, neurological disorders, even instant death. These possibilities were not non-existent. Jiang Yan had never been one to be swept away by blind passion. A decade of scientific research had taught him better than anyone that any modification to the fundamental structure of life could never be entirely without risk. No matter how tempting the system's description, no matter that the exchange price was as high as 10,000 influence points, no matter that this was the thing he had desired most since his rebirth. Before actually piercing the needle into his vein, he still had to ask himself one question. Was it worth it? He was no longer the scientific research grunt of his past life, trapped in a lab and crushed by a single morgue. He was the core of the 4th generation of the Jiang family. His grandfather was a true top-tier existence, his father was a regional governor, his mother was a capital magnate, and his second uncle and third aunt held sway over military, political, and commercial power. He now possessed power and resources that would make ordinary people look up to for a lifetime. His beautiful life had only just begun. If this injection went wrong, wouldn't everything return to zero? The thought had barely surfaced when a cold sneer flashed in Jiang Yan's eyes, and he promptly dismissed it. Humanity's tendency to cling to comfort stems fundamentally from a narrow field of vision. From an ordinary person's perspective, he was indeed already standing on the topmost tier of human society on Blue Star. Money, power, family, women, resources. He had almost everything an ordinary person could dream of. But what if he expanded the scale? What if he no longer confined himself to Huaxia, to Blue Star, to the so-called power structure of human civilization? If he broadened his vision to the solar system, the Milky Way, the entire universe, what was the so-called Jiang family clan, the trillion in capital, the power of a vice cabinet member? Nothing more than territories demarcated by a few ants on a speck of dust. And the system? It could bring him back to life, completely alter the timeline, and change his background and identity. It could settle cash flows out of thin air. It could bypass the real financial system and credit funds directly and legitimately. It could accurately assess a person's future influence weight. And now it could even produce a gene optimization fluid clearly surpassing humanity's existing technological tree by countless generations. Such an existence was simply beyond the explanation of Blue Star's technology. Humanity's current cognitive framework was not even qualified to comprehend it. Jiang Yan slowly narrowed his eyes. If the system truly intended to harm him, it wouldn't need to go through all this trouble. It could bring him back to life, and it could just as easily make him vanish without a trace. It could modify financial flows and influence material generation in the real world, which meant the level it commanded had long surpassed the existing rules of human civilization. Faced with such a dimensional gap, Jiang Yan's so-called precautions were utterly meaningless. An ant worrying about whether the sky might fall and crush it was in itself a laughable arrogance. What he truly needed to ponder was not whether the system had the ability to harm him, but why the system had chosen him. Since it had granted him a second life, given him the influence point system, and placed this potion capable of breaking lives limits before him, it indicated that at least in the current phase the system needed a host who would continuously expand their influence and elevate their status. It was driving him upward, not seeking to destroy him. Moreover, Jiang Yan lowered his head to gaze at the imperial green jade peace talisman on his chest. The cool jade pressed against his skin, bearing the weight of the Jiang family's legacy. It was also the responsibility he had just assumed. If he were content to merely be the heir of a top-tier Blue Star clan, he could indeed stop here. With the Jiang family's protection, the system's cash rewards, and his past life memories, he could indulge in the pleasures of this life. But such a Jiang Yan would be unworthy of this rebirth, and unworthy of the significance of the system's arrival in his life. He had to take revenge. He had to settle scores with Zhou Dehui and his son Zhou Wenchang. He had to tear apart the entrenched parasites within Wuxia's scientific research system. He had to elevate the Jiang family to a higher position. He had to use future technology to truly rewrite the destiny of this nation and even all of human civilization. And all of this required a sufficiently powerful body as its vessel. Power would age. Capital would flow. Connections would change. Only one's own evolution was the most fundamental and inalienable strength. The last trace of hesitation in Jiang Yan's eyes vanished completely. He suddenly smiled. If I don't even dare to take this injection, how can I talk about reaching the summit? The universe is so vast, I can't just be a powerful young master on Blue Star for the rest of my life. As his voice faded, Jiang Yan directly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm and pressed the cold needle tip against the bulging vein on his arm. No disinfection. No hesitation. No turning back. He pressed his thumb with force and mercilessly injected the entire tube of azure liquid into his body. The moment he pulled out the syringe, the silver injector dissolved into a cloud of light and dispersed into the air. He directly rolled up the sleeve of his left arm and pressed the cold needle tip against the bulging vein on his arm. Without any disinfection procedure, Jiang Yan pressed his thumb with force and mercilessly injected the entire tube of azure liquid into his body. The moment Jiang Yan pushed the entire syringe of shimmering blue liquid into his body, he held his breath. His scientific instincts told him that any modification touching the fundamental logic of life, any leap that broke the evolutionary laws of carbon-based organisms over billions of years, could not be accomplished lightly. Genes, cells, nerves, bones. These were not computer programs that could be rebooted with a single click. He had already braced himself for excruciating pain. But strangely, the anticipated tearing sensation did not immediately arrive. The moment he withdrew the needle, the silver injector dissolved into a cloud of light and vanished into the air as if it had never existed. Then a cool sensation spread from the injection site on his left arm. It traveled along the bulging veins, rapidly spreading through his limbs and torso in a perceptible wave-like motion. This coolness was not the bone-chilling cold of plunging into icy water in the dead of winter. Rather, it was like the first gulp of an ice-cold cola on a scorching summer day when you are drenched in sweat. The bubbles and chill rushed down your esophagus, bringing a refreshing coolness all the way to your stomach. A sense of clarity. Utter comfort. Jiang Yan leaned against the headboard and slowly exhaled. He closed his eyes, letting the coolness wander through his body. Wherever the coolness passed, the fatigue accumulated from days of non-stop travel was swept away. He could even feel his heartbeat slowing, yet each pulse grew stronger and more powerful. Jiang Yan almost felt like laughing. He had expected this so-called genetic optimization to be as painful as torture. He felt embarrassed for his earlier nervousness. It seemed that the black technology from the system actually paid attention to user experience. But that thought had barely lingered for half a minute. Then came the change. After circulating through his entire body, the cool sensation converged in the center of his chest, at the location of his heart. The once pleasant coolness began to compress violently, like an ice ball forcibly squeezed into a tiny point, embedding itself deep into his heart. Compressed further, until a critical point was reached. Boom! The ice ball exploded. It was not a physical explosion, but a torrent of agony erupting from the marrow of his bones, from every spiral of his DNA. This pain instantly shot through Jiang Yan's entire body like a high-voltage current. Ugh! A muffled groan escaped his throat. Veins bulged on his forehead, neck, and arms. He clenched his teeth so hard that a metallic taste of blood soon filled his mouth. Pain. Such intense pain. Tens of billions of cells in his body were simultaneously torn apart, shattered, and then brutally reassembled. Every muscle fiber spasmed wildly, his bones emitted faint teeth-grinding creaks, as if countless steel files were scraping the marrow cavity. This agony surpassed the limits of the human nervous system. It was as if an invisible machine had dismantled every cell in his body, ground them to pieces, and then reconstructed them according to a higher specification. Muscle fibers tore. Bones made subtle sounds. Internal organs, blood, nerves, all seemed to be thrust into an evolution furnace that could not be paused. Jiang Yan tried to control his body, but at that moment he could not even lift a finger. His consciousness began to sink. The world before his eyes rapidly darkened. In the last second, only one thought remained in his mind. It said it wouldn't hurt. Bang! Darkness engulfed him, and his consciousness directly cut off. In the silent bedroom, only his heavy, rough breathing, like a bellows, echoed. Meanwhile, within his unconscious body, a terrifying transformation spanning human evolutionary history was quietly unfolding. It proceeded with a violent yet perfect grace. Outside the master bedroom on the top floor of Wanlu Academy, Su Qinghe still maintained the most standard, respectful posture of a personal butler, hands folded in front of her abdomen, waiting silently in the living room. 10 minutes passed. 20 minutes. Half an hour. Her long, straight legs, sheathed in top-quality black stockings, had not shifted even a fraction. But as time went on, a trace of barely concealed unease gradually surfaced in Su Qing's usually calm eyes. The room was too quiet. No footsteps. No sound of water. No phone notification. Even if he were resting, there should have been sounds of taking off his coat, washing, or moving around. But there was no sound at all. Although she had not been with Jiang Yan for long, their close interactions over the past few days had given her a good understanding of his habits. Jiang Yan was not the kind of person to go completely silent after entering a room. Even when resting, there should be some signs of life. But now behind that door it was as if the room was empty. Su Qing's mind was screaming alarms. To her, Jiang Yan's safety was always the top priority. If something happened to him inside, her position as personal butler, not to mention her 3 million annual salary, would be in jeopardy. Su Qinghe finally could not hold back. She stepped forward, raised her hand, and gently knocked twice. Sir. No response. Su Qinghe bit her lower lip, increased the force, and knocked again. Sir, are you in there? Should I bring you a glass of water? Still no sound. Su Qing's expression changed. Ignoring Jiang Yan's earlier order of no disturbance, she slapped her palm against the door, her voice now tinged with obvious urgency and panic. Sir, if you don't answer, I'll go get the spare key. With that, she turned to leave. Just then, Jiang Yan's voice finally came from inside the room. I'm fine. Don't come in. Only 6 words. Crisp, decisive, still in Jiang Yan's usual command. Su Qing's nerves, which had been stretched to the limit, finally relaxed the moment she heard his voice. At least he was all right. At least he was still conscious. But the next second, she sensed something off. Jiang Yan's voice was lower and hoarser than when he had entered an hour ago. It was not the sluggishness of just waking up, but rather the heaviness of a throat strained by intense exertion. The change was subtle. An ordinary person might not have noticed. But Su Qinghe was different. As a personal butler, she had trained herself to observe every detail about his pace, tone, emotional fluctuations, even the faint pressure in his speech. She remembered them all clearly. So she could tell that the Jiang Yan behind the door was not in the same state as before. Su Qing's fingers tightened slightly around the spare key. Her concern had not fully dissipated. She instinctively wanted to ask, "Are you really okay?" But the words died in her throat. Since Jiang Yan had explicitly said, "Don't come in," she should not that was the basic discretion expected of a personal butler. "Yes, sir." Su Qinghe replied softly, her voice lighter than usual. She slowly lowered her hand and retreated to her original position in the living room. But this time she did not. She kept her standard posture, but her gaze involuntarily fixed on the closed master bedroom door. What had happened? Why did his voice sound like he had just recovered from an intense depletion? Su Qinghe did not know, and she dared not guess. The only thing she could do was wait. Wait for Jiang Yan to open that door himself. At this moment, inside the master bedroom, Jiang Yan sat by the bed, his hands casually resting on his parted knees. He lowered his head, scrutinizing his own body with the gaze of one examining a foreign object. The expensive shirt he wore was thoroughly soaked through, mixed with a faint trace of gray impurities clinging tightly to his body and emitting a subtle, unpleasant odor. That was the metabolic waste expelled after the Buddhist violent reshaping. There it is, the legendary pore-purging gene optimization, having the same effect as the marrow cleansing and meridian washing in novels. Jiang Yan remarked. Through the soaked fabric, one could clearly see the astonishing changes in his Buddhist contours. His originally well-proportioned frame had been recarved. He had not turned into the bulky, exaggerated muscles of a bodybuilder, but rather evolved in a direction closer to that of a jungle leopard. It was perfect, streamlined form. Every muscle fiber seemed to have been rearranged and stretched by a divine hand. Tight, long, yet brimming with explosive power, capable of tearing tigers and leopards even in stillness. Jiang Yan slowly raised his right hand, his 5 fingers gradually closing into a fist. Crack, crack, crack. A series of subtle, crisp sounds came from between his knuckles. That was the sound produced by bones and ligaments compressing against each other after bone density was strengthened to the extreme. The sense of power was so intuitive that it left him in awe. In both his past and present lives, Jiang Yan had never felt such surging, intoxicating power. He felt that his current body was like an originally precise supercar that had been completely replaced with a nuclear-powered engine, every cell recharged. Jiang Yan stood up, directly tore off his soaked shirt, tossed it casually on the floor, and walked to the full-length mirror in the walk-in closet bare-chested. When he saw himself in the mirror, even as someone who had lived 2 lives and had long tempered his mind, he paused for 2 seconds. The face was still the same, the bone structure unchanged, still handsome. But the overall aura was completely different. His skin seemed to have been polished, pores nearly invisible. What was most impossible to ignore were his eyes, originally deep pupils, now even darker, heavier. A casual glance at anyone could bring an unbearable sense of oppression. From the inside out, he radiated an indescribable volcanic life force ready to burst forth. Looking at himself in the mirror, Jiang Yan finally smiled. Not bad. Those 10,000 points weren't wasted. Just then the cold mechanical prompt of the divine system echoed in his mind. Ding. Primary gene optimization completion 100. Along with the prompt, a virtual light screen visible only to Jiang Yan popped up, displaying a dense summary of physical data. Bone density increased to 2 times the human limit. Muscle fiber recombination complete. Explosive power and endurance improved by approximately 200. Neural conduction rate optimized. Reaction speed within the top 0.01 of blue star humans. Immune system fully upgraded. Probability of conventional viral and bacterial infections reduced to near 0. Cell metabolism efficiency greatly enhanced. Telomerase activity increased. Aging rate significantly slowed. Estimated lifespan reaches the human limit of approximately 140 years. Looking at this series of data, the smile in Jiang Yan's eyes deepened. This could no longer be called optimization, it was a full-scale evolution of life itself. Now, even without any bodyguards solely relying on this body, he already possessed self-defense capabilities far exceeding ordinary people. However, soon Jiang Yan's gaze fell to the bottom of the summary. There was a red warning line. Note: the optimization process consumed a large amount of stored energy within the host's body and reshaped the digestive system. It is recommended that the host replenish a massive amount of high-calorie food as soon as possible, otherwise hypoglycemic dizziness and muscle damage may occur. Almost the instant he finished reading this warning, growl, Jiang Yan's abdomen suddenly experienced a violent spasm. It was a hunger unlike that of an ordinary person skipping a meal, a fierce, terrifying emptiness, as if a miniature black hole had suddenly opened in his stomach, frantically devouring all available energy in his body. His brow furrowed almost imperceptibly, feeling his stomach uncontrollably sinking. He had to eat, and not just a little. A massive replenishment was needed. Jiang Yan turned and pulled a clean black t-shirt from the closet, casually slipping it on. Even with his stomach burning with hunger, he showed no signs of panic. Before solving the eating problem, he had something more important to verify. The system data was impressive, but data was ultimately just data. True physical changes must be validated through real-world feedback. Endurance, explosive power, recovery speed. He needed a preliminary assessment. And the first person who could provide intuitive feedback was just outside the door. Jiang Yan walked to the master bedroom door, his fingers resting on the handle, pressing down gently. With a soft click, the heavy wooden door opened. Su Qinghe, who had been waiting outside with nerves taut, instinctively looked up at the sound. Sir. She began to speak, but her voice faltered slightly. The Jiang Yan inside the door was still the same familiar face. The eyes, the contours, the height, even the casual black t-shirt he wore. None of it had changed in any dramatic, eye-catching way. Yet Su Qinghe sensed immediately that he was different. The change did not come from outward physical alteration. It was something deeper, more difficult to describe in words. Like a machine already precise enough, having all its parts recalibrated from within. His breathing was steadier. His posture was more relaxed. The muscle tension in his shoulders, neck, back, and arms exhibited a nearly perfect state of coordination. An ordinary person, even standing still, would have many unconscious tiny movements, slight shifts, in center of gravity, shoulders relaxing or tensing involuntarily. But not Jiang Yan at this moment. He simply stood there casually, his center of gravity so stable it was almost unbelievable. It was as if every muscle, every ligament, every breath had been precisely integrated into a more efficient bodily control system. Su Qinghe could not even articulate this feeling, but instinctively she felt that the Jiang Yan standing before her was more dangerous and more commanding than an hour ago. Su Qing's gaze involuntarily fell on Jiang Yan's eyes. Those eyes were still dark and deep, but his pupils were steadier, his gaze clearer. There was no fatigue, no weakness after enduring intense pain, and even the trivial thoughts that an ordinary person would have when awake seemed to have been filtered out. When he looked at someone, his gaze was not fierce, but the level of focus was too high. It was as if he could capture every subtle change in the other person's breathing, heartbeat, expression, and emotions in an instant. Su Qinghe, under his glance, felt her heartbeat skip half a beat. She knew clearly it was not a psychological illusion. Human perception of a powerful life form does not rely solely on vision. Subtle cues from smell, body temperature, breathing, rhythm, microexpressions, muscle state, and even hormone levels are all subconsciously synthesized by the brain. But ordinary people cannot break down these cues. They simply lump them together under one word: present. At this moment, Jiang Yan's aura had indeed transformed. More precisely, his life state had grown stronger. So strong that even if he did nothing but stand there, he would instinctively evoke a sense of oppression in others. Su Qing's throat moved slightly. The questions she had prepared were forcibly suppressed. Jiang Yan lowered his gaze to look at her. He naturally noticed the momentary hesitation and tension in Su Qing's eyes. This gave him a more intuitive assessment of the changes in his new body. The data on the system panel was cold. It was Su Qing's untrained yet extremely acute instinctive reaction that served as the real-world feedback. A faint smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yan's lips. The smile was very subtle, yet carried a newfound ease after transformation. "What are you looking at?" His voice was slightly lower than before. Not hoarse, but the timbre had become deeper and more composed after some optimization of the vocal cords with a more pronounced chest resonance. The same words, when spoken by him, naturally carried an undeniable weight. Su Qinghe finally realized she had lost her composure. She immediately lowered her head, resuming the obedient demeanor befitting a private butler. "I apologize, sir. I just thought. You look much better in spirit." This was the most restrained and safest statement she could find. Jiang Yan glanced at her indifferently. Su Qinghe was very clever. She did not ask further. She did not attempt to probe what had happened inside the door. She precisely expressed the changes she observed while maintaining a boundary that would not cross the line. This pleased Jiang Yan. He leaned against the doorframe and said with a smile, "Come in." These two words stood in stark contrast to the earlier instruction, "Don't come in," given through the door. In this luxurious and secluded penthouse duplex at Wanlushiyuan, Su Qinghe, as a thoroughly purchased asset, understood exactly what those two words signified. "Yes." Su Qinghe lowered her head and obediently stepped into the master bedroom, which was permeated with a masculine scent. Bang! The door was casually closed behind her by Jiang Yan, making Su Qinghe feel like a lamb fallen into the wolf's den. In the enclosed bedroom, Jiang Yan's presence was amplified infinitely. It was a scent of pure top-tier male pheromones refined through genetic remodeling, extremely aggressive. Though invisible and intangible, it seized all of Su Qing's senses like a tangible force. She felt her mouth go dry and her heart race. Looking at the man standing tall and straight like a pine, the admiration and infatuation deep in her eyes nearly overflowed into substance. It was as if every cell in her body instinctively yearned to submit. Jiang Yan reached out and wrapped his arm around Su Qing's slender waist. Too light, too soft. Jiang Yan clearly sensed the terrifying power contained in his bones, and he even had to deliberately suppress and restrain himself to avoid hurting her fragile ribs with that grip. His gaze moved downward, resting on Su Qing's long, shapely legs tightly encased in the premium black stockings of her high-end butler uniform. Without any superfluous words, Jiang Yan's large hand suddenly exerted force along the side of her thigh. Rip! The sound of tearing enough to set one's blood boiling exploded in the spacious room. The Balenciaga worth 3,000 yuan was instantly torn, revealing large patches of fair, delicate skin. His hand continued upward, tearing more places. Before she could steady herself, an irresistible, formidable force lifted her with a single hand and tossed her directly onto the bed. Jiang Yan's tall figure immediately followed, closing in. Su Qing's mind went completely blank. The next 2 hours completely shattered and reshaped Su Qing's understanding of Jiang Yan. If the previous Jiang Yan was already formidable, now he was almost beyond the realm of normal human beings. Jiang Yan transformed into a tireless, perpetual motion machine. He began to test the piston capacity of this body in all aspects, switching through multiple high-difficulty positions over 2 hours. By the end, Su Qinghe had no strength left even to beg for mercy. She was like a limp rag, completely drained of all the bones in her body, lying utterly collapsed on the wide bed. Her hair soaked with sweat clung messily to her flushed cheeks, her eyes unfocused. Her lips were slightly parted, gasping for breath. She couldn't even lift a pinky finger, left only with the exhaustion and satisfaction of a near-death rebirth. In contrast, the instigator Jiang Yan sat casually on the edge of the bed, smoking a cigarette, his black eyes glinting with lucidity. Even after enduring a 2-hour high-intensity physical exertion involving countless difficult positions, the rise and fall of his chest showed no sign of disorder, except for being very hungry. His breathing was as steady as if he had just finished a simple warm-up exercise without even a single drop of sweat. His terrifying recovery rate meant that any lactic acid produced in his body was instantly broken down by his powerful metabolic system. Jiang Yan looked down at Su Qinghe, who was now completely incapacitated and unable to speak. Expressionless, he turned around, picked up an unopened bottle of mineral water from the bedside table, twisted off the cap, tilted his head back, and took 2 gulps. The cool water flowed down his throat. He set down the bottle, cracked his knuckles, and felt the terrifying power that still surged abundantly through every limb and joint. This feeling of power, as if he could control everything and never tire, was utterly intoxicating. Qualified. Jiang Yan looked at his own hands and muttered a two-word evaluation. This was not a comment on Su Qinghe, of course, but a praise for his new body, which had undergone a genetic leap after consuming one of his 0 influence points. Meanwhile, Su Qinghe, lying on the bed, gazed at his broad back etched with perfect muscle lines, her eyes filled with infatuation. She could no longer hear what he was saying. After the physical fitness test, Jiang Yan's hunger swelled with alarming intensity. Mere moments ago, it had been overshadowed by an overwhelming desire, making it seem far less acute. Now, however, that hunger, once merely intense, had after such a drain of physical energy undergone a radical shift from quantity to quality, a metamorphosis of sheer magnitude. At this moment, Jiang Yan's stomach felt less like an organ of digestion and more like a gravitational singularity collapsing with furious hunger. The genetic optimization fluid had rewritten his cellular metabolism, reinforcing his bones, muscles, nerves, and immune system, while simultaneously draining almost all the sugar and fat originally stored in his body. Coupled with the high-intensity exertion, just now his body had begun to send red alerts to his brain. His blood sugar was plummeting dangerously. He could even feel a slight numbness creeping into his extremities. Jiang Yan knew all too well that this was no small matter. If he delayed further, his body might begin breaking down its own proteins for energy. Jiang Yan did not hesitate. He immediately pulled a thin cashmere blanket from the dressing room and casually draped it over that alluring yet now limp figure. He picked up the remote control and raised the room's air conditioner temperature by 1 degree to prevent her from catching it. After completing these seemingly casual actions, he did not pause for a moment. He strode out of the master bedroom and headed straight for the open kitchen of the duplex mansion. Opening the 6-figure built-in double-door, temperature-controlled refrigerator, Jiang Yan made no fuss. He simply grabbed a 2-liter bottle of whole milk, twisted off the cap, and tilted his head back to drink. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The 2 liters of milk were almost drained in one go. The cold liquid landed in his stomach, yet it was like a few drops of water crashing into a parched desert. Instantly, it was absorbed without a trace by that terrifying digestive system, not even enough to make a ripple. There was no feeling of fullness. It didn't even qualify as relief. Not enough. Far from enough. He quickly opened a storage cabinet and rummaged out 6 compressed, high-protein energy bars meant for post-workout recovery. Tearing open the wrappers, he barely chewed before swallowing them down with the remaining half bottle of mineral water. The milk and energy bars entered his stomach. That maddening emptiness was suppressed for less than a minute before it came surging back with even greater ferocity. The sensation was excruciating, as if someone were scraping his stomach lining with a spoon. Jiang Yan tossed the wrappers into the trash, his brows furrowing. He understood completely. The initial transformation had consumed too much of his stored energy. Ordinary food could never satiate this body. A genetically optimized body required energy of much higher density. He needed meat. Large quantities of fresh meat. High in fat, protein, and calories. He needed a meal large enough to continuously supply high-dimensional energy. A true energy replenishment feast. Jiang Yan glanced at the time. It was now 1130 in the morning. It was the prime lunch hour. Jiang Yan took out his phone and started scrolling to find a good buffet restaurant. 30 minutes later, the handle of the master bedroom door finally turned slowly. Su Qinghe mustered the last shred of her strength, supporting herself on the doorframe, and walked out with unsteady steps that felt like treading on cotton. She had already taken a shower and changed into a decent casual women's outfit. However, her pale complexion and the slight trembling of her calves due to exhaustion still betrayed her terrible condition. When she saw Jiang Yan already dressed and sitting on the sofa waiting for her, he said, "Go change into some going-out clothes. Hurry up, you're coming with me to eat." Jiang Yan showed no hint of tender sympathy for her current state. Su Qing's body reflexively obeyed the command. She turned around and returned to the dressing room, quickly changing into a decent women's dress suit. 10 minutes later, they walked side by side into the private underground garage. Jiang Yan slid into the driver's seat of a matte black Lamborghini SVJ63. Su Qinghe sat in the passenger seat, her posture still submissive. Jiang Yan did not start the car immediately. With one hand on the steering wheel, he said calmly, "Make a phone call." Still holding the steering wheel with one hand, Jiang Yan instructed flatly, "Use the dedicated customer service number on the back of my CCB Centurion Black card." Su Qinghe was momentarily taken aback. She had thought Jiang Yan would have her call the restaurant directly, but the next second she understood. Ordinary people call restaurants to make reservations. Those who truly stand at the top of the pyramid never waste their breath bargaining with some restaurant receptionist. They mobilize an entire service system that revolves around top-tier clients. Jiang Yan casually pulled the heavy black card from his wallet and handed it to Su Qinghe. The card was pitch black with a subtle metallic sheen along its edges. There were no flashy decorations. Only the CCB logo and the string of digits that symbolized status and wealth. When Su Qinghe took the card, her fingertips instinctively tensed. She knew very well that this card was no ordinary credit card. In this country, those who could obtain a black card of this caliber could no longer be described simply by the word wealth. The bank's vetting process considers not only assets, but also the client's family background, social connections, capital scale, political safety, and long-term financial value. Jiang Yan said indifferently, "Tell them I'm going to eat at the global buffet on the top floor of Guamao Phase 3. The best seat. Within half an hour. Understood." "Understood, sir." Su Qinghe immediately lowered her head, found the short, dedicated customer service number on the back of the card and dialed. The call was answered almost instantly. A gentle, professional female voice came through the receiver. "Greetings, esteemed CCB Centurion Black Card VIP. This is the Private Banking Concierge Center. How may I assist you?" Su Qinghe tried to steady her voice. "Hello, I am Mr. Jiang Yan's personal butler. Mr. Jiang needs to dine at the global buffet on the top floor of Guamao Phase 3. He requests the best view and the quietest seat for two. Estimated arrival within half an hour." The customer service representative's tone had been standardly polite, but after hearing the name, Jiang Yan, she paused noticeably for half a second. The pause was subtle. An ordinary person might not have noticed it, but Su Qinghe keenly caught it. Immediately after, the representative's voice became markedly more deferential. "Please hold, Miss Su. Mr. Jiang's service privileges are at the highest tier. I will transfer you immediately to the private banking headquarters, high net worth client service department." Su Qing's heart trembled slightly. She had not given her name, yet the representative had accurately addressed her as Ms. Su. This meant that simultaneous with Jiang Yan's use of this card, the CCB service system had already established a personal service profile revolving around him. Even she, the freshly appointed personal butler, had been included in the list of recognized contacts. Such was the terrifying efficiency of a top-tier financial system. The call was transferred. After a few seconds, the voice on the line changed to that of a steady middle-aged man. "Ms. Su, hello. I am Zhou Yuanshan, Deputy General Manager of the Private Banking Headquarters, High Net Worth Client Service Department of CCB. We have received Mr. Jiang's dining request. Please inform Mr. Jiang that the seating arrangement will be handled by us. There will be no delay to his meal." Upon hearing this title, Su Qing's heart skipped a beat. Deputy General Manager of the Private Banking Headquarters, High Net Worth Client Service Department. A figure of such rank, when placed before ordinary wealthy individuals, would be a bank executive requiring an appointment to meet. Yet now he had personally answered Jiang Yan's dinner reservation call. And Zhou Yuanshan's next words made Su Qinghe realize that the matter was far from being simply because of a black. "Additionally, Miss Su," Zhou Yuanshan's tone grew increasingly reverent. "Chairman Lin has had a long-term strategic partnership with our bank, and Dingxin Capital is also one of our most important institutional clients. As Chairman Lin's son, Mr. Jiang, and also our bank's highest-tier private banking client, we will open a dedicated service channel exclusively for Mr. Jiang. For Mr. Jiang's high-end lifestyle services nationwide. Dining, travel, hotels, clubs, healthcare, legal consultation, cross-border payments, and so forth. They can all be coordinated directly through me or my dedicated secretarial team. There's no need for you to contact the merchants yourself." Su Qing's fingers tightened slightly around her phone. "Chairman Lin, Dingxin Capital, Mr. Jiang." These words, spoken by Zhou Yuanshan, made her acutely aware of the vast, suffocating network of resources behind Jiang Yan. So-called top-tier service wasn't about the client begging for favors. It was about others proactively paving the way for him. Jiang Yan sat in the driver's seat, his expression perpetually indifferent, as if all of this were merely his due. Su Qinghe took a deep breath and said softly, "All right, President Zhou. I will relay this to Mr. Jiang." Zhou Yuanshan didn't hang up. He seemed to have already, while still on the call, instructed his secretary to look up the actual operator of the top-floor restaurant at China World Tower 3. Moments later, the sound of keyboard clicks and low-voiced work instructions came from the other end of the line. After less than 2 minutes, Zhou Yuanshan spoke again. "Ms. Su, it's been arranged. The China World Global Center will immediately secure the most central spot in the top-floor global buffet landscape seating area for Mr. Jiang. The General Manager's office of the Global Center will personally liaise with the restaurant manager. Additionally, I will temporarily assign a CCB private banking concierge secretary for Mr. Jiang. Her name is Shunji Xia. She is currently near China World and can arrive at the underground garage to welcome Mr. Jiang within 10 minutes. If Mr. Jiang is satisfied, she can also be designated as his long-term lifestyle concierge secretary." Su Qing's heart jolted once more. This was the response speed of a top-tier bank for a super client. It wasn't just about booking a table. It was directly leveraging bank relationships to contact the management of China World Global Center, who then pressured the restaurant. Simultaneously, they casually arranged an on-site dedicated secretary. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Yan didn't even need to say a word. Su Qinghe instinctively looked at Jiang Yan. He merely leaned back in the driver's seat, one hand resting on the steering wheel, his expression so calm it bordered on cold. As if all of this wasn't worth a second glance. Suppressing the turmoil within, Su Qinghe said into the phone, President Zhou, Mr. Jiang will arrive in half an hour. Very well, Miss Su. Zhou Yuanshan's tone was respectful. Please rest assured. Everything will be properly arranged before Mr. Jiang arrives. If there is any discourtesy during the process, you can call my personal number directly at any time. I will send Shinzixia's contact information to your phone shortly. The call ended. In less than 5 seconds, Su Qing's phone received a text message. CCB Private Banking Concierge Secretary Shinjixia, Tel 138, en route to China World Tower 3 Underground Garage to welcome Mr. Jiang. Immediately after, another message popped up. Zhou Yuanshan, Miss Su, this is my personal number. Please feel free to contact me anytime if Mr. Jiang has any needs. Su Qinghe stared at the two messages, a deeper layer of awe settling in her eyes. Just minutes ago, she had been instinctively worrying about whether the restaurant had any tables available or if cutting the line would be refused. Now she realized how low her perspective had been. At Jiang Yan's level, concepts like reservations, queues, and no tables simply weren't issues. The only question was whether he wanted to go, and whether the people beneath him were qualified enough to handle it properly. Sir, everything has been arranged, Su Qinghe reported in a low voice. Vice President Zhou Yuanshan of the CCB Private Banking High Net Worth Client Service Department personally coordinated with the China World Global Center. The restaurant will reserve the best seat in the top floor landscape area for you. Additionally, CCB has dispatched a dedicated concierge secretary Shinjixia to welcome you at the China World Tower 3 Underground Garage. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yan merely nodded faintly. Not bad. A light dismissive comment. Yet it felt like a score casually given by someone standing at the apex of the pyramid to the entire financial service system. Su Qinghe lowered her head, her mind unable to find peace for a long time. The more she interacted with Jiang Yan, the more clearly she realized that the so-called wealth he possessed was merely the surface. What was truly terrifying was that every massive system proactively identified him, served him, and sought to please him. The bank did. Capital did. The restaurant did. It would be the same everywhere. At noon in the capital city, sunlight refracted harshly off the glass curtain walls of skyscrapers. A top-tier Lamborghini supercar exuding an imposing aura came to a steady halt in the luxurious, opulent underground reserve parking spot at China World Tower 3. The doors rose upwards like scissors, and Jiang Yan stepped out with long strides. Su Qinghe quickly got out from the passenger seat, following closely behind Jiang Yan, not daring to step out of line. Not far away, a young woman in a dark gray professional suit was already waiting by the elevator entrance. She also appeared to be about 26 or 27, with exquisite makeup and a capable demeanor, holding a tablet computer. Seeing Jiang Yan exit the car, she immediately quickened her pace to greet him, bowing slightly. Hello, Mr. Jiang. I am Shinjixia, the CCB Private Banking Concierge Secretary. President Zhou has briefed me. From now on, I will be responsible for assisting you with this meal and all temporary concierge matters within the capital city. Her posture was humble, but not fawning. It was a professional restraint honed by top-tier private banking systems. Jiang Yan gave her a brief, indifferent glance. Shinzixia's body tensed slightly. Just that one look made her feel a sense of pressure. Lead the way. Yes, Mr. Jiang. Shinjixia immediately turned to guide him. At the same time, several restaurant executives in crisp suits and white gloves were already waiting by the elevator. Leading them was an exceptionally obese, middle-aged man, the restaurant's general manager, Wang Wei. The moment he saw Jiang Yan's aura, his small eyes, squeezed into slits by his fat, instantly lit up. He had been in this industry for over a decade and had seen countless wealthy individuals. But a young master like Jiang Yan, who had the ingrained ease of being born at the top etched into his very bones, was truly rare. Moreover, that black card represented not just money, but something deeper. Young Master Jiang. Hello. I am Wang Wei, the general manager of this restaurant. To have a distinguished guest of your status grace us is the utmost honor for our establishment. Wang Wei practically greeted him with a 90-degree bow. Without even a glance, Jiang Yan merely uttered 2 words, lead the way. His mind was consumed by a single thought: eat. The madly collapsing black hole in his stomach was nearly devouring his rationality. He could even feel his powerful muscle fibers screaming silently with a desperate need for energy. Yes, yes, yes. This way, young Master Jiang. Wang Wei quickly sidestepped, personally holding the elevator door open and pressing the button for the exclusive private elevator that went straight to the top floor. This elevator was usually not open to the public, accessible only to board-level executives or VIPs. Holding the elevator ascended smoothly. Through the panoramic glass, the bustling capital city lay sprawled out in ding. The elevator doors slid open slowly at the top floor. Before them lay an opulent French classical decor, the epitome of luxury. Above hung a dazzling chandelier of hundreds of Swarovski crystals. Beneath their feet lay a thick, soft, hand-woven Persian rug. The air carried faint traces of premium fragrance and the seductive aroma of top-tier ingredients. At this moment, quite a few people were seated in the restaurant's waiting area by the front desk. These were guests of wealth and status who had secured their reservations far in advance. Among them were some moderately famous rich second-generation heirs from the capital's social circles and bosses worth tens of millions. They held their number tags listlessly waiting to be called. When they saw the elevator doors open and the general manager Wang Wei personally bending over like a servant leading out an incredibly young black-clad youth, the entire waiting area fell silent for a moment. Then hushed murmurs arose. Who's that? Fatty Wang personally coming out to receive him. Never seen him before. Which top-tier young master from the capital? Isn't this restaurant supposed to never allow line jumping? Even some officials have to wait their turn. Depends on who it is. Rules are rules for ordinary people, but for those at the very top, they're just procedures. See those two women behind him. Their looks and demeanor are flawless, yet they have to follow behind him. This identity, it must be truly sky-high. Amid the crowd's shocked, envious, and jealous gazes, Jiang Yan looked straight ahead, completely ignoring everyone. He stepped onto the soft carpet and strode into the deepest part of the restaurant. By the floor-to-ceiling windows, the seat with the best view had been vacated. The guest who had been sitting there was asked to leave by Wang Wei under the pretext of emergency system maintenance requiring urgent repairs, with a free meal and tenfold compensation. All to free up the spot for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan sat down on the wide, comfortable, genuine leather sofa. Su Qinghe and Shun Jixia stood respectfully by his side, not daring to take a seat. Both of you sit to go get yourself something to eat. Yes, sir. Su Qinghe, as if granted amnesty, sat at the farthest edge of the opposite side. Shun Jixia appeared more composed, but the wariness in her eyes had not dissipated. General Manager Wang Wei personally fetched a thick menu with a gold-embossed cover, handed it with both hands to Jiang Yan, and said with a fawning smile, "Young Master Jiang, although ours is not a pointentious buffet, to ensure your dining experience you don't need to fetch any dishes yourself. Just select from the menu and our staff will bring them to your table. We've just had a fresh airlift of Japan's top-grade Wagyu beef and deep-sea Antarctic king crab." Enough. Jiang Yan didn't even take the menu. Leaning back on the sofa, he said directly, "Listen carefully to my following requirements." Wang Wei immediately straightened his back as if receiving a military command. "Except for desserts, vegetables, and staple foods. Bring me every meat dish on your menu. The top-grade Wagyu seafood, caviar, Iberico ham. All of it." Wang Wei was taken aback, but quickly nodded. "All right, young Master Jiang. For 3 people, right? He'll instruct the kitchen immediately." "I didn't say for 3. Jiang Yan tapped the table lightly with his finger, a fire of extreme hunger burning in his dark eyes. "Bring me the largest portion your restaurant offers, starting with a standard serving for 20. As soon as he said this, not only the general manager Wang Wei, but even Su Qinghe and Shun Jixia, who had been sitting upright across from him, widened their eyes in shock. "T20 servings." Wang Wei's tongue nearly tripped, and cold sweat beaded instantly on his forehead. This was top-tier ingredients, not the cheap synthetic meat from street stalls. Every Wagyu steak weighed a full 400 grams, and the seafood platters were piled like small mountains. 20 servings of meat would total dozens of pounds. Even a lion couldn't eat that much in one meal. "Young Master Jiang, are you joking?" Wang Wei swallowed his saliva and probed cautiously, worried that he might have offended this top-tier young master, and that the young man was deliberately causing trouble. Jiang Yan's gaze darkened. "Do I look like I'm joking? If I tell you to serve, just serve. Don't worry about whether I can finish it. Bill pay per item as ordered." "Yes. Yes, yes." Young Master Jiang, calm down. "He'll arrange it immediately." The whole kitchen fires up, with Jiang Yan saying so. Wang Wei dared not ask another question, and almost ran all the way to the kitchen, although he couldn't understand why a seemingly well-built youth would order so much meat. In the face of Jiang Yan's terrifying status, even if Jiang Yan wanted to eat his own flesh raw, Wang Wei would have to cut it off himself, grill it, and serve it. Under General Manager Wang Wei's frantic pig slaughter-like shouting, the entire kitchen, like a tightly wound war machine, went into full throttle. All the top chefs who had been preparing dishes for other guests were forcibly stopped from their current tasks. All the stoves and premium ingredients were concentrated solely for serving that one table of honored guests. Within 15 minutes, one after another pure silver luxury carts were wheeled to Jiang Yan's table by well-trained waitstaff. Thick-cut premium Wagyu steaks, their surfaces seared to a crisp golden brown, while the inside remained a seductive pink. Juices oozing, emitting the ultimate aroma of exploding fat. Piles of Alaskan king crab legs, snow-white meat glistening translucent. Iberico black pork, ham sliced as thin as cicada wings, as delicate as marble patterns. And there were French oysters, each as large as an adult's palm, arranged on pure white ice topped with black caviar. A long table wide enough for 10 people to dine together was instantly filled to the brim with these glistening meats, leaving no space even for a glass of water. The other guests, who had been leisurely sipping red wine, were all dumbfounded. Is this a reincarnated starving ghost? How can he possibly finish all that? Definitely just showing off wealth. These rich second-generation kids are getting more brainless by the day, wasting food like this. It's an insult to the chef's hard work. Such a display in a high-end restaurant. It's really ridiculous. Just wait and see how he ends up. The surrounding self-styled upper-class society threw contemptuous and gleeful glances at Jiang Yan. In their eyes, this way of ordering was the mindless act of a nouveau riche trampling on the elegance of a fine dining establishment. Unrefined, ungraceful, and utterly unsuitable for the restaurant's atmosphere. Yet Jiang Yan paid no heed to the murmurs around him. At this moment his eyes were only on the high-density energy before him. Jiang Yan had no time to leisurely cut with a knife and fork. His genetically reshaped wild instinct upon seeing these meats completely tore off the hypocritical veneer of civilization. He directly grabbed an entire Wagyu steak, a full half-pound dripping with hot juices, and without hesitation stuffed it into his mouth, biting down fiercely. Crunch. One bite, mouthful of flowing fat. The melt-in-your-mouth fat of the top-grade Wagyu burst with astonishing heat under his powerful chewing muscles. Jiang Yan ate extremely fast, so fast it created a visual illusion. But strangely he made no. All the chewing and swallowing flowed smoothly like a precision machine. It was not a person eating. More like a highly efficient energy furnace wrapped in human skin, calmly completing its refueling. One steak disappeared in 30 seconds. A king crab leg weighing over a pound. He squeezed it casually, and the hard shell instantly shattered. The entire strip of crab meat sucked into his mouth. Plate after plate of high-calorie food vanished like stones thrown into the sea, being filled into that terrifying bottomless black hole. The most unbelievable thing was that no matter how much he ate, his abdomen showed no sign of bulging. Those foods seemed to enter his stomach and were instantly broken down at high speed by some terrifying digestive system, transformed into the purest energy, then through the blood delivered into every muscle fiber, filling the enormous energy deficit left by the genetic reshaping. Su Qinghe, sitting across the table, gently tapped her knife and fork against the plate, producing a crisp sound. She stared blankly at the man before her. Her beautiful eyes were filled with shock. She finally understood why Jiang Yan's physical endurance was terrifying to such an extent. He could keep going for 2 hours without stop. He could no longer be measured by normal human standards. How could a normal person devour so much meat in just over 10 minutes? Shen Jixia, sitting beside her, was equally upright. She had undergone the strictest private banking etiquette training. Even when facing a client worth tens of billions, she could maintain a professional smile. But now her composure nearly crumbled on the spot. This scene had exceeded the bounds of her service experience. It even surpassed her understanding of humanity. The diners around, who had originally been watching for amusement, now fell completely silent. The entire restaurant fell into an eerie dead silence. Everyone stared at the black-clad youth who was eating with frenzied abandon as if they had seen a ghost. Is he even human? Is his stomach connected to an alternate dimension? I just saw him eat at least 6 steaks. 6. You're missing half of it. Even the French chef, who had once won the gold medal at the World Culinary Competition and had always been highly self-regarding, couldn't help but rush out from the kitchen. He stood not far away, watching his meticulously prepared top-quality ingredients being devoured by Jiang Yan like a whirlwind. His expression shifted from initial anger to daze and finally utterly collapsed. It ultimately turned into a complete doubt about life. Half an hour later, when the last oyster was poured into Jiang Yan's mouth and swallowed with an expressionless face, the long table that had been piled high with food was now left with nothing but a stack of empty plates, as if it had been swept clean by a plague of locusts. Not a single drop of meat juice remained. A full 20 servings of premium meat, high-protein, high-fat food weighing over 10 kilograms in total. All of it had gone into Jiang Yan's stomach alone. Phew! Jiang Yan slowly exhaled. He picked up the white napkin and leisurely wiped the corner of his mouth. As the last bit of food was transformed into energy, Jiang Yan felt the raging weakness inside his body finally vanish completely. Replacing it was an unprecedented fullness and abundance. It was as if every cell was cheering, every nerve leaping. A faint, impossibly healthy glow radiated across. The power contained in his muscles had reached the 100% peak state after genetic remodeling. Jiang Yan let out a low chuckle. Now that's more like it. At that moment, ding, detected that the host's behavior has caused a strong counterintuitive cognitive shock among the surrounding high-net-worth individuals. Affected targets include restaurant general manager, Michelin-level head chef, wealthy diners, personal butler, private banking concierge secretary. Target group's worldview suffered a violent shock. Jiang Yan's eyes flickered. The system prompt continued, calculating the scope of cognitive shock impact. Target group, weighted calculation complete. Influence point. Jiang Yan's eyebrows slightly raised. He had originally simply wanted to fill his stomach and replenish the terrifying energy required by this new body after the genetic leap. Yet he didn't expect that this purely instinctive biological behavior would inadvertently succeed. It directly created a large-scale cognitive nuclear explosion in a top-tier restaurant. 1,500 points. This windfall came almost too easily. After Jiang Yan's personal physical fitness surpassed human common sense, this body itself became a deterrent weapon of influence. Jiang Yan casually tossed the napkin onto the table and slowly stood up. In the instant he stood up, Su Qinghe, sitting opposite, uncontrollably shuddered. In her line of sight, Jiang Yan hadn't done anything at all. But when she straightened her body, she actually felt the surrounding air become tight-pressed by the extremely abundant vitality inside his body. What kind of terrifying monster was hidden inside that slender body? Let's go. Jiang Yan glanced down at her with a superior look. Yes, sir. Su Qinghe suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly grabbed her handbag, and followed in her high heels. Now she barely dared to look directly at Jiang Yan's back. Shen Jixia also immediately stood up. Her professionalism allowed her to quickly regain her composure. But the look in her eyes when she glanced at Jiang Yan held more unrestrained shock than when she had arrived. Seeing Jiang Yan preparing to leave, Wang Wei, the general manager who had been standing there in a daze, suddenly snapped to attention as if someone had pressed a switch. He rushed forward in 3 long steps. The muscles on his chubby face twitched uncontrollably from shock. Young Master Jiang, have you eaten well? Wang Wei's voice was trembling. The way he looked at Jiang Yan now was no longer as if he was looking at some young master from a wealthy family. He was clearly looking at an unknown creature disguised in human skin. A person who had eaten dozens of jin of meat without being bloated to death. His stomach hadn't even bulged noticeably. Who would believe this if it were told? Check please. Jiang Yan pulled the black gold card from the inner pocket of his trench coat. He held the card between 2 slender fingers and casually handed it to Wang Wei. No need. Wang Wei was so frightened that he waved his hands repeatedly. Cold sweat had long soaked his shirt from the back. How would he dare to take money from such a person? Not to mention the unfathomable top-tier clan power behind Jiang Yan. Just his superhuman eating ability alone today had completely shattered Wang Wei's psychological defenses. This kind of person, even if he merely breathed a bit heavier, Wang Wei felt his life was in danger. Young Master Jiang gracing our restaurant with his presence is a tremendous honor for us. Today's meal is on the house for you, sir. I only hope young Master Jiang will look favorably upon us in the future. Wang Wei bowed and scraped with an attitude of extreme subservience. Jiang Yan looked at him, his voice turning cold. In my life, I've never had the habit of letting others treat me to a free meal. Take it. Just 2 simple words. Yet they carried an undeniable pressure. He dared not utter a single no again and took the black gold card with both hands. A few minutes later, the meal bill as high as 15800 yuan was charged. To ordinary people, that was the cost of a family car. But on this black gold card with its extravagant credit limit, it didn't even make a ripple. Wang Wei returned the black gold card to Jiang Yan with both hands. Then he personally led the way, escorting Jiang Yan, Su Qinghe, and Shen Jixia into the private elevator. The moment the elevator doors closed, Wang Wei bowed deeply, not daring to lift his head for a long time, until the elevator numbers started descending. The previously silent restaurant seemed to have its play button pressed again. It instantly erupted. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. Is this even human? 20 servings. That's 20 servings of pure meat. I saw with my own eyes as he swallowed every last bit. Are his intestines made of steel? Quickly find out what that person's background is. The wealthy people who prided themselves on having seen the world had completely abandoned their dignity at this moment. Every face was etched with lingering shock. This scene today was destined to become the most outrageous and least read to spread anecdote on their dinner tables for the rest of their lives. As for the French chef standing in place, he stared blankly at the table full of clean, almost impossibly empty plates. He kept muttering a French phrase neurotically, the devil. That's the hungry devil crawling out of hell. Inside the Guemao underground parking garage, Jiang Yan along with the other 2 returned via the direct elevator. Su Qinghe walked at the rear. Despite her utmost effort to control her gait and maintain the flawless poise of a top-tier personal butler, her long legs encased in flesh-toned stockings trembled uncontrollably. The harrowing 2-hour ordeal in the master bedroom of Wanlu Academy earlier, compounded by the frenzied feeding frenzy she had witnessed at the top-floor restaurant, had pushed both her mind and body to the brink of their limits. But Su Qinghe was an astute woman. She knew precisely when to show vulnerability and when to remain professional in the presence of a man like Jiang Yan. Thus she clenched her jaw, forcing her expression back into one of docility, deference, and impeccable discretion. Jiang Yan reached the car door, but did not rush to open it. He lowered his head slightly, leaning his back against the vehicle, his gaze fixed on his right hand. Slowly he spread his fingers wide, then with a sudden motion clenched them into a fist. Crack, crack, crack. Accompanying this seemingly simple gesture, a series of subtle, yet bone-grinding sounds emanated from his knuckles. It was an indescribably wondrous sensation. Jiang Yan could feel it with unmistakable clarity. A strange, violent, yet deeply addictive power surged along the muscle fibers of his forearm, like surging rivers, transferring, with pinpoint precision, to every corner of his fingertips. This sense of power was so overwhelming that it gave rise to an illusion. As if with a mere wish he could tear an armor plate off the multi-million-dollar hypercar before him, crafted from alloy and carbon fiber. Jiang Yan's gaze gradually darkened. The deeply ingrained mindset of a scientific researcher began to race through his mind. The 20 servings of meat he had devoured in the restaurant were shocking, but could barely be dismissed as a freakish appetite. Even if the outside world discussed it, they would only treat it as but. If he misjudged his physical strength and revealed movements beyond normal human physiology, such as crushing a cast-iron dumbbell plate with one hand in the gym or accidentally tearing off a car door, the nature of the incident would be entirely different. In this era, information spreads too rapidly. A single anomalous event could be dismissed as coincidence. But in this age of information explosion, two such events overlapping would inevitably trigger a qualitative shift. His current identity placed him at the core of the Jiang family's fourth generation, and no doubt many eyes were watching him in secret. Although the Jiang family could easily suppress a trending topic or block certain news, doing so would instead attract the attention of more discerning individuals, even the undue scrutiny of certain state institutions. What Jiang Yan desired was to control the world, not to become a lab mouse on an operating table. The first rule of scientific research: any test must be conducted in a safe environment where all variables are controlled. Having grasped this, Jiang Yan slowly unclenched his fist. He turned his head to look at Shun Zhixia standing beside him. This top-tier concierge secretary, urgently dispatched by the high-level executives of China Construction Bank, held her tablet, maintaining an impeccable posture of readiness. Find me the most exclusive top-tier fitness center in the capital. It must meet 3 conditions. First, absolute privacy. I need the entire floor or the whole venue cleared of all outsiders. Not a single person besides us. Second, it must be equipped with national team-level professional physical testing equipment. I'm not talking about the flashy, useless setups in influencer gyms for photo ops. I need pure performance measuring gear, professional powerlifting racks, extreme range dynamometers, infrared laser timing systems, medical-grade cardiopulmonary testing instruments. Spare me even one, and it won't do. Third, within 1 hour I want to be on site and start testing. For any ordinary secretary, these 3 almost perverse demands would have drenched them in cold sweat. Clearing out a top-tier venue in the capital within an hour with national-level equipment. It was sheer unreasonableness. But Shun Zhixia hesitated for less than 2 seconds. The devilish training of CCB Private Banking's highest net worth service division had already crushed her initial shock. She did not ask why, nor did she say, "I'll try my best." Instead, she lowered her head, fingers gliding swiftly across the tablet, pulling up the CCB's internal venue directory, accessible only to clients with assets exceeding 10 billion yuan. This was the power of capital at the pyramid's apex. Any seemingly impossible request here had a seamless system to realize it. In less than 3 minutes, Shun Zhixia raised her head, her eyes bright and resolute. "Mr. Jiang, it's done. Near the embassy district in Chaoyang, there is a top-tier private fitness center called Summit. This center does not serve the general public. It operates solely on an internal referral system. Membership fees start at 800,000 yuan per year, and all areas are independent private floors. Crucially, their basement level 2 houses a physical testing laboratory built entirely to the standards of the General Administration of Sport of China. All equipment is imported medical and athletic grade from Germany and Switzerland. The major shareholder of this center happens to be a long-term lending client of CCB Private Banking. We can directly invoke the highest level of resource allocation." Jiang Yan gave a slight nod acknowledging Shun Zixia's efficiency. "Contact them immediately." Shun Zhixia dialed the center's general manager Han Tao on the spot. When the call connected, Shun Zixia's tone shifted from the gentleness she used with Jiang Yan to an aloof, icy, official voice. "Manager Han, I'm Shun Zhixia, from CCB headquarters, Private Banking Concierge Department. I am representing our highest-tier black card client. We need to use your basement level 2 physical testing laboratory. Requirement: evacuate the entire floor within half an hour, by 2 o'clock. Also arrange for your most senior on-site staff, preferably a certified advanced physical testing specialist holding credentials from the General Administration of Sport, to be on standby." On the other end of the line, Han Tao had been sipping tea with a celebrity client in a private room. The moment he heard CCB black card highest tier, his teacup almost slipped from his hand. He was a seasoned player. Clients labeled as highest tier by CCB headquarters represented a scale of capital and power far beyond what any celebrity could rival. "Secretary Shun, rest assured, he'll personally go and clear everyone out. Within half an hour, there won't even be a fly in the basement level 2, apart from the testing specialist." Shun Zhixia ended the call and reported to Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan nodded with satisfaction. "Let's go." Without wasting another second, he turned and strode toward the black Lamborghini parked nearby. Su Qinghe immediately followed. As Jiang Yan's personal housekeeper, she knew her place well. She could ride in Jiang Yan's car, but Shun Zhixia could not. Shun Zhixia was merely a courtesy secretary assigned by China Construction Bank. No matter how high her service level, she was ultimately just an executive in the external resource system. She had the right to mobilize resources and clear the way for Jiang Yan, but she was not entitled to sit in the passenger seat of his car, nor could she appear in his private space as closely as Su Qinghe did. Besides, there was no seat for her. Shun Zhixia understood this perfectly. So without any hesitation, she clutched her tablet and quickly walked toward an unassuming white 2-box Audi A3 nearby. That was the work vehicle assigned to her by the CCB protocol department. It was not flashy, not expensive, and even looked rather ordinary amidst the rows of Maybachs, Bentleys, and Porsches in the Guangmao underground garage. But this precisely matched her position. She was not there to steal the spotlight. She was there to execute orders. Mr. Jiang, I have sent the location to Ms. Su. I will follow your car and keep communication open. Shen Jixia stood by the Audi A3's door, slightly bowing, her tone respectful and restrained. Jiang Yan merely gave a faint casually pulled open the Lamborghini's scissor door. Su Qinghe naturally walked around to the passenger seat. Her movements were still a bit unsteady. As her long legs wrapped in nude stockings stepped into the low cabin, they inevitably trembled slightly. But she did not allow herself to appear flustered. She knew clearly that at moments like this, she must not hold Jiang Yan. The roar of the 12-cylinder engine in the underground garage was like a awakened beast numbing the eardrums. Jiang Yan gripped the steering wheel with one hand and slowly pulled out of the parking spot. Behind him, Shen Jixia drove the white two-box Audi A3, maintaining a precise following distance, close enough not to disturb Jiang Yan's private space, yet ready to respond at any moment. One black car and one white car emerged from the Guangmao underground garage. The cabin was very quiet. Su Qinghe sat in the passenger seat's leather bucket seat, her hands neatly folded on her knees. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead, but her heart was pounding rapidly. After hesitating for a long while, she finally gave in to the surging curiosity within her. Sir, when you just ordered to go to that level of gym, is it because you ate too much and need to exercise to burn it off? Not exercise. It's a medical checkup. Upon hearing those words, Su Qing's lips parted slightly. A checkup? At a gym? But she quickly swallowed all her questions. She knew what to ask and what not to ask. 30 minutes later, the black Lamborghini with a roaring exhaust braked sharply and came to a smooth stop at the entrance of the underground private garage of the Dianfeng top-tier club. Han Tao, the club's general manager, along with two deputy managers in crisp uniforms, had been waiting drenched in sweat by the parking spot. When the scissor door opened and a young man in black casual wear, tall and slender, stepped out first, Han Tao's pupils contracted imperceptibly. Too young, maybe just out of high school. But in the circles of the capital, a seasoned fox like Han Tao knew better than to judge by appearances. Especially when he saw that even the usually aloof Secretary Shen from CCB was now following closely behind the young man, her posture as low as a maid's. Han Tao immediately raised Jiang Yan's danger level to the maximum. Mr. Jiang. Hello. I am Han Tao, the person in charge here. Learning of your arrival, I've emptied the entire basement level too. Even gave the cleaning lady half a day off. He hurried over, his face wearing a perfectly practiced smile. Jiang Yan did not even glance at him. As he walked inside, he said, first, from now on, physically unplug all surveillance cameras in basement level 2. Pull the cables, not just turn off the software. Second, during the test, no living creature is allowed on this floor except the tester himself. Third, and most importantly, the tester must sign a top-level confidentiality agreement on the spot. Jiang Yan did not pause. His voice echoed through the empty garage, carrying a pressure that brooked no dissent. Han Tao's smile froze for a moment. Unplugging the cameras. That was a major taboo in a legitimate commercial venue. To ease the awkwardness, he instinctively tried to show off the club's background. Mr. Jiang, you can rest assured. The core selling point of Dianfeng Club is absolute privacy. Among our clients are family members of ministry officials and names on the Forbes. Jiang Yan cut him off. I don't need you to tell me who you've served. That's your business. Just do what I ask. Understand? Understood. Young Master Jiang, wait a moment. I'll personally go cut the power. Not daring to say another word, he turned and ran toward the electrical room. At that moment, Shen Jixia demonstrated the executive ability of a top-tier concierge secretary. Within the 2 minutes Han Tao was gone, she drafted a concise but legally potent confidentiality agreement via the CCB legal department's encrypted channel. Mr. Jiang, the draft is ready. Shen Jixia handed the tablet to Jiang Yan with both hands. Core clauses: the tester shall not record, transmit, or discuss today's test data in any form, text, image, or oral. The penalty clause is tentatively set at 5 million RMB. And the CCB head office legal department has the right to pursue unlimited prosecution on your behalf. Jiang Yan glanced at the dense clauses and said flatly, 5 million is too little. Change it to 100 million. Also add a clause 50,000 RMB for his psychological compensation and cooperation fee to be paid on the spot. Shen Jixia's fingers flew across the screen. Yes, Mr. Jiang, I will modify it immediately. Su Qinghe stood behind, watching silently. She saw Jiang Yan like a supreme arbiter weave an impenetrable iron net with money and power. A 100 million penalty and a 50,000 silence fee, just for him to conduct a single test. It seemed a bit extravagant. Minutes later, Han Tao returned panting heavily, reporting that all surveillance had been physically disconnected. At the same time, a man with a sturdy build and a short crew cut emerged from the interior corridor of the club. The man was about 34 or 35 years old, clad in a tight-fitting quick-dry sportswear. The exposed muscles on his arms and calves exhibited a striated texture forged through prolonged high-intensity training. Visibly low body fat with steady and powerful strides. He was the club's nationally certified senior physical fitness tester, Lu Ming, as Han Tao had mentioned. In previous years, Lu Ming served as the exclusive physical trainer for the national track and field team, having coached several world champions and national games champions. Later, due to friction with his superiors and old injuries to his lower back, he retired and was lured here by Han Tao with a high salary, specializing as a private fitness consultant for the wealthy tycoons. As a seasoned professional, Lu Ming's first reaction upon seeing Jiang Yan was an inward frown of disapproval. As a professional, Lu Ming's first reaction to Jiang Yan was a frown. This young man was indeed exceptionally handsome, with a well-proportioned physique. But such beauty was more akin to that of a mannequin in a shop window. He stood roughly 1.88 meters tall, weighing at most 75 kilograms, with no sign of the dense muscle mass built through long-term rigorous training. This kind of young master is just here to play around with some cardio, maybe snap a few photos for social media. Why? Lu Ming grumbled inwardly. However, the boss had warned him this person was not to be trifled with. So when Shen Jixia handed him the revised confidentiality agreement, the first thing his eyes locked onto was not the dense clauses, but the penalty clause. 100 million Chinese yuan. Lu Ming's pupils contracted instantly. Even working at a place like Peak Club, where he daily interacted with wealthy bosses, celebrities, athletes, and second-generation rich, the figure 100 million penalty still made any ordinary professional manager's heart skip a beat. This was no longer an ordinary business confidentiality agreement. It was more like a gag order welded shut with money and power. Once signed, everything that happened in this room today would cease to be a mere gossip topic for him. It would become a truly lethal forbidden zone. Lu Ming subconsciously glanced at Jiang Yan. The young man was very young, with a slender figure and an aristocratic air. There was no trace of excitement or nervousness typical of a fitness enthusiast. That calmness instead made Lu Ming inexplicably uneasy. But this unease lasted less than 2 seconds. Because Lu Ming quickly gave himself a reasonable explanation based on his experience. A top-tier young master, after all. Especially one whose background required even the CCB head office concierge to attend personally. It was normal for him to value privacy. Some wealthy individuals were unwilling to disclose even their blood pressure, body fat percentage, medical conditions, or medication records, fearing competitors' media or social circles might exploit them. Even more so for a crown prince like Jiang Yan. In Lu Ming's view, today's fitness test would likely just measure body fat, cardio, bench press, explosive power, and similar data. At most, his physical fitness might be slightly better than average. Or perhaps this young master had secretly trained in private, wanting to test out some impressive numbers to satisfy his desire for control and vanity. Lu Ming had seen such things before. What most rich people feared most wasn't spending money, but losing face. 100 million penalty sounded terrifying, but as long as he kept his mouth shut, it would never be triggered. In short, it wasn't meant for him to pay. It was a reminder to stay silent. And in those few seconds of hesitation, ding, the notification sound of a mobile banking deposit rang out. An upfront cooperation fee of 500 Chinese yuan had been cleanly deposited into his account. Lu Ming looked down at the glaringly real string of numbers on the screen and swallowed involuntarily. 500,000. Just sign, take a few measurements, and keep quiet. That money was his. Even working as a private trainer, fitness assessor, and rehabilitation specialist for the wealthy bosses at this club, it would take him several grueling months to earn that amount. More importantly, he knew deep down that he had no right to refuse this agreement. The fact that Jiang Yan had Shen Jixia politely hand him the agreement to sign was already a gesture of civilized procedure. If he were truly ungrateful, not only would he lose the 500, but whether he could continue working in the high-end sports rehabilitation circle in Beijing was also questionable. Once he realized this, the last shred of resistance in Lu Ming's heart dissipated. He picked up the pen and wrote his name on the signature line. As the pen tip touched the paper, Lu Ming even sneered inwardly. What does 100 million penalty matter anyway? I'm not stupid. I'll measure, forget, bury it in my gut, and never speak of it for the rest of my life. He lifted his head, his tone now much more solemn. Mr. Jiang, the agreement is fine. Every number I see in this room today will be buried in my gut, taken to my grave. Jiang Yan nodded indifferently, without any superfluous pleasantries. Open the door. Let's go in. Please follow me. Lu Ming swiped his access card, and the heavy soundproof alloy door slowly opened. Jiang Yan glanced back at Su Qinghe and Shen Jixia. You two wait in the lounge outside. Yes, sir. They answered in unison. As Jiang Yan stepped into the laboratory, a dull thud echoed as the heavy alloy door slammed shut completely, sealing everything inside an absolute private space unknown to anyone. The basement-level fitness testing laboratory was filled with the sterile, cold scent of disinfectant. Shadowless lights shone down from above, illuminating rows of expensive testing instruments glistening with a metallic chill. There were no superfluous decorations. This was a scientific arena designed solely to challenge and record the limits of the human physique. Lu Ming picked up a writing board with electronic sensor recording capabilities and walked to a medical-grade body composition analyzer. This machine could scan the bodice water bone, mass, muscle, and fat ratios to the gram. Mr. Jiang, let's start with the first item, establishing a baseline physiological profile. Lu Ming pointed to the platform atop the machine. Please remove your shoes, socks, and jacket, step onto it, and grip the metal electrode handles on both sides. Jiang Yan complied expressionlessly. He stepped onto the platform and gripped the electrodes. The machine emitted a short electronic beep and began scanning. 10 seconds later, a detailed set of data streamed onto the screen. Height, 188. 1 centimeter. Weight, 82. 7 kilograms. Body fat percentage, 6.0. Heart rate, 42 beats per minute. Jiang Yan clearly remembered that the last time he measured his height, it was 185 centimeters. Just because of a single gene optimization fluid, his bones underwent secondary development within half a day, forcibly increasing his height by 3 centimeters. Lu Ming stared at the 2 data points of body fat percentage and heart rate, his brows furrowing tighter and tighter with unconcealable astonishment in his eyes. He had been engaged in professional physical training for over a decade and had coached countless top-tier athletes. He knew too well what this combination of numbers meant. A body fat percentage of 6% was an extremely Many professional bodybuilders could only achieve this number during the peak few days before a competition after extreme dehydration and frantic fat reduction. Yet this young man before him showed no signs of dehydration-induced withering. His muscles were full and lustrous. How was this possible? What was even more astonishing was the heart rate. 42 beats per minute. This meant Jiang Yan's heart was like an ultra-high horsepower diesel pump, and each beat pumped out as much blood as 2 ordinary heartbeats. This kind of cardiac function Lu Ming had only seen in marathon champions who underwent long-term extreme high-altitude aerobic training or in top-tier cyclists. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming couldn't help but speak, his tone laced with barely concealed curiosity. If I may ask, what professional sport did you practice before? Jiang Yan was twisting his neck, his joints emitting slight popping sounds. Without lifting his head, he replied casually, I've never practiced anything. Lu Ming was stunned for 2 seconds. Never practiced anything. How could that be? Could it be some kind of 9 million genetic talent? Lu Ming didn't dare to press further. As a professional, he had a faint feeling that today's test might overturn some of his previous beliefs. All right. Then let's proceed with the dynamic strength test. Lu Ming quickly walked to the instrument rack nearby and took down a heavy-looking pure black electronic hydraulic grip dynamometer. This was not the cheap spring-loaded type used in university physical fitness tests. It was a high-precision German-imported instrument specifically designed to test the extreme grip strength of strongmen and weightlifters, with a maximum range reaching a terrifying 250 kilograms. To give the client a reference point, and also due to a little bit of competitiveness that Lu Ming couldn't shake off from his professional habits, he decided to first demonstrate. Mr. Jiang, grip strength is the most intuitive measure of forearm muscle group and neural recruitment ability. Lu Ming took a deep breath. The muscles in his right arm abruptly tensed, and veins bulged one by one. He let out a loud shout, his right hand clenching the handle of the dynamometer tightly and exerted force suddenly. Drip. The numbers on the dynamometer screen jumped wildly, finally settling on a red value, 78. For kilograms. Lu Ming let out a slight breath, a hint of barely noticeable pride at the corner of his mouth. 78 kilograms. This data was absolutely crushing when compared to an average adult male. Even among trained fitness enthusiasts, it was firmly at the top level. Please give it a try, don't be too nervous. Lu Ming reset the instrument to 0 and handed it to Jiang Yan with both hands. Jiang Yan took the heavy metal instrument, but did not take a deep breath or assume a stance like Lu Ming had. He just stood there casually, without the slightest sway in his body. His dark eyes were calm as water, not even glancing at the instrument in his hand. The 5 fingers of his right hand gripped, as if squeezing a soft orange, just a casual, effortless squeeze. Bang! In the quiet laboratory, a muffled sound of metal being crushed echoed. The hydraulic transmission device let out a strained whine. Drip! The red numbers jumped to the maximum in an instant, then slammed to a stop there. Jiang Yan released his grip, glanced at the screen, and casually tossed the instrument back to Lu Ming. Lu Ming quickly reached out to catch it, just as he lowered his head to see the red number on the screen. Boom! It was as if a bolt of lightning had struck Lu Ming's crown. His brain instantly went into a state of shutdown. 234. 6 kilograms. Lu Ming's pupils contracted violently, dilated, then contracted again. His breathing stopped completely at that moment. No. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Ming frantically pressed the reset button, as if he had seen a ghost, his voice turning shrill. What did 234. 6 kilograms actually mean? The current world record for right-hand grip strength on Blue Star was only around 192 kilograms. Moreover, that record holder was a super strong man, beast 2 meters tall, weighing over 150 kilograms, with arms thicker than Jiang Yan's thighs. Yet this young man before him, just over 80 kilograms, didn't even catch his breath, and casually shattered the world record with a single squeeze. It must be the instrument malfunctioning, right? The hydraulic valve must have aged and caused the problem. Lu Ming's professional faith took a heavy blow on the spot. He rushed to the instrument rack like a gambler who had lost his mind and directly brought out another brand new spare extreme grip dynamometer. Mr. Jiang, please use your left hand and test again. When Lu Ming handed over the brand new instrument, both his hands were trembling uncontrollably. Jiang Yan looked at his nearly collapsing expression and found it somewhat amusing. If it weren't for this, why would he have made him sign such a high penalty clause? What scientists need is rigor. Jiang Yan switched to his left hand and took the new dynamometer. This time he added a little bit of focus. The bones and muscle fibers in his body completed tens of millions of coordinated force exertions within 0.1 seconds. Click. A harsh sound of metal breaking came. The alloy handle of that precision dynamometer costing tens of thousands was actually squeezed by Jiang Yan's grip, forcibly creating a tiny dent. The red numbers jumped wildly again and stopped. This time the number was even more terrifying. 277. 2 kilograms. The whole world seemed to press the mute button at that moment. Lu Ming stared fixedly at the flickering number. His legs went weak, and he stumbled back 2 steps, crashing against the wall behind him with a thud. 277. 2 kilograms. Once again, by a wide margin, it shattered the extreme grip strength record in the history of Blue Star humanity. He had personally witnessed an 80-kilogram carbon-based life form casually trample the physiological limits of millions of years of human evolution, like tearing up a piece of waste paper. Lu Ming's Adam's apple rolled wildly up and down as if squeezed by an invisible giant hand, unable to utter a single word. The hand holding the record book trembled like a sieve, and the recording pen dropped with a clatter onto the cold floor. Jiang Yan patted the tiny amount of anti-slip powder off his hands, his voice still calm. Stop daydreaming. Prepare for the next item. The testing arena was frigid, yet Lu Ming's back was drenched, not from heat, but from sheer terror. He had spent over a decade in physical training, coached national teams, seen world champions, and understood the ultimate limits of human muscles, bones, and neural responses. But the absurd number on the dynamometer just now had shattered the professional knowledge he had built over those years. Stiffly, Lu Ming bent down to pick up the fallen recording pen. He stared at Jiang Yan with an almost reverent awe, as if gazing upon a prehistoric beast. After 3 sharp intakes of breath, he barely managed to pull himself back from the brink of collapse. Then mechanically he walked toward the enormous powerlifting rack at the center of the area, the zone designated for testing core and upper body extreme strength. For any strength trainer, the bench press number is the most unassailable calling card. Mr. Jiang, for the bench press test, shall we start warming up with an empty bar? Lu Ming's voice wavered, and unbeknownst to himself it carried a hint of deference. No warm-up needed. Go straight to 100 kilograms. Jiang Yan lay on the bench press pad, wrapped in premium non-slip leather, feet firmly planted on the floor, hands gripping the Olympic barbell shaft covered in knurled grooves. Lu Ming dared not protest. He quickly loaded 2 20-kilogram plates and 1 5-kilogram cast iron plate on each side, totaling exactly 100 kilograms including the bar. For an average man, managing a single rep at that weight would be enough to boast about at the gym for half a year. Lu Ming stood behind Jiang Yan's head, hands hovering beneath the bar. Step aside, Jiang Yan said curtly. Lu Ming obediently retreated a step. Jiang Yan took a deep breath, his chest gently rising. Without the exaggerated arch seen in bodybuilders, he simply exploded upward with his arms. Whoosh. The steel bar loaded with 100 kilograms shot upward like a weightless plastic broomstick, propelled by Jiang Yan with terrifying speed to the highest point. Lockout. Then descent. Press again. Whoosh. 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 10 consecutive reps, each with identical speed, trajectory, and breathing rhythm, executed with the precision of an industrial robot, flawless, and without any pause or tremor. Lu Ming's scalp tingled. In Jiang Yan's hands, 100 kilograms felt weightless. Add weight. 150 kilograms. Jiang Yan's voice came from beneath the bar. Lu Ming's eyelid twitched, but he quickly loaded more cast iron plates. The weight on each end of the bar caused a slight visible curvature in the high-strength steel shaft. Jiang Yan gripped the bar again. He maintained that same effortless demeanor. Bang! The bar left the rack. 150 kilograms, a weight that would instantly crush the ribs of an ordinary person if it fell on their chest. Yet in Jiang Yan's hands it remained a toy. Up, down, up, down. Each movement crisp and clean without the slightest hesitation, and his breathing did not quicken even a fraction. Keep adding. 200 kilograms. 200 kilograms. On a professional domestic powerlifting platform, any athlete at 80 kilograms body weight who could lift this was an absolute champion, sweeping the field. Gritting his teeth, Lu Ming locked 2 heavy steel plates onto the bar ends. Jiang Yan grasped the bar. This time he finally showed a trace of seriousness. His back tightened slightly. The terrifying muscle groups violently reshaped by the genie optimizing fluid coiled beneath his skin like countless steel cables. Up. With a low grunt from his throat, Jiang Yan forced the 200 kilograms of iron into the air. Under Lu Ming's horrified gaze, Jiang Yan completed 10 perfect full-range reps in a row. Even the last one matched the speed of the first with no sign of fatigue. This meant it was still far from his maximum weight, nowhere near it. Not enough. Jiang Yan set the bar back on the rack with a thunderous dong. He sat up from the bench looking at the sweat-drenched Lu Ming. Keep adding. Go straight to 400 kilograms. 400 kilograms. Hearing that, Lu Ming's psychological defenses crumbled once more. Mr. Jiang, you must know. The world record for the raw bench press is 355 kilograms. But that record holder Julius weighs an astonishing 160 kilograms or more. In powerlifting, bodyweight and absolute strength are directly proportional. You're barely over 80 kilograms. 400 kilograms. That defies the lever principle of biomechanics. Your bones' compressive strength. Jiang Yan looked up at him. Go get it. I know my own body better than you do. Seeing Jiang Yan's insistence and recalling how effortlessly he had handled 200 kilograms, Lu Ming stopped. Like a robot carrying out orders, he fetched 8 spare 25-kilogram plates, and with immense effort hung. The barbell had now become a monstrous black mass of steel. Jiang Yan lay down again, closed his eyes, and felt the untamed explosive power contained in every cell of his body, a power crying for release. He needed to let it out. Boom. Veins bulging on his arms, Jiang Yan let out a low roar and heaved the 400-kilogram crushing weight off the hooks. This time his pressing speed was no longer lightning fast. There was a slight hesitation. Yet still, with an unstoppable dominating force, he completed 8 full-range reps in a row. Each time he reached the peak, the steel bar bent dangerously under the monstrous weight on both ends, as if it might snap at any moment. 8 reps. Lu Ming clutched his own short hair, breathing harshly like a broken bellows. Staring at the scene, only one thought remained in his mind. This man, at a body weight of just over 80 kilograms, had lifted 400 kilograms. The world record had been shattered again, easily and by a wide margin. Remember, the world record of 355 kilograms was only 1 rep. Jiang Yan did 8. What did that mean? It meant that 400 kilograms wasn't even Jiang Yan's limit. It wasn't even close to his limit. Jiang Yan re-racked the barbell onto the stand, the metallic clang sending a violent jolt through Lu Ming's heart. Thump. Jiang Yan sat up from the bench press, casting a glance at the plates that had already been packed to capacity on both ends. The sleeves of the Olympic bar had no room left for additional weight plates. The entire stand had begun to emit a faint, overburdened metallic groan. It was not that Jiang Yan could not push further. It was the equipment that had reached its limit. Jiang Yan frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that those 400 kilograms for this body reshaped by the genetic optimization fluid had not even approached its true ceiling. If it were a 1-rep max burst with sufficiently safe and sturdy professional equipment to bear the load, his current bench press limit might well reach an astronomically absurd number. 800 kilograms. The thought flashed through Jiang Yan's mind. Even he himself could not help but take a light inward breath. An 800-kilogram bench press. So this was what the primary genetic optimization fluid described after injection reached the current human limit. Lu Ming stood nearby, his lips trembling. He had no idea what Jiang Yan was assessing internally. But he was acutely aware of one thing: the powerlifting rack before him could no longer continue testing the limits of this monster. This was unscientific. Lu Ming began to ramble. A cultivator, inner strength, genetic modification, or a natural prodigy, and so on. Does this world possess a side unknown to him? Yet Lu Ming's torment was far from over. The subsequent squat and deadlift tests utterly ground his last shred of rationality into the dust. Lu Ming had given up thinking. He merely loaded more plates onto the bar. The squat event still started at 200 kilograms. Jiang Yan wore no powerlifting belt, no knee sleeves, no protective gear whatsoever. He simply shouldered a weight that could crush a fully grown buffalo and completed a textbook full squat and stand. His knee joints remained steady as a mountain under the terrifying pressure, and his spine maintained a neutral position without any distortion. Then 600 kilograms, still breaking the world record. The deadlift event. When Lu Ming, following Jiang Yan's instructions, gritted his teeth and loaded the weight all the way to 800 kilograms, he was completely numb. 800 kilograms. What did that mean? The existing human deadlift world record, even accounting for equipped divisions, super heavyweight classes, and exhibition extreme challenges, only fluctuated around the 500-kilogram mark. And those who had achieved it were invariably super strong men, weighing over 150 kilograms, packed with muscle, relying on belts, straps, supportive gear, and years of specialized training to squeeze their bodies to the limit. But what about Jiang Yan? A body weight of just over 80 kilograms. No belt, no straps, no knee sleeves, no protective equipment whatsoever. He did not even have a proper warm-up. He simply stood before the barbell, feet shoulder-width apart, hands in a mixed grip, grasping the bar that had already bent into a nearly terrifying arc. At that moment, Lu Ming even had the illusion that it was not Jiang Yan challenging the barbell, but the equipment challenging Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan did not roar or scream. He did not beat his chest. He performed none of the ritualistic movements powerlifters use to spike adrenaline before a maximal weight. His back and core muscles simply contracted to their utmost in an instant. A terrifying core explosive force surged from his soul straight to his waist like a steel dragon slumbering deep within his spine, suddenly opening its eyes. Up! The 800-kilogram steel was lifted off the ground by Jiang Yan. The entire motion took less than 2 seconds. His body was pulled taut and straight like the Titan holding up the sky in ancient Greek mythology. Then Jiang Yan released his grip. Boom! The 800-kilogram barbell fell from midair, slamming heavily onto the basement floor padded with 3 layers of high-density, shock-absorbing rubber. Lu Ming's pupils completely lost focus. Another record broken. The world record shattered once again. And this time not by a small margin. Not just by a few kilograms or a dozen kilograms. The ceiling of the entire human strength system had been blasted upward by a massive chunk. This was no longer a record. It was an insult to the science of human motion. Lu Ming's clipboard had already fallen to the floor. He staggered back 2 steps, his back pressed against the cold wall, his legs shaking violently. He stared at Jiang Yan, who stood behind the barbell, barely sweating, with only slightly quickened breathing. This is not human. Lu Ming wailed in his heart. The air in the testing area seemed to freeze from the deafening crash of the 800 kilograms. Jiang Yan clapped the chalk dust off his hands, casually grabbed the white towel draped nearby, and nonchalantly wiped the few beads of sweat that had surfaced on his forehead. Only at this moment, after the 3 rounds of bench press, squat, and deadlift tests, had his body reshaped by the genetic optimization fluid truly warmed up. The static absolute strength data is roughly clear. Jiang Yan tossed the towel onto the bench beside him and turned to look at Lu Ming, who was shrinking against the wall, pale-faced. Stop daydreaming. Continue. Next item. Lu Ming jerked sharply. He almost dropped his clipboard again. He swallowed dryly, and with the last shred of rationality accumulated over his career, desperately told himself, you signed a non-disclosure agreement, you took the 500,000 hush money, and there is a 100 million penalty clause. You must see this monster through to the end. Now he understood why the penalty was 100 million. Mr. Jiang, the strength tests are finished. Let's go to the infrared timing track over there to test your nerve conduction reaction speed and short-distance explosive power. Jiang Yan nodded. Lead the way. The two walked over to a 20-meter rubber straight track inside the testing room designated for indoor use. At both ends of the track were the world's most advanced Swiss tag infrared laser timers capable of measuring time to 1,000th of a second. This equipment was not a toy for gym members. It was a professional athletic testing instrument. Short sprints measured not just leg strength. But also nerve signal conduction, muscle recruitment, speed, core coordination, ankle stiffness, and explosive force release efficiency. In other words, it was a comprehensive test of human dynamic performance. Mr. Jiang first well test the starting reaction time and 20-meter acceleration. Lu Ming walked to the control console at the finish line and picked up the electronic start device. Mr. Jiang first item reaction time and 20-meter acceleration. Please stand behind the starting line, place both feet on the pressure-sensitive pads. After hearing the electronic beep, sprint across the finish line as fast as possible. He paused, then added, normally a human starting reaction time below 0.1 seconds would be judged a false start by the track and field system. Because according to current sports science, from hearing the sound to brain processing to muscle activation, it is theoretically impossible to go below that time. Lu Ming said this very professionally, but deep down he was no longer confident. Because today with Jiang Yan, the theoretically impossible had died more than once. Jiang Yan stepped onto the starting line, but he did not adopt the standard professional crouch start of track and field athletes. Because there was no need. He simply stood there casually. The ball of his foot pressed lightly against the pressure pedal, his body leaning slightly forward. His black pupils locked onto the infrared laser receiver 20 meters away. At this moment his breathing slowed. All sounds around him seemed to have been muted. In his mind, only the signal muscles, ground, and finish line remained. His genetically optimized nervous system was pushed to its limits in an instant. Every neural pathway felt like a high-speed optical cable that had been newly laid, waiting for the signal to drop. Lu Ming stood behind the control console, his finger pressing the electronic start key. Ready. The next second. Beep. A short electronic signal exploded in the empty testing room. Lu Ming's finger had just pressed his eyes hadn't even begun to look toward the starting line. But in that instant, Jiang Yan on the starting line Jiang Yan seemed to be swallowed by the air itself, disappearing from the spot entirely. The pressure sensor pedal let out a dull thud. Then a black streak tore through the air, carrying a brutal wind pressure skimming across the rubber track. No transition of motion. No sense of acceleration at the start. It was simply a black phantom that defied aerodynamics, violently ripping through air resistance, crossing the mere 20-meter distance like teleportation. Too fast for Lu Ming's naked eye to capture the complete motion. He only felt a fierce wind brush past his face. His collar was yanked backward. Even his body standing beside the finish line instinctively leaned back. Whoosh! Jiang Yan had already passed through the infrared laser line. He stopped steadily in front of the crash cushion at the end of the track. The infrared timer screen lit up. 2 lines of numbers precise to the extreme mercilessly appeared on the screen. Reaction time 0. 87 seconds. 20-meter sprint time 2. 33 seconds. Clatter. The electronic start button and record board in Lu Ming's hands fell to the ground once again without any suspense. He didn't pick them up. He stood frozen, his eyes fixed on the first line of numbers on the screen. 87 seconds. How is this possible? This was a realm beyond even scientific common sense. In the known history of the 100-meter sprint, the fastest reaction time recognized by the International Association of Athletics Federations was 104 seconds. Because from the ear receiving the sound signal, transmitting it to the brain, and then the brain issuing commands to activate muscle fibers. This physical conduction process has a theoretical limit. Once the reaction time falls below 1 seconds, the IAAF's instruments automatically classify it as a false start. Because according to human science, the neural electrical signal transmission of carbon-based organisms cannot be faster than this time. But now 87 seconds. Jiang Yan not only did not false start, but at the instant the signal sounded, his nerve endings made a muscle response even earlier than the speed of sound propagation. This meant that his entire botus neural synapses had completely surpassed the definition of human biology. And the line below, too. 33 seconds for the 20-meter acceleration time was even more terrifying. It was even faster than Usain Bolt's first 20-meter split when he broke the world record. This meant that if placed on a standard outdoor 100-meter track, once Jiang Yan completed the extreme acceleration in the first half and maintained top speed, his final 100-meter result would likely plummet into the horrifying 8-second or even 7-second range, leaving those world-class sprinters hailed as lightning far behind in an invisible era. No, this isn't real. My God. Lu Ming dared not think further. That wasn't a record. It was a disaster. A disaster for the entire track and field system. All training models, all selection criteria, all papers on human limits would have to be rewritten. Lu Ming clutched his head. He felt his worldview wasn't just shattered. Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming's Adam's apple bobbed, his voice strained. Are you sure? You've never trained in sprinting before. Jiang Yan turned around and walked back slowly, his breathing still steady. That 20-meter sprint just now to him was like a normal person taking a brisk 2 steps. Never trained. But it seems my botus response is acceptable. Acceptable. Hearing those 2 words, Lu Ming nearly blacked out. 87 seconds is acceptable. 20 meters in 33 seconds is acceptable. Then what counts as good? Isn't this taking off on the spot? Lu Ming felt like laughing but couldn't. He could only stare at the screen as if staring at some forbidden evidence fallen from the heavens. This data cannot be leaked. Absolutely not. Not even a single decimal point. Once leaked, it would shake not only the sports world but also sports medicine, biology, and even higher-level institutions. Jiang Yan was not an athlete. He was a walking nuclear-grade specimen. For the first time, Lu Ming felt immensely grateful that he had just signed that confidentiality agreement. 100 million penalty for breach. Now it seemed perfectly reasonable. Even a bit cheap. Can we continue? Jiang Yan stood beside the cushioned finish line, his breathing unruffled, as though the very world record he had shattered moments ago had nothing to do with him. Lu Ming swallowed hard, forcing down the bitterness that had surged up from his stomach due to sheer tension. Professional instinct saved him at that moment. He knew he had just signed a contract with 100 million penalty and taken 50,000 as a hush fee. Never mind that Jiang Yan had just set a world record. Even if Jiang Yan were to turn into Ultraman and fly off on the spot, Lu Ming still had to finish filling out the forms. Yes. Mr. Jiang, this way please. We'll go to the fully enclosed indoor track on the top floor. The 2 took the private elevator to the penthouse. As the doors slid open with a soft ding, a 100-meter straight track built to the International Association of Athletics Federation's Olympic standards lay before them. Vibrant red synthetic track, high-precision infrared electronic speed sensors on both sides, and a dark screen at the finish line awaiting activation. This had originally been a private toy for wealthy bosses to flaunt their physical prowess. But at this moment, to Lu Ming, the track felt more like an altar. What it was about to witness might not be an athletic feat, but some sort of inhuman miracle. Mr. Jiang, this is the 100-meter test zone. Lu Ming walked to the control panel and pressed the start button. The large screen at the finish line instantly lit up, the timer resetting to 0:00. Lu Ming took a deep breath and turned to Jiang Yan. Would you like to change into professional carbon-plated spike shoes? We have sponsor models in all sizes here. Spike shoes enhance grip and provide forward propulsion feedback, which is crucial for improving 100-meter times. Halfway through, Lu Ming fell silent. He looked at the black soft leather casual shoes on Jiang Yan's feet, custom made by Italian artisans, and suddenly found his suggestion absurd. Did a monster who could run too 33 seconds over 20 meters really need the gear upgrade of a few tenths of a second. No need. Jiang Yan didn't even glance at the shoe rack. He walked straight to the starting line. Once again, he didn't adopt the standard crouch start or adjust the high-tech starting blocks angle. He stood there casually, feet slightly apart in a forward-backward stance like an ordinary pedestrian waiting for a traffic light to cross the street. No warm-up stretches. No deep breaths to adjust lung capacity. No muscle activation. He just stood there, his deep ink black eyes instantly locking onto the finish line 100 meters away. In that instant, Lu Ming felt the air on the entire track grow viscous. Though Jiang Yan stood casually, the terrifying explosive power dormant in his genes made the onlooker feel a primal dread, as if being stalked by an apex predator. Set. Lu Ming raised the electronic starting pistol. This time, he widened his eyes, vowing not to miss Jiang. Beep. The piercing gunshot exploded in the empty top-floor track. This time, Lu Ming finally saw it. At the very instant the sound rang out, the soles of Jiang Yan's expensive casual shoes let out a sharp, piercing screech. The costly Italian leather uppers visibly twisted and deformed under the moment's ferocious metatarsal. Boom. No afterimage. Only absolute violence and aesthetics. Jiang Yan's figure shot forward like a hypersonic cruise missile ejected from its barrel. The first 30 meters after the start are widely acknowledged as the toughest acceleration zone in athletics. Yet Jiang Yan seemed to have no acceleration process at all. He peaked from the very start. Shush, shush, shush. Each footfall on the synthetic track struck with a dull. The sound wasn't that of a human running, it was more like an armored vehicle crushing the ground with inexorable speed. Air resistance. Before absolute power, even air could only be slammed aside. Standing beside the starting line, still holding the pistol, Lu Ming craned his neck stiffly to follow Jiang Yan's form. 50 meters. 70 meters. 90 meters. Jiang Yan's running posture wasn't even close to what track coaches would call fluid mechanics. But his terrifying stride length and the exaggerated contraction speed of his leg muscles compensated for any technical deficiencies. Whoosh! Whoosh! A violent gust of wind flipped the plastic barriers beside the finish line. Jiang Yan didn't even lean into the finish. He stopped dead straight backed in front of the crash pad, as if he had merely paused during a walk. The whole process was too fast. So fast that Lu Ming's retina still held a brief afterimage. His mind blank like a long-neglected machine, he slowly turned his head toward the giant electronic timing screen above the finish line. The red digits froze on the liquid crystal display, glaring and dazzling like a divine oracle written by God himself. 31 seconds, clatter. The electronic pistol slipped from Lu Ming's hand and landed directly on his own foot, but he felt no pain, as if anesthetized. 31 seconds. What did this number mean? It meant the collapse of human sprint history, the complete shattering of physics and human anatomy. The man once called the Jamaican Lightning had set the human limit at 9:58 seconds, a record that shocked the world and was considered unbreakable for a century. Yet now an 18-year-old Chinese youth wearing luxury casual shoes with no grip whatsoever, without even warming up, had casually run the entire distance and smashed that so-called godly record. He had raised the barrier by a full 1:27 seconds. On a 100-meter track, a 0.1 second improvement costs athletes tens of thousands of drops of sweat and potentially permanent injuries. 1:27 seconds was no longer surpassing an opponent. It was dimensional annihilation. If they had been in the same race, by the time Jiang Yan crossed the finish line, Usain Bolt wouldn't even see his taillights. The distance between them would fit a coach. Ha, ha, ha ha. Lu Ming began to laugh uncontrollably, the sound devoid of joy. Only a breakdown of faith. His legs gave way, and he slid down against the control panel. He clutched his head, gasping like a drowning man just hauled ashore. Meanwhile, at the finish line, Jiang Yan glanced down at his handmade leather shoes, now with soles separated and uppers completely torn from the extreme friction, and frowned with mild disdain. As for his heart rate, after that extreme burst, Jiang Yan's pulse had only crept from its initial 42 beats per minute to he wasn't even slightly winded. It was as if his body were a nuclear-powered aircraft carrier, and the sprint had merely been a gentle nudge of the throttle. Jiang Yan, wearing his nearly worn-out handmade leather shoes, slowly walked back from the 100-meter finish line. The soles were coming apart, and the uppers were fraying. Those Italian custom-made shoes worth tens of thousands of yuan had been reduced to cheap street goods by his 100-meter sprint. He glanced down, his brows slightly furrowed. Somewhat irritating. Then Jiang Yan raised his head and looked at Lu Ming, who was slumped beside the control console. This fitness testing specialist, who had once served the national team and trained champions, now sat on the floor like a man whose soul had been drained, his laughter more bitter than tears. Coach Lu, can we continue? Again that question. Lu Ming shuddered violently, and his laughter, he dared not say no lest he be torn apart alive. Yes, yes, yes. We can continue, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming took 3 deep breaths, wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, and supported himself on the timer stand to stand up again. From that moment on, Lu Ming completely abandoned thought. From that moment on, he entirely ceased to think. Track and field rules, sports physiology, Darwinian evolution, all be damned. He now only wanted to be a soulless data recording machine. Don't ask, survival was paramount. Mr. Jiang, the next tests are standing long jump and vertical jump. Lu Ming's voice had become a mechanical monotone. Jiang Yan nodded and walked to the standing long jump area. No need for a starting pistol or to find an angle. Jiang Yan slightly bent his knees. The Achilles tendons and soleus muscles in his body were like two high-strength hydraulic springs compressed to the extreme. Boom. His entire body launched into the air. His figure traced an utterly irrational arc across the sky, then landed steadily in the sand pit. The fine sand in the pit barely rose because his landing posture was perfectly controlled. Lu Ming walked over expressionlessly, swept the landing spot with an infrared rangefinder, then bent down and wrote a number on the record board, standing long jump 57 meters. After writing that number, Lu Ming didn't even blink, though he knew full well that the current world record for standing long jump recognized by the National Sports Bureau was 73 meters. Jiang Yan's casual jump exceeded the world champion by nearly 2 meters. He was already numb. Breaking world records would have been abnormal for him now. Next item, Jiang Yan said calmly. Vertical jump. Lu Ming replied, pointing to the tall testing frame beside them covered with densely packed touch-sensitive paddles. Jiang Yan walked beneath the testing frame without a run-up. Using only the explosive power of his ankles and calves, he leaped straight up from the ground like a bamboo shoot. In that instant, Lu Ming felt as if Jiang Yan's head had risen past his own line of sight, taking off. Clatter! Jiang Yan's fingers swept like lightning over the topmost paddles on the testing frame, hovering in midair for a full second before landing as lightly as a falling leaf. Lu Ming glanced at the final contact point shown on the instrument, his pen mechanically sliding across the paper. Vertical jump, no run-up, net jump 168 meters. The top basketball superstars in NBA history, known as flying men or aliens, had net jump limits that barely hovered around 114 meters. Yet Jiang Yan, in casual pants and worn-out leather shoes, easily broke 168 meters. If he had professional gear and a running start, Lu Ming had no doubt he could jump over an SUV. Next is the core muscle endurance test. Given your level, we can go straight to weighted planks, mainly testing the static fatigue resistance of the transverse abdominis and lower back. Jiang Yan walked over, bent down, planted his elbows on the ground, and his body tightened like a piece of extraordinary steel. Perfectly streamlined muscles gleamed with a cold, hard luster under the lights. Then Lu Ming placed a 25-kilogram steel plate on Jiang Yan's back. 5 minutes passed. Ordinary fitness enthusiast bodies would have started shaking violently, their waists sagging. Jiang Yan was as steady as Mount Tai. 10 minutes passed. Even Special Forces soldiers' foreheads would be sweating, their breathing heavy. Jiang Yan still hadn't twitched a single finger. 15 minutes. Lu Ming kept his eyes on the heart rate monitor strapped to Jiang Yan's wrist. That green number fluctuated slowly between 48 and 55 beats per minute the entire time. It was a dead flat line. No fatigue from muscle fiber tearing, no soreness from lactic acid buildup, no shortness from inadequate blood supply to the heart. For Jiang Yan, this plank exercise that demanded enormous core strength placed less physical strain on his body than an ordinary person lying on a sofa watching TV. Enough, Mr. Jiang, stop. At 15 minutes and 30 seconds, Lu Ming called for a halt. His voice carried a profound sense of helplessness. Jiang Yan stood up, easily looking at him with some confusion. Didn't we reach the limit? That's it. There's no point in testing further, Mr. Jiang. Lu Ming shook his head bitterly. Your muscle endurance has exceeded all my reference frameworks. If I hadn't called a stop, you could have held this position until tomorrow morning. Our equipment isn't designed for testing deities. When human limits become merely his warm-up data, what a cruel and overwhelming domination it was. Back to the underground second-floor testing room for the final item. The last test was arranged in the deepest, independent, pressure-resistant chamber. A massive instrument was placed there. A huge black alloy force-measuring target secured to a pure steel load-bearing wall by 4 thick damping springs. This was the equipment for testing the instantaneous destructive explosive power of the human body, a professional-grade punch force measurement target. Mr. Jiang, this is the last test of the day. Lu Ming stood aside, clutching the plastic board inscribed with countless record-breaking data points. At this moment, he had calmed down, or rather become completely numb. Staring at the hard alloy target on the wall, he explained matter-of-factly, punch force test. An ordinary adult male's full-force punch, due to lack of proper use of waist and leg power transmission, typically falls between 40 and 80 kilograms. Even for those strictly trained professional heavyweight boxers who have mastered perfect striking techniques, like Tyson in his prime, whose extreme right-hand punch could reach about 400 kilograms of force. Enough to knock an unprotected adult unconscious or even break their neck. You don't need gloves, we have shock-absorbing hand wraps here. Before Lu Ming could finish, Jiang Yan had already walked up to the massive force-measuring target, interrupting him. No need for all that trouble. Jiang Yan stood casually about half an arm's length from the target. His legs weren't even positioned front and back to gain rear support. He simply raised his right arm naturally. At that moment, for no reason, Lu Ming's heart contracted sharply. In Lu Ming's eyes, Jiang Yan's movement was too casual, completely amateurish by appearance. Yet within that calm devoid of any preparatory cues, a terrifying storm capable of destroying everything brewed. Inside Jiang Yan, the remodeling effects of the primary gene optimization fluid were fully activated at that moment. Over 200 bones, tens of millions of muscle fibers, coordinated force generation in an extremely short time. Power rose from the soles of his feet, traveled through his calves, knees, lumbar spine, latissimus dorsi, scapulae, and finally converged into that slender, fair right fist. No extraneous movements, only the purest transmission of force. The next second, boom! Lu Ming was so startled by the deafening sound that he stumbled back 3 steps. His eyes fixed ahead. The professional force-measuring target, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan and was claimed to withstand a bull's charge, was violently dented inward under Jiang Yan's fist. The thick pure steel load-bearing wall, due to this terrifying force, even shed a layer of mortar dust. What a devastating, irresistible punch. Just as Lu Ming was trembling with fear, expecting the machine to be blown apart on the spot, the buffer spring finally managed to absorb all the kinetic energy, violently rebounding the target surface. The red electronic display above the force-measuring target flickered wildly like a mad thing. That was the microcomputer calculating the extraordinarily vast and violent energy conversion. Drip, drip, drip. Finally, the display emitted a long beep, and a string of blood-red numbers froze dead in the center of the screen. 1,018 kilograms, 1,018 kilograms of force. Lu Ming mechanically raised his head, staring at that number, his expression completely frozen. Then the corner of his mouth twitched involuntarily. He did not cry out again, nor did he fall again. He could no longer think from a professional standpoint. What did 1,018 kilograms of force mean? This was not a cold, lifeless number. It was a brutal reality capable of instant death in the real world. An adult Siberian tiger's paw strike force is roughly 1,000 kilograms. Yet Jiang Yan, as a human, without any sprinting momentum or wearing any gloves, casually threw a punch, delivering 1,000 kilograms of explosive force. If that punch had not struck the force-measuring target covered in cushioning material, but a living person. Lu Ming's mind uncontrollably conjured an extremely bloody image. Whoever took that punch would have their sternum shattered into dozens of fragments upon impact. Those bone fragments would be driven brutally into the lungs and heart by the immense force, causing instant massive hemorrhage and organ rupture. The victim wouldn't even have time to feel the pain before being blasted into a mangled corpse. This was truly a punch that could I want to fight 10. Jiang Yan slowly withdrew his right fist and looked down at the white knuckles of his fingers. Under such unprotected delivery of wild force, an ordinary person's finger bones would have suffered comminuted fractures, but Jiang Yan's fist surface was only slightly reddened, not even a scratch on his skin. The bone density and epidermal resistance of this body had also reached an inhuman level. Jiang Yan lightly exhaled a breath. Exhilarating. From the moment of rebirth, the pent-up resentment from the humiliation of his past life and the forced endurance of revenge had been vented in that savage punch. In his past life, he was a mere ant in the research field, easily slaughtered by the powerful. But in this life, he not only possessed power above the rules, but also an extraordinary body and absolute physical might. At this table of power, if anyone broke the rules, Jiang Yan could simply flip the table, smashing the other person's chair and all into pulp. The entire underground level 2 fell into silence, with only the still illuminated red light on the force meter flickering faintly in the cold air. Jiang Yan turned and looked toward Lu Ming in the corner. Lu Ming was like a machine that had just been reconnected to power, his movements stiff and mechanical. He slowly raised his carbon pen and wrote neatly in the last column of the record board, punch force 1,018 kilograms. Then he snapped the folder shut with a clap. This time he did not look at Jiang Yan with the eyes of someone seeing a monster. He took a deep breath, smoothing his slightly ragged breathing. Then with heavy steps, he walked to Jiang Yan, held the datasheet recording the miracle in both hands, bowed his waist, deeply lowered his head, and presented the sheet in front of Jiang Yan. Mr. Jiang, Lu Ming said softly, yet his voice carried a clarity born of witnessing great terror. He had worked for the national team for 11 years, and in those 11 years, he had personally measured the data of the top 30 athletes in various events across the country. He had seen geniuses, seen madmen who trained until they vomited blood, even seen cheaters who pushed limits with drugs. But he knew those people still belonged to the category of human. Yet the young master before him was no longer human. Lu Ming raised his head, but dared not meet Jiang Yan's eyes, only looking at his chest. Every single piece of data you recorded today is beyond the existing human physical reference system. I'm sorry, I'm not qualified to give you a professional assessment, because you have exceeded the scope of my knowledge. Jiang Yan looked down, pulled the data sheet from his hand, folded it twice, and stuffed it into his pocket. What does "bury it in your stomach" mean in the confidentiality agreement you signed at the door? Jiang Yan's tone was not harsh, yet it pressed down on Lu Ming's head like a mountain. Lu Ming's body trembled uncontrollably. A penalty of 100 million. In the face of this data enough to overturn the entire biological understanding of the world, 100 million was nothing. If even a fraction of today's data leaked, not only would the sports world go mad, the sports medicine community, the biology community, and even higher-level institutions would be alarmed. It would inevitably trigger a frantic chase by the nation's highest-level classified agencies and even global tycoons. By then Lu Ming as the sole witness would be silently erased no matter where he fled. Because in this world, ordinary people who know too many incredible secrets often end up dead. The Jiang family, a top-tier clan that could mobilize the CCB headquarters to seal off the venue, could crush him more easily than an ant. Moreover, Jiang Yan's own punch force of 1,018 kilograms was enough to send him to meet his maker in any unmonitored dark alley. Mr. Jiang, I understand. Lu Ming nodded heavily, his voice like an oath. From the moment I walk out that door, I saw nothing in the basement today. You just came for a routine aerobic stretching session. This record will never exist in my mind. Jiang Yan stared at him for a second, and the ice blade-like gaze finally softened a trace. He not only needed strength, but also a team to monitor his body's changes as he continued to evolve. This Lu Ming, when faced with an inhuman phenomenon that shattered his worldview, didn't become hysterical like a madman, nor did he foolishly ask for explanations. Instead, he accepted reality in the shortest time and positioned himself correctly. This outstanding professionalism and mental resilience sparked a bit of extra interest in Jiang Yan. He pulled out the custom black phone from his pocket, casually brought up his WeChat QR code, and held it in front of Lu Ming. Scan me. Lu Ming was stunned. He couldn't believe that such a lofty top-tier crown prince would voluntarily ask him to add WeChat. But his hands moved without hesitation, frantically pulling out his phone and clumsily scanning the QR code. Beep. Verification passed. Jiang Yan put the phone back in his pocket, turned, and walked toward the alloy gate, leaving behind a light, yet weighty remark: from now on, if I need a retest of data, I'll contact you directly. Don't change your phone number casually. Keep your communication open. I want you to be available at any time. Do my bidding, keep your mouth shut, and wear a blindfold. As long as you obey, the compensation I give you will exceed your lifetime's understanding of money. Watching Jiang Yan's receding figure, Lu Ming clutched his phone, staring at the freshly added avatar on the screen. His breathing quickened again. Not only because of that compensation beyond the limits of cognition, but also because he suddenly felt an illusion, as if he had been casually marked as private territory by the most terrifying beast in the jungle. This was deadly danger. Yet for a fitness coach, it was also an irresistible, fatal temptation. He felt he was about to touch a hidden corner of this world. Although his thoughts might be wrong, if Jiang Yan knew, he wouldn't bother to explain. With a click, the thick, soundproof alloy door on the second basement level slid open. Su Qinghe and Shun Jixia, who had been waiting in the rest area outside, rose simultaneously the instant the door emitted its first sound. One was Jiang Yan's exclusive butler, the other a concierge secretary assigned by the headquarters of China Construction Bank. The two women, with entirely different temperaments, both shed all superfluous emotions at that moment, stepping forward with the most standard and reverent posture. Sir, Su Qinghe said, striding quickly to Jiang Yan's side. After swiftly scanning his body to confirm he showed no signs of injury or excessive fatigue, she handed him a cup of imported mineral water, precisely tempered to the right temperature, with a soft snow-white warm towel draped over her wrist. Jiang Yan took the cup, casually wiped his hands with the towel, and gave a slight nod. Su Qinghe, seeing his nod, seemed to receive some confirmation and visibly relaxed. Shun Jixia, standing nearby, focused her gaze on Jiang Yan's feet. Her observational skills were sharp. Or rather, anyone who could enter the top-tier concierge sequence of CCB headquarters could never be a mere decorative vase. She saw at a glance that the pair of Italian handcrafted calfskin loafers on Jiang Yan's feet, worth tens of thousands, were in a sorry state. The sole edges were severely unglued, the stitching on the upper showed signs of rupture, and the leather surface was covered with irreversible scratches left by violent friction. Shun Jixia's heart jolted. Though she didn't know what tests had been conducted in the basement, a pair of exquisitely crafted leather shoes reduced to such a condition was enough to prove the terrifying intensity of the movements that had occurred within. She didn't ask a single word about the test content. This wasn't just professional conduct. It was because she had keenly noticed that Lu Ming, the fitness coach who had emerged after Jiang Yan, now had a face as pale as paper, exuding a sense of utter exhaustion, as if his soul had been drained. Mr. Jiang, Shun Jixia stepped half a pace forward at the opportune moment, her voice soft and perfectly measured. Your shoes are quite damaged. They might not be suitable for wearing. Jiang Yan, of course, knew his shoes were ruined, but he hadn't expected Shun Jixia to notice at a glance. He'll buy it. His tone was flat and serene, as if the ruined item wasn't a pair of branded shoes worth tens of thousands, but a pair of disposable paper slippers. Shun Jixia immediately nodded in acknowledgement. Understood. He'll arrange the nearest luxury mall and a personal shopper service for you right away. As they exited the club, General Manager Han Tao, along with several executives, was already waiting outside. Compared to when Jiang Yan had arrived, Han Tao's posture was markedly lower now. His bow was deeper, his smile more cautious. He didn't even dare to look directly at Jiang Yan. Someone who could make a deputy general manager of CCB's private banking headquarters personally order a full clearance was already beyond his ability to fathom. Mr. Jiang, please take care. Han Tao's voice carried obvious ingratiation. Jiang Yan paid him little attention, casually replying, "No need to see me off," as he walked toward the car. Glancing at his nearly destroyed leather shoes, he realized that stepping on the highly sensitive throttle of the Lamborghini in this state would be rather inconvenient. He casually tossed the car keys to Su Qinghe. "You drive?" Su Qinghe was stunned for a moment, but immediately caught the keys with both hands and nodded obediently. "Yes, sir." This was no ordinary car. It was a Lamborghini SVJ 63 valued at 15 million yuan and a limited edition nationwide. But Su Qinghe showed no sign of flattery or panic. She understood that when Jiang Yan asked her to drive, it wasn't a request, but an order. Her only task was to execute. She hurried around to the driver's seat, carefully sat and adjusted the seat, and mirrors her movements efficient and restrained. Jiang Yan, on the other hand, directly opened the passenger door and got in. Shen Jixia didn't ask any questions either. She quickly returned to her own Audi A3 parked nearby, turned on the hazard lights, and prepared to follow behind the Lamborghini. Her A3 might be considered decent in the eyes of ordinary office workers, but parked beside Jiang Yan's matte black SVJ 63, it was like a docile kitten following a black beast. This stark class contrast stirred another subtle tremor in Shen Jixia's heart. She wasn't unaccustomed to wealthy people. But someone like Jiang Yan, who casually handed over a multi-million limited edition supercar to the woman beside him and lounged in the passenger seat, simply because his shoes were ruined, was a first for her. Lu Ming did not go out to see him off. Lu Ming gripped the phone in his pocket tightly, his palms soaked with cold. In his mind, like a film reel, he kept replaying the furious 1018 kilograms of punch force Jiang Yan had delivered in the 100-meter sprint speed that defied human physiological limits. Lu Ming fiercely pinched his thigh. The sharp pain told him everything that had just happened was not an illusion. For the first time, he realized with utmost clarity that the man he had received today was not just a wealthy client. He had stepped into a secret whirlpool from which there could be no turning back. He watched from behind the glass as the matte black Lamborghini slowly drove away. Inside the Lamborghini's cabin, Su Qinghe held the steering wheel with both hands, her posture upright and restrained. She drove steadily. Even though pressing the accelerator even slightly on this car could unleash a terrifying roar capable of tearing through the air, she kept the speed firmly within safe limits. She knew Jiang Yan disliked meaningless ostentation, especially on city roads. Jiang Yan leaned back in the passenger seat, resting with his eyes closed. His chest rose and fell with an extremely even rhythm, his breathing remarkably steady. Even national-level athletes would require a lengthy recovery period after such high-intensity tests. But Jiang Yan's current state was as if he had just had a wonderful sleep, radiating a restrained yet immensely destructive vitality. Su Qinghe occasionally glanced at him from the corner of her eye, and her heartbeat would involuntarily quicken. She recalled the dull, heavy thuds she had faintly heard while waiting outside the basement door, sounds so powerful that even the walls trembled. Those were sounds of heavy metal crashing to the ground. Those were roars that seemed capable of piercing steel plates. At that moment, the awe she felt toward Jiang Yan completely overwhelmed a woman's innate curiosity. She knew that the man sitting beside her was not merely a young noble with formidable connections. He was a terrifying beast lurking beneath a human exterior, and all she wanted was to cling tightly to this mighty presence. Even if she were scorched by the residual force of this beast, she would never let go. Inside the Audi A3 behind them, Shen Jixia maintained a safe distance while quickly contacting the manager of a top luxury mall near Guimao through an encrypted channel confirming the reception procedures. The Lamborghini smoothly glided into the most bustling Guimao business district of the capital, eventually pulling to a gentle stop at the VIP exclusive entrance of a large high-end mall that claimed to be the ultimate luxury gathering place in all of Asia. Behind it, Shen Jixia's Audi A3 also came to a steady halt. The mall's concierge manager, having been notified earlier by the headquarters of China Construction Bank, was now standing at attention at the entrance alongside 4 security guards in immaculate uniforms, all prepared and waiting. A client whom the bank's concierge secretary personally accompanied was undoubtedly part of the echelon of elite, with asset scales and identities the mall most needed to court. Moreover, when they laid eyes on that matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63 as it slowly came to a stop, the smiles on their faces instantly deepened by another 3 degrees of deference. The door opened. Su Qinghe stepped out from the driver's side, first walked around to the passenger door, and opened it for Jiang Yan. Jiang Yan emerged from the vehicle and stood still in the sunlight. The moment he stepped out of the car, several high-ranking white-collar workers and passers-by, who had been rushing past, momentarily lost their composure, as if struck by a sudden trance. The gene optimization serum had not only reshaped Jiang Yan's bone density and muscle fibers, but had also adjusted every proportion of his body to the most perfect state attainable by carbon-based life forms. Standing at 188 centimeters tall with broad shoulders and long legs, he possessed an undeniable golden inverted triangle physique. Though he was only wearing a seemingly casual dress shirt at the moment, the contours of his muscles, faintly visible beneath the fabric, exuded an intense masculine charisma. Oh my God, who's that? Is he some newly debuted top-tier male celebrity? But why is he wearing worn-out shoes? Is that some new trend? Not far away, a young girl dressed exquisitely couldn't help but grab her companion's sleeve and whisper in shock, her eyes brimming with disbelief. A celebrity? Have you ever seen any male celebrity with that kind of aura? Those powdered, oily-faced internet idols aren't even fit to polish his shoes. Her companion swallowed hard, utterly mesmerized. The girl instinctively pulled out her phone from her designer bag, hoping to snap a clandestine photo of that astonishing profile. Madam, I'm terribly sorry, but this is a private customer-only passageway of the mall. Please refrain from taking photos and respect our guests' privacy. A security guard immediately stepped forward, politely, but firmly blocking the girl's phone lens with his body. Jiang Yan paid no heed to the exclamations and commotion around him. Such scenes were foreign to him in his past life, but in this one he found them entirely fitting. When a person possesses absolute power and wealth, there is no need to care about the gaze of ordinary people. He didn't deliberately act cool or assume any haughty expression. He simply walked there, very naturally, even relishing the sensation of being the center of attention. The concierge manager bowed as he led the way, guiding Jiang Yan and his companions directly into the mall's interior and straight to the bespoke men's shoe section on the second floor. This was a century-old shoemaking atelier with an international reputation. The store's decoration exuded an air of classical artistry. When the seasoned female store manager saw the concierge personally escorting guests, she immediately stepped forward to greet them. Good day, sir. I am the manager of this store. It is my honor to serve you. The store manager flashed a polished, eight-toothed professional smile, her voice sweet. Yet when she got a close-up look at Jiang Yan's features, especially the proportions of his legs, the line of his ankles, and the ratio of his waist to hips, her professional smile nearly faltered. As the veteran manager of a top-tier men's shoe store, she had handled measurement data from countless celebrities, models, and tycoons. But the body proportions of the man before her were so perfect, they seemed almost inhuman. Those long straight legs, the perfectly arched calf muscles, the firm slender ankles. It was a work of art born solely to showcase the world's most exquisite footwear. Suppressing the shock within her, the manager instinctively brought out the store's most exclusive handmade loafer, freshly airshipped and not on public display. Sir, this is a limited edition pair hand-stitched by our master craftsman over 3 months. Please try them on. The manager knelt on one knee to help him change shoes. When Jiang Yan slipped on those premium leather shoes in a standard size, the manager's brow furrowed slightly. Though he still looked exceptionally good wearing them to her professional eye, there were subtle dimensional mismatches. It wasn't that the shoes were bad. Rather, the last of these shoes had been crafted based on a standard model sample. But Jiang Yan's arch curvature and instep lines after his genetic remodeling had transcended the so-called standard, achieving an even more extreme three-dimensional form. Conventional high-end bespoke shoes actually constrained the perfect display of his feet. Sir. The manager rose to her feet, her voice trembling with the excitement and reverence of one who has discovered a rare treasure. I sincerely apologize. Although our in-stock offerings are top-tier, given your extraordinary physique and foot measurements, none of these shoes can perfectly conform to your foot structure. It would be a desecration. If you permit, I would like to request the creation of a new profile for you using 3D holographic scanning to capture your most precise measurements. Then I will send the data to our headquarters in Italy, and our master craftsman will personally create a bespoke last exclusively for you, crafting shoes that belong to you alone. The store manager's words left even the concierge manager, who was following behind, stunned. A bespoke last. That was a privilege reserved for European royalty. Faced with the manager's almost fanatical proposal, Jiang Yan was visibly intrigued. Ordinary high-end leather shoes had clearly become inadequate for his current physique. A bespoke last was indeed necessary. However, he didn't have the leisure to wait months for a pair of shoes. We can proceed with the last. The store manager, who had prepared herself for rejection, felt her eyes light up at his words. Sir, you are willing to accept our headquarters master-level private last service. Jiang Yan responded indifferently. But I need something to wear now. Bring out the best-fitting pair in stock that uses the finest materials and replace the ones on my feet. As for the last, well, take the measurements today. 3D data, arch pressure, gait trajectory. Do it all at once. Once it's done, make several pairs in different materials, colors, and for different scenarios. Formal, casual, driving, sports, all categories. After they're finished, deliver them directly to Wanlu Academy. He said this with extreme casualness. It was as if he weren't commissioning a collection of top-tier handmade shoes that could total hundreds of thousands, or even millions, but rather instructing a servant to prepare a few extra outfits for tomorrow. The store manager's breathing quickened noticeably. As the manager of a premium men's shoe brand, she knew exactly what this meant. A bespoke last was already a service reserved for the highest-tier clients. But Jiang Yan wasn't ordering just one pair. He was establishing a private footwear archive based on his own body data and using that as a foundation to produce a full series of personalized shoes on a long-term basis. Such a client was no longer an ordinary wealthy person. This was a true VIP whom the brand headquarters itself would have to personally cultivate. Understood, sir. We will immediately initiate the highest-level private registration process for you. Your foot data will be encrypted and transmitted to the Italian headquarters where the chief last maker will personally craft the model. All finished shoes will be categorized according to your daily scenarios, including business, formal, light, luxury, casual, driving, specific, long-distance, walking, and high-intensity sports support models. In terms of color and material, we will prepare black, calfskin, deep brown shell, cordovan, burgundy, crocodile, leather, dark gray suede, and special composite carbon fiber support soles. The first batch of samples can be delivered to the capital within 6 weeks. Jiang Yan nodded slightly. All right, no need to rush, but don't let me down on quality. The female store manager agreed wholeheartedly. She knew very well that once a client of this caliber was satisfied, they would become a living endorsement for the brand among the top echelons of China. But if she disappointed him, the consequences would be far beyond what a store manager could bear. Please rest assured, sir. The female store manager's tone was solemn. We will complete it to the highest standards. With that, she turned and gave a series of hand signals to the senior sales. Within just 2 minutes, over a dozen exquisite wooden shoe boxes were carefully placed on the cashmere carpet before Jiang Yan. Sir, these are the finest pieces from our current stock. This pair is black calfskin loafers with a lightweight cork midsole suitable for daily casual wear. This pair is handcrafted shell cordovan penny loafers with better support. This pair is a driving-specific model with special anti-slip treatment on the forefoot, providing better feedback for supercar accelerator pedals. Additionally, there are several crocodile leather formal shoes and high-tech composite material casual sports shoes. Jiang Yan casually tried on 2 pairs. Although they still couldn't perfectly conform to the arch and force structure of his genetically reshaped feet, they were at least far more comfortable than the pair of shoes that were about to fall apart. Especially the driving-specific pair. The sole feedback was clear, the forefoot was light, and the pedal feel was sufficiently sensitive. Too lazy to compare pair by pair, Jiang Yan simply raised his slender finger and casually tapped on the shoe boxes before him. This pair, and these 2. Same size, different colors, 3 of each. 2 extra pairs of the drive. His instructions were as brief as if he were buying groceries. The store manager and staff immediately began packing. A few minutes later, the manager handed over the bill with both hands, her voice trembling slightly with excitement. Sir, the total for these selected in-stock shoes is 768,000 yuan. Additionally, for the private mold and first batch of exclusive custom shoes, we will quote you at the highest standards from headquarters, and subsequent costs will be confirmed by your butler. We have applied for the highest tier membership discount for you. No discount needed. Jiang Yan interrupted her. His gaze suddenly landed on a glass display case nearby. Inside were a row of globally limited edition collectors, shoes made from special rare leathers, each pair priced enough to leave ordinary people dumbfounded. Jiang Yan tilted his chin slightly, as if pointing at a few cabbages in a market. That row. If you have my size, pack them all up. At those words, the entire shoe store fell into a brief silence. The store manager's breath caught in her throat. That row of limited edition collectors' shoes totaled 8 pairs, each priced at over 2,000 yuan. Sir, do you mean all of them? The store manager thought she might have misheard. Jiang Yan glanced at her. Did you not understand me? In that instant, the store manager felt a shiver run down her spine. Understood. Understood. He'll pack them immediately. As if injected with adrenaline, she immediately directed the staff to retrieve all the store's treasures. When the final bill was printed, the long string of digits directly exceeded 3 million. And this did not include the cost of the subsequent exclusive mold and private custom series. Suqing has stepped forward, naturally taking the bank card from Jiang Yan's hand and handing it to the store manager. The card machine let out a crisp beep. Millions of yuan were instantly deducted without a hitch. Jiang Yan had already changed into the black driving-specific handmade shoes. The store manager personally knelt down to adjust his pant cuffs. As the shoes touched the ground, Jiang Yan gently flexed his ankles. Though still not a perfect fit, at least they were no longer a hindrance. Qinghe, sir. Suqing has stepped forward. Follow up on the custom order. You decide on colors, materials, and quantities. Before delivery to Wanlu Academy, have them send the list to you for confirmation. Suqing nodded obediently. Understood, sir. Her voice was gentle and steady, but she knew deep down. This was not just buying shoes. This was Jiang Yan formally entrusting her with the management of certain intimate details of his life. From real estate to clothing to footwear to his daily routines. She, as his personal butler, was gradually embedding herself into the most private and core aspects of Jiang Yan's life. This feeling of being needed slightly eased the sense of crisis deep within Suqing. Meanwhile, Shun Jixia standing to the side felt her pupils contract slightly. As a VIP liaison secretary at the China Construction Bank headquarters, she had met countless billionaires and many spendthrift second-generation rich. But those people either spent money to show off in front of women or made calculated investments. Jiang Yan was different. His purchase of 3 million yuan worth of shoes was simply because his old pair was damaged, so he conveniently replaced them. His agreement to the private mold was not to enjoy the brand's flattery of exclusivity, but because the luxury goods under the current industrial system could no longer fully adapt to his body. This matter-of-fact attitude of mobilizing top-tier resources beneath his feet was the true essence of power. Watching Jiang Yan sitting there surrounded by the store manager and staff catering to him, a subtle crack appeared in the otherwise solid professional defenses of Shun Jixia's heart. She suddenly realized the allure of this young man was not merely wealth and appearance. It was an absolute sense of control. He didn't need to cater to any rules. The rules would bow down and rearrange themselves around him. Su Qinghe carefully placed the bank card back into the pocket of Jiang Yan's coat. She stepped back half a pace, her gaze meeting Shun Jixia's, which was slightly dazed from the shock in the air. Just a single exchange of glances. Two intelligent women instantly understood each other. Su Qing's back straightened slightly. Deep within, an unprecedented sense of crisis and possessiveness surged. She knew all too well. A man like Jiang Yan possessed a fatal allure. If he so much as crooked his finger, countless women, more beautiful, more shapely, and with better backgrounds than her, would flock to him like moths to a flame. The cracks in Shun Jixia's seemingly restrained professional facade had already begun to show. Su Qinghe understood that she had to demonstrate irreplaceable value to cling tightly to this life-changing opportunity. Because a man like Jiang Yan could never belong to just one woman. What she needed to do was to become the most useful one by his side. After purchasing the shoes, Jiang Yan did not leave Guomao. Under the guidance of the concierge manager, he directly entered the men's bespoke tailoring section on the 3rd floor of the mall. Several leading menswear brands had already been notified by the mall's general manager. To secure this ultra-high-net-worth client, each top-tier international menswear brand had mobilized nearly all of their runway collections and unreleased private designs. Jiang Yan stepped into a menswear store known for its minimalist aesthetic and casually picked out a black casual suit with no visible brand markings. The moment he emerged from the fitting room, everyone's eyes widened. The black suit subdued his youthful aura, while the tailoring accentuated his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs to perfection. The white shirt was unbuttoned at the collar, revealing a sharp collarbone. His physique, enhanced by genetic optimization, bore not an ounce of excess fat. As he stood there, even the light in the mirrors seemed to dim around him. At that moment, Shun Jixia, standing nearby, felt her breath hitch. She had seen tycoons, billionaires, and young elites from the political and business circles. But what Jiang Yan exuded was entirely different. That aura did not require age to validate. It was the effortless poise of someone raised in the lap of top-tier resources and order. Wherever he stood, that place automatically became the center of attention. Secretary Shun, a cool voice suddenly sounded beside her, snapping her back to reality. Su Qinghe had appeared at her side, her smile flawless, but her eyes carried the warning and territorial claim of a personal butler. Mr. Jiang's clothes need to be repressed and styled. If there are other matters at CCB, you may attend to them first. They'll take care of things here. Shun Jixia snapped back, to the moment a flicker of barely concealed panic crossing her face before she quickly masked it. That won't be necessary, Miss Su. Providing full concierge service for Mr. Jiang is precisely the task assigned to me by headquarters. A silent confrontation unfolded between the two women in the air. In the following hours, Jiang Yan demonstrated what true sweeping meant in the menswear section. Bespoke casual wear, hand-stitched formal suits, top-tier cashmere coats. Even for cufflinks and tie clips, he barely bothered to try them on. If they caught his eye, they were packed directly. The total spending skyrocketed in a short time, approaching 8 figures. This near-frenzied pace of shopping alarmed the mall's general manager. He came running over, sweating profusely, holding the mall's highest-level black diamond card and several premium gift packages. He wanted to personally present them to Jiang Yan to make a favorable impression. Mr. Jiang, thank you for your visit. This is our highest-tier membership benefits. Let them handle it. Jiang Yan pointed at Su Qinghe and Shun Jixia behind him, then walked over to the VIP lounge and sat down. The manager immediately turned and handed the items to Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe took the membership card and list, immediately switching into work mode. Manager Zhang, there are 68 items in total. 9 of the bespoke suits require minor adjustments to be completed by midnight tonight. Shoes and clothing delivered in 2 batches to the top-floor duplex at 1 Lushi Yuan. First batch to arrive by 10 p.m. tonight. Dust bags to be replaced with sterile vacuum packaging. Every word was clear. The mall staff kept taking notes, no one daring to interrupt. Jiang Yan leaned back on the sofa, watching the scene, a hint of satisfaction flickering in his eyes. Su Qinghe was truly efficient, both in public and in private. Meanwhile, on the first-floor atrium of the mall, a passerby looking up caught sight of Jiang Yan's back as he rested by the glass railing on the 3rd floor, flanked by 2 stunning women standing respectfully behind him. The passerby quickly pulled out their phone, filmed a short 10-second video, added a sensational title, and uploaded it to the largest short video platform in the country. Guimao encounter a god-level handsome, rich young master. 2 top-tier sisters accompanying him shopping. Is this the daily life of a Beijing prince? The video was barely posted when, thanks to Jiang Yan's impossibly perfect proportions and the refined elegance of the 2 women behind him, it immediately gained a small wave of traffic under the platform's big data algorithm. In the comments section, someone immediately recognized the silhouette. Holy crap! Isn't that the handsome guy who drove a limited edition Lamborghini Aventador and went viral for saying, "I won't use someone else's life for my own thrill"? It's definitely him. ID recognized that presence even in ashes. He's also the provincial top scorer. Top-tier supercar shopping spree at Guimao, 2 gorgeous women accompanying him. Bro, this life is too insane. Did you steal my life? I'm bitter. This guy was born in Rome while I have a sick mom and a gambling dad. At that moment, still inside the mall, Jiang Yan had no idea that the legend about him was once again brewing online. He had just changed clothes when a system notification sounded in his mind. Ding. Detected that host's actions have triggered small-scale social attention. Influence points, 300, cash bonus, 300,000. Jiang Yan raised an eyebrow slightly. That worked too. It seemed that even a glimpse of his daily spending was an excellent way to harvest system points. Night fell quietly, and the bustling capital revealed its other face of opulence as the city lights. Jiang Yan didn't rush to leave. Instead, he had dinner at a members-only private restaurant on the top floor of the mall. After genetic optimization, his body still required substantial energy. Bluefin tuna, wild lobster, Australian wagyu. High-protein ingredients flowed in like a stream and were devoured by him with near-terrifying efficiency. This time, compared to lunch, he was a bit more refined. The dinner was nearing its end. Suching has seated to the lower right of the table reported in a gentle and clear voice, "Sir, the property manager at Wanlu Shuyuan just messaged that the clothing just delivered has been sorted and arranged by professional organizers." Jiang Yan picked up a glass of sparkling water, took a light sip, and nodded. On the other side, Shinjisha also spoke at the right moment. "Mr. Jiang, CCB headquarters has included you in tonight's highest priority evening service list. If you have plans, symphony concerts, private salons, club events, we can arrange entry within 20 minutes. Hearing this, Jiang Yan set down his glass. He gazed out at the dazzling nightscape of the capital. In his past life, he had spent months pulling consecutive all-nighters just for a set of lab data and a bonus. He had never experienced the true indulgence and revelry of the city's nights. The decadence of the elite class was once just a distant news term to him. It was time to experience the legendary nightlife. "Where's the most happening place in the capital at night?" Jiang Yan suddenly asked. Shen Jixia was taken aback. She had assumed that someone of Jiang Yan's towering background and academic refinement, after all he was a provincial top scholar, would prefer elegant, quiet social venues. She quickly searched her mind and offered several options of exclusive private clubs. If you're after excitement and release, a few top-tier nightclubs near Gongdi are excellent choices. Among them, the most iconic is King of K. Nominally a members-only entertainment venue, it's actually one of the capital's premier nightlife spots, frequented by second-generation elites, influencers, and the entertainment circle. Not long ago, Wang Tsong, the nation's darling, set a record there by spending $2.5 million in a single night. Since then, the club has become the hottest ticket in town. Wang Tsong spent $2.5 million there. And that's where we're going. Jiang Yan grew interested. It wasn't the spending record that intrigued him. What he truly wanted was to witness beneath the veneer of glamour the ugliness of that circle he once considered unreachable, exposed by alcohol and music. "Sir, if you decide on King of K, I recommend keeping the atmosphere intact. No buyout, no clearing out. The soul of a nightclub lies in its crowd and energy. An empty venue would lose its appeal. He'll arrange for a semi-open VIP booth with the best view. You'll see the whole floor and immerse yourself in the vibe." Jiang Yan turned and nodded in approval. "You get me." Shun Zixia's heart fluttered. She immediately picked up her phone to make arrangements. At 10 in the evening, King of K, the capital's most legendary high-end nightclub, entered its golden hour of decadent extravagance. In the plaza outside, a row of supercars lined up. McLarens, Ferraris, Aston Martins, an opulent car show of gleaming horsepower. The roar of exhaust pipes mingled with the heavy bass of electronic music seeping from inside. As the matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63 glided into the parking area, the young men and women who had been loitering and laughing near the entrance turned almost in unison. "Holy shit, an SVJ 63. That's no ordinary Aventador. What a beast. Matte black carbon fiber rear wing. That thing must have cost close to 20 million. The girls, seasoned nightlife veterans with sharp eyes for cars, lit up instantly, especially when the scissor door on the driver's side rose slowly and Jiang Yan stepped out. At the entrance, many exquisitely made-up women in scant clothing all had the same burning glint in their eyes. Young, handsome, top-tier supercar, tall stature. For them, a man like that was a walking stairway to social mobility. Even just sleeping with him would be a huge win. Many of the girls who had been posing for photos instinctively straightened their backs, adjusted their hair, and skirts, their eyes restless with ambition. But then, the scissor door on the passenger side also rose slowly. Su Qinghe stepped out of the car in high heels. Dressed in a black bodycon dress, her curves cool and elegant, her makeup refined, yet not vulgar. She carried herself with the dignified restraint unique to a mature woman. She didn't flaunt anything. She simply walked naturally to Jiang Yan's side, half a step behind, as if she had long been accustomed to standing in that perfect spot beside him. Then the Audi behind them parked. Shen Jixia got out. In a professional suit, her hair tied up, exuding intellectual competence. The sophisticated aura of a head office concierge secretary was on an entirely different level from the ordinary nightclub girls. The beauties at the entrance, who had been all too eager moments before, froze in their tracks. They looked at Su Qinghe, then at Shen Jixia, then down at their own short skirts, low-cut tops, and heavy makeup meant to attract attention. The courage they had just mustered was doused by stark reality. Some dared not approach. The gap was too obvious. Their usual pride in youth, figure, and makeup suddenly seemed cheap next to Su Qinghe and Shen Jixia. Forget it. A guy like that has women of that caliber by his side. Would just humiliate ourselves. Those two sisters are way too stunning, totally not the type you see in clubs. Who the hell is this rich kid? Whispers spread quickly among the crowd at the entrance. To him, those stares of amazement, curiosity, desire, and jealousy were merely part of the night. He casually tossed his car key to the valet. The valet caught it with both hands, palms already sweating. Rest assured, sir, he'll park it in the safest spot. Shen Jixia's prearranged entry information had been synced to the front desk. The three of them didn't queue at all. No ostentatious welcome with the manager leading a team this time. The front desk staff simply confirmed their identity and respectfully opened a VIP passage for them. Jiang Yan, with Su Qinghe and Shen Jixia, walked straight into King of K. The interior of King of K was massive. The first floor housed a huge dance floor and scattered tables with laser beams crisscrossing madly through the air. The resident DJ on stage drove the rhythm feverishly, and young bodies in the dance floor writhed freely under the deafening bass. The service staff led Jiang Yan to the most central semi-open VIP booth on the second floor. The view was superb. Leather circular sofas, a private wine cabinet, a dedicated service passage. From here, the entire first floor dance floor and all the flirtations and transactions in every booth were laid out before him. Jiang Yan ignored the premium liquor set that had been placed on the table. He walked to the glass railing and rested his hands casually on it, looking down in a commanding manner at the wild, chaotic scene below. In this enclosed space, overflowing with hormones, money, and alcohol, everyone wore a mask, while unashamedly revealing their primal instincts. Some flaunted luxury watches on their wrists, others brawled over booth status, and countless scantily clad girls drifted between tables, trying to trade their youth for a chance at social mobility. Jiang Yan watched it all, as if observing an absurd yet functioning system. In his past life, he had been trapped in a lab, barely finding time to breathe fresh air. In this life, he stood at the apex of the sensual world. Someone handed him a drink. Someone waited behind him. The contrast made him want to laugh. Jiang Yan raised his glass and lightly clinked it against the cold glass railing. I really should see more, experience more, he murmured. Then he downed the fiery liquor in one gulp. The burning liquid slid down his throat, as if to ignite the untamed wildness of this new life. Since he was here to experience it, seeing alone wasn't enough. Jiang Yan snapped his fingers, and the dedicated manager immediately approached. Mr. Jiang, what are your orders? Bring several sets of your finest liquor. Jiang Yan said casually. Understood. The manager beamed with joy and immediately shouted into his walkie. In less than 3 minutes, a massive procession, led by 8 black-clad security guards with over a dozen girls in sexy bunny girl outfits holding cold fireworks, marched grandly up to the second floor. 5 complete sets of different colored Ace of Spades dragon sets, along with several bottles of premium Louis XIII, instantly covered the massive marble table of the king's booth. The spectacle alone cost no less than several $100,000. As the show reached its peak, the manager also summoned several top-tier second-floor exclusive atmosphere girls. Unlike the cheap Wanghong faces on the dance floor downstairs, each of them was stunningly beautiful, with a slender figure and outstanding temperament, dressed in tailored little dresses or body-hugging skirts. Having navigated the nightlife scene, these girls could instantly tell that a man like Jiang Yan, who needed no pretension and was surrounded by attendants, was a true dragon crossing the river. Before the booth, they freely displayed their graceful figures to the heavy bass rhythm, then picked up their glasses and approached with alluring charm. Sir, we toast to you. As a former miserable research wage slave, how could Jiang Yan have ever experienced such indulgence of being surrounded by so many beautiful women? The youthful nature suppressed for 2 lifetimes was thoroughly awakened in this luxury, and an indescribable excitement rose in his heart. After all, no matter how composed he seemed, he was essentially still a young man. Pour it, Jiang Yan said lazily as he leaned back on the sofa, refusing no one. Glass after glass of liquor he downed like water. Ordinarily, even a seasoned drinker with the best tolerance would have been completely lost after such relentless rounds. But these high-end atmosphere girls were astonished to discover that this young master, after gulping down over a dozen mixed drinks, showed not the slightest flush on his face, nor any hint of blurriness in his eyes. The primary gene optimization serum had granted him not only terrifying strength, but also an almost monstrous metabolic ability. Once those lethal alcohols entered his bloodstream, they were instantly broken down by his powerful liver into energy and water. He drank these expensive liquors just like drinking plain water. Master Jiang, your tolerance is incredible. A tall girl cooed, looking at him in disbelief. Jiang Yan chuckled. Instead of taking the drink the girl offered, he reached out his arm and directly pulled Su Qing's slender waist, drawing her into his embrace. Su Qinghe instantly understood. She obediently straddled half her body, pressing her soft curves against Jiang Yan's firm chest. She picked up the crystal glass on the table, took a large sip of the amber liquor herself, then tilted her cold and exquisite face, parted her red lips, and actively leaned toward Jiang Yan's mouth. Jiang Yan opened his mouth to meet the nectar she offered. The cool liquid mixed with the warm fragrance of her breath slid smoothly down his throat. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Jiang Yan's mouth. He picked up a cold cherry from the fruit plate with his fingertips, and with a hint of mischief traced it along her collarbone, slowly sliding it into her impressive cleavage. Su Qinghe gave a sudden delicate shiver, but instead of pulling away, she rubbed her cheek against Jiang Yan's palm, even more docilely. He leaned back against the sofa, playing with Su Qing's silky hair, watching the wild dancing of gaily dressed men and women below. This sense of control over beautiful women, money, and desire brought him utter satisfaction from the inside out. This was life. This was the hedonistic luxury he should enjoy after his rebirth. Sir. Su Qing's cheeks flushed. Just then a group of ostentatious men and women entered through the VIP passage on the first floor of the King of KTV. Leading them was none other than Chen Xiaoyang, the McLaren owner, who had been left far behind by Jiang Yan's throttle at the intersection not long ago, unable to even see his taillights. Today Chen Xiaoyang was dressed extremely flashy. A Gucci floral shirt covered in logos, a thick chrome hearts necklace around his neck, and still accompanied by the hot-bodied, cold-tempered popular model Sun Yanwei. During this period, Chen Xiaoyang had been asking around in his circle about the background of the young man driving the matte black limited edition Lamborghini. But how could someone of his level ever get access to the Jiang family's background? After asking around, he got no definite information, only vaguely heard that the man was not from the established top circles in the capital. This gradually relaxed Chen Xiaoyang's originally tense nerves. Can't find anything. That means he's not a native of the capital. Probably just some nouveau riche from another province flaunting cash in the capital like a rookie. Chen Xiaoyang found a perfect excuse in his mind. The group was led by a waiter to a top-level booth near the stage on the first floor. His friends started cheering, and various expensive Ace of Spades champagnes were placed on the table one after another. Sun Yanwei sat beside Chen Xiaoyang, idly holding a cocktail, her gaze habitually wandering among the booths. It was her professional instinct in such settings to hunt for higher-level prey. Suddenly her gaze pierced through the flickering laser lights and locked onto the king's booth in the center of the second floor, which had the best view and was most conspicuous. It was Jiang Yan. He wore a perfectly tailored black shirt, without any logo, lounging lazily on the leather sofa. What made Sun Yanwei's breath catch even more were the two women sitting beside Jiang Yan. One was cold and glamorous, the other intellectual. The aura and appearance of these two women were not inferior to her, a popular model, and even in temperament. Last time at the Japanese restaurant, she had proactively offered to pay for Jiang Yan, only to be rejected with a "not needed," and Chen Xiaoyang found out. She still remembered that humiliation. She had thought Jiang Yan was indifferent to women. But now not only did he come to a nightclub, he also had two such exquisite women by his side. He wasn't indifferent to women. He just looked down on her. This intense contrast and sense of humiliation made a deep unwillingness flash in Sun Yanwei's eyes. But she was a clever woman. She immediately averted her gaze and deliberately looked down to pretend to play with her phone, not revealing a word to Chen Xiaoyang beside her. She was waiting for the right moment. Perhaps tonight there would be a good show. Chen Xiaoyang was boasting with his friends when his gaze inadvertently swept upward, wanting to see if there were any big shots he knew on the second floor tonight. The moment he looked, he froze. Then an uncontrollable rage rushed to his head. That bastard who made him lose face on the road and caused his friends in the circle to secretly laugh at him was actually sitting right above him. That condescending posture made Chen Xiaoyang's chest tighten, especially when Chen Xiaoyang saw the two women beside Jiang Yan, who were stunning both in figure and temperament, and then turned to look at the pretty but slightly vulgar internet celebrities around him. The jealousy of being thoroughly outclassed nearly drove him insane. What a damn small world, enemies on a narrow road. Chen Xiaoyang gritted his teeth and slammed his wine glass heavily on the table, his eyes fixed on the second floor. His friends followed his gaze and also saw Jiang Yan. Brother Yang, who's that? A wealthy second generation in a trendy t-shirt squinted upward, a hint of curiosity in his tone. sitting in the king booth on the second floor accompanied by two such stunning women. Quite the presence. Another person lowered his voice. Looks pretty unfamiliar, not like one of the big shots we usually see in Jingqing circles. Chen Xiaoyang's face darkened a few shades further upon hearing this. He raised his glass, gulped down fiercely, and sneered. Who else could it be? That guy who drove that SVJ 63 on Pingan Street a while back and left my McLaren eating his dust, couldn't even see his taillights. At these words, several friends in the booth suddenly showed looks of realization. Damn, the one you mentioned earlier who snagged that limited edition Aventador from Feng Yintian. That guy. Someone couldn't help but glance upstairs again. He's really that young. Chen Xiaoyang gritted his teeth, his voice simmering with anger. Yeah, it's him. No idea where he came from. Checked everywhere, but can't trace his background. Just driving some limited edition supercar, acting like a big shot in Jingqing. A drunken sneer twisted his lips. He's probably some brat from a provincial money family showing off in the capital with daddy's cash. Hearing this, his sycophantic friends grew bolder. Thought so. If he were from the top circles in Jingqing, would have heard something about him. Just because he's in the king booth doesn't make him hot stuff. In Jingqing, money alone won't cut it. Chen Xiaoyang listened to his friend's echoes, and the humiliation that Jiang Yan had inflicted on him surged back up. He raised his head and stared at the figure lounging lazily on the second-floor sofa, his wine glass creaking under his grip. Since we've run into each other today, perfect. Last time it was on the road. I didn't know his background, so I let it slide. But tonight in a place like this, it's all about presence and cash. Chen Xiaoyang gave a cold laugh, his eyes burning with alcohol-fueled ferocity. Let's see if he really has that much backbone. At midnight, the atmosphere peaked. The music in the dance floor suddenly stopped. Laser beams swept wildly across the venue, converging on the center of the stage. A nightclub host in an outrageously flamboyant outfit, microphone in hand, strode onto the stage, followed by 8 sexy bunny girls carrying a huge bulletproof glass display case. Inside the case lay an enormous bottle of top-tier champagne, its body encrusted with tiny diamonds. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed players of Jingqing, the finale of the night has arrived. The host's voice was piercing and provocative. This is a 1995 vintage from the Krug Classe d'Ambonne, a limited edition of only 1-0 bottles worldwide. The Krug Ambonne Black Diamond Champagne. This isn't just a bottle of wine, it's prestige status, the symbol of tonight's undisputed king. All attention was instantly drawn and a frenzy of screams and whistles erupted. This was the classic tactic of top-tier nightclubs. Through bidding, they sparked the competitive spirit of the rich second generation, squeezing their cash flow dry. This supreme champagne king. Starting bid 880 RMB. Each bid must increase by at least 10000. The auction begins now, the host roared. Just then, several senior atmosphere managers in the club sensed the subtle tension in the air. They had already recognized Chen Xiaoyang in the booth below as a regular, a somewhat notable rich second generation. And the mysterious Mr. Jiang on the second floor, personally arranged by Jianxi Bank, was unfathomable. The atmosphere manager whispered a few words to the host. The host caught on, instantly pointing his microphone at Chen Xiaoyang's booth on the first floor, shouting, "Who do I see?" "It's our first floor premium booth's elder master, Chen Xiaoyang. Master Chen, you've brought so many beautiful ladies tonight. Why not take this bottle and set an example for the whole crowd?" Then the host's hand swung sharply to the second floor, and our mysterious guest in the king booth on the second floor. Tonight, who will claim the crown of nightclub king? It was a cheap but incredibly effective provocation tactic. It directly pitted Chen Xiaoyang and Jiang Yan against each other. Under the gaze of over 1,000 people, whoever backed down would be the biggest joke of the night. Chen Xiaoyang was already bursting with anger. Being named by the host, coupled with his friend's chaos-seeking encouragement, his rationality was instantly swallowed by vanity. More importantly, out of the corner of his eye, he saw Su Nianwei quietly watching the stage. Though she said nothing, that silence in Chen Xiaoyang's eyes was a silent test and expectation. He had lost face in front of Su Nianwei once, he couldn't afford to lose again. Slap. Chen Xiaoyang slammed the table, stood up, and pointed at the stage, roaring, 1 million. This bottle is mine. The whole venue erupted in thunderous cheers. A spotlight landed on Chen Xiaoyang, letting him revel in the vanity of being the center of attention. Chen Xiaoyang lifted his chin triumphantly, shooting Jiang Yan a provocative gaze on the second floor, as if saying, "You country bumpkin think you can outspin me on my turf." In the second floor booth, Jiang Yan sat quietly on the sofa, swirling a half glass of wine. His eyes looked like someone watching a monkey jumping around for a banana in a circus. He had seen through the nightclub's trick long ago. Such low-grade provocation was childish. He originally didn't want to engage in this petty show of wealth. But who told this fool named Chen to shove his face in for a beating? If he ignored him, it would make him seem weak. Today he'd make sure Chen remembered the lesson for good. When Chen Xiaoyang shouted, 1 million, the atmosphere reached its peak. All the lights and attention shuttled between Chen Xiaoyang and the king booth on the second floor. Everyone wanted to see if this mysterious young master in the best seat would take the bait. Su Qinghe, sitting beside Jiang Yan, leaned in slightly and asked, "Sir, this is clearly the nightclub scam. The actual cost of this wine is less than 1,000. If you wish, I can contact the club owner directly to have the bottle removed or delivered to our table without spending a single penny. This was the private butler, always making the optimal solution for the employer's interests and prestige. Jiang Yan shook his head, however. Since someone had called him out so directly, how could he not respond? Backing off would be no fun. It's not about the money. With that, Jiang Yan didn't even stand up. He casually raised his slender right hand and held up 2 fingers. He didn't shout, but the club's VIP floor manager standing beside him immediately stretched his neck and shouted with all his might to the crowd below. King's seat on the second floor, Mr. Jiang bids 2 million. Boom. The entire venue erupted. This wasn't just raising a bid, it was a direct doubling. This was a blatant slap in the face. 2 million for a bottle of liquor. That was beyond the life experience of most ordinary people. The smug smile on Chen Xiaoyang's face instantly froze. The spotlight on him seemed to turn into a broiler, making him feel uncomfortable all over. 2 million for a bottle of liquor would sting even for a rich second generation like him, considering that the nation's sweetheart Wang Song only spent 2.5 million. But he had already thrown down the gauntlet. If he backed down now, how could he ever show his face in the capital's social circle again? Damn it. Who do you think you are to challenge me? Chen Xiaoyang, completely intoxicated by alcohol and rage, raised his hand again. 3 million. 5 million. Almost the instant his words fell, the voice of the second floor manager rang out again. This time not only the guests but even the seasoned host was stunned. He had presided over countless auctions, but never had he witnessed such a nonchalant way of raising bids. This wasn't buying liquor at all, it was clearly flinging tons of banknotes straight into the opponent's face. 5 million. The distinguished guest on the second floor bids 5 million. The host's voice cracked with excitement. Chen Xiaoyang's mouth twitched violently. 5 million. That was already more than half of the liquid assets he could use. Was it really worth it just to save face? He subconsciously turned to look at his friends. The friends who had been cheering just moments ago now had changed expressions. Brother Yang. Maybe. Let's call it quits. This guy might really be a reckless lunatic. 5 million for a bottle. If your dad finds out, he'll break your legs. One of his closest buddies advised in a low voice. However, when Chen Xiaoyang turned to look at Su Nianwei, she remained silent. She didn't urge him to give up. Her silence was like a hand pressing his face onto the table. That kind of gaze was the deadliest poison for a man. It seemed to silently mock his incompetence, mocking him for only being able to bluff with words. Chen Xiaoyang's breathing became rapid. His pride absolutely would not allow him to back down now. I don't believe that you, a nouveau riche from out of town, would really dare to throw away so much money. Chen Xiaoyang gritted his molars so hard they nearly shattered, veins bulging on his neck. He screamed hysterically, 7 million. When the number echoed through the club, the entire KTV venue, even the heavy bass background music, seemed 7 million for a bottle of champagne to spray in a nightclub. This was no longer madness, it was insanity. However, the voice from the second floor, like a death sentence, instantly shattered Chen Xiaoyang's last shred of hope. 9 million. Jiang Yan didn't even glance down. He picked up the glass of whiskey on the table and downed it in one gulp. Those 3 casually uttered words were like an insurmountable mountain pressing heavily on Chen Xiaoyang's head. 9 million. When that astronomical figure was announced, even the music on the first floor of the KTV stopped. Chen Xiaoyang stood there blankly, as if all the blood in his body had been drained in an instant, his hands and feet ice cold. He sobered up considerably. The numbing effect of alcohol was completely dispelled by immense fear. What on earth had he just been doing? A rich second generation who only received a few $100,000 in allowance each month and lived off dividends from a small stake in the family company. How had he ended up in a bidding war in a nightclub that nearly reached 10 million? If he kept raising the bid and actually spent that much on a bottle of liquor today, when his old man found out tomorrow, he would definitely freeze all his cards and kick him out. Brother Yang, stop. Really stop. Are you crazy? The fair-weather friends around him finally came to their senses and grabbed Chen Xiaoyang's arms tightly. Chen Xiaoyang's face turned ashen. He knew he couldn't continue, he had to stop. But if he backed down in front of the whole crowd, his face would be thoroughly trampled into the mud, never to recover. He looked up tremblingly at the devil-like man on the second floor. Suddenly, an extremely crazy thought occurred to him: the other party must also be at their limit. 9 million. Nobody's money came from the wind. The other party was definitely putting up a front, trying to overwhelm him with intimidation. As long as he added a bit more, the other party would surely give up. Then not only would he regain face, but he would also see the other party humiliated. With this gambler's mentality that was bound to lose, Chen Xiaoyang shook off his friend's hands, mustered his last ounce of strength, and shouted hoarsely, 10 million. After shouting this number, Chen Xiaoyang collapsed onto the sofa, as if drained, his back drenched in cold sweat. He stared fixedly at the second floor, praying frantically in his heart, "Don't raise it, please don't raise it." The eyes of the entire crowd, including the host who was so excited he nearly had a stroke, all turned in unison to the second floor. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the earth-shattering counterattack. Su Nianwei on the first floor especially had a fanatical gleam in her eyes. She stared at Jiang Yan expecting to see him crush Chen Xiaoyang completely, with even more domineering figures like 20 million or 30 million. Only such a man could match her ambition. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. However, in the king's seat on the Jiang Yan did not continue to raise his hand, as everyone expected. He casually tossed the empty glass onto the table. He stood up and walked to the glass railing. A mocking smile appeared on his handsome face. He took the microphone from the floor manager. 10 million for a bottle of liquor. Young Master Chun is certainly rolling in money. Jiang Yan leaned forward slightly, as if looking down at a foolish dog that had fallen into a trap. Congratulations, young Master Chun. The liquor is yours. You're welcome. With that, Jiang Yan turned around, without even a glance below, and directly left with Su Qinghe and Xin Jixia under the respectful escort of the club's VIP floor manager, striding out of the king's seat and disappearing at the end of the exclusive second-floor passage. Silence. Dead silence. Then the first floor suddenly erupted into uncontrollable laughter and whispers. Holy crap. We've been played. Young Master Chun has been made a monkey of. Brilliant. This is what a top-tier hunter is. He never intended to buy the liquor, he just wanted to drive up the price and leave Chen no way out. Become a sucker for 10 million. I bet Chen Xiaoyang will jump off the roof tonight. Chen Xiaoyang collapsed onto the sofa listening to the tidal wave of mockery around him, staring at the bottle of champagne on the stage that he had won at a staggering 10 million. He felt a surge in his stomach and with a bleh, vomited everything he had eaten tonight. He had been made a fool, thoroughly humiliated from head to toe. In the early hours outside the workers' stadium, Chen Xiaoyang vomited until his face turned pale. He was half dragged and half carried out of the KTV entrance by two worthless friends. As soon as he reached his McLaren, he shoved the people around him away and leaned over the hood, convulsing with another violent fit of dry heaving. His stomach churned violently, tears nearly streamed from his eyes as he cursed incoherently. Bastard. Dare to screw me over. That kid set me up. The companions beside him exchanged glances, each harboring a hint of schadenfreude and contempt in their eyes. One of the younger hanger's son, who usually leeched off Chen Xiaoyang, suppressed his own disgust and patted his back, offering perfunctory comfort. Come on, brother Yang, let's just forget about tonight. That guy's methods are too shady. Oh, it's not worth butting heads with him. Besides, you did get the wine, and everyone in the club knows how generous you are. Mentioning the wine only made Chen Xiaoyang so furious he nearly vomited again. The nightclub security had even thoughtfully placed the globally limited edition Krug Amber Black Diamond champagne in a bulletproof glass cabinet. They respectfully escorted it all the way to the passenger seat of the McLaren and even buckled its seatbelt. The bottle sat quietly on the leather seat, its diamond-studded surface glittering under the lights. The others wanted to laugh, but dared not. Yet in Chen Xiaoyang's eyes, it was not the king of the night at all. It was nothing less than a 10 million yuan-sized slap. A slap that struck his face from every angle. He could already imagine how by dawn the entire second-generation circle in the capital would gossip about this fiasco. Spending 10 million on a bottle of wine that cost at most 100 grand to produce, all for the sake of a lost face. Chen Xiaoyang would undoubtedly become the biggest laughingstock in the circle this year. Get lost. All of you get lost. Chen Xiaoyang kicked the McLaren's tire, venting his irrational anger on his so-called friends. Not far away, Su Nianwei stood with her arms crossed in the wind, coldly watching Chen Xiaoyang's hysterical breakdown. Nianwei, aren't you going with brother Yang? A girl who usually got along reasonably well with Su Nianwei leaned in and asked softly. No, I have a headache. I can't stand the roar of a sports car. You guys look after him, I'll take a cab home. Su Nianwei's tone was flat, devoid of any concern. The girl wanted to say more, but Su Nianwei had already hailed a passing taxi, opened the door, and climbed in without even a word to Chen Xiaoyang. The taxi slowly drove away from the workers' stadium. Su Nianwei lowered the window halfway, letting the cold wind blow into the cabin. As the car turned, she couldn't help but look back at the KTV, as if she could still see that scene. See that man who towered over them, toying with Chen Xiaoyang like a monkey. Su Nianwei leaned back in her seat, her mind involuntarily replaying everything that had happened tonight, as well as their earlier encounter at the Japanese restaurant. She remembered when she had offered to pay the bill, and Jiang Yan had replied with a simple no need. She had once thought Jiang Yan merely had a proud personality or was overly guarded. But tonight, when she saw the two women sitting beside Jiang Yan, she finally understood the true meaning behind those, their bearing, their beauty, and even the absolute deference they showed when handing Jiang Yan a drink. All of it completely outshone her, the popular model. Jiang Yan simply looked down on her. She bit her red lips, a surge of intense frustration welling up inside, but close on its heels came a deeper ambition and craving. She closed her eyes, but Jiang Yan refused to leave her mind. His manner of controlling the situation with ease, treating money like worthless paper, intoxicated her like poison. In comparison, what was Chen Xiaoyang? In the nightclub, for the sake of some face, he had been provoked into losing his mind, spending 10 million on a worthless bottle of wine, and then crying over the loss. The most ridiculous part was when Chen Xiaoyang was trapped on the sofa, he actually looked to her with pleading eyes, hoping she as a woman would give him an excuse to back down. Useless. Sun Yinwei cursed under her breath. She despised Qin Xiaoyang's cowardly loss of control, yet she felt an almost insane longing for a true top-tier second generation like Jiang Yan. She pulled her phone from her bag, opened the photo album, and her fingers slid across the screen without a moment's hesitation. Delete. Hundreds of photos of her and Qin Xiaoyang at high-end parties were instantly tossed into the trash, wiped clean. She took a deep breath and tossed the phone back into her bag. For a man who could only rage impotently when faced with trouble, she had completely lost interest. She even began to hate Qin Xiaoyang. Qin Xiaoyang had caused her to miss out on not just an ordinary rich kid with a limited edition sports car, but a true ladder to the top of the pyramid. At 3 in the morning, Qin Xiaoyang arrived home. The alcohol hadn't worn off, instead it surged to his head with every churn of his stomach. The bottle of champagne he had spent 10 million on was casually tossed on the entryway rug. He collapsed onto the sofa. Whenever he closed his eyes, all he could see was Jiang Yan standing at the second-floor railing looking down at him with a mocking face. This humiliation cut through his pride like a knife. What broke him most was that when he sent Sun Yinwei a WeChat message on the way home, she didn't reply. He called her, but the call was rejected after just 2 rings. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes turned red instantly. The combined assault of the alcohol, the public embarrassment of being played for a fool, and Sun Yinwei's sudden coldness pushed him past the edge of reason once again. A phony outsider thinks he can walk all over me just because he bought a Lamborghini in the capital. Qin Xiaoyang steadied himself, sat up, pulled out his phone, and scrolled to a high-definition photo of Jiang Yan he had secretly taken at the nightclub. He entered a WeChat group called Capital Supercar Club VIP. The group had over 200 members, mostly wealthy second-generation kids from the capital and veteran car enthusiasts. Qin Xiaoyang's eyes bloodshot. He furiously typed on the screen and slapped Jiang Yan's photo into the group, followed by an inflammatory message. 2 million. Whoever can dig up this punk's background gets the cash transferred on the spot. A few night owls who were still awake in the group saw the message and the photo, instantly stirring up a commotion. Hey, isn't this Brother De Yang? What's got you so riled up in the middle of the night? That guy in the photo looks familiar. Wasn't he the one driving the SVJ63 at the CBD intersection a few days ago? Brother De Yang, I heard you dropped 10 million on the Amber Black Diamond at KTV tonight. So generous. Someone in the group sniped with thinly veiled sarcasm. Qin Xiaoyang stared at the screen, grinding his teeth, and sent a voice message. Cut the crap. Who knows this? He's trying to show off right in front of me. 2 million in cash as long as you dig up his family background, and who'll transfer the money right away. The group fell silent for a few seconds. Finally, a second-generation kid who had some business ties with Qin Xiaoyang's family and a slightly deeper background typed a text message. Old Qin, take my advice. Don't stir up trouble. You posted this guy before, and I asked a friend to check for you. No one in the capital's usual circles knows him. But I heard from a friend who lives in Wanlu that the owner who recently bought the top-floor penthouse in Wanlu Academy outright also drives that car. It's very likely him. With that kind of wealth and that kind of opacity, you can't trace him. He might be someone with connections that reach the heavens. Best not to invite trouble. Already seething, Qin Xiaoyang took the advice as mockery. Bullshit. Can't trace him. That just means he has no background. Just some nouveau riche from some remote province who came to the capital to show off. If even you can't find anything, it means he's not part of our capital's high society. Since he dared to screw me out of 10 million in the nightclub, I'm going to make him pay back every cent with interest. Qin Xiaoyang was completely consumed by rage and his own twisted logic. In his mind, being untraceable was equivalent to having no backing. Seeing him in this rabid man-eating state, the group members wisely shut up, no one bothering to respond. Who would risk angering someone who drove a $1 million sports car and could buy a Wanlu penthouse outright for a mere 1 or 2 million? No one took the bounty, and Qin Xiaoyang grew even more frustrated. He paced around the living room twice, then suddenly stopped, his eyes turning vicious. No one dares to dig, huh? Fine. I have plenty of ways to strip him naked and hang him online. At 10 in the morning, Qin Xiaoyang awoke after a few hours of sleep, his head still throbbing dully. Yet his desire for vengeance had not diminished, instead it had only grown stronger. He opened his phone and glanced at the group chat. As expected, no one had provided any useful information. A bunch of useless trash. Qin Xiaoyang let out a cold laugh, then turned to scroll through his contacts. He soon found one named Old Lee of the Exposé Circle. This person was a viral marketing blogger with millions of followers specializing in elite scandals and rich second-generation gossip. Qin Xiaoyang directly sent over the photos, videos, and a pre-written message. At the king of KTV in the capital, he publicly swindled someone out of 10 million. He drove a rented matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 to pose as a young master. Expose him. This bastard is a con artist who preys on innocent girls. I offer a reward for his true identity across the entire internet. After sending the material, Qin Xiaoyang also transferred 100,000 yuan as a service fee. Brotherly, make this go viral. Drag him through the mud. If anything goes wrong, you'll take the blame. Qin Xiaoyang sent a voice message, his tone arrogant. The marketing blogger, having received the money, worked with remarkable efficiency. Within less than half an hour, a post with an eye-catching headline was pushed to the trending section of a social platform, revealed the truth behind the divine-faced rich young master driving a million-yuan Lamborghini. A nightclub set up to swindle 10 million. Was he a gold-digging fake? In this era, resentment of the wealthy, a thirst for the bizarre, and such explosive headlines instantly ignited the public's appetite for gossip. Within just half an hour of the post's release, its readership had directly surpassed 100,000, and it was still skyrocketing at an exponential rate. However, the situation did not unfold as Chen Xiaoyang had anticipated. The power of netizens was boundless, especially when it came to such distinctive features and vehicles. Soon, Sharpied users in the comments traced the connections to several previously viral videos. Holy shit, isn't he the guy who cooperated with the traffic police in the CBD, saying he wouldn't seek thrills at the cost of others' lives? The one with the super upright values. That's him. That profile is just too stunning. Wait, wasn't there a post a couple of days ago about someone encountering a wealthy young man at Guomao, taking two top-tier beauties on a crazy shopping spree? That's this guy too. Bombshell. You haven't heard. I have a relative working in the provincial education department of Beihai. He told me this guy looks exactly like this year's top science scorer in the provincial college entrance exam. The entire internet exploded instantly. The labels of divine-faced rich young master, million-yuan Lamborghini, top-tier beauty steward, and provincial top scorer, all highly conflicting and legendary, were rapidly stitched together by netizens. This marketing account must have been paid to slander. Look at his aura, his manner. How could he be a gold digger? Swindling 10 million. More like some nouveau riche who tried to show off in a nightclub and got made a fool of. 1,000 signatures begging to dig up this handsome guy's real identity. The heat skyrocketed uncontrollably. Behind the screen, Chen Xiaoyang, watching the comment section completely veer off course, nearly smashed his phone in fury. Little did he know that his frantic actions were not about to expose someone else. Rather, they were dangling a guillotine poised to fall over his own head. Just as the online frenzy reached its peak inside the headquarters of Dingxing Capital, a symbol of the pinnacle of China's financial power located in Lujiazui, Pudong New Area, Shanghai. On the 58th floor of the building, in the Internal Data Monitoring Center, a massive electronic wall silently displayed fluctuating market data. Suddenly, a glaring red light flashed across the right side screen, followed by a secondary public opinion alert, a red pop-up window with a beep. The risk control supervisor on duty froze his coffee cup, halted midair, his eyes sharpening instantly. He quickly tapped a few keys on his keyboard and opened the alarm information. Monitored target keywords: abnormally active SVJ 63, king of KTV, divine-faced rich young master, provincial top scorer. The supervisor's expression changed instantly. Within Dingxing Capital's internal top-secret system, all these keywords pointed to a single identity code, the only son of the chairman Lin Wantong, Jiang Yan. System rating: secondary public opinion. Heat curve shows non-natural fission pattern with clear traces of artificial promotion. Without any hesitation, the risk control supervisor directly pressed the red secure phone on his desk. 5 minutes later, the call was forwarded to Dingxing Capital's first secretary's office. The board's secretary, Zhang Huilin, draped in a trench coat, was seated at her computer, handling the final documents of a cross-border merger case. After receiving the call from the risk control department, her gaze turned cold. I've seen the situation. Package all the raw data of the related posts and send them to me. Leave the rest to me. Hanging up, Zhang Huilin's slender fingers flew across the keyboard. With the absolute information network woven by capital and power, no hacking skills were needed. The so-called million-follower marketing account was completely exposed down to its last detail. Within less than 30 minutes from the marketing account's back-end login IP transfer records to the shooting angle of the original nightclub photo and the sender's WeChat ID, a perfect and flawless full-chain traceability report was formed. Zhang Huilin stared at the name at the bottom of the screen, Chen Xiaoyang. She casually clicked open the background file behind those 3 characters and scanned it. Chen's real estate. A dozen high-leverage projects in 3rd and 4th-tier cities, total assets around 6 billion. This level of enterprise dares to mess with the young master. She directly called up the entire financial profile of Chen's real estate across the internet, the profit-loss ratio of its main business, short-term debt scale list of credit banks, and even the cash flow gap for next month's employee salaries. All laid out clearly. Her eyes finally settled on a red line at the end of the report. Chen's real estate's current cash flow is tight, with 78 reliance on the credit line from Huarong Commercial Bank's Beijing Chaoyang branch. This was the terrifying nature of top-tier capital. To ordinary people, it was an online carnival. To Chen Xiaoyang, a seemingly flawless scheme to pay for defamation. But to Zhang Huilin, it was merely a routine, standardized anomaly handling procedure. At that moment, Jiang Yan didn't even need to know about this trivial matter. Lin Wantong certainly didn't need to be disturbed by such garbage-level trouble. Zhang Huilin picked up the landline and directly pressed the preset shortcut, Young Master's Daily Security and Public Opinion Clearance Plan. The phone rang only once before being answered. Director Zhang, what instructions do you have at this late hour? The voice of Vice President Wang from Huarong Commercial Bank's Beijing branch carried an unmistakable tone of deference. After all, Dingxing Capital was the most core and untouchable megaclient of their branch. He dared not be negligent with Zhang Huilan's call. Vice President Wang, sorry to disturb your work, Zhang Huilan said politely, but her words left no room for negotiation. No, Director Zhang, please instruct me anytime. Well, Dingxing's risk control department just conducted a routine market assessment. We noticed that your bank recently approved a few sizable bridge loans and revolving credit lines for a company named Chen's Real Estate. Vice President Wang's heart skipped a beat and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. The personal secretary of Dingxing Capital's chairman calling his private number just to inquire about the credit line of a local real estate firm with assets not even reaching 10 billion. He didn't need to think twice. Something was definitely up. President Zhang, does this Chen's Real Estate have any risk of non-performing assets? President Wang cautiously probed. Zhang Huilan gazed at the screen showing Chen Xiaoyang's arrogant photo in a nightclub, her voice devoid of any fluctuation. That's not exactly my area of expertise. It's just that Dingxing Capital has a bit of concern about your bank's risk assessment. A company that cannot even control the external behavioral risks of its family members may need to have its risk resilience reassessed. These few words carried immense weight. President Wang had spent half his life navigating the financial circles. If he couldn't understand that, he wouldn't be in the game. President Zhang, I fully understand your meaning. President Wang's voice immediately turned stern and resolute. Thank you for the risk alert from Dingxing Capital. I will contact the head of the credit department at the bank right away. The credit scale of Chen's Real Estate poses a huge hidden danger. We will immediately freeze all approval channels for their revolving loans. Moreover, I will immediately initiate the asset preservation procedure for early loan recall. For a company that doesn't understand the rules and has no risk awareness, Huarong has absolutely zero tolerance. Zhang Huilan replied calmly. Thank you for your hard work, President Wang. I'll treat you to tea on behalf of Dingxing another day. No trouble at all, it's my duty. After hanging up, Zhang Huilan took a sip of the coffee on her desk, her gaze falling on Chen Xiaoyang's arrogant face on the screen. This matter didn't even need to involve Lin Wantong. There was no need to report it to Jiang Yan, nor did it require Dingxing or the Jiang family to pull any earth-shattering connections. Zhang Huilan, with a mere 3.5-minute phone call, was enough to sentence a family which ordinary people saw as lofty and untouchable to death in their sleep. At 2 in the afternoon, in the top-floor meeting room of Chen's Real Estate headquarters, Chen Ziyuan, the chairman of Chen's Real Estate, sat proudly at the head of the table listening to his subordinates report on the development plans for 2 new plots of land acquired on the outskirts of the city. Although the company's capital chain was tight recently, as long as the 1.5 billion revolving credit line from Huarong Bank was approved this week, all problems would be solved. There was even hope of reaching a higher level. Just as the meeting reached a critical moment, the private phone on Chen Ziyuan's desk suddenly vibrated wildly. He frowned, initially intending to decline it. But when he saw the 5 characters, Huarong President Wang, on the caller ID, he immediately put on a fawning smile, and without even stopping his subordinate's report, answered the call directly. President Wang, I was just thinking of inviting you to play golf these days. About that credit. Chairman Chen. On the other end of the line, President Wang's voice was cold, devoid of any warmth, even carrying a hint of aversion that made him want to stay away. Let's forget about the golf. I'm calling you personally to give you official notice. Due to suspected uncontrollable potential major risks in your company, Huarong branch has decided to indefinitely freeze all loan approvals for Chen's Real Estate. Additionally, the credit department is already processing the early recall of disbursed funds. The notice letter will be sent to your company's finance department shortly. Chen Ziyuan's smile instantly froze on his face. President Wang, what kind of joke are you making? Our company's financial situation is perfectly fine. If you stop the loan, all our projects under construction will have to shut down completely tomorrow, and the capital chain. Chen Ziyuan suddenly stood up, his voice losing control, causing the entire meeting room to fall into dead silence, as all executives stared at him. A joke? Chen Ziyuan, do you really think I'm joking? President Wang sneered. Go find out what your precious son has done. Huarong will not endorse uncontrollable risks. You'd better prepare for the consequences. Beep, beep, beep. The call was ruthlessly cut off. Chen Ziyuan's mind went blank and cold sweat instantly soaked his clothes. He immediately called Chen Xiaoyang, but no one answered. In the next half hour, he made over a dozen calls. The bank, the real estate circle, financial intermediaries. Everyone was evasive. Everyone kept their distance. Finally, he used an old contact from the Financial Regulatory Bureau to dig up some information. The other party only told him 4 words, Dingxing Capital. Chen Ziyuan knew all too well what Dingxing Capital meant. It was the most terrifying behemoth in China's financial ocean, a colossus that could overturn countless industries with a single sneeze. Just as he was still wondering how his son had offended them, the assistant beside him tremblingly handed him a tablet. On it was a screenshot of Chen Xiaoyang offering a 2 million reward for a flaying in a wealthy second-generation group chat, along with the appalling posts on a marketing account with millions of followers. Looking at the photo of the young man with a stern face driving a matte black Lamborghini SVJ 63, Yuan immediately understood that this young man must be a descendant of some high-ranking figure at Dingshan Capital. And his own foolish, reckless son had actually hired people to smear him online, even calling him a swindler from another province. Get the car. Get the car ready immediately. Go home. Chen Ziyuan rushed out of the office like a madman. Half an hour later inside the Chen family mansion, Chen Xiaoyang was still in bed, catching up on sleep. Suffering from a hangover from the night before and having spent the morning dealing with the marketing account, he was sleeping very deeply. Bang! The solid wood door of the bedroom was kicked open with tremendous force. Chen Ziyuan, panting heavily, stormed into the room, pulled back the blanket, and before Chen Xiaoyang could even open his eyes, he swung his arm with all his might. Slap! A loud resounding slap landed squarely on Chen Xiaoyang's face. The blow was extremely heavy. Half of Chen Xiaoyang's face instantly swelled up, and a bloody mark appeared at the corner of his mouth. He was knocked off the bed and onto the carpet. Dad, why are you hitting me? Are you crazy? Holding his buzzing head, Chen Xiaoyang was completely stunned. Chen Ziyuan was trembling with rage. Am I crazy? I wish I could strangle you, this beast, with my own hands today. Do you want to bankrupt the Chen family? Do you want the whole family to die with you? Chen Xiaoyang was dumbfounded by the scolding. Take out your phone. Contact the poster immediately now. Delete everything. All group messages, all screenshots, not a single one left. Then issue a public apology immediately. Chen Xiaoyang still didn't realize the severity of the situation. Holding his face, he felt wronged and bit his lip to defend himself. What did I do? I just had someone post a thread. That guy cheated me out of 10 million last night, so I needed to vent. What's wrong with that? He couldn't be traced, so he must be an outsider. Shut up. Chen Ziyuan kicked him again in the shoulder. Chen Xiaoyang curled up in pain. A nouveau riche. Chen Ziyuan laughed bitterly, his voice trembling with anger, his eyes filled with despair. How could he have raised such a disastrous son? Why hadn't he been more careful? He slammed the documents in his hand onto Chen Xiaoyang's face. Open your dog eyes and look. Do you know who you've provoked? Chen Xiaoyang, dizzy from the impact, tremblingly picked up the papers from the floor. The first page was an introduction to Dingshan Capital. The second page was the credit structure of Chen's real estate. The third page was the early risk control review notice from Huarong Bank. The fourth page was the short-term debt maturity schedule of Chen's real estate. The more he read, the paler his face became. Chen Ziyuan's voice was like suppressed fire. Did you think he was just some nouveau riche from another province? Behind him stands Dingshan. That man doesn't need to fight with you, doesn't need to argue with you. A single phone call from the people behind him will cut off all our loan channels tomorrow. The company's capital chain is already broken. If this isn't handled properly by tomorrow, your father will be facing billions in default debt. This house and all the cars under your name will be seized by the court to pay off debts. Chen Xiaoyang dropped the papers in his hand. He finally panicked. Dad, how could this be? He's just a country bumpkin from another province. He's not. Don't you dare mention it again. Shut up. Chen Ziyuan stepped forward, roughly pulled out all the bank cards and car keys from Chen Xiaoyang's pockets and stuffed them into his own. From now on, all your cards are frozen. If you dare step out of this door, they'll break your legs. Just stay home and pray that they don't even care about you. Chen Xiaoyang completely collapsed on the floor. He finally understood that the young man who had looked down at him from the second floor last night had never seen him as a rival. Jiang Yan hadn't even taken action himself. It was only a slight move by the system behind him, and the Chen family was already on the verge of collapse. At dusk, the setting sun dyed the sky over the capital a blood-red hue. Chen Ziyuan sat in his study, having smoked 2 full packs of cigarettes. He had mobilized every connection he could, pleading with everyone he knew just to deliver a letter of apology to the top brass of Dingshan Capital. In the end, he paid a hefty public relations fee to an intermediary who had some influence within the financial regulatory authorities. He sent an apology email worded with extreme humility and even offering to have Chen Xiaoyang immediately kneel and apologize in person to Zhang Huilan's private inbox. In that letter, Chen Ziyuan had sacrificed almost every shred of an entrepreneur's dignity. He waited anxiously for the verdict. An hour later, the intermediary replied with a text message. Chairman Chen, President Zhang has responded. Chen Ziyuan fumbled to open the message, holding his breath as he read. There was no lengthy reprimand, no harsh compensation demands. Zhang Huilan's reply was merely 6 cold words: no need. Not necessary. Chen Ziyuan stared at those 4 words, and his phone slipped from his hand to the floor. He collapsed into his chair as if all his spirit had been drained. Having navigated the business world for so many years, he understood all too well the surface meaning behind such a reply. If compensation had been demanded, it would have meant there was still room for negotiation, a chance to settle the matter with money. But she said no need. Not necessary. That was the most terrifying part. The highest form of humiliation is not vengeful fury, but the denial of even the right to apologize. Dingxing Capital simply deemed them unworthy of a response. It was like a person accidentally stepping on an ant while walking. They wouldn't stop to accept the ant's apology. They would just continue on their way, leaving the ant's fate to the whims of heaven. Such was the weight of the Chen family in the eyes of the Jiang family. They weren't even considered an opponent worthy of a response. Meanwhile, online, from Chen Xiaoyang posting a bounty at 3 in the morning, contacting marketing accounts to slander Jiang Yan at dawn, the story spreading across the entire internet, to Zhang Huilan's intervention. Less than 18 hours had passed in total. At 8 o'clock that evening, that marketing account with millions of followers suddenly released an extremely sincere apology statement, claiming that due to lax review processes, they had published severely defamatory content that was untrue, causing adverse effects on the individuals involved. Subsequently, the account was voluntarily deleted. Netizens who had been following the drama suddenly discovered that all posts about the mysterious rich young master in the Lamborghini or the provincial top scholar, any that included images or specific references, had mysteriously vanished overnight. No related hashtags could be found on Weibo. All related videos on Douyin showed deleted by uploader. Every trace was wiped clean. Not only that, in the rich second-generation chat group, the group admin frantically retracted all related chat records and even posted 3 consecutive announcements. Everyone, don't discuss those who shouldn't be discussed. If anyone dares to talk about today's events outside, you'll bear the consequences. The group fell into dead silence. Several people who had previously forwarded the videos received phone calls from their elders shortly after getting thoroughly chewed out. At the Chen family villa, confined to his home, Chen Xiaoyang stood ashen-faced before the floor-to-ceiling window on the second floor. He watched helplessly as the towing company loaded his most prized McLaren sports car onto a flatbed truck. His father had ordered the car to be sold off tomorrow to recover whatever funds possible. Chen Xiaoyang watched the taillights of the tow truck fade away, his legs giving way as he knelt by the window. The money, the sports car, the adulation in the nightclubs he had once taken such pride in, all meant nothing in the face of Jiang Yan. In front of a man who casually spent 9 million on wine, he was like a 3-year-old brandishing a plastic toy. So the man didn't even need to get involved personally. It just the unconscious feedback from the vast system behind him had directly crushed everything Chen Xiaoyang had ever been proud of. Who the hell did I provoke? Chen Xiaoyang knelt by the window, burying his face in his hands as silent tears of regret streamed down his face. Meanwhile, at the top-floor duplex in Wanlu Academy, Jiang Yan, clad in a silk robe, reclined on a sofa before the panoramic floor-to-ceiling window. The night view of the summer palace outside was serene and profound. The evening breeze rustled the sheer curtains, and the entire penthouse felt isolated from the outside world. He held a freshly poured glass of red wine, his expression languid and relaxed. In his mind, the system's crisp notification tones suddenly chimed in succession. Ding. Detected host action inducing panic in specific circles. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received 500 influence points and a cash reward of 5,000,000 yuan. Jiang Yan paused slightly in the middle of raising his glass. He lowered his gaze, glanced at the flickering points on the system's virtual panel, and raised an eyebrow. Oh. He had stayed in Wanlu Academy all day, neither going out nor deliberately checking the news online. Apart from casually setting up some clueless fool at the nightclub last night, he had done almost nothing. Yet the system had settled another batch of considerable influence points. Jiang Yan leaned back into the sofa, gently swirling the wine in his glass. Panic? Who's panicking? Could it be about last night? Did that young Master Chen find out about my background and get scared? That much of an aftershock? He murmured to himself, a hint of surprise in his tone. But that was all. He didn't immediately investigate, nor did he bother to ask anyone. Whatever commotion had stirred up outside was just an inconsequential ripple to him. If it had reached the system, it meant the matter had already run its course naturally. As for whose face had been crushed in the process, or who had been swept into the turmoil, he had no interest in knowing. Jiang Yan's fingertips traced the cool surface of the wine glass, and he let out a low chuckle. It seemed that sometimes when a person stood high enough, even a trivial act could create quite a splash far below. Behind him, Su Qinghe, dressed in a thin nightgown, quietly approached his side. She knelt on the carpet, reaching out with soft fingers to massage his calves with perfect pressure. Jiang Yan stopped thinking about the source of the system points. He calmly took a sip of wine, letting the night and the silence completely envelop the top-floor duplex. As the massage continued, Su Qing's hands didn't stop at his calves. She followed the perfectly sculpted lines of his genetically enhanced muscles upward, naturally parting the hem of his loose silk robe. Sensing no resistance from Jiang Yan, Su Qinghe obediently tilted her head back, looking at her master like the most docile kitten. Then she lowered her head, her rosy lips parting slightly, and began to attend to him with gentle, proactive care. A sensation of warmth and tightness immediately enveloped him. Jiang Yan's hand holding the wine glass trembled slightly, a hint of languid pleasure flashing in his eyes. At that moment, he no longer pondered the source of the system points, nor did he care about the devastating storm his unintentional actions had stirred up in the outside world. Jiang Yan calmly savored the rich wine in his glass, sinking deeper into the comfortable sofa. He placed his free hand casually on the back of Su Qing's head, enjoying the unreserved, intimate service of his top-tier personal attendant. After more than 20 minutes, this meticulous service came to a temporary halt. Jiang Yan's slender fingers pinched her delicate chin and said, "Go change into the outfit I bought this afternoon. Then wait for me in bed." Su Qing's eyes sparkled, her voice dripping with allure. "As you wish, Master Jiang." Then she slowly rose to her feet, exuding an enchanting allure, and swayed her way towards the expansive master. In this empire at the top of the world, which belonged only to him, the storms outside never reached him. All he had to do was revel in the extravagant luxury befitting the pinnacle of the pyramid. In mid-July, Jingxing was scorching under the blazing sun. Inside the top-floor duplex of Wanlu Academy, the air conditioning maintained a constant temperature at the most comfortable 24 degrees Celsius. Jiang Yan had just finished a vigorous morning exercise with Su Qinghe on the living room sofa, and they were now embracing each other, savoring the afterglow. Just then the phone on the coffee table buzzed. It was an unfamiliar landline number from Jingxing. Jiang Yan casually pressed the answer button, and a voice enthusiastic to the point of eagerness immediately came through. "Is this student Jiang Yan?" Hello. I'm the head of the admissions team from Yenjing University. This is already the 4th time we've called you." The admissions teacher's tone carried an eagerness that was determined to win, clearly afraid of being beaten by the neighboring Shumu University. For this extraordinary genius who had achieved the top score in the sciences of Beha province with a terrifying 741 points, Yenjing University had over the past few days practically offered every condition they could. Seeing that Jiang Yan didn't immediately respond, the other party took a deep breath and directly laid out their trump card. "Student Jiang, the university held a late-night meeting yesterday and designed a special training plan for you. As long as you choose Yenjing University regardless of the major, we promise 2 academicians will provide unknown mentorship for you. A fast track from bachelor's to master's to doctorate, plus a full 4-year maximum scholarship. Not only that, we will approve the use of an independent national laboratory for you in your sophomore year." Such conditions, even among all the top provincial scholars in the history of Huaxiao, were absolutely unprecedented. Any other provincial champion would have been breathing heavily upon hearing this. But not a single ripple crossed Jiang Yan's face. His eyes even held a hint of boredom at being disturbed from his tranquility. The admissions teacher, seeing no response from the other end, gritted his teeth and played his final emotional card. "Student Jiang, we also learned that your cousin Jiang Yao is currently studying in our Yenjing University's Economics and Management Department, and her grades are excellent. If you come to Yenjing University, the 2 of you as siblings would be at the same school, able to look out for each other in both life and studies, wouldn't you?" "Are you done?" Jiang Yan finally spoke. There was a pause on the other end. "Where my sister studies is her choice. It has nothing to do with which school I'm going to apply to." "No, student Jiang, please consider we are really sincere." Beep. Jiang Yan didn't give the other party a chance to continue pestering. He directly hung up the phone. The phone screen had just gone dark for less than a second when the notification sound of WeChat followed. It was a message from his cousin Jiang Yao. "Yan Di, the deputy director of the admissions office at Yenjing University, has come begging me to ask you for your final decision. If you come within the territory of Yenjing University, I can have your back. No one will dare to make trouble for you." Jiang Yan looked at the message, and the corner of his mouth lifted slightly. He actually had a fairly good impression of his cousin. Jiang Yao had a cool temperament, but was very measured in her actions. Last time at that private kitchen restaurant in Guiji, Zhuang Maiyu and his group, relying on their drinking party and capital, threw their weight around in front of Li Yitong. Jiang Yao didn't ask many questions as she directly called Lin Yu and brought the provincial department and economic investigation forces to bear. That decisiveness and protectiveness Jiang Yan had witnessed. But one thing was one thing. Jiang Yao studying at Yenjing University was her path, and his path was never there from the beginning. "Thanks sis, but I still prefer Shuemu." He was well aware that Yenjing University, though equally a top institution in Huaxiao alongside Shuemu, was not where he was going next. Jiang Yan switched his phone to contacts and dialed the number of Zhou Minghai, the deputy director of the admissions office at Shuemu University. The phone was answered almost instantly on the first ring. Zhou Minghai's slightly anxious and excited voice came through. "Student Jiang Yan, you finally called. Your application." "Director Zhou, I will apply to Shuemu University." Jiang Yan didn't beat around the bush. He went straight to the point. The other end instantly let out a suppressed ecstatic intake of breath. But before Zhou Minghai could start to express his opinion, Jiang Yan's voice continued. "But I have a condition. I want to register for a dual major in physics and biological sciences." As soon as the words were spoken, the other end fell into silence. After a full 3 seconds, Zhou Minghai stammered, "Student Jiang, this. Although your score is definitely enough, and Shuemu has precedence for dual degrees. But these are physics and biology, the 2 most hardcore and demanding flagship science majors. No undergraduate in history has ever been able to withstand the academic pressure of both directions simultaneously. This is also within the rare special approval category of the academic management system. This is my requirement and the only prerequisite. Jiang Yan didn't bother to explain. As a physics master who had once drained his heart's blood in a top-tier laboratory, physics was already an instinct etched into his bones. Now backed by the system, he would inevitably exchange system points for black technology beyond this era. This would inevitably involve interdisciplinary fields such as genetics, biopharmaceuticals, and energy materials. If he didn't secure a perfect academic endorsement from a dual major at Shuimu in advance, when he later unveiled those epic-making products that would shock the world, it would inevitably attract unnecessary trouble. What he wanted was to completely silence all doubts within the rules. This was the foresight of a researcher from his past life and the flawless thoroughness of a superior in this life. Yes or no, give me a definite answer. Well, student Jiang, your request is really too special. I need to consult with the university president and the deans of the two departments. Zhou Minghai's forehead was already sweating. All right, give me a reply as soon as possible, otherwise you'll have to apply to Yenjin University. Having said that, Jiang Yan hung up the phone neatly again. Over the next 2 days, Shuimu held 3 coordination meetings in a row. The admissions office, physics department, life sciences school, academic affairs office, and even university leaders were pulled into the discussion. 4 ordinary students applying for a dual major followed the standard procedure. Jiang Yan's application followed a special approval. 2 days later, in the early morning, Zhou Minghai personally called, his voice carrying the fatigue of staying up late for meetings, but more so excitement. Student Jiang Yan, the university has approved. Special approval granted for your dual major enrollment application. Not only that, considering your special situation, the university has decided to additionally allocate an independent high-level study room for you, as well as the highest priority course selection rights covering all courses from both departments. Okay, I understand. Thank you, Director Zhou. I will immediately fill in the application for Shuimu University. Upon hearing those words, Zhou Minghai on the other end of the line instantly rose from his chair. Even over the past 2 days, he had been thoroughly worn out by the school administration, the physics department, the School of Life Sciences, and the academic affairs office, all for the sake of approving Jiang Yan's dual major. His eyes were shadowed with fatigue, yet at this moment all weariness dissipated as if injected with a power. It was done. The top scholar of Beha province with a raw score of 741 in the science track, a truly unmatched achievement, had been securely recruited by Shuimu University. This was no ordinary provincial champion. Zhou Minghai's mind uncontrollably flashed back to the few lines of information in the internal system that had left him stunned. Father Zhang Linzhou, governor of Su province. Mother Lin Wantong, chairman of Dingshan capital. As for the grandfather, even Zhou Minghai, the deputy director of Shuimu University's admissions office, had no access to that information. A student like this at any top-tier university would be a special presence warranting personal attention from college leaders. His grades, talent, background, and resources were all nearly maxed out. Snatching such a person from Yen University meant far more than just adding another provincial champion to this year's admissions report. This would become a brilliant chapter in Zhou Minghai's career resume. In the coming years, as long as Jiang Yan achieved even a modest success at Shuimu, this admissions battle would be revisited to prove Zhou Minghai's vision, execution, and coordination skills. At the thought, Zhou Minghai tightened his grip on the phone slightly. Student Jiang, rest assured that all promises from the university will be fulfilled. Your enrollment, course selection, permissions, and study room arrangements, I will personally oversee them. Welcome to Shuimu University. Your too kind, Director Zhou. Jiang Yan responded, and then hung up. Zhou Minghai listened to the dial tone, but felt no displeasure at being treated so casually. He simply leaned back in his chair, let out a long sigh, and finally allowed a barely restrained smile to spread across his face. This year's battle had been won brilliantly. Jiang Yan ended the call and opened his laptop. He logged into the Beha Province College entrance exam application system, entered his password, filled in Shuimu University physics major as his first choice, and clicked submit. The entire process was fluid, taking no more than 10 minutes. A green confirmation box popped up on the screen. Application submitted successfully. Jiang Yan glanced at the green text and smirked. In his past life, the summer was just as muggy, but without the constant temperature air conditioning of Wanlu Academy, only the murky smell of a cyber cafe and the noisy hum of an old air conditioner. The 18-year-old version of himself sat on a greasy leather chair, staring at the blinking cursor on the screen. His score was 8th in the province. That ranking was also impressive enough to prompt admissions officers from Shuimu and Yen universities to call him personally with generous offers. But the problem was that no one truly guided him on how to choose. His parents were hard-working, ordinary wage earners whose knowledge of university majors was limited to hearsay, like computer science ensures employment and finance brings money. None of his relatives or friends had a clear understanding either. He made his choice entirely based on interest and intuition. He loved physics, the elegant formulas describing the universe's operations, the process of probing essence through phenomena. Thus, without anyone telling him that physics majors struggle to find jobs, or this major doesn't pay well, he stubbornly filled in Shuimu University physics major as his first choice. The application was submitted in the only internet cafe still open in town. He had saved 10 yuan from his living expenses to buy a 3-hour membership, his heart pounding in his chest. There was both the excitement of stepping into a top-tier institution and a vague unease about the future. He didn't know that this choice would lead him a decade later to the monotony and hardship of the laboratory, to the plagiarism of his talents, to the weight of life, and the fading of his ideals. He simply thought physics was beautiful. Now sitting in this multi-million-dollar penthouse, Jiang Yan gazed at the words Shuimu University on the screen, a faint trace of nostalgia passing through his mind. The former version of himself, ranked 8th in the province, made a choice driven by passion amidst informational asymmetry. That was the recklessness of youth and the seeds of fate. In this life, he was the provincial champion, backed by immense power and wealth, with a clear vision for his major and future that transcended his time. Once again, he chose physics. 2 applications, the same choice, yet the futures would be worlds apart. Not just in scores and rankings, but in life's landscape and the abundance of resources. Nevertheless, the pure longing for truth in the heart of that youth who made the choice in the cyber cafe, driven by his true self, was essentially the same person as this strategic reborn individual. Jiang Yan chuckled softly and closed the computer. Some choices are not about right or wrong, only differing times and circumstances. This time he would firmly hold the power of choice and initiative in his own hands. The afternoon after the application submission, sunlight filtered gently through the huge parasol on the top-floor terrace of Wanlu Academy, creating a pleasant and comfortable atmosphere. Jiang Yan lay on an outdoor lounge chair, gazing at the distant scenery, while casually browsing the system mall. On the panel, those Crossera BlackTech blueprints and equipment that cost hundreds of thousands or millions of points remained locked in gray. Nano solid-state batteries, neural network interfaces, gene editing platforms, controlled fusion. Each could change the world. And each was temporarily unaffordable. Can't rush it, Jiang Yan chuckled inwardly. Since he couldn't exchange for those big weapons in the short term, he had to find some amusement to consume this body that had just undergone gene remodeling and seemed inexhaustible. He tilted his head slightly and looked at Su Qinghe, who was kneeling beside the tea table, dressed in a close-fitting silk dress, gracefully warming cups and washing tea with elegant movements. He asked, "Is there any fun track around the capital where I can drive a supercar?" Su Qinghe put down the purple clay teapot without any pause or surprise. "Sir, there is a private track built to FIA Grade 2 standards in the northern suburbs of Beijing. The facilities are very new. It is usually only open to top-tier VIP supercar clubs." Su Qinghe replied softly, "I will arrange it for this afternoon." "Yes, this afternoon," Jiang Yan responded casually. "Yes." Su Qinghe immediately stood up. At the same time, in an office building in the capital, Chen Ziyuan, chairman of Chen's real estate, was overwhelmed by banks collectively calling in loans, dragging his bruised and swollen son, Chen Xiaoyang, around to beg for favors. They were like 2 homeless, dejected strays. They had no idea that the man who had brought down the entire Chen family empire with just a casual remark might not even remember their names, now only thinking about his afternoon leisure. The eagle soaring in the sky pays no attention to the rats on the ground. At 4 in the afternoon, a matte black Lamborghini SVJ63 pulled into a private racetrack on the northern outskirts of Beijing. Su Qinghe had contacted one of the Dingxing capital executives in Beijing that Jiang Yan had given her and reserved the entire 4.3-kilometer international standard track for 3 hours. The track manager, along with several senior technicians, had already formed a line at the entrance of the pit lane waiting. When the SVJ63, resembling a black beast, roared to a halt with a deafening rumble, the technicians' eyes lit up. No true car enthusiast could resist this limited edition V12 monster. Jiang Yan pushed open the scissor door and stepped out. He was casually dressed today, a white t-shirt, black trousers, and a pair of handmade loafers he had recently changed into. "Mr. Jiang, hello." The track manager strode forward briskly, his tone respectful. "I am the operations manager here. My surname is Zhao. Today the entire track has been cleared for you. All unrelated personnel have been evacuated. This is our chief driving instructor, Han Zheng. He previously competed in domestic GT series events, and after retiring has been responsible for high-end client track training." The man standing beside Manager Zhao was about 37 or 38, lean and tough, with skin slightly bronzed from the sun and eyes that carried the calm sharpness of a professional driver. Han Zheng stepped forward half a pace and gave a slight bow. "Mr. Jiang, if this is your first time on our track, I suggest a brief introduction to the circuit first. The track is 4.3 kilometers long with 15 corners. T4 is a slow hairpin, T7 is a high-speed continuous curve, and after T11 there is a long straight where you can fully unleash your car's power. However, since your car has tremendous horsepower, without knowing the braking points and exit lines on your first run, you can easily understeer or oversteer." He spoke professionally and cautiously. Many wealthy scions could afford supercars, but very few could truly control a machine with several hundred or even over 700 horsepower on the track. Roaring down the highway and pushing the limits on a racetrack were two entirely different things. The former relied on nerve, the latter on skill, physical reactions, spatial judgment, and precise perception of the vehicle's dynamics. A single mistake could lead to total destruction. Jiang Yan did not grow impatient from the reminder. Although he possessed a body enhanced by genetic optimization with neural responses and spatial awareness far beyond ordinary humans, this was indeed his first time formally entering a professional racetrack. As a former researcher, one must never pretend to know what one does not. One must be true to facts and pursue pragmatism. A racetrack was no ordinary road. Every apex, every braking point, every curb height difference could affect the vehicle's dynamics. Jiang Yan was no reckless fool. He never mistook ignorance for courage. All right, Jiang Yan nodded. Explain at once. A flicker of surprise passed through Han Zheng's eyes. He had expected a top-tier second generation to find the briefing tedious and insist on stomping the throttle. But Jiang Yan's attitude was remarkably calm. Neither frivolous nor arrogant. This quietly raised Han Zheng's estimation of him. Manager Zhao immediately signaled a technician to bring over an electronic track map. On the screen was a bird's-eye view of the entire circuit. Han Zheng picked up a laser pointer and began explaining. Mr. Zhang, after exiting the pit lane, you first enter the T1 medium speed, right turn. Don't rush to floor it here, because T2 comes quickly. The car's center of gravity hasn't fully stabilized, and if you apply throttle too early, the rear wheels may slide. The real acceleration zone is the short straight after T2. Then comes the T4 hairpin. Han Zheng pointed the laser at a tricky corner on the map. This is the most accident-prone spot on our track. Many people like to brake late to gain entry speed, but the apex is narrow here and the curb is slightly higher than elsewhere. If you cut too aggressively, the left front wheel will hit the curb, the car's body will suddenly lighten, and in severe cases you'll spin out. Jiang Yan's gaze rested on the screen as he listened quietly. In his mind, almost simultaneously with Han Zheng's explanation, he began constructing a three-dimensional model of the entire circuit. Corner angles, curb height, braking distance, tire grip, vehicle weight transfer. These data points, which seemed like mundane driving knowledge to an ordinary person, were for Jiang Yan, a former master's student in physics, a set of dynamic models that could be calculated and optimized. What's more, his nervous system visual capture ability and muscular control had long surpassed the human norm. After finishing his explanation, Han Zheng added, Mr. Jiang, I suggest I lead the first lap in a pace car so you can familiarize yourself with the line. On the second lap, you can follow at low speed to feel the braking points. From the third lap onward, we can gradually increase speed based on your adaptation. Jiang Yan did not refuse. All right. Those two words again relieved Han Zheng. What he feared most wasn't a client's poor skill. It was a client who was both unskilled and unwilling to listen. Jiang Yan's willingness to first learn the track at least proved he wasn't the kind of fool who treated life and cars as toys. Soon the staff prepared a lightweight racing suit, helmet, and professional gloves for Jiang Yan. Without going to the changing room, Jiang Yan simply slipped the racing jacket over his white t-shirt, put on the helmet, and lowered the visor. Meanwhile, Han Zheng climbed into a track-specific Porsche safety car. Mr. Jiang, you'll control the speed on the first lap. Follow me and pay attention to my turn-in points and exit lines at each corner. Han Zheng's calm voice came through the in-car communication system. Jiang Yan rested his hand on the steering wheel and replied indifferently, got it. The next second, the V12 naturally aspirated engine erupted with a roar that tore through the air. The black SVJ-63 followed the pace car as it slowly exited the pit lane. The first lap was not fast. Han Zheng stuck to the teaching rhythm, guiding Jiang Yan through the entire track. We're to lift off early. We're to brake gently. We're not to feed the throttle too soon. We're to hug the curb. Through the in-car comms, Han Zheng occasionally gave reminders. Up ahead is T4 hairpin, watch here. Brake now. Turn the wheel right. Don't rush the throttle. Wait until the nose is fully pointed toward the exit. Good, now you can apply throttle. Jiang Yan did not speak. He simply followed quietly. But what made Han Zheng's heart tighten slightly was that Jiang Yan's following distance remained remarkably stable. There was none of the nervous, fluctuating distance typical of a novice. It was like a machine controlled by precise programming. Every brake, every corner exit, every throttle transition was disturbingly steady. The first lap ended. The timer showed 2 minutes 14 seconds. For an exploratory lap, that wasn't slow. In the control room, a few technicians casually commented. He followed steadily on the first lap. Good nerve and car feel. But that doesn't show much yet. Plenty of rich kids have nerve, a few can brake 2 minutes. The second lap began. Han Zheng voluntarily increased the pace. Mr. Jiang will go a little faster this lap. Don't rush to catch up. Just keep familiarizing yourself with the line. Soon Han Zheng realized his words seemed redundant. The SVJ-63 behind him still followed with unwavering precision. No matter when he braked or turned into the apex, the black Lamborghini clung to his rearview mirror like a shadow. No unnecessary movements. No panic corrections. Even the car's body posture was unnervingly clean. Han Zheng's expression shifted slightly. This definitely shouldn't be the performance of an ordinary novice. The second lap ended. 2 minutes 3 seconds. 1 minute 46 seconds. In the monitoring room, the technician's expression turned serious. This car's stability is quite impressive. Is this his first time? Really? If it's truly his first, his car control is absurd. Before the third lap began, Han Jiang said via the communicator, Mr. Jiang, I'm heading back to the pits. You can take a lap alone. Don't rush for a time, follow the line we just used. Understood. Jiang Yan's voice remained calm. After Han Jiang returned to the pits, the entire track was left with only that matte black SVJ63. The scissor doors had already closed. Inside the car, Jiang Yan gripped the steering wheel, his eyes indifferent. After 2 laps, he was already familiar enough with the basic structure of the track. Braking points, apex, exit angles, curb heights. All the information had been modeled in his mind. The third lap was the true beginning. Boom. The black SVJ63 exploded down the main straight. The roar of the V12 engine was like an unleashed beast tearing through the air of the entire track. In the monitoring room, the 3 technicians had been watching with professional interest. But when Jiang Yan entered the T4 hairpin, everyone froze instantly. On the screen, the SVJ63 did not brake heavily early like an ordinary novice. Its braking point was later than the one Han Jiang had demonstrated. The car completed its weight transfer before entering the corner. Braking, steering, downshifting, and throttle blip. Every action connected like it had been practiced countless times. The tires screeched violently against the asphalt, emitting a piercing whine and faint white smoke. The left front wheel grazed the redandant white curb edge with millimeter precision. Holy shit. One technician shot up from his chair. That line is way too extreme. With this cornering method, if the timing were off by even 1/100th of a second, the car would fly off the track and plunge into the gravel trap. But the black beast not only held the ground firmly, but also floored the throttle without hesitation on exit. The entire car tore toward the next straight with a blend of ferocity and elegance. At the edge of the pits, Han Jiang stared at the monitor, completely silent. Outsiders watched the spectacle. Insiders watched the technique. He knew better than anyone how terrifying Jiang Yan's T4 turn had been. It wasn't just about daring. It required absolute control over the vehicle's limits, grip, weight, transfer, and spatial distance. The most terrifying part, this was only Jiang Yan's first official solo run on this track. If the first lap was familiarization, and the second was adaptation, then the third was pure domination. Jiang Yan sat in the cockpit expressionless. His gene-optimized neural reaction speed, precise spatial perception, and inhumanly strong force resistance allowed him to merge with this multi-million-dollar supercar. Every braking point probe, every throttle opening control, every steering angle correction was like conducting a high-precision physics experiment. Boom. As the SVJ63 blasted across the start-finish line, the red timer on the monitor, lap time 1:48:21. Dead silence. In the entire monitoring room, there was no sound other than the hum of equipment. The 3 technicians stared wide-eyed at the number, as if seeing a ghost. Am I seeing things? After a long moment, one finally swallowed hard. What's the stock SVJ63 amateur record on this track? 1:52. Another voice, and that record was the limit set by a former champion from the professional championship after a full week of running. 1 minute 46 seconds. That crushed the professional driver's limit by 6 whole seconds. In racing, being 1 second faster is a crushing advantage. 6 seconds faster. This wasn't laps. It was an alien flying a saucer inches above the ground. Han Jiang stood at the pit entrance, his expression completely changed. He had initially thought his task today was to look after a rich young master with deep connections, making sure he didn't end up in the hospital. But now he realized that the one whose pride needed protecting might be himself, the so-called professional coach. Jiang Yan paid no attention to the shock outside. He continued running several more laps. Each lap, he made fine adjustments to the line. Braking point at T4 pushed back 0.5 meter. Entry angle at T7 more aggressive. Throttle applied 3% earlier at T11 exit. Those probes were not reckless gambles, but calm optimizations grounded in exceptional physical ability and precise perception. Only after completing the 12th lap did he, as if finally venting the excess energy through burnt rubber, gently press the brake and steer the car back to the pit garage. The door opened. The track manager rushed over like he was carrying a precious treasure. He held a bottle of chilled premium water, his expression a mix of countless emotions, hesitating to speak. Han Jiang stood nearby. His face was far more serious than before. He had expected to see a rich kid drenched in sweat from high forces, maybe even vomiting after getting out. But Jiang Yan took off his helmet and casually shook his hair. His complexion was normal, his breathing steady. If you checked his heart rate, it might not even have exceeded 70. Han Jiang stared at him for a few seconds, then finally couldn't help asking quietly, Mr. Jiang, have you really never run a track systematically before? Of course not. Jiang Yan unscrewed the water and took 2 sips. It's my first time. Han Jiang fell silent. First time. Those 2 words hit his ears harder than the 146:21 data. In his career, he had seen prodigies. He had also seen the wealthy. But he had never seen anyone shatter professional barriers so effortlessly. Jiang Yan glanced at the track and said casually, "The corners are well designed. They'll come again." With that, he tossed his racing suit to a staff member, opened the door, and drove away with Suching, leaving a group of people stunned in the wind. That evening, due to a strict confidentiality agreement, no video leaked from the track. But when the track manager called the club owner, who was on vacation abroad, he couldn't help revealing a little. "Boss, we had a guest at the track today. I've been in this business for 15 years, and I've never seen such talent." Not only did he break the track record, but the scariest part, that person ran 12 laps, and when he got out, he didn't even break a sweat. Over the next week, Jiang Yan devoted his radically enhanced physique to his Jingqing experience list. The first destination was the VIP experience zone of the National Shooting Training Range. Unlike the outdoor airsoft playgrounds, this was a top-tier venue for live ammunition shooting. Jiang Yan stood before the firing lane wearing noise-canceling earmuffs. A retired Special Forces coach stood beside him, dutifully handing him a weighty 9mm Glock pistol and launching into a routine explanation. "Mr. Jiang, this is your first time handling a real firearm. The recoil will be stronger than you expect. Pay attention to the stable triangular stance. Grip firmly with your thumb web, and keep your index finger outside the trigger guard. Before firing, regulate your breathing. Align the sights." 3 points in one line. The coach had a whole set of professional talking points ready to correct a beginner's typical mistakes. Missing the target, hand tremors, flinching eyes. Jiang Yan listened silently, said nothing, and merely nodded to show understanding. He raised the pistol with one hand without deliberately adjusting his breathing rhythm. He simply lifted his eyelids and swept a glance at the human-shaped target 25 meters away. The muscle control, visual capture ability, and wrist stability from his gene restructuring were instantly activated in that moment. Bang, 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 bang. The crisp and deafening gunshots erupted continuously inside the VIP range. Without any pause, Jiang Yan fired 10 shots in a row. The muzzle's jump from recoil was forcibly suppressed onto an almost invariable plane by his terrifying wrist strength. The magazine ran empty. Jiang Yan casually pressed the magazine release, ejecting the empty magazine. The coach immediately pressed the console button and brought back the target sheet. The moment the target stopped in front of him, the well-traveled retired Special Forces soldier's pupils sharply contracted. All 10 bullets struck the bullseye region of 10 rings. More hair-raisingly, among those 10 bullets, 7 had directly punched through the central's ring, and the other 3 clung tightly to its edge. The dense bullet holes even formed a large hole that could almost be covered by a coin, as if it had been drilled out directly by an electric drill. "This." The coach stared at the target, opened his mouth, and felt as if his throat was stuffed with dry hay. He swallowed back all those prepared, common beginner correction speeches, along with his decades of professional faith, deep into his stomach. He chose silence. What kind of talent freak was this? 2 days later. Second stop, the top-tier equestrian club on the outskirts of Jingqing. This was the favorite gathering place of the old money circle in Jingqing. The club covered an extremely vast area with a neatly trimmed lawn at the entrance. In the distance stood British-style stables, an indoor training hall, an obstacle training area, and a vast open field. The big boss of the club personally came out to receive them. His surname was Liang, quite famous in the Jingqing equestrian circle. On ordinary days, he either received descendants of old money families or all sorts of hidden billionaires. But facing Jiang Yan, he still maintained an extremely humble posture. "Mr. Jiang, welcome." Boss Liang walked ahead with a modest smile, personally introducing the horse farm to Jiang Yan. "We have 37 horses in total. 12 are thoroughbreds, 8 are warmbloods, and a few are specially trained for dressage and obstacle courses. For a first ride, we usually start with a well-trained school horse that has a gentle temperament. After all, riding a horse is different from driving a car. A car is a machine. As long as the control logic is correct, it will respond according to physical laws. But a horse is a living creature. It has emotions, fears, and can also judge the rider's condition. If the rider is nervous or stiff, the horse can instantly sense it." Jiang Yan nodded lightly. He did agree on that. An animal's instinctual perception is sometimes more acute than that of humans. Soon Boss Liang arranged for a senior equestrian coach to come over. The coach was named Qin Mu, around 40 years old, tall and slim, with a steady temperament, formerly a member of the National Professional Equestrian Team. Qin Mu did not skip any procedures just because of Jiang Yan's special status. He first took Jiang Yan to the stables and introduced the basic equipment. "Mr. Jiang, this is a helmet. Must be worn. These are leg guards and gloves. The most important thing in riding is balance, not yanking the reins. The reins control direction, your legs give auxiliary signals, and your boat's center of gravity is responsible for coordinating with the horse's gait. Many beginners, when nervous, will clamp their legs and pull the reins, which only agitates the horse." After saying this, Qin Mu let out a pure white warm blood. That horse had a clean coat, elegant posture, gentle eyes, and stood there with hardly any restlessness. "This one is called Bai Shui. She has won dressage awards and has a very stable temperament. Let's use her for basic adaptation first." Jiang Yan had no objection. He put on the helmet, and following Qin Mu's guidance, he stepped into the stirrup, held the saddle, and mounted the horse. The movement was not flashy, but in Qin Mu's eyes it was excessively clean. Most beginners on their first mount would subconsciously tense up, lose their center of gravity, and even sit on the horse's back stiff as a log. But Jiang Yan was different. The moment he seated himself on the horse's back, his body naturally found the balance point. His waist and back were straight. His shoulders were relaxed. The angles of his knees and ankles were just right. A slight flicker passed through Qin Mu's eyes. Mr. Jiang, have you ridden before? No. Jiang Yan answered casually. Qin Mu was silent for half a second. Another no. In his life, the thing he most feared hearing was certain people saying no. Because some people's no was more outrageous than others who had trained for 10 years. Qin Mu led by Shui for a slow walk around the arena while patiently explaining. This is the walk. Feel the undulation of her back muscles. Don't fight against it. Let your body follow the rhythm. To stop, gently draw the reins while shifting your center of gravity slightly backward. To move forward, apply light pressure with your lower legs. Don't squeeze hard. Jiang Yan followed his instructions. The first time Bai Shui only moved forward gently. The second time Jiang Yan could already control the force precisely. The third time Bai Shui completed starting turning and stopping almost entirely according to his intent. Qin Mu stood aside, his eyes growing increasingly complicated. This was not mere boldness. It was a nearly freakish mastery over body center of gravity and muscle strength. After Jiang Yan had jogged a lap in the arena, Qin Mu only then released the lead rope and let him ride independently. Bai Shui trotted lightly in the arena. Jiang Yan sat on the horse's back with almost no superfluous movements. He quickly grasped the rhythm. But after a few laps, the interest in his eyes gradually faded. This kind of sport, like riding a kiddie ride, simply could not arouse his excitement. He pulled on the reins, and his gaze suddenly swept over the training ground fence, landing on an isolated enclosed paddock in the corner of the horse farm. There, a thoroughbred horse with a pitch-black glossy coat and a physique of full size larger than ordinary horses was enclosed. That black horse was now pacing back and forth irritably, occasionally rearing up and kicking the solid wooden fence with bull's-eyed iron hooves, producing a thudding, heart-pounding sound. Jiang Yan inquired, "What horse is that?" Boss Liang followed his gaze, and his expression shifted instantly. Qin Mu's face also turned grave. Boss Liang lowered his voice to explain, "Mr. Jiang, that horse is called Tyrant. I imported it from the Middle East a few years ago at great expense. A top-tier Arabian thoroughbred. Its bloodline is impeccable, with exceptional explosive power, endurance, and physique. But its temperament is too fierce, not in the ordinary sense. It is extremely averse to being ridden by humans." Qin Mu added, "For 3 years now, not even the finest horse trainers at our ranch have managed to truly tame it. Last month it went berserk and broke 2 ribs of a trainer. Now it can only be kept in isolation. Apart from the designated trainer for feeding and cleaning, no one else is allowed near it." Boss Liang quickly said, "Mr. Jiang, if you're interested, I can have someone lead it out from a distance for you to see. But under no circumstances should you enter the enclosure. This horse is extremely dangerous once provoked." Jiang Yan gazed at the black steed, a glimmer of keen interest flashing in his eyes. Why won't it let anyone ride it? Qin Mu hesitated briefly before explaining professionally. Horses are herd animals instinctively. They obey a strong leader. But Tyrant was too well protected from a young age and endured several rough taming attempts, leaving it deeply distrustful of human riders. An ordinary person approaching it can be smelled of fear. The more afraid you are, the more it will attack. If a rider forces themselves onto its back, it will use leaps, bucks, and kicks to throw them off. After hearing this, Jiang Yan let out a soft laugh. So it's not that it cannot obey. It's just that it hasn't met someone truly worthy of its submission. Qin Mu was taken aback. Boss Liang's heart sank with a foreboding sense. "Mr. Jiang, you mustn't." Before he could finish, Jiang Yan had already dismounted from White Snow and handed the reins to a nearby staff member. He strode with long steps, heading straight for Tyrant's enclosure. "Mr. Jiang, danger. Don't get too close." Boss Liang and Qin Mu's faces turned ashen as several trainers rushed after him. If this scion of immense background, a top-tier second-generation elite, got hurt on his property, his club might as well shut down. Jiang Yan did not recklessly push the gate open. He stood outside the enclosure, gazing silently at Tyrant through the wooden fence for a few seconds. Tyrant sensed someone approaching and abruptly swung its massive head, snorting out hot, heavy breaths. Its front hooves pawed at the yellow sand, emitting a threatening, irritable whinny. Qin Mu hastily whispered, "Mr. Jiang, look, it's already on high alert. Ears pinned back, nostrils flared, hooves pawing the ground. These are all signs of an impending attack. If you get any closer, it might charge the fence." Jiang Yan nodded faintly. He was indeed observing, gauging how dangerous this horse was, its emotional shifts, muscle tension, and aggressive intent. He sensed that this horse was fierce, but not insane. All its agitated reactions stemmed fundamentally from vigilance, distrust, and territorial instincts. Animal intuition is far keener than that of humans. They can smell the adrenaline of fear emanating from people. But Jiang Yan carried none of that. The genetic optimization fluid had elevated his glandular control to an almost unnatural degree. He exuded no trace of fear, but rather a terrifying pressure like an apex predator at the top of the food chain. Tyrant's previously frantic movements paused almost imperceptibly. Qin Mu caught this detail, and his expression shifted instantly. "It's judging you." Jiang Yan did not reply. The next second he reached out and pushed open the enclosure gate. "Mr. Jiang." Boss Liang's face went pale. Qin Mu instinctively stepped forward, but Jiang Yan raised a hand to stop him. "Don't come in. I've got this." His voice was low but carried an unyielding tone. The trainers froze in their tracks. Jiang Yan walked alone into the enclosure. Tyrant suddenly reared up, letting out a furious whinny. Its muscles tensed instantly, as if ready to charge at this intruder at any moment. But Jiang Yan's stride never faltered. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. He walked steadily. No haste, no evasion, no tentative fear. What Tyrant sensed from him was not the aura of prey, but that of a far more powerful predator. Jiang Yan stopped in front of Tyrant less than half a meter away. Tyrant's breath hit his chest. It wanted to retreat, but pride and instinct kept it from backing down immediately. In that instant, Jiang Yan raised his right hand and pressed it firmly onto the side of the horse's thick neck. His palm exerted force, a strength far beyond ordinary human capacity. Not a brutal assault, but a precise suppression. He didn't break its bones or inflict sharp pain. Yet that force bore down on Tyrant like an insurmountable mountain, making it understand one truth: resistance. Tyrant struggled violently. Its neck muscles bulged, hooves pounded the ground, sending sand flying. But under Jiang Yan's hand it could not break free. Outside the enclosure, Boss Liang, Qin Mu, and the others watched in stunned disbelief. Less than 10 seconds passed. This fierce horse, which had broken a trainer's ribs and remained untamed for 3 years, now bent its front legs slightly, its chest nearly touching the ground, and let out a low, submissive snort. It had submitted. Qin Mu's pupils contracted as he murmured, "Impossible. This defies all logic of horse training." Boss Liang stood frozen in place. Jiang Yan released his grip. Tyrant did not attack again. It simply lowered its head, breathing heavily, as if reassessing the status of this human before it. Jiang Yan turned to Qin Mu. "Can I ride it now?" Qin Mu's lips moved. Logically, he should have stopped him, because even momentary submission didn't guarantee full acceptance of being ridden. Yet seeing Tyrant's current obedient posture, he couldn't bring himself to refuse. "You can. But Mr. Jiang, you must be careful. It might resist again once you're on its back." Jiang Yan said nothing more. He stepped into the stirrup and vaulted onto the horse's back with crisp precision. The movement didn't follow the standard graceful rhythm of traditional equestrian technique, but it was fast, accurate, and steady. The moment he was seated, Tyrant indeed arched its back violently, trying to buck him. Several trainers outside gasped. Yet Jiang Yan's body seemed fused to the horse's back. His core, legs, and abdominal muscles engaged simultaneously. He didn't yank the reins or clamp his legs in panic. Instead, with extremely precise center-of-gravity control, he absorbed the impact by moving with Tyrant's thrashing. Tyrant leaped twice. He wasn't thrown. On the third leap, its movements noticeably hesitated. Jiang Yan leaned forward and gently patted its neck. "Run." His voice was soft, yet it sounded like a command. The next second, Tyrant burst forward. Like a black lightning bolt, it galloped wildly across the paddock. Its speed was so great it kicked up a gale. But Jiang Yan sat on its back as steady as a mountain. Though he lacked extensive equestrian training, he quickly adapted to Tyrant's pace, with his superhuman balance, core strength, and rapid grasp of the animal's rhythm. Qin Mu stood outside the training ground, completely frozen. He could tell that Jiang Yan was not a traditional equestrian. Many of his moves weren't even textbook perfect. But his body control and oppressive presence were terrifying. He wasn't using riding skills. He was using a more primal, direct method to make this fierce horse acknowledge his dominance. Outside the training ground, Boss Liang stood rooted to the spot. The Cuban cigar in his hand had burned down, its ash silently falling onto his expensive leather shoes, but he didn't notice. Watching the figure galloping inside, his mind raced with shock. That evening, Boss Liang, filled with awe, personally called Su Qinghe. On the phone, he humbly offered to gift Tyrant along with the finest Arabian mare from the ranch to Mr. Jiang free of charge. After consulting Jiang Yan, Su Qinghe replied in a calm, businesslike tone, "Mr. Liang, my husband appreciates your kindness. The horses can stay in your care for now. He said he'll come ride when he has time." Hearing this, Boss Liang actually breathed a sigh of relief. Because he knew Mr. Jiang hadn't refused. That was enough. Not rejecting your gesture of goodwill was already the greatest favor you could receive. One evening in late July, Jiang Yan emerged from his heated swimming pool, draped a towel over his shoulders, and walked to the bar counter. His phone lying nearby lit up with a WeChat voice message from Li Yitong. Jiang Yan tapped it open. The girl's clear voice immediately rang out with excitement, barely hidden in the rising inflection. "Jiang Yan, are you busy? I'm about to wrap filming. The director said my performance exceeded expectations, that I did much better than Zheng Xuan. Not a single scene of mine was cut, and they even added 2 close-up shots for key scenes." She spoke quickly, as if she had stored up a flood of words, and finally found someone to listen with the coquettish pride of a girl boasting to her beloved. Jiang Yan leaned against the bar, a glass of ice water in hand. After listening to the message, a hint of a smile emerged in his eyes. He then tapped the screen and replied with 4 words, "Well done." Within 2 seconds of sending the message, the other side immediately showed typing. This time Li Yitong did not follow up with a long string of clingy words. She only sent a sticker, a kitten holding its head high, tail raised proudly. Jiang Yan looked at the screen and let out a soft laugh. She was indeed improving. At least she had learned that being aggrieved and grateful alone meant nothing. Only by delivering results could she earn a place in his sight. The next morning, the dedicated butler of Wanlu Academy rang the doorbell of the top-floor duplex. A uniformed butler escorted layer by property security held with both hands a red admission letter bearing the emblem of Shuimu University. He respectfully handed it to Su Qinghe. Su Qinghe signed for it on Jiang Yan's behalf and walked into the study. Jiang Yan was seated behind a spacious desk flipping through the latest quarterly internal financial report from Dingxing Capital. This was not the polished, publicly disclosed report that investors saw. It was Dingxing Capital's true core operational brief. Inside were not only the capital flows, industrial layouts, and post-investment management data for all global regions of Dingxing. It also included risk assessments from heads of each business segment, policy sensitivity analyses, and several key concerns personally annotated by Lin Wonton. New energy, semiconductors, film and media, biomedicine, real estate, finance, overseas mergers. Behind each segment lay capital deployments worth billions or even hundreds of billions. Most executives might never have the privilege to access these things in a lifetime. But to Jiang Yan, they were merely the family business manual handed to him in advance by his mother. Lin Wantang's intention was clear. No matter whether Jiang Yan chose a political career, scientific research, or taking over Dingxing Capital personally, he must understand one thing in advance. The Jiang family wielded not only power, but also capital. The true foundation of a top-tier family lay in how capital flowed and intertwined with policy, industry, and public opinion. Thus, starting in July, every highest classification operational brief from Dingxing Capital was simultaneously delivered to Jiang Yan, for him to read, for him to judge, for him to gradually become familiar with the blood vessels, bones, and nerves of this vast commercial empire. Jiang Yan did not resist this. In his past life, trapped in a laboratory, he had seen too many research results trampled upon due to the lack of capital protection, and too many truly valuable technologies die before project approval and financing. In this life, since he intended to be a role maker, he could not only understand formulas and theses. Science is the blade. Capital is the hand that holds the blade. And power determines where the blade eventually strikes. Su Qinghe did not simply toss the delivery to Jiang Yan. Instead, she took out a silver letter opener, carefully slit the outer seal, and extracted the gold-embossed admission letter inside. Holding it flat with both hands, she gently placed it before Jiang Yan. "Sir, the admission letter from Shuimu University has arrived." Jiang Yan put down the financial report and picked up the document. A pass to the highest institution of learning in China, dreamt of by countless students. On it were clearly printed 2 lines: Department of Physics, Condensed Matter Physics, School of Life Sciences, Biological Sciences, dual major undergraduate admission. Jiang Yan's gaze lingered on the school emblem for 2 seconds. At that moment, his thoughts suddenly drifted back to his previous life. That day when he received his admission letter, his hands trembled with excitement. His father, who was hauling bricks at a construction site, took a special day off and rushed home without even brushing off the cement dust on his clothes. He held the paper, looked at it again, and said with reddened eyes, "The Jiang family's ancestors must be burning incense." Back then, a piece of paper was enough to uphold the entire dignity and hope of a humble family. Now again from Shuimu, again an admission letter, and this time a top scorer, dual major one, with full privileges. Yet in Jiang Yan's heart, only calm remained. The leap in social class within that short month had completely crushed and reshaped his former sensitivity and fervor from being at the bottom into a sense of accustomedness. "Put it away," Jiang Yan said, placing the letter back on the desk. "Yes, sir." Su Qinghe respectfully stored it. Jiang Yan reopened the financial report and resumed reading. About an hour later, Jiang Yan called Su Qinghe in. "Book a ticket to Shanghai for tomorrow. You'll come too." "Yes, sir." That evening, Jiang Yan opened Li Yitong's WeChat, tapped the screen, and sent a message. "You'll be in Shanghai tomorrow. Let's have dinner together. You choose the place." Within 2 seconds of sending, the screen showed typing. Then a series of exclamation marks indicating extreme excitement arrived. "For real? You're really coming?" Followed immediately by another message. "I know a place by the Bund." Then a location was sent. A top-tier private kitchen restaurant in the core Bund area known for its high per-person cost. Beneath the location, Li Yitong quickly added another message with a tone of stubborn pride. "This time I'm treating you with the fee I earned from this crew." Jiang Yan chuckled at the message. He did not refuse and simply replied, "Okay." He knew perfectly well why Li Yitong insisted on emphasizing that it was her own fee. This was the result of his training. In this way, Li Yitong was proving to him that she was following the rule of use your value to please me, not behaving like a mere canary dependent on a benefactor. She too had her own backbone, and that was exactly what made her worthy of Jiang Yan's regard.